After the heavy rain, the azure sea meets the cerulean sky. A hint of sweetness lingers in the air. A gentle breeze stirs, causing the leaves to rustle softly. Beside the window, a weathered calendar sways in the wind, flipping through countless pages in mere seconds. But on a tattered bed lies a young man clad in soiled beach shorts and a black tank top. His tousled yellow hair a testament to his disarray as he struggles to open his bleary eyes. Sunlight streams through the window, and he raises his right hand to shield his eyes. The calendar, once swaying, has now come to a halt, fixed on a black hairpin. June 1st, 2007. Children's Day? Lin Feng feels a sense of confusion wash over him. How did this happen? Has he awakened on Children's Day? He sits up in bed, surveying his surroundings. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Could it be that he has been reborn? He recalls vividly that he was a workhorse in the 996 grind, and on his way home from work, he had bravely tried to save an elderly man, only to be crushed by a massive truck, his insides spilling out, and he died on the spot. In his final moments, he realized that the old man was a professional scammer. What a twist of fate. Upon opening his eyes, he finds himself here in an instant. He is struck by a splitting headache as a flurry of memories from the original owner floods his mind. The original Lin Feng is also 21 years old, an ne'er-do-well who spent his days in petty theft and mischief. Last night, he succumbed to excessive drinking, leading to brain death. Lin Feng feels a mix of exasperation and disbelief. While others are reborn as emperors, surrounded by beauty, or as billionaires, he finds himself in the body of a scoundrel. Detection of Host Pig, binding of the beach treasure luck system. A system? Is this a novel come to life? Lin Feng feels a jolt of excitement. If that's the case, he's no longer sleepy. Yet, he can't shake the feeling that the system's Mandarin is quite peculiar. Shouldn't refer to him as host? Is the system from Shandong? A visual panel materializes in his mind. Host Pig, Lin Feng. Luck value, 0 points. Luck level, 00100. Gold coins, 0. Unlock tools, none. System store, open. What an outrageous system, calling him a pig. System, referring to me as pig, seems rather impolite. IT is advised that Host Pig refrain from meddling in trivial matters. Lin Feng feels a wave of disbelief when did his affairs become trivial? System, what is the purpose of luck value? Why not call it fortune value? Because it sounds more prestigious. The higher the luck value, the greater the harvest from beachcombing. So that's how it is. In other words, he must go beachcombing? Though he had visited the seaside in his previous life, it was primarily to admire the beauty of women. He had joined in on a few beachcombing excursions, but had only managed to gather a few tiny shrimp. Once, he even witnessed a tour guide intentionally toss shells from a backpack. Then they all scrambled to pick them up, each one grinning like fools. To be frank, his swimming skills were akin to a dog paddle, at best managing to swim back and forth 10 meters, and even then, he needed to wear a life vest. However, from what I gather, the system suggests that as long as one possesses luck points, there is no need to worry about missing out on opportunities. Rewards are inevitable. Which man does not relish the thrill of fishing? The act of fishing possesses an innate allure for men. How does one acquire these luck points? The system will issue random tasks, and upon completion, one will receive corresponding luck points. When will you assign me a task? Tasks are issued at random by the system. Some days may see several tasks, while other times, days may pass without a single one. This system certainly exhibits a capricious nature. What on earth are gold coins? How does one obtain them? Gold coins can be acquired as rewards for completing tasks or purchased directly. $1 equates to 1 gold coin, which can be used to buy items in the system store. Lin Feng promptly clicked on the system store to peruse its offerings. Goodness, it contained an array of items, tools. Multi-toothed rake, priced at 1,000 gold coins. Iron trap, priced at 1,200 gold coins. Sea rod, priced at 5,000 gold coins. Equipment. Rain boots, priced at 2,000 gold coins. Sun protection clothing, priced at 5,000 gold coins. Backpack, priced at 10,000 gold coins. Medicines. Band-aids, priced at 100 gold coins. Sunscreen, priced at 1,000 gold coins. Nerve tonic, priced at 10,000 gold coins. Goodness, Lin Feng thought that aside from the Band-aid appearing somewhat appealing, the rest seemed utterly absurd. He recalled that a multi-toothed rake could be found for merely 9.9 yuan with free shipping. Yet here it required 1,000 gold coins? System, if I possess abundant luck points, does that not guarantee daily rewards? Why must I purchase tools from the system store? Luck points can assist the host in discovering marine treasures, but they do not guarantee success. Tools purchased from the system store can aid the host in efficiently securing various marine treasures and enhance both yield and efficiency. For instance, if the host discovers a bounty of oysters through luck points, which are stubbornly affixed to rocks, ordinary tools may struggle to pry them loose, but the multi-toothed rake from the system store can resolve this with ease, thus augmenting the efficiency of the endeavor. At that moment, a voice broke through the silence. "Brother, drink." A cup of water suddenly appeared by Lin Feng's side. Still steaming, he jumped in surprise, instinctively recoiling in his focus on the system. He had not noticed anyone entering the room. "Oh, right, this room lacks a door." Lin Feng strained to recall the memories of the original owner. The newcomer was named Lin Shui, 17 years old, and was his younger brother. This lad seemed somewhat naive, singularly focused in his actions, exhibiting neither joy nor sorrow, laughter nor tears. In the realm of fantasy literature, one might say he was not entirely perceptive. Indeed, Lin Feng felt a pang of thirst, uncertain of how much he had consumed the previous night. He accepted the water and drank it down in one go. The warmth enveloped his stomach pleasantly. "Brother, eat." A corn cob materialized beside Lin Feng's mouth. He was indeed somewhat hungry, having seemingly consumed only a few peanuts during last night's revelries. Lin Feng picked up the corn and was about to take a bite when he noticed Lin Shui swallowing hard. "You haven't eaten?" Lin Shui remained silent. A person of his disposition never spoke untruths. Glug glug. Lin Shui averted his gaze, for although he appeared simple-minded, he understood that certain matters were embarrassing, such as feeling hungry. "You eat." Lin Feng extended the corn towards him, only to receive the reply, "Brother, you eat." Lin Shui's unequivocal tone warmed Lin Feng's heart. In his previous life, he was an orphan. In this life, he had a brother. But wait, was there also a sister? Where's Xiao Hao? In the kitchen, Lin Shui pointed towards the kitchen in the courtyard, which was merely a small tiled house, with many tiles missing from the roof. Only then did Lin Feng notice the numerous scars on Lin Shui's thin, dark arms. Due to his dark skin, they were not very conspicuous. Was the original owner so cruel? It truly corroborated the saying that everyone harbors a dark side, particularly when confronting the vulnerable. What about the sister? Could it be that the original owner often struck her as well? Upon reflection, Lin Feng realized that indeed, it seemed to be the case. System notification. Please, host, prepare a meal for your family. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with 10 points of fortune. As Lin Feng contemplated this, he intended to rise but sank back onto the bed. Alas, the original body was far too frail despite his youth. Years of excessive drinking and late nights had ravaged his health. "Brother, let me help you." Lin Feng never took a bite of the corn, but held it tightly in his hand as he made his way to the kitchen. Chapter 002. A family in distress. Lin Feng's parents were humble, unpretentious indigenous fishermen, blessed with two sons, Lin Feng and Lin Shui. The names, Feng and Shui, combined with their surname, symbolized prosperity and reflected the couple's heartfelt aspirations. However, fate took an unexpected turn when they found themselves with an unplanned daughter, whom they named Lin Hao, signifying good fortune. Yet, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel that her name resembled a greeting commonly used in Guangdong, Leiho. Initially, the family led a reasonably content life, but 3 years ago, perhaps due to the tumultuous nature of adolescence, the once obedient Lin Feng underwent a drastic transformation. He resolutely refused to attend high school, opting instead to drop out and remain at home. If he had chosen to work as a fisherman or taken up a job elsewhere, it would have been acceptable, but he became indolent, doing nothing but causing trouble. One fateful day, he peered at a young widow bathing, and the fierce woman chased him for 3 blocks. Shortly thereafter, his grandmother suffered a stroke, spurred by the distress he caused. In some families, such a situation might have led to tragedy. For example, Lin Feng's uncle chose to abandon his ailing mother without seeking medical help. Fortunately, Lin Feng's father was exceptionally filial, willing to sell everything to fund his mother's treatment. With 3 children, one mad, one foolish, and one young, and accumulating a significant debt for ongoing medical expenses, the couple resolved to seek work away from home. During their first year of labor, they frequently sent money back home. Yet, in the subsequent 2 years, they vanished without a trace, leaving no means to contact them. Rumors circulated that they might have been caught in a telecom fraud scheme or lured abroad for illicit activities. Contemplating this, Lin Feng shook his head, reflecting on the family's unfortunate circumstances. However, he could not bring himself to mock their plight. Perhaps it was due to the deep-seated memories or the fact that such recollections had long since become entwined in his very being. He was part of this family, which was filled with goodness, yet he felt like the most wretched of souls. A gilded cage is not worth more than one's own humble abode. Suddenly, a bark shattered his reverie. To his astonishment, a scruffy Chinese rural dog emerged, its emaciated frame revealing ribs beneath a coat of dirt, baring its teeth at Lin Feng. He recalled that this dog was named De Huang, a mutt. In his absence, Lin Hao had kept the dog for companionship. However, Lin Feng was puzzled by the dog's aggressive demeanor, questioning why it would growl at him, its own owner. Oh, perhaps it was because the original owner often threatened to feast upon it. Just then, a small girl's voice called from the kitchen, De Huang. Lin Feng turned to see a little girl clad in a gray dress, struggling to stand tall as she tended to a fire and added water to a pot. Xiao? Lin Feng softly inquired, believing his tone to be gentle. Yet, the tiny figure trembled, causing water and rice to spill onto the floor. Lin looked at the rice scattered on the ground with a face full of terror, her voice trembling with suppressed sobs. Brother, please, don't hit me. Woo-woo. Woof. The large yellow dog stood defiantly before Lin, baring its teeth. Lin Shui arrived alongside, positioning himself protectively behind his sister, arms outstretched. Brother, hit me instead. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming urge to weep. He approached the siblings silently. Lin Shui gritted his teeth, bracing himself for the impending punishment. Lin clung to Lin Shui's waist, crying softly. A flicker of fear crossed the dog's eyes, yet it did not retreat, its front legs poised to attack, albeit unsteadily. Trembling as if uncertain, Lin Feng grasped Lin Shui's arms. Does it still hurt? It does. Are you hungry? I am. With a swift movement, he snapped a corn cob in two. You two eat. Lin Shui stared blankly at Lin Feng, hesitant to accept the offering, fearing retribution. Lin Hao swallowed hard, her small hand reaching out only to retract timidly. She had accepted before, only to realize her brother was merely teasing her. Yet Lin Feng directly thrust the corn into their hands, then bent down to gather the rice mixed with dirt and sand from the ground, before turning towards the water basin to wash it. Second brother, are you going to eat? You eat. Lin Shui still did not consume the corn, instead offering it to his younger sister. He could endure the blows, but she must not endure hunger. However, Lin Hao did not eat either, secretly watching Lin Feng. Even the large yellow dog seemed bewildered. Today, it had not received a kick at all. Lin Feng returned, this time with a handful of leafy greens. As the fire blazed for the porridge, the rich aroma mingled with the freshness of the vegetables soon had Lin Shui and Lin Hao swallowing their saliva in silence. The dog eagerly licked its lips. Why haven't you eaten the corn yet? Hand it over. Lin Shui and Lin Hao promptly returned the corn to Lin Feng. Evidently accustomed to this routine, Lin Feng casually tossed the 2 segments of corn into the porridge. Eat. Lin Shui and Lin Hao gazed at the 2 bowls filled with thick porridge, enriched with corn, feeling as though they were in a dream. Even the dog-ass bowl contained porridge, albeit without any greens. What was their elder brother up to? Would he sell them after they finished eating? Would he turn the dog into a savory dish once it was satiated? Such thoughts crossed Lin Hao's mind, but Lin Shui did not share her concerns. He recognized his own foolishness. Even if someone intended to sell him, they might not find a buyer. Lin Shui lifted his bowl and began to eat heartily. Whatever happens, let him hit me after I finish eating. I will accept it. Brother. Lin Hao cried anew, her tears dripping into the porridge. Lin Feng suspected that his sister possessed a constitution prone to weeping, likely a result of enduring a long period of oppression. Stop crying. Just eat. Once you finish, you'll have the strength to guard the house while your second brother and I go out. Go out? For what purpose? To the seaside. To see if we can gather some seafood to bring back. Are we going to hunt for the tide? Those who reside by the sea are familiar with this term, including the young Lin Hao. However, she has never witnessed her elder brother venture to the shore. He believes that the sun's intensity can easily lead to sunburn, and bending down to collect items is likely to strain one's back. Nevertheless, their grandfather once remarked that children do not possess backs. In summary, he concocts various peculiar excuses. Conversely, their second brother frequently visits the shore, although he rarely brings back anything of value. I recall an occasion when he managed to catch 2 large blue crabs. But he gifted them to the neighbor, Granny Lee, as compensation for the chicken and duck he had pilfered from her. Granny Lee was reluctant to accept, yet he insisted. Little sister, cease your tears, there is still porridge in the pot. When Granny awakens, you can serve it to her. Can you manage that? Lin Hao finally halted her sobs, having almost believed that her elder brother would deny their grandmother her porridge. The two soon finished their meal, with Lin Hao still eating. Alternating between bites and tears, the dog, Da Wang, continued to drool but refrained from eating. Da Wang, why don't you eat? Woof woof. Only then did Da Wang begin to feast, leaving his bowl glistening clean. Congratulations to the host for completing the system release task. You are rewarded with 10 luck points. Collecting at the shore will consume luck points. Once the points reach 0, the host may cease their shore excursions. Note, although luck points will gradually deplete, luck will continue to accumulate. With luck points in hand, Lin Feng had no time to ponder these matters and was wholly focused on heading to the shore. Shui, will you accompany me? Yes. Lin Feng picked up a bucket, in which he had placed a urea bag, and searched the yard but found nothing useful. However, he discovered 2 iron fire pokers in the kitchen. Brother, your clothes. Lin Feng understood his brother's concern, as the original owner was somewhat averse to sunlight. No need. He waved dismissively, unbothered by the original owner's frailty. Upon stepping outside, he exclaimed, wow, it's truly scorching. Yet, he felt a twinge of reluctance about returning for clothes. Hello, Granny Lee. The sound of a door slamming echoed. This little rascal is back to steal chickens, came the grumbling voice. Lin Feng could only smile wryly, realizing that the original owner had offended many. In truth, most villagers in the fishing community were quite amiable. It was he who was the miscreant. With another clang, the door swung open, and Granny Lee emerged, holding 2 eggs, which she promptly thrust into Shui's hands. Shui, these are for you from Granny. Share them only with your sister, and do not give any to this scoundrel. After delivering this admonition, she shot Lin Feng a disapproving glare. Yet, Lin Feng felt warmth in his heart. Granny, please don't. Shui returned the eggs to Granny Lee, aware that her household was not affluent. The 2 brothers continued onward, coming upon an enormous lychee tree. Beneath it stood a pavilion inscribed with the words Lychee Pavilion, featuring 2 stone tables and numerous stone stools. Villagers often gathered there to pass the time. Oh, isn't that Lin Feng and Lin Shui? Are you going to inspect someone else's fortune? Haha. Perhaps you should first tend to your own. Lin Feng glanced over to see the Li brothers, Li Den Nan and Li Er Nan. Most people are relatively friendly. They belong to a small minority, commonly referred to as petty individuals. Boasting about possessing 3 pumps, they proclaim themselves the kings of the wild. Here we are, idly chatting. With nothing better to do, I decided to take a stroll by the seaside. Lin Feng could hardly be bothered to engage with them, primarily because he found himself financially constrained and unable to assert himself. As soon as this was uttered, the villagers, those munching on melon seeds, idly chatting, or simply daydreaming, whether elderly or youthful, all turned their gazes toward him. Their expressions were complex, yet predominantly mocking. Feng, spoke Wang Dakie, the village chief, a man in his 50s. Today is the 12th day of the lunar calendar, and it's already past 9. This is precisely when the tide rises, making it an unsuitable time for beachcombing. His words held a ring of truth. The ocean experiences high and low tides twice daily, each interval spanning 12 hours. Furthermore, the timing of the tides varies daily but adheres to a discernible pattern. From the 1st to the 15th of the lunar month, the tide times are multiplied by 0.8. From the 16th to the 30th, the tide times are calculated as date, 15.08. When the tide rises, it generally lasts for over an hour. Do you think I care? Lin Feng retorted. I merely wish to take a look and perhaps relieve myself by the sea. Although Lin Feng longed to address Wang Dakie as Uncle Wang, he was acutely aware of the original owner's character. A sudden change might arouse suspicion among others. Wang Dakie sighed and shook his head. As the 2 brothers continued on their way, whispers erupted behind them. One's insane, the other's foolish. They're actually going to comb the beach? If they manage to find something valuable, I'll eat it raw. What nonsense. If they were to find salmon, wouldn't that be quite the fortune? If they do manage to find something, I'll perform a handstand and drink my own urine, while others may handstand and consume excrement. Your idea is rather novel, certainly a clever trick for a free meal. Listening to the chatter behind him, Lin Feng's resolve only grew stronger. He was determined to see if he could indeed procure something. Brother, fear not. I am here. Lin Feng's gaze softened once more. Is this the unwavering bond of kinship? Though I often scold him and may strike him, he remains steadfast by my side. For the sake of my brother, I must achieve something worthwhile. Chapter 003. Be careful. Take it slow. The village where Lin Feng resides is called Dongyu Village, home to approximately 200 households and around 700 inhabitants. For generations, the villagers have relied on fishing, passing down the craft from grandfather to father and from father to son. However, with the implementation of the maritime ban, there are 4 months each year, from March to June, or in some areas, May to September, during which fishing is prohibited, leading many of the village's youth to seek employment elsewhere. It is estimated that merely about 400 individuals remain in the village. Merely a kilometer from Dongyu Village lies the vast sea. There were attempts to develop marine tourism, but given the proximity to the town, the conditions here are not as favorable, resulting in a meager influx of visitors. Brother, the tide is rising. Lin Shui pointed towards the surface of the sea, where the water was indeed steadily increasing, its volume swelling. Nearby, some individuals scavenging along the shore had already gathered their buckets, preparing to return home. What are we up to? Lin Feng, unsure himself, surveyed the expansive beach and decided to wander towards a more secluded area. Here, one for each of us. Lin Feng handed over a fire stick, which Lin Shui accepted with delight, despite it being merely a stick for kindling. Brother, where do we poke this stick? Into the crab hole. The two brothers began their search, scouring the area. Look, there's a crab hole. Lin Feng discovered a small hole, just the size of a finger, beneath a rock. Tentatively, he prodded the hole with the fire stick, uncertain of the outcome. What's that pair doing? Are they searching for crab holes? Am I seeing this correctly? Is that a fire stick? Observers from afar were taken aback by their antics. Lin Feng was equally astonished. Just moments ago, he doubted his own abilities. Yet now, the stick in his hand was firmly grasped by something within the mud hole, exerting a surprising strength. Fortunately, it was an iron stick. Otherwise, it might have been snapped in two. Gradually, Lin Feng withdrew the stick, accompanied by a surge of seawater, wary of scaring the crab away. As he neared the mouth of the hole, with a sudden splash, he swiftly lifted the fire stick. Wow! Lin Feng exclaimed, revealing a large blue crab. Judging by its size, it must weigh at least a pound. Brother, a blue crab! Lin Shui exclaimed, bending down with precision and agility to seize the crab by its rear, swiftly tossing it into the bucket. Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. This blue crab could fetch around 30 yuan. The blue crab, belonging to the family Portunity, includes varieties such as the purple claw blue crab, the serrated blue crab, the mimic crab, and the olive green blue crab. Although the author lived through 2007, they are not particularly well versed in the market conditions of that time. Merely recalling and writing in broad strokes, their knowledge of marine life comes from online research, so readers may consider it light-hearted entertainment. There's another mud hole over there. You should give it a try? Brother, let me. With a splash, the fire stick was thrust into the hole, causing seawater to flow out. Be careful, poke slowly, and don't harm it. Though Lin Shui's expression remained unchanged, his gaze sharpened as he brandished the fire poker. Brother, a blue crab! Exclaimed Lin Shui, spotting a robust specimen, likely weighing around half a kilogram. Ah Shui, you are extraordinary. Let us continue our search for crab holes. Though Ah Shui did not smile, his actions betrayed his excitement as he began to remove his clothing. Ah Shui, what are you doing? Lin Feng inquired. Brother, I am binding the crab legs. Lin Feng suddenly understood. While one large blue crab was manageable, several crabs in a single bucket could clash against one another, causing their legs to fall off. Crabs without their limbs would lose their value. However, their hurried excursion to the shore had left them without any twine. In the brief moment Lin Feng contemplated this, Lin Shui had already shed his shirt, tearing it apart with ease, revealing its poor quality from years of wear. He commenced binding the crab legs, though his technique was unrefined. He worked swiftly. Lin Feng smirked. Who said his brother was foolish? His brother was quite clever. Ah Shui, put on my shirt. Without hesitation, Lin Feng removed his t-shirt and placed it atop Lin Shui's head. Brother, it's too sunny. I am your brother. Listen to me. Let us hurry and continue. Lin Shui hesitated but complied, donning the shirt and resuming his search for holes. The two brothers busied themselves and, quite remarkably, discovered numerous crab holes, poking around haphazardly. To their delight, they found an abundance of large blue crabs, particularly a plethora of egg-bearing females. In no time, they had filled a bucket with crabs, estimating their haul to weigh no less than 15 kilograms. Yet, upon inserting the fire poker into the muddy burrows once more, they found no more sizable crabs. After several attempts yielded the same result, Lin Feng checked his system panel. Host, Lin Feng, fortune value, 0, fortune level, 0, 10 100, gold, 0, unlocked tools, none. It dawned on him that their significant catch had consumed 10 points of fortune value, rendering further attempts meaningless. Moreover, he noted that although the fortune value had depleted, the fortune level remained at 10, not resetting to 0. Might it be that leveling up the fortune would yield other rewards? Shui, let us return. Brother, someone is approaching. The brother's peculiar actions drew the attention of onlookers. Shui, let us transfer the blue crabs into our bags. As the saying goes, one must not flaunt wealth, lest envious eyes take notice. To Lin Feng's surprise, he spotted a familiar figure among the crowd. Is that my two dear cousins? Have they come to the seaside for a stroll today? Lin Wangxing peered into the bucket, grinning widely, his yellow teeth glinting in the sunlight. Ha ha ha, what's this? A fire poker? You brought that to the shore? With nothing else to do, the others paused to watch the unfolding spectacle. One is a notorious scoundrel in the village, and the other is a cunning and malicious character. The most intriguing aspect is their familial connection, promising an entertaining spectacle. Lin Feng's expression darkened, and Lin Shui clenched his fists tightly. This individual is none other than the favored son of his uncle, also the eldest grandson of the Lin family. Yet, this eldest grandson is such a disgrace. Years ago, when their grandmother fell ill, the uncle chose to forego treatment. A cerebral hemorrhage is no trivial ailment. The surgical costs alone amounted to 80,000 yuan. This was in 2004. On January 18, 2007, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security initiated a pilot program for the basic medical insurance system for urban residents, primarily focusing on major illness coverage. It was only then that hospitalization expenses for urban residents, particularly the elderly, began to see substantial reimbursement. However, in 2004, such provisions did not exist. The 80,000 yuan required was cobbled together by their aunt and uncle, who managed to gather 20,000 yuan. Their aunt, having married into a neighboring town, faced dire living conditions with 2 children to support, creating immense pressure. Yet, the uncle's family, in a position of relative comfort, contributed merely 10,000 yuan. This paltry sum was only forthcoming after their father had to kneel and beg for it, even signing a promissory note acknowledging their family's debt to the uncle. Their grandfather had originally saved 20,000 yuan from his previous work as a chef. The remaining 30,000 yuan was covered by their parents, or rather 40,000 yuan, if one includes the uncle's 10,000 yuan marked as a debt. At that time, Lin Wangxing had been courting a girl from a neighboring village, but their relationship ultimately fizzled out. She never truly regarded him with any affection. Nevertheless, this did not prevent Lin Wangxing from attributing all blame to Lin Feng's family, cursing that wretched old woman. He believed that at over 60 years of age, she was indeed due for death. What purpose did her prolonged existence serve? Yes, I'm here wielding a fire stick to go clamming. What is your objection? Lin Wangxing grinned, hands clasped behind his back as he approached the bag of urea. What is inside this bag? Let me take a look. Others craned their necks, eager to discover its contents, having witnessed the earlier events, albeit not with complete clarity. It was evident that the 2 brothers had secured something valuable. You step aside. Lin Shui stood resolutely in front of the bag, glaring fiercely at Lin Wangxing. This was the first bounty he and his elder brother had gathered from their clamming expedition, and he was prepared to fight anyone who dared to touch that bag. Chapter 004. Retaliation. Lin Wangxing glared fiercely, his voice laced with venom. You wretched fool, get lost. Lin Shui, however, did not flinch. Though Lin Feng frequently struck him, he bore no resentment. After all, he was his elder brother. Yet, when it came to Lin Wangxing, who often beat him, his disdain was palpable. He was a villain. Yet, Lin Shui closed his eyes. For every time he endured a beating, aside from his grandfather and younger sister, no one came to his aid, and he had grown accustomed to it. He had heard others say that if he retaliated, he would be taken away by the police and would never return home. What then would become of his elder brother? He was any ne'er-do-well, utterly incapable. And what of his grandparents? Who would help his grandmother turn over or administer her medicine? And his little sister? Her once pristine white dress had long since turned a dull gray. He yearned to buy her a new one. And then there was De Huang, who was starving. The large crabs in his bag represented hope. So, let the beating come. He would not evade it, would he? Lin Wangxing raised his hand to strike. He paid no mind to Lin Feng behind him, considering him no threat whatsoever. He had previously chastised Lin Shui in front of Lin Feng without a second thought. Did he dare do otherwise? A coward, striking those weaker than himself. The sound was not loud, yet it resonated with chilling intent. Lin Shui opened his eyes, his expression shifting slightly. The anticipated slap never arrived. But an unexpected voice reached his ears. Was that his brother speaking up for him? He could hardly believe it. Lin Wuxing, too, was in disbelief. His hand froze mid-air. Upon turning to see Lin Feng, a sudden grin spread across his face. What? Do you have something to say? Among the onlookers from Dongyu village and neighboring fishing villages, some could not bear to witness the scene any longer. How could one strike another's younger brother and expect no objections? This man was insufferable. Yet they knew Lin Wuxing all too well, his malicious nature and penchant for revenge. It was rumored that after a falling out with a girl, he had repeatedly caused a ruckus at her home, shattering several windows. Even more infuriating was his coercion of others to sell their seafood to him at rock-bottom prices, threatening to sabotage those who refused. Thus, the crowd opted to remain indifferent, hoping for a spectacle, ideally a brawl that would leave both parties bloodied. Lin Wuxing fixed his gaze on Lin Feng, his eyes brimming with contempt. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his sinewy muscles. System task: beat Lin Wuxing severely. Upon completion, earn 20 luck points. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smirk. That was precisely his intention, even without the system's directive. He had already resolved to teach him a lesson, to strike him relentlessly. Lowering his head, Lin Feng retrieved 2 fire pokers from a barrel, handing one to Lin Shui. Brother, what are we doing? Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with determination. We're going to take him down. In his previous life, Lin Feng had little affinity for subjects like language and mathematics, but he had a passion for sports, particularly basketball. It was exhilarating. He considered himself no expert, yet he felt confident that he could handle a few blows. In a fleeting moment, Lin Feng raised the iron rod and struck fiercely at Lin Wuxing. Everyone present was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. How audacious of Lin Feng to challenge Lin Wuxing. That iron rod was formidable. A blow from it would surely incapacitate Lin Wuxing. With a resounding thud, Lin Wuxing caught the iron rod with one hand and retaliated with a swift kick. Lin Feng was sent sprawling to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. The onlookers gasped, their expression shifting to one of knowing anticipation. Despite Lin Feng's height of 1.8 meters and some measure of good looks, his frail physique rendered him no match for Lin Wuxing. Lin Feng lay on the ground, wincing in pain. Cursed be his carelessness. His weakened body had slipped his mind. Ah, you've grown bold. Lin Wuxing sneered, lifting his foot to deliver another kick. Lin Feng's body sank further into the sand, water from the saturated ground oozing out beneath him. This was a deliberate act of brutality. Yet, Lin Feng remained silent. Oh, you think you're tough now. I recall you wailing like a banshee when I bested you yesterday. Yesterday? Lin Feng suddenly remembered. He had gone to the village shop to purchase liquor without paying and had been punished by Lin Wuxing. It was futile to question why. The shop belonged to Lin Wuxing's family. Lin Wuxing raised his foot once more, his gaze a mix of disdain and malice, aimed at Lin Feng's legs. This kick would not cause severe injury, but it risked leaving a lasting affliction, perhaps even a limp. He harbored no fear of the consequences. Lin Feng had long been seen as a villain, his reputation thoroughly tarnished. Besides, his brother-in-law was a policeman in town. What did he have to fear? As Lin Feng caught a glimpse of the impending strike, despair gripped him. Was he destined to become crippled so soon after his rebirth? Just as the foot was about to descend, a frail chest pressed tightly against him, causing discomfort. Brother, do not fear. Strike me instead. With a thud, Lin Wuxing's foot came crashing down, but it landed on Lin Shui's back instead. Ah, Shui, get off me. Lin Feng was taken aback, straining to turn his head, attempting to push Lin Shui away. Brother, no. Hit me. Ha. You foolish simpleton, this scoundrel abuses you daily, and yet you defend him? Truly. You are dim-witted. Lin Wuxing delivered another brutal kick to Lin Shui's form. Though Lin Feng lay beneath, he felt the force of the blow. While Lin Shui clung tightly to him, I shut in determination. Brother, do not fear. Another kick followed, and Lin Shui buried his head into Lin Feng's embrace, shielding Lin Feng's legs with his frail chest, holding him tighter than ever. Lin Feng felt the warmth and strength of Lin Shui's slender body, and inexplicably, his eyes grew moist, tears streaming down his cheeks. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, having changed families twice. He was sent back to the orphanage after those 2 families had children of their own. With unwavering determination, he wandered and studied. eventually attending university with the support of a young woman. He had never truly experienced familial affection until today. Lin Wangxing continued to kick with relentless enthusiasm, even displaying a hint of amusement. The onlookers felt a surge of indignation, yet upon meeting Lin Wangxing's fierce gaze, they hesitated to intervene. "Ah Shui, let go of me. Trust me, brother." "No." Lin Feng fought back tears, his eyes ablaze with anguish, as he clutched a handful of sand, summoning all his strength to turn aside. Lin Wangxing was still laughing, but suddenly felt a barrage of sand strike his face, forcing him to stagger back. Lin Feng seized the opportunity, grabbing more sand and hurling it at Lin Wangxing's face. "Now's my chance." As Lin Wangxing's vision was obscured, Lin Feng picked up a firewood stick from the ground and swung it fiercely at Lin Wangxing's thigh. Lin Wangxing, who had initially covered his face, now shielded his lower body, hopping up and down in an attempt to alleviate the pain. The crowd watched in stunned silence, beads of sweat trickling down their brows. "Wow, Lin Feng is fierce, but well done." Seizing the moment, taking advantage of Lin Wangxing's moment of vulnerability, Lin Feng raised the stick and struck hard at Lin Wangxing's calf. Bang! Lin Wangxing collapsed to the ground, his eyes squinting in agony as he roared, "You! How dare you hit me? I will call the police. I will call the police." Congratulations, Su Zhu has completed the task assigned by the system, earning 20 points of fortune value. Chapter 005. This scoundrel is quite something. With 20 points of fortune credited to him, Lin Feng felt a surge of joy. Thank you." Lin Wangxing replied, "What the hell is wrong with you? I said I would call the police and have you arrested. My brother-in-law is a cop, and you say thank you to me?" If such words were recorded and shared online in a later era, Lin Wangxing would undoubtedly be hailed as a champion of anti-corruption. However, times were different. Many people didn't even own a mobile phone. Even if they had one, it was seldom taken to the beach for fear of it getting wet. In those days, mobile phones were precious commodities. A petite Nokia 6120 cost 380 yuan. According to statistics, in 2007, the average salary of urban workers nationwide was about 2,000 yuan. What about in the countryside? Moreover, who truly believes in average wages? The wealthy skew the average, while the masses bear the brunt. Lin Wangxing, why didn't you call the police when you were beating us? We could at most be charged with mutual combat. Do as you wish. I'll stand my ground. Lin Feng helped Lin Shui to his feet, brushing the sand off his body and gently patting his back. "Ah Shui, are you all right?" "I'm fine, brother. Let us go home." Lin Shui attempted to hoist the bag of urea onto his back, underestimating today's haul. As he did so, the bag slipped from his grasp, spilling its contents on the ground. "Wow, what is this?" "This is blue crabs. So many of them. They seem quite substantial. We can sell them for a good price." "Ah Feng, we're all from the same village. Where did you find these? Tell me quickly." Yes. The sea is our common mother. Let us prosper together." Lin Feng felt a pang of irritation. Common mother? Prosper together? Then why couldn't they endure hardship together as well? "Brother, I'll carry it." Lin Shui collected the blue crabs back into the bag, effortlessly slinging it over his shoulder as if it weighed nothing. Lin Feng was taken aback. His brother, who was so thin and had just been beaten, suddenly seemed to possess a surprising strength. In an instant, Lin Feng understood, and guilt washed over him. His brother had taken quite a beating and had likely grown accustomed to it, becoming resilient. Why hadn't he fought back? The two brothers leaned on each other, walking into the sea breeze, leaving behind a trail of deep and shallow footprints. The tide had completely risen, submerging those footprints. Yet it could not erase the deep bond of brotherhood that flowed between them. At that moment, Lin Feng had fully embraced his new identity and the responsibilities that came with it. "Brother, home? Not yet. Let us go to the town and sell these crabs before they spoil. They won't be worth anything if they die." Although Lin Shui maintained his stoic demeanor, he felt a sense of happiness inside. His elder brother seemed to have changed. "Brother, your shirt." Only then did Lin Feng realize he was not wearing a top. His skin stung from the sun. He wasn't afraid of the pain, but going to town shirtless felt inappropriate. Moreover, the sight of crabs bound with cloth strips is rather unseemly, likely fetching a meager price. The two could only return to the village, fortuitously passing by the lychee pavilion. "Ha, has the fortune returned so swiftly? What on earth are you carrying? I doubt it's sand, is it? Why put it in a bag instead of a bucket if not to conceal it? Surely, it must be filled with stones." Lin Feng chuckled. "What a bunch of fools. Why on earth would I carry stones? Do you know what's in this bag? It's brimming with large blue crabs. Lin Feng spoke with utmost seriousness, yet everyone laughed, failing to believe him. Unfazed, Lin Feng acknowledged that the original persona had already crumbled, not something that could be easily restored. Who is it? Woof woof. Little sister. It's me. The rickety wooden door creaked open, revealing a small head. It was Lin Hao. Upon seeing Lin Shui, her face lit up with joy. But upon catching sight of Lin Feng, she recoiled slightly, her voice still tinged with tears. Big brother, you've returned. Lin Feng beamed warmly. Yet Lin Hao burst into tears. What the? He decided to try a different approach. Little sister, look what I have. He retrieved 5 large blue crabs from the bag and placed them on the ground. This tactic proved effective, as Lin Hao's attention was immediately captivated by the crabs. Halting her sobs. It's crabs, and they're so big. What woof. Lin Hao crouched down, her small hands reaching out hesitantly before retracting. De Huang bared his teeth at Lin Feng but bounced excitedly upon seeing the crabs. Go ahead, touch them. Your second brother has tied them up, so they can't pinch you. Gaining courage, Lin Hao gently touched the crabs, a joyful smile blossoming on her face. Children are remarkably simple. A little time spent coaxing them can quickly restore their happiness. De Huang, with his eager nose, was itching to join in. Woof. A woo. His nose was pinched by one of the crabs, and he swiftly shook it off, escaping the predicament. Lin Feng blinked in surprise. My apologies. I must have tied that one poorly. De Huang grumbled. I am not human. You are the real dog. Lin Feng hurried into the inner room, where Grandma was still asleep, a vacant bowl resting on the table beside her. It seemed Grandma had already enjoyed her porridge. Little Lin Hao had begun to shoulder the responsibility of caring for the family. Brother, the jute rope. Lin Shui discovered a multitude of ropes, and the two brothers busied themselves once more. All the crabs were retied, leaving only the 5 large blue crabs in front of Lin Hao. Lin Shui approached. Little sister, step aside. Lin Hao's small eyes sparkled with longing to keep those 5 crabs, yet she seemed to understand that they were intended for sale. Obediently, she moved aside. What woof. But De Huang was less accommodating, circling the basin and refusing to yield. Very well. Lin Shui picked up one of the large blue crabs and untied the rope. Woof woof. De Huang's eyes widened with trepidation. Being pinched by a crab was indeed painful. Alas, Shui, why do you not aspire to learn something worthwhile? How can you emulate your elder brother, who is nothing but a scoundrel? Shui. Let us keep those 5 blue crabs for ourselves. Shui nodded, fully aware that these crabs could fetch a handsome price. Yet he doubted whether his brother would return the money after selling them. By keeping them, at least their grandparents and younger sister could savor a taste. Lin Hao was instantly filled with joy, continuing to crouch down to play with the crabs. De Huang mused, this scoundrel isn't so bad after all. After tidying up, the 2 brothers shouldered their bags and set off. The town lay 5 kilometers from their village, and they took turns carrying the load. Lin Shui carried for 20 minutes, while Lin Feng took over for 10. After a little over an hour, they finally reached the town. Unfortunately, the family possessed only one vehicle, a 2-wheeled cart, currently commandeered by their grandfather to collect scrap. The town was called Shazhou, modest in size and rather ordinary. Lin Feng recalled that there were a few seafood shops in the town, but he was oblivious to the pricing and planned to compare offers. Shui. Wait for me here. Remember, do not wander off. Elder brother, go ahead. Lin Feng took a few steps but then turned back. Shui, you should come with me. He felt uneasy leaving his younger brother alone. What if he got lost? At the first shop, they were completely ignored. The second shop, run by a young man, offered a price of 20 per pound. The third shop belonged to old Wang's Seafood. My daughter, you call at this hour, and I have no stock. Where am I to procure goods? The owner, Wang Fugue, a middle-aged man, was engrossed in a phone call, displaying a look of utter helplessness. The caller was the owner of a large eatery, simply his daughter. This eatery had only recently opened, and business was lackluster. Today, a tour group had filled 4 tables. Yet they insisted on ordering wild blue crabs. Without them, they threatened to find another establishment. Upon noticing Lin Feng, Wang Fugue initially showed no reaction, his gaze drifting downwards until it landed on the 2 large blue crabs in Lin Feng's hands. Let us discuss this later. Wang Fugue abruptly ended his call and hurried over to Lin Feng. Chapter 006. Earned 10 red bills. Young man, are these wild blue crabs? Boss, you are a person of great business acumen, having consumed more seafood than I've ever sold. Surely you can discern if they are wild at a glance. Oh. This young fellow knows how to converse, thought Wang Fugue, amused. He picked up a large blue crab, gave it a cursory examination, and formed a conclusion in his mind. This is undoubtedly wild. The shell is tough, the coloration is darker, and the legs and claws are significantly longer than those of farmed crabs, exuding a faint, delightful aroma. Just the scent alone is telling. Young man, you haven't brought just these two, have you? These two won't suffice. Ashue, come in. Upon seeing half a bag of blue crabs, the boss's eyes widened in astonishment. These are all? Wild blue crabs are not easy to come by, especially in such quantities. He was determined to acquire them. Boss, we counted before coming. There are 43 in total, weighing about 35 jin. What price can you offer? Wang Fuguwei, suppressing his excitement, stated, let me see them all in this large iron basin. When the substantial basin of blue crabs was presented before him, even Wang Fuguwei, a seasoned seafood dealer, felt a wave of visual impact. The size is simply astounding. Young man, I'll take all these blue crabs. They look about the same size. So I won't fuss over individual weights. The males are 20 yuan per jin, and the females are 30 yuan per jin. If you agree, shall we weigh them? Wang Fuguwei was in no position to dally with Lin Feng and blurted out the terms. Noticing Lin Feng's hesitation, he understood his thoughts. Young brother, to be frank, I urgently need this batch of blue crabs, and I'm offering a fair price. Sell them to me first, and you can check with nearby shops. If anyone offers more, I'll compensate you the difference. How does that sound? No need. Let us proceed as you suggested. Let us weigh them. Lin Feng had considered asking a few more shops, but upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. Even if he made a few extra yuan per jin, it would only amount to a trivial sum. It was better to resolve the other as pressing need and foster goodwill. Young brother, straightforwardness is commendable. Let us weigh them. The males weighed 14 jin at 20 yuan per jin, totaling 280 yuan. The females weighed 22 jin at 30 yuan per jin, totaling 660 yuan. The grand total came to 940 yuan. Wang Fuguwei swiftly counted out 10 red bills from his wallet. Here you go, young brother. Take this 1,000 yuan. You can keep the extra 60 yuan. If you have good goods in the future, will you come to me first? All right, thank you, boss. Don't call me boss. Just call me Old Wang. Lin Feng's expression turned serious, and Lin Shui blinked in surprise. Old Wang? I'll just call you Uncle Wang then. Now, we shall take our leave. Lin Feng was not one to take advantage of others, yet he accepted the 1,000 yuan readily. The extra 60 yuan was a gesture of goodwill, indicating that in the future, good goods would be prioritized for him. If he had returned the 60 yuan, the other might have been displeased. Such is the way of human relationships. After Lin Feng and Lin Shui departed, Wang Fuguwei placed all the large blue crabs into a net bag, secured it to the back of his motorcycle, and promptly accelerated away. The bustling seafood stalls lining the street, known as Shazhou Encounter, numbered around 10. Beautiful lady, could you kindly confirm whether your establishment indeed offers large blue crabs? I mean the wild ones. Indeed, if you don't have any, we shall take our leave. A girl clad in a black work uniform, flesh-toned stockings, and black high heels, her hair tied back in a ponytail, wore an expression of palpable anxiety. Please bear with us a moment. I have contacted a seafood vendor, and they will deliver shortly. Enough. You said the same thing earlier, yet where is the delivery? The 30 or so members of the tour group began to turn away, their desire for large blue crabs unmistakable. The men hesitated, captivated by the beauty of the female manager before them, truly an embodiment of allure. A portly man with a middle parting approached the crowd, a blue crab in hand. Take a look at our large blue crabs. They are absolutely wild. Each weighing half a pound, guaranteed. Our stall is just down the street, at Suihua Seafood. Wang Yuding's face flushed with indignation, since her stall's opening. This rotund man had consistently poached her clientele. The owner of his stall was also a woman, rumored to be married to a local police officer. Wang Yuding understood the man's intentions, yet without stock, she felt powerless. Just then, Wang Fuguwei arrived at last. He swiftly untied the net and placed it on the ground. Goodness, is this a large blue crab? My word, I have never seen one so colossal. The sight of the enormous blue crabs drew the attention of the crowd, all of whom were from out of town and had never encountered such size. Wang Fuguwei beamed with satisfaction. These wild blue crabs were caught by others at sea. The smallest weighs 8 ounces, and the largest exceeds a pound. Furthermore, if you doubt me, feel free to search online for the characteristics of wild blue crabs. Their shells are hard and dark, and their claws and pincers are particularly long. Some patrons began to compare and scrutinize, pointing at the crab held by the portly man. Little chubby brother, your crab seems to have somewhat short pincers. Is it truly wild? With the first hint of skepticism arose a second thought, followed by a third decision. Let us go, let us go. Let us dine at the lovely Lady S establishment. Please, come in, come in. A smile graced Wang Yuding's handsome face, her dimples enchanting. This transaction could potentially earn her a profit of 1,000 yuan solely from the blue crabs. In truth, she ought not to gain so much. But who could blame her when her supplier was her father? Ordinarily, when individual consumers sell seafood to restaurants, the latter would mark up the prices, typically by 20 to 50. For some rare marine products, a markup of 2 to 3 times is not uncommon. Why doesn't the hotel procure directly from the fishermen? Firstly, the quantity is inconsistent. Secondly, the quality is unpredictable. And thirdly, the variety is unreliable. Father, did you not mention the absence of wild blue crabs? Where do they come from? At this point, Wang Fugui produced a cigarette and lit it. Today, I encountered a young man, truly a man of integrity. If Lin Feng were aware that Wang Fugui praised him as a person of integrity, he would likely burst into laughter. In Wang Fugui's eyes, he is indeed a man of integrity. Yet in the eyes of the earnest Lin Shui, this elder brother is certainly not trustworthy. A Shui, come on. Brother will take you to buy something. Lin Feng, in his previous life, was a workaholic, laboring tirelessly yet earning 6,000 to 7,000 a month. To be candid, he found a mere 1,000 yuan quite unimpressive. However, now, clutching 10 red bills, he felt a warmth radiating from his palms. This was the first time since his rebirth that he had earned 1,000 yuan, and it took merely a day. Brother, Lin Shui halted, reluctant to proceed. His brother was not to be trusted. Once he possessed money, he would likely squander it. Yet, their grandmother was on the brink of running out of medication. He had witnessed her on numerous occasions, intending to take 2 pills, but only managing to consume 1. Would he truly squander this money foolishly? Chapter 007. Procuring medicine and food suddenly. Lin Feng had an epiphany. Lin Shui was fearful that he would squander the 1,000 yuan on gambling. He recalled a past incident when his parents had sent him 2,000 yuan, intended for his grandmother's medication and living expenses. However, Lin Feng had secretly appropriated the funds, dining lavishly with his dubious friends at the largest seafood restaurant in town, where he squandered over 800 yuan, only to lose the remainder in 3 rounds of mahjong. During that time, his grandmother's medication was intermittent, and Lin Shui and Lin Hao subsisted on potatoes. Turning to Lin Shui, Lin Feng grasped his hand and said, "A Shui, let us first purchase medicine for grandma at the pharmacy, and then procure some rice and cooking oil from the grocery store. What do you think? Brother, really?" Lin Shui's expression remained stoic, yet his tone noticeably lifted. "Indeed, I would not deceive you." Lin Feng felt a pang of sorrow. The two entered a pharmacy, where they acquired some medications such as olacidum and mecobalamin tablets. Olacidum cost 30 yuan for a box of 24 pills, while mecobalamin tablets were 23 yuan for 20 pills. Naturally, there were cheaper options. Yet he opted for the more expensive ones. He also recalled the doctor mentioning that after a craniotomy, hyperbaric oxygen therapy would be beneficial for improving the cerebral cortex's ischemic and hypoxic state, aiding the recovery of intracranial nerves. Furthermore, it was advisable to replace the missing cranial bone with a titanium mesh. Lin Feng had heard of this technique in his previous life. It essentially referred to the absence of cranial bone in patients post-surgery, leaving only a thin layer of skin. If one were to encounter a sharp object, the consequences would be dire. However, the titanium mesh had only recently emerged and, at its mature stage in his past life, cost around 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. Now, as it was just being promoted, the price was even steeper. As Lin Feng rummaged through his pocket, he suddenly felt disheartened by the 1,000 yuan. He vowed to strive diligently. He purchased a 3-month supply of medication, along with some digestive aids, expectorants, and 2 packs of absorbent pads. When one relaxes, the pain in their body becomes apparent, and only then did Lin Feng realize his upper body was burning with pain, likely from a sunburn. The intense UV rays at the seaside could inflict damage on the skin in just over an hour. Contemplating this, he bought a box of menthol ointment. The total expenditure thus far amounted to over 400 yuan. "A Shui, you carry this." Lin Feng handed the medications to Lin Shui, who promptly took hold of the plastic bag, clutching it tightly as if fearing it would slip from his grasp. Next, Lin Feng led Lin Shui into a grocery store, where they procured a 10-kilogram bag of rice, a 10-liter jug of oil, and various condiments such as soy sauce, vinegar, oyster sauce, and light soy sauce. Adjacent to the grocery store was a vegetable market. There, he purchased some pork ribs, fatty pork, rock sugar, and ginger and garlic for seasoning. As for vegetables, they had an ample supply from their own garden. After a moment's thought, he also bought 2 kilograms of cake, a bag of shikima, and a bag of biscuits. By the time the two brothers exited the market, they were laden with all manner of goods, and with the rice and oil they had previously purchased. They were carrying nearly 30 kilograms. "Brother, I will carry it." Yet, Lin Feng still divided the load into 2 parts. Upon arrival, there was 1 bag of urea, and upon departure, there were 2. Progress indeed. The journey home, though identical to the outbound trek, saw the 2 brothers move with such vigor that they reached the village in less than an hour. "Ah Feng, where have you been?" "This is the pork from the land pig I just slaughtered. Take it home and enjoy." Lin Feng suddenly recalled, wasn't she the widow, Wang Saixia? The one who had chased him for 3 streets? Upon closer inspection, the young widow appeared to be in her 20s, standing approximately 165 meters tall, clad in a pair of washed denim jeans. TSK, quite a figure. Off you go. I bought the meat myself. Keep it for your own enjoyment." Lin Feng was adamant about not wanting a repeat of that previous incident. Last time, it had infuriated his grandmother to the point of suffering a stroke. This time, he would not allow such a matter to trouble her again. In truth, only Lin Feng understood that everyone had misconstrued his intentions. The widow's pursuit was not out of malice, but genuine affection, as he had once stolen a chicken to nourish her ailing husband. "Curse you, Ah Feng. Do you believe you will remain a bachelor for life?" Lin Feng smiled wryly. "Marriage? Who gets married for no reason? Just look at the divorce rates from the previous generation. In the village, those who had abandoned their studies were marrying off in their early 20s. Some even as young as 17 or 18, boarding the boat before securing their certificates. There was even a man in the village who, at 37, had already become a grandfather." As Lin Feng held Lin Xue's hand and approached the door, he caught the mournful gaze of the widow. "What woof? Who's there? Boo-hoo." Before seeing the person, the sound of crying reached them. "Lin Hao, this ailment must be treated." "Little sister, it's me." Lin Hao opened the door and immediately threw herself into Lin Xue's arms. Sensing something amiss, Lin Feng crouched down and patted Lin Hao's shoulder. She recoiled, crying even louder. Just then, Lin Feng felt a sudden nip on his backside and jumped up. "Ah, goodness, it's a large white goose." The creature flapped its enormous wings, raised its head, and opened its beak, charging at Lin Feng once more. This trajectory was perilous. What a fierce beast! Whose pet is this? It is well known that although a large white goose lacks teeth, it possesses a serrated beak capable of snapping branches and grinding food. When it bites, it twists and turns, akin to a crocodile's death roll. "Jiao Jiao no." Lin Hao, with her little legs, dashed forward and wrapped her arms around the goose's neck. The goose appeared defiant, but eventually bent its neck down. "Jiao Jiao. This creature is named Jiao Jiao? How is it delicate?" Lin Feng then recalled that his little sister indeed had 2 companions, a gaunt yellow dog and this very creature. They had spent countless days and nights together. He understood why Jiao Jiao felt threatened. It believed he was bullying Lin Hao. "Little sister, do not fear. Has something happened?" Lin Feng crouched down again, gently coaxing her. "Alas, I find myself in a predicament. Just moments ago, an individual arrived, demanding money. Could it be Lin Wangsheng, that remarkably stout figure? The elder brother from my uncle's family? I truly abhor referring to Lin Wangsheng as elder brother, yet I feared Lin Hao might not recall." Lin Hao, in a state of trepidation, nodded affirmatively. It had indeed been Lin Wangsheng who had come, and he had even struck De Huang and Jiao Jiao. For De Huang had bitten his slipper, while Jiao Jiao appeared to have nipped at his sensitive area. Upon hearing this, Lin Xue, in a fit of indignation, turned to leave. "What are you going to do? Let him hit me." A wave of sorrow washed over Lin Feng. His younger brother had been so thoroughly oppressed that he no longer knew how to resist. In a bid to shield his sister, he endeavored to bear all the pain himself. "Ah Xue, we cannot simply endure the blows. We must learn to fight back. Do you understand?" Lin Xue's expression remained unchanged. A fleeting glimmer of ferocity in his gaze quickly replaced by naive innocence, yet he did not proceed. It seemed he had contemplated this matter, only to abandon the thought. "Little sister, these are treats I purchased for you. Go enjoy them with Ah Xue." Indeed, children are fond of snacks. Upon seeing the cake and shikima, Lin Hao immediately ceased her weeping. "Elder brother, is this for me?" Lin Feng affectionately ruffled Lin Hao's hair, and to his surprise, she did not shy away this time. "You two eat first. When grandfather returns, I shall prepare a meal, and we must also ensure grandmother has a piece of cake." Lin Feng turned to gather some old leaves of greens, chopping them with a flurry before handing them to Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao lifted her small head to gaze at Lin Feng, then began to munch contentedly. If there is food, one ought to eat. Refusing it would be foolish. Yet, it seemed she was a tad unaccustomed to this. I hope the leaves are not poisonous. He had previously jokingly remarked about the iron pot stewing a goose. As the clock struck past 5 in the afternoon, just as Lin Feng began to succumb to drowsiness, a voice, aged and weary, called out, "Ashui, Ashui." The sound was accompanied by the heavy thud of wheels upon the ground. Lin Feng looked up to see a vehicle laden with various glass and plastic bottles, cardboard boxes, and the remnants of a motorcycle. An elderly man, his hair streaked with gray, appeared as though drenched in water, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. His veins stood out prominently, and he leaned forward, exerting every last ounce of his strength. System task initiated. Show your grandfather the changes within you, upon completion. A reward of 1,000 gold coins awaits. Lin Feng seemed oblivious to the system's proclamation, for he had already set forth, making his way to the rear of the vehicle. Chapter 008. Off phone, is that you? Lin Feng stood between Lin Shui and Lin Qishan, both pushing vigorously. The cart was swiftly maneuvered into the yard. Lin Qishan, exhausted, plopped down on the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow. Shui, your strength. Off phone, is that really you? He gazed at Lin Feng in disbelief, as if confronted by a ghost. Glancing up at the sky, he noted that the sun had not risen from the west today. Lin Hao approached, offering a cup of cool boiled water, which Lin Qishan gulped down. His gaze still fixated on Lin Feng. Old man, what are you staring at? Why haven't you sold all this junk? Why bring it back? Lin Feng endeavored to mimic the original owner's tone. He could exhibit considerable change in front of Lin Shui, who would remain tight-lipped, and even more so in front of Lin Hao, given the latter's youth. However, before Lin Qishan, he preferred not to alter too swiftly. The scrap prices at the collection station were poor today. That cardboard box was a dime less than yesterday's price. Perhaps I'll sell it tomorrow. A dime? Lin Feng's face flushed. The entire load of cardboard was likely only about 30 pounds. A 10-cent drop amounted to merely $3. Yet, it was for this trifling sum that the old man trudged back home with the cart, reflecting on the original owner's nonchalance towards $1,000 or $2,000, which he would spend without a second thought. Lin Feng could only muse how fortunate this lad was in his demise. To return for a mere dime? What a waste of time. I'm hungry. Aren't you going to prepare a meal? Ah, I thought perhaps after a night of heavy drinking, you might have come to some realizations. Lin Qishan shot Lin Feng a glare before heading to the kitchen. He had felt a moment of joy, believing that his previously obedient grandson had returned. Ashui, Ashui. Lin Qishan called urgently from the kitchen. Lin Shui rushed in, with Lin Feng closely behind. Please, let nothing go awry. Where did all this meat come from? And these large blue crabs? Lin Qishan stared in astonishment at the ribs on the stove, the 5 large crabs in the basin, and the rice and oil on the floor. Upon seeing Lin Feng, his fatigued eyes sharpened. Off phone. Did you steal this or gamble it away? Old man, you're quite amusing. I neither stole nor gambled. If it wasn't stolen or gambled, then it must have been taken by force? Lin Feng was taken aback. Old man, I went to the beach today. You can ask Ashui if you don't believe me. I'll scrub the crabs for you, since you're such a cleanliness fanatic. Lin Feng picked up a brush and began washing the crabs, leaving Lin Qishan momentarily stunned. After 5 minutes, he learned the full story from Lin Shui. Lin Qishan was utterly confident in Lin Shui's character. This boy, due to his nature, would never lie. Congratulations, Host Pig, for completing the system's assigned task. Reward, 1,000 gold coins. Huh? What did I do to complete the task already? Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback. Originally, grandfather held modest expectations of himself. Any slight change would bring him immense joy. Lin Qishan felt a sense of relief and began to prepare the meal. Confronted with the array of ingredients, he felt a surge of excitement, not out of gluttony, but rather a longing to showcase his culinary skills. Previously, he had been the head chef at a seafood restaurant in town, earning a monthly salary of 2,000 yuan, a handsome sum by local standards just a few years prior. However, he had little saved, as he spent it all on his family, building homes for his 2 sons and marrying them off. Eventually, he trained an apprentice, only to see his own position usurped. After mastering the craft, the apprentice took over as head chef, earning a mere 1,500 yuan a month. The restaurant owner dismissed him without hesitation, disregarding over a decade of his dedicated service. Lin Qishan contemplated seeking employment elsewhere but was deterred by his advancing age and his ailing spouse, who required his presence by her side. Later, when his partner's condition stabilized, Lin Feng's parents went off to work, leaving Lin Qingshan to care for the family, especially with Lin Feng's rebellious nature and Lin Shui's naivety. Soon, the kitchen filled with enticing aromas: steamed crab, lotus root soup with ribs, stir-fried bok choy, and fish-flavored shredded pork, all meticulously arranged by Lin Qingshan. Lin Hao, with his cherubic face, inhaled deeply, salivating at the delightful scents. Woof, woof. De Huang and Jiao Jiao joined in the excitement. Ah Shui, where's your elder brother? Lin Qingshan pondered, growing concerned that Lin Feng had once again found trouble. In the brief time he had been preoccupied, his elder grandson had vanished. He urged the two younger children to start eating while he carried a bowl of soup into the inner room. Upon entering, he was taken aback. Lin Feng was assisting his grandmother, carefully replacing the soiled absorbent pad with a fresh one. His movements were clumsy and laborious, yet Lin Qingshan's eyes brimmed with tears. Could it be that after a drunken escapade, his grandson had undergone a transformation? In Lin Qingshan's memory, this grandson had always possessed a kind heart, but inexplicably, he had changed 3 years prior, which Lin Qingshan attributed to the rebellious phase of adolescence. Could it be that this phase had come to an end? A long-forgotten smile graced Lin Qingshan's face. Lin Feng noticed his grandfather at the doorway and muttered, "I wonder, old lady, can't you manage to turn yourself over? The aroma is so strong I could smell it from outside." Lin Qingshan chuckled softly, realizing the misunderstanding. "All right, hurry and eat. I'll take care of your grandmother." As he attempted to intervene, Lin Feng had already discarded the soiled pad into the trash, saying, "Old man, use the absorbent pad instead. Change it regularly to keep the smell at bay, so it doesn't spoil my appetite." Only then did Lin Qingshan notice the 2 packages of absorbent pads resting beside the bed. The young man continues to drift aimlessly. Yet he senses that the understanding grandson has seemingly emerged from his rebellious adolescence, gradually returning to the fold. "Xiaolian, wake up. It's time for dinner." Chen Xiaolian roused from her slumber. Gazing at the bowl of rib soup in Lin Qingshan's hands, she lifted her left hand and gave a gentle push. Her left brain was impaired, which controls the right side of the body. However, her left hand retained some mobility, albeit with limited dexterity. Lin Qingshan comprehended his partner's intent. "Xiaolian, there's plenty in the kitchen. The children are all here. By the way, can you guess who bought the ribs?" "Ah." The left brain governs the language center, and Chen Xiaolian's speech nerves had yet to recover, leading her to utter only "ah." "It was our eldest grandson, a phone." "Who bought them?" "He went to the beach today." "Ah. Lin Qingshan smiled, aware that his partner was expressing joy in that moment. "Little sister, is it delicious? Don't overeat." Lin Feng's sudden comment caught Lin Hao off guard, causing her to break down. "Whoa, big brother. I won't eat anymore." "What woof?" "Ah." De Huang bared his teeth, and Jiao Jiao lifted her neck. "Why can't we eat?" The bones and the crab shells were simply too fragrant. Lin Hao assumed Lin Feng disapproved of her eating too much, which made her cry even harder. And both De Huang and Jiao Jiao voiced their discontent. Understanding Lin Hao's misunderstanding, Lin Feng clarified, "Little sister, it's not that you can't eat. I'm just worried that if you overeat, you won't digest well tonight and might have a stomach ache. Do you understand? Then can I have another piece of cake?" "Whoa." Seeing Lin Hao on the verge of tears again, Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. "Go ahead, have half a piece." Before long, night fell, and in those times, entertainment was scarce, and short videos were non-existent. The layout of Lin Feng's home was rather simple. Grandparents occupied the west room of the house. The east room was divided into 2 smaller rooms by a curtain. The room near the window was larger, while the other was more modest in size. Each room contained a rickety wooden bed, furnished with bamboo mats, gifts from Lin Feng's maternal grandparents when his parents wed. Lin Shui and Lin Hao squeezed into the smaller room, while Lin Feng resided in the inner room. As for De Huang and Jiao Jiao, they made their abode in the kitchen. "Ah Shui, little sister, I wish to swap rooms with you." "Lin Shui? Lin Hao?" The 2 siblings were utterly astonished. Lin Hao had always longed to dwell in the room with a window, for she could gaze upon the moon at night. Lin Shui had previously broached the topic, but Lin Feng had swiftly reprimanded him, insisting that it was not allowed unless he brought a big white goose in exchange. A big goose stewed in an iron pot. After that, the subject was never mentioned again. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry over." Lin Shui and Lin Hao immediately embraced their blankets and exchanged rooms. Lying on the bed, moonlight streamed in, and Lin Hao blinked her large eyes. "Second brother. This bed is so big, he..." "Second brother, Look, is that the moon? Lin Shui nodded. Though his expression remained unchanged, his heart swelled with happiness. He simply lacks the ability to articulate himself. Brother, today seems to be a bit different, hee. Could it be that after one drink, my brother becomes a better version of himself? Lin Shui resolved to save money to buy alcohol for his brother. Lin Feng, however, was still awake. His upper body still burning with discomfort. He applied the sunburn ointment he had purchased, feeling a significant relief on his skin. He checked his status panel. Host, Lin Feng fortune value, 20 points, fortune level, 0, 3100, gold coins, 1000, unlocked tools, none, with 20 points of fortune value. He owed much of it to Lin Wang's contributions. He also possessed 1000 gold coins. It was time to make a purchase. Lin Feng promptly opened the system store. Tools, multi-pronged rake, price, 1000 gold coins. Iron clamps, price, 1200 gold coins. Fishing rod, price, 5000 gold coins. Equipment, rain boots, price, 2000 gold coins. Sun protection clothing. Price, 5000 gold coins. Backpack, price, 10,000 gold coins. Medicines, band-aids, price, 100 gold coins. Sunscreen, price, 1000 gold coins. Nerve tonic, price, 10,000 gold coins. Upon seeing this system store again, Lin Feng couldn't help but scoff. The prices were exorbitant. In truth, there were many more pages in the system store, but he was too lazy to scroll down. He would only discover some cheaper items when he explored further in the future. After careful consideration, he decided to purchase the multi-pronged rake. The rake was a commonly used tool for beach combing, capable of extracting shells and crabs from the sand and mud, as well as cracking open oysters and sea cucumbers. He clicked to buy, and instantly, 1000 gold coins vanished, while a multi-pronged rake suddenly appeared beside his bed. This rake was about a meter long, with a flat head and 9 prongs. It resembled a miniature version of Zhu Beiji's 9-toothed rake. Lin Feng regretted his purchase. It was no different from the 9.99 yuan rake sold online. Why was it priced so high? He decided to set that aside for now. He would test it out tomorrow while beach combing. Perhaps it would lead to unexpected surprises? Chapter 009, The Impressive Multi-Toothed Rake at the Break of Dawn. Precisely at 5 o'clock, Lin Feng rose from his slumber. In his previous life, he was a diligent worker, accustomed to awakening at this hour to catch the subway. This ingrained biological clock was not easily altered. Ashui. Lin Feng gently tapped his brother's shoulder. Brother, it's so early. Keep your voice down. You'll wake up our little sister. Are we going to the beach? Lin Feng nodded, prompting Lin Shui to spring up with enthusiasm. Rushing to the kitchen to stifle the mouth of their dog, Da-Huang. I haven't made a sound. Why not choke Jiao Jiao instead? Are you out of your mind? Before departing, Lin Feng took a moment to tuck Lin Hao in with a blanket. The two brothers donned their usual attire, a bucket, a fertilizer bag, and 2 fire pokers. This time, however, they also carried a flashlight, a multi-toothed rake, and a shovel. With the tide receding, the last few hours offered a prime opportunity for beach combing, and they were not alone in their venture. As they stepped outside, they encountered several villagers. Am I seeing things? Lin Feng? Is it really you up this early? You two aren't fresh from a heist, are you? Where are the stolen chickens? A phone. I heard you netted a bucket of large crabs yesterday. You must have made several thousand. Where did you find them? The crowd buzzed with chatter, to which Lin Feng pointed to the 2 fire pokers and the 9-toothed rake in their bucket. You fools, don't believe everything you hear. If I had actually caught a bucket of large crabs, would you see me here at this hour? Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd, acknowledging that this was indeed typical of Lin Feng. If he had truly caught that much, he would have been up all night playing mahjong and surely wouldn't be rising so early. A phone? I heard you, and your brother gave Lin Washing a beating? Lin Feng shot a glare. Which idiot is spreading such nonsense? I'll tear his mouth apart. Though I may be a rogue, I'm not foolish. Do you think my brother and I could ever best him? Once again, the crowd nodded in unison, recognizing the logic in his words. Alas, it was merely a rumor. If they had indeed thrashed Lin Wangxing, it would have been a source of great satisfaction for many. Why are you still carrying those broken items? Can't you spare a penny for a sand shovel? Lin Feng chose to ignore the banter, and the brothers hastened forward until they finally reached the beach. Brother. Where to? The beach was teeming with people, and Lin Feng could not help but admire the industriousness of this era. Not a soul was lying idle. He felt a sense of happiness in this time. Although in the near future, living conditions would vastly improve, the pressure of life could easily unravel one's spirit. The root of the issue lay in the imbalance between income and expenditure, A single house could crush one's spirit. Let us move ahead. Today, with 20 points of luck, I believe our bounty will rival yesterday's, especially since I have yet to utilize the multi-toothed rake. The brothers walked forward, one behind the other, soon escaping the throngs and arriving at a secluded spot. As they settled in, they spotted two familiar figures, Li Danan and Li Ernan. They had already drained a puddle and were fishing within it. Ah, it's the Feng Shui brothers. Here to consult the tides? Look at these beautiful yellow croakers. Have you ever seen such specimens? They must weigh around 8 tails. We've caught over 10 of them. Behold, there is indeed a sea wolf, weighing perhaps a dozen jin. The brothers Li Dan and Nin wore expressions of delight and mockery. Lin Feng glanced over and thought, how ridiculous. Yellow croaker is worth at most 30 yuan per jin, totaling merely 300 for 10 jin. The sea wolf fetches no more than a few dozen yuan per jin. Even a dozen jin would amount to just a couple of hundred. What is there to gloat about? Who are they looking down upon? The pike, also known as the sea wolf fish, belongs to the family of perch-like fish. When prepared, the head of the pike is particularly savory. System notification. Task assigned. Destroy the Li brothers' water pipe to curb their arrogance. Complete the task to earn 10 luck points. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. Could this truly be accomplished? He glanced at the water pipe, feeling somewhat conflicted. This pump pipe, designed for coastal fishing, is comparable to professional firefighting hoses, making it difficult to sever with ordinary tools. Perhaps I could try using a multi-toothed rake? Brother, let's go. Lin Shui advanced, observing the brother's smug demeanor. Lin Feng quickly feigned congratulations while discreetly brandishing the rake and thrusting it towards the pipe. He held little hope for success. With a sudden slice, the pipe was astonishingly severed cleanly in two, even more neatly than if cut with a machine. Lin Feng was taken aback. The system truly delivers quality. What a treasure. Upon examining the rake again, he noticed, to his surprise, a regulator at the junction of the rake head and handle, resembling a gear. He pressed the gear down, then repositioned the rake on the water pipe. This time, the rake did not slice through the pipe, appearing somewhat sluggish. By heavens, Lin Feng suddenly felt invigorated. This was indeed an intriguing tool, its sharpness adjustable. Splendid. This is truly a remarkable implement for fishing. Encountering hard coral or obstructions, it could slice through effortlessly. Congratulations to Lin Feng for completing the task of damaging the water pipe, earning 10 luck points. Filled with joy, Lin Feng realized he now possessed 30 luck points. Having accumulated an additional 10 on top of the previous 20, he hastened his pace. The two continued onward for about a quarter of an hour. This stretch of beach bore numerous deep and shallow footprints, clearly having been scavenged countless times. One of the tenets of coastal foraging: avoid areas with an abundance of footprints. Yet Lin Feng halted, seizing the multi-toothed rake and directly began to dig. Brother, this rake? Lin Shui inquired. Recalling how Lin Feng had casually purchased it while he had been carrying meat at the market the previous day, Lin Shui, somewhat dazed, wondered why he hadn't noticed. However, he felt an innate joy as their coastal foraging endeavor was flourishing, now with professional tools. Although he lacked such an implement, Lin Feng handed him a shovel. Brother. A sea conch? Lin Shui exclaimed, holding up an egg-sized shell towards Lin Feng. Look, there's more. He continued, eagerly digging. Ah Shui, splendid work. Yet Lin Feng had no intention of digging for sea conchs. They were notably light and hardly weighed enough to matter, worth merely around 10 yuan per jin. He could hardly believe that today's fortune of 30 points would manifest itself here. He picked up the multi-toothed rake again, adjusting its sharpness to a moderate level, allowing for a swift raking of the ground without severing the marine creatures hidden within the sand. Just imagine, if he were to unearth a treasure and accidentally split it in two with a single rake. Once adjusted, Lin Feng began to rake. Suddenly, it felt as though the rake had struck something. Lin Feng pressed down on the rake and then abruptly lifted it. At first, he spotted a shell, and a wave of disappointment washed over him. He had hoped for something extraordinary. Upon closer inspection, however, something seemed amiss. Goodness! This is Lin Feng's exclamation caught Lin Shui's attention, prompting him to rush over. Brother, it's a giant clam. Lin Feng was well aware of what it was. The giant clam, scientifically known as the Pacific shallow mud clam, also referred to as the elephant trunk clam, is classified as a large scallop. Its name alone suggests its high value. Before his rebirth, Lin Feng had purchased two for 198 yuan per pound, and that was for farmed ones. The Canadian variety of giant clam could fetch up to 500 yuan per pound. In this era, it ought to be worth at least 100 yuan per pound, right? With this thought, Lin Feng became even more invigorated. Goodness, another one. Goodness, Lin Feng exclaimed goodness 10 times in succession as he placed 10 plump giant clams into the water bucket. The smallest weighed around 7 to 8 taels, while the largest must have weighed 1.5 pounds. Brother, what about me? Lin Shui was anxious, for he had been digging through the sand with a large iron shovel, unearthing nothing but sea snails. Where were the giant clams? What on earth was going on? Chapter 10. The abundance of emperor clams. Rather than enjoying alone, it is better to share the joy with others. Lin Feng handed the multi-toothed rake to Lin Shui, saying, Shui, I am weary. Take this. With great enthusiasm, Lin Shui seized the rake and began to dig, exclaiming, Brother, an emperor clam. Brother, another one. Brother, yet another. In a flurry of excitement, Lin Shui called out to his brother more than a dozen times, accumulating several emperor clams into a fertilizer bag, rendering the small bucket insufficient. Brother, a conch. Brother, another conch. Soon after, Lin Feng observed a sudden scarcity of emperor clams, while the conchs appeared to multiply. What could be the reason for this? After a moment of contemplation, he discerned the truth. The tools acquired from the system store possessed certain attributes. Attribute 1. Swiftly locate target seafood and enhance digging speed. One should not underestimate this speed. Tasks that would typically require 2 hours could now be completed in 1 hour, conserving both energy and time. Attribute 2. Once luck is exhausted, it enables the rapid excavation of seafood that already exists. For instance, on this beach, the emperor clams represented the target seafood worth 30 points of luck. Once the luck was depleted, the emperor clams vanished. However, this area inherently contained conchs. While digging with a shovel would be slow, utilizing the multi-toothed rake significantly expedited the process. Brother, they are gone. Lin Feng opened the system panel. Host, Lin Feng. Luck points, 0. Luck level, 0, 4100. Gold, 0. Unlocked tool, multi-toothed rake, with luck points already exhausted. It was likely that the emperor clams had disappeared, and the conchs had been nearly all excavated. Shui, let us depart. The two brothers each carried a bucket and a fertilizer bag, though the surfaces of both contained conchs, with the emperor clams resting at the bottom. By the puddle, Li Danan and Li Ernan had completed their cleanup and sat leisurely by the water, smoking. Danan, judging by your expressions, it seems you have had a fruitful harvest? Well, what a massive wolf fish. Li Danan shot a glare at the young man who spoke, retorting, your Mandarin leaves much to be desired. It is a conch, not a wolf fish. An elderly woman approached. My goodness, is there really such an abundance of yellow croakers in this puddle? Haha, there must be over a dozen. Li Danan and Li Ernan reveled in the praise from the onlookers, their spirits elevated. Hey, I say, it appears your water pipe is broken. Li Danan dismissed it casually. A small hole in the water pipe is normal. I can fix it when I return. No, your water pipe seems to be severed in two. Li Danan scoffed, impossible. Oh no. He abruptly stood, abandoning his cigarette. Which scoundrel has dared to cut my water pipe? How dare they not want me to thrive? Li Ernan pondered. Brother, do you think that little rascal Lin Feng might be responsible? Indeed, it is quite possible that it was him. That wretched scoundrel. You two fools. Who are you cursing? A voice emerged, belonging to Lin Feng. Li Danan and Li Ernan immediately stepped forward, surrounding Lin Feng. Lin Shui rushed over as well but paused. Contemplating. He grabbed a shovel from the bucket, yet hesitated, feeling it inappropriate, and then picked up a rake. Ultimately, he chose a fire stick. Lin Shui positioned himself in front of Lin Feng, declaring, Brother, do not fear. What is it? You severed our water pipe and still wish to strike. His hand trembled slightly as he attempted to lift the fire stick, but failed to do so. Lin Feng smirked, realizing that this young lad had finally grasped the concept of wielding a weapon, though he lacked the courage to retaliate. No rush. Progress is indeed a good thing. Shui, it's all right, come to my side. Lin Feng stepped forward, surveying the surroundings, glaring fiercely. When Shui and I left this morning, everyone saw us, right? At that moment, we all remarked how we were merely armed with these useless items to go to the sea. Let us see if these trifles can indeed sever your water pipe. The crowd leaned in to look. Indeed, the bucket contained only a rake, which could not possibly slice through the water pipe smoothly. The two fire sticks were even less capable. The large shovel, while able to cut the pipe, required considerable strength. Silence enveloped the crowd, but Lin Feng had his methods to handle them. Everyone, do not remain silent. We cannot lie before Mazu. That is the ultimate principle of our humanity. Whoever lies shall not receive Mazu's blessings, and what good is going to the sea then? How dare you invoke Mazu? Those living by the sea may not believe in the Jade Emperor or Guanyin, but they must hold faith in Mazu. However, has Mazu ever uttered a second statement? Despicable. Vulgar. I encountered off phone this morning. Indeed, their bucket contained only these few items, nothing more. I too witnessed it. These items surely cannot slice the pipe so smoothly. I am not targeting anyone. I simply cannot lie before Mazu. They genuinely lack the capability. Li Danan and Li Ernan's expressions faltered. They knew precisely what was in Lin Feng's bucket. Just moments ago, they had stolen a glance at its contents. And what of the large shovel you brought? How do you explain that? Lin Feng chuckled. Are you all fools? If I swung the shovel at your water pipe, would you not hear the commotion? Are you deaf-mutes? Or perhaps mentally impaired? Laughter erupted from those around. You. Li Danan and Li Ernan's chest heaved violently, yet they struggled to articulate a retort, even finding no excuse to bicker with one another. Suddenly, Li Ernan had a flash of inspiration. Did you just call me a fool? You're the one who insults. Haha, finally found an excuse. Let us see how you respond. You can call me a fool too. Li Ernan replied. Lin Feng, you great fool. No, you are the great fool, Li Ernan. You are the fool. You are the fool. I am the fool. I am the fool. Li Ernan exclaimed. What the heck? This is getting ridiculous. Amidst peals of laughter from those around, the two engaged in a heated exchange of insults for a full 5 minutes, only ceasing when the spectators lost interest. It was evident that mingling with Lin Feng was utterly futile, and Li Danan conceived a plan. What are you so arrogant about? You merely possess a silver tongue. All you've done is collect a few cocks. How embarrassing. Lin Shui, feeling indignant, charged forward and exclaimed, wrong. There is also the Emperor Clam. The mention of the Emperor Clam piqued the curiosity of the onlookers. Where is it? Lin Feng's lips curled into a smirk. Observing that his brother seemed to have developed a flicker of defiance, albeit only verbally. He could not strike his brother, so he needed to escalate the situation. Moreover, whatever transpired on the beach, even if he divulged it, no one would believe him. It was akin to when he claimed yesterday to have harvested an entire bucket of large blue crabs. No one took him seriously. Shui, move the conch aside and let everyone have a look. Lin Shui promptly pushed aside the conch resting atop the bucket, lifting a hefty emperor clam weighing at least 1.5 pounds, and tossed it onto the ground. Oh my, that emperor clam is quite substantial. Both Li Danan and Li Ernan were taken aback. Is the bucket filled with these things? And what about the bag? Lin Shui, hands on hips, retorted, you fools. It's all of them. Laughter erupted from Lin Feng, unable to contain himself. A Shui was simply too endearing. Had he already begun to relish the thrill of calling others foolish? A Shui, let us return home. The two brothers, one carrying a bucket and the other a bag, swiftly departed the beach under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Lin Feng was certain they would continue to discuss him for another half hour. Let them be. Chapter 011. Fate bestows 3,100 yuan upon us. The journey commenced at the break of dawn, around 5 in the morning, and upon their return. It was merely a little past 6. The same scene unfolded once more, as the two brothers strolled past the lychee pavilion. A group of men, both young and old, gathered around them. Alphonse, what's in the bag? They inquired. It's filled with enormous emperor clams. Laughter erupted as they dismissed the claim, convinced that the brothers were lost in a daydream. Upon arriving home, De Huang was about to call out when Lin Feng swiftly covered his mouth. Perhaps due to the excitement from the previous night, Lin Hao was still blissfully asleep, his expression seemingly transformed since yesterday, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Is this the allure of moon-gazing? Jiao Jiao had vanished, rumored to be in a state of distress, as she had ceased laying eggs. A far cry from her previous routine of every couple of days. Ah Shui, keep 2 of the larger emperor clams aside. Toss the rest into the bag and place it on the cart. Lin Shui paused, perplexed. What do we need to put it on the cart for? We're helping Grandpa sell these scraps. It must be a hassle for him to haul them to town. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Lin Shui's eyes. Brother, what about the conch? Leave the conch. I'll cook it for you later, Lin Feng replied. Unexpectedly, Lin Shui shook his head. No, brother. Let us take it with us. A thought crossed Lin Feng's mind. All right, let us take it. But is it all right if we set aside 2? I intend to prepare a conch soup for my little sister. This time, Lin Shui offered no objections and promptly began to work. The two brothers quietly set off, pushing their cart. Not half an hour later, Lin Qingshan awoke. He was accustomed to rising early, but the joy from the previous evening had led him to linger in conversation with his elderly companion, resulting in a late start. He hurried to the kitchen, intending to use the leftover pork rib soup to prepare noodles for the children. However, as he passed through the courtyard, he suddenly halted. Oh no, where is my card? Could there have been a thief in the house? Entering the room, he found no sign of Lin Feng or Lin Shui, though Lin Hao remained deep in slumber. De Huang attempted to shift positions to continue resting, but was silenced by Lin Qingshan's hand over his mouth. You truly are a family, Lin Qingshan exclaimed, pushing the door open to glance into the distance. These two rascals, have they sold my card? I worry Lin Feng might lead Lin Shui astray. Xiaozhou encounter at a seafood stall on the top floor. A young girl lay on a tatami bed, rising to stretch through the pink translucent curtains. Her flawless figure was illuminated. Sitting upright, she glanced at her flip phone, noting the time. It was already past 7. She began to change her clothes in preparation for work. Opening her wardrobe, she selected a pair of stockings. It was Saturday, a fitting occasion for black, which would enhance her professional and industrious demeanor. Oh dear, I've gained some weight. It's time to buy new clothes, she mused, slipping on a pair of white sneakers before briskly descending the stairs. Sister Ting, have you risen? Shall we proceed to procure goods now? Xiaoya, you have arrived quite early. Let us depart. The girl speaking is Kai Wenya, the cousin of Wang Yuding, who is currently in her 3rd year at a technical college and is engaged in an internship. Her internship primarily consists of assembling screws at a factory, but she has chosen to assist her cousin at the store, assuming the role of purchasing manager. Although Wang Fugui owns a seafood shop, the variety is not extensive, and she would refuse to accept goods of inferior quality, even if they came from her father. She places immense importance on the quality of seafood. Securing high-quality seafood would undoubtedly captivate customers' attention and enhance the influence of the food stall. Those who come to this area for leisure undoubtedly wish to savor exceptional seafood. The two women descended the stairs and ordered 2 servings of fried rice noodles by the roadside. After finishing their breakfast, they set off on an electric tricycle. Wang Yuding also yearned to acquire a small truck for purchasing goods. However, as this venture is in its infancy, frugality is essential. The two rode swiftly on the electric tricycle, navigating the less-than-ideal road conditions, their bodies bouncing with the unevenness. The men on the street could not help but pause, their eyes following the rhythmic motion, nearly bulging from their sockets. At Lao Wang's seafood shop, when Lin Feng poured a bag of emperor clams into a basin, Wang Fugui was left astonished. This. Lin Feng chuckled. Uncle Wang, look here, I've already sorted them for you. This pile is between 6 taels and 1 jin, while the other exceeds 1 jin. Please quote your price. Wang Fugui cast an appreciative glance, thinking to himself that this young man is quite impressive. He had merely mentioned seafood classification in passing last time, yet he had retained it in his mind. The same type of seafood varies in size, and thus, the pricing differs accordingly. By sorting them properly, it not only simplifies the process but also creates a more visually striking impression. The sight of the larger emperor clams grouped together left Wang Fugui profoundly impressed. Young man, I was in a rush last time and did not catch your name. Wang Fugui expressed, eager to forge a friendship with Lin Feng, who consistently surprises him with his honesty. Uncle Wang, I am Lin Feng from Dongyu Village. You may call me a Feng. A Feng? Did your brothers also gather these emperor clams? Wang Fugui inquired. Lin Feng and Lin Shui both nodded in affirmation. After 2 encounters, Wang Fugui seemed to discern something. Lin Feng appeared straightforward and unlikely to lie, while Lin Shui seemed somewhat simple-minded. Let us not dwell on that. Both brothers are genuine individuals. Let us weigh the goods. Wang Fugui decisively insisted on weighing them, primarily concerned that Lin Feng might abscond. Very well. The 6 taels to 1 jin total 17 jin and 3 taels. I will charge you 80 yuan per jin, which amounts to 1,384 yuan. For the clams exceeding 1 jin, they total 16 jin and a half, priced at 100 yuan per jin, totaling 1,650 yuan. The grand total is 3,034 yuan. As fate would have it, I will offer you 3,100 yuan. What do you say, a Feng? Lin Feng chuckled and said with great ease, Uncle Wang, don't always let me take advantage of you. A balanced exchange is essential for a long-term partnership. Just give me 3,000 yuan. Ah Feng, you are indeed straightforward, both in your demeanor and in your dealings. I shall not hold back. Lin Feng smiled again. Uncle Wang, could you take another look at these conch shells and offer a price? Conch shells, you say? Wang Fugui's demeanor was notably subdued this time, his tone rather flat. These are quite common, lacking in profit. Uncle, they are sea conchs. Lin Shui expressed a hint of urgency, emphasizing the word sea with unusual intensity. Having been in business for many years, Wang Fugui was particularly perceptive. How could he not notice? I didn't pay attention before. These conch shells are indeed quite substantial. Very well, I shall take them. Let us weigh them. Shouldn't you thank Uncle Wang? Lin Feng understood that Wang Fuguwei was extending a favor. It is truly rare to encounter a touch of humanity in business. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Though Lin Shui maintained a stoic expression, his tone clearly conveyed a heightened sense of enthusiasm. We have a total of 5 jin, priced at 10 yuan per jin, which comes to exactly 50 yuan. Wang Fuguwei began counting the money and then handed it to Lin Feng. After Lin Feng counted it again to ensure accuracy, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, Lin Feng caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance, which stood out remarkably in the heavily scented seafood shop. Instinctively, he turned his head to look. At that moment, he found himself momentarily disoriented, both in mind and sight. Chapter 012. Women, long hair, short insight. The morning sun shines gently and warmly. A playful breeze dances through the streets. Under the sunlight, 2 young maidens stand. Wang Yuding, with her ponytail high and proud, seems to embody dreams and aspirations. Her beautiful eyes sparkle with intelligence, and her fair, smooth skin radiates charm. Her slightly plump yet well-proportioned long legs, coupled with a faint smile on her face, evoke an overwhelming sense of comfort and joy. Kai Wenya, with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, sways gracefully with the breeze, her youthful, oval face adorned in a light yellow dress. 2 beauties, 2 distinct styles. Lin Feng gazes at them in a daze. Even in his previous life, he had never encountered such exquisite girls. The grotesque figures seen in short videos, their machine-sewn appearances and beauty-enhancing effects, have further distorted the appreciation of beauty, overshadowing the most primal and pure form of it. Lin Shui, a spirited young man, felt a flush on his dark complexion as he swallowed hard. Kai Wenyao was the first to speak. Uncle Wang, good morning. Have you had breakfast? Is that Tingting and Xiaya? I've already eaten. Tingting? Xiaya? Lin Feng quietly noted their names. At that moment, the 2 beauties finally noticed the emperor clams in the basin, their excitement palpable. This is. They covered their mouths, astonished. Lin Shui felt a surge of happiness, for these clams were a bounty from his and his brother's morning harvest. Yet he hesitated to strike up a conversation with the beauties. Lin Feng interjected, "These are emperor clams." Wang Yuding and Kai Wenya then turned their attention to him. Tall and slender, he stood at an estimated height of 183 meters, a rarity among local boys. In this southern region, where the seasons do change, a height of over 175 meters is considered tall. Though his skin bore a hint of darkness, it was evident he had been sun-kissed from beachcombing. His attire, though somewhat worn, was clean, albeit marred slightly by his unruly yellow hair. Nevertheless, they noticed Lin Shui's distinctiveness and did not dwell on his appearance. Uncle Wang, where did you get such large emperor clams? Our hotel is looking to procure a batch of high-quality goods. Wang Fuguwei gestured towards Lin Feng, who quickly pieced together the situation. He eagerly assisted Wang Fuguwei in lifting the clams. To be candid, this batch was harvested by us early this morning, all wild. Wang Fuguwei chimed in. Indeed, I've inspected them. They're all wild, quite sizable. The neck meat is perfect for sashimi, while the chest meat is excellent for soups. Lin Feng, having familiarized himself with the benefits of emperor clams in his previous life, added, these clams are known for their diuretic and anti-inflammatory properties, promoting beauty and weight loss, reducing fat and lowering blood pressure, while boosting immunity. There are numerous benefits. In truth, he withheld several advantages. They are a great tonic. He had purchased emperor clams in his past life for this very reason. Very well, we will take all of these emperor clams for our food stall. Lin Feng exhaled in relief, grateful that his efforts had not been in vain, and indeed, they were willing to make a purchase. Unbeknownst to him, the exquisite emperor clams of such quality are not only purchased by numerous upscale hotels, but are also fiercely sought after. Uncle Wang, how much do these cost? As the procurement manager for the street food stall, Kai Wenya made an immediate decision. Although Wang Fuguwei is Wang Yuding's father, she had previously stated that her father should not profit, but he must be compensated for his investment. You all can take these and soak them in seawater in the refrigerator, maintaining a temperature of around 34 degrees. They can live for a year without issue. Wang Fuguwei rubbed his hands together, and Lin Feng understood that he was about to begin quoting prices, realizing it was time for him to step away. Uncle Wang, you all discuss. My brother and I will take our leave. Wang Fuguwei nodded, and it must be said, this young man possesses remarkable insight, truly an honest individual. However, Lin Feng did not stray far. He positioned himself beside the shop, eavesdropping intently. He too wished to discover the hotel's purchasing price for in the future. Should he come across exceptional goods, he could directly collaborate with the hotels. Xia, this totals over 30 pounds. You should pay 3,000 yuan. 3,000 yuan? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, feeling a surge of emotion within. This, Uncle Wang is truly like family. Could it be that he recognized the hardships faced by the two brothers and was thus willing to buy at such a high price? And then to sell without any profit? There are indeed many kind-hearted people in this world. Shui, remember, Uncle Wang will be our kin from now on, understand? Brother. I understand. As they spoke, Wang Yuding and Kai Wenya emerged, prompting Lin Feng to quickly pull Lin Shui aside. The two struggled a bit with the heavy emperor clams, and Lin Shui rushed to help. Let me assist you. He took a bag in each hand, a relaxed smile illuminating his face, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. Lin Shui was utterly perplexed. When did his elder brother become so strong? Wasn't he rather weak? Thank you. Wang Yuding smiled warmly at Lin Feng. He was jolted to attention. That voice, a blend of authority and softness, possessed a delightful sweetness. How enchanting this little enchantress was. Wang Fuguwei followed them out and, noticing Lin Feng had not departed, inquired, Ah Feng, why are you still here? Elder brother, speak. Observing Lin Feng's dazed expression, even Lin Shui, who shared a similar look, found it hard to bear. Wang Yuding exhibited no discomfort, for there were far too many such insufferable men, some of whom had even collided with lampposts just to steal a glance at her. Oh, Lin Feng finally regained his composure, having perceived hints from Wang Yuding's expression. How could someone like her be interested in him? Given the circumstances, she was likely a prominent hotel owner or perhaps the wife of one. And he was merely a penniless drifter. The chasm between them was indeed vast. With this thought, Lin Feng released his concerns. Uncle Wang, the situation is as follows. My grandfather has acquired a truckload of scrap, and we happen to bring it here today to inquire about where we might sell such material nearby. Wang Fuguwei then noticed a cart parked at the entrance of the store. Ah Feng, you two young ones are truly commendable. You understand how to alleviate the worries of the elderly. Wang Yuding and Kai Wenya exchanged glances. In this day and age, one cannot help but ponder. How many young people possess lofty aspirations, yet lack practical skills? How many are willing to humble themselves and assist with a cart laden with refuse? They all felt a sense of loss and dignity. Wang Fuguwei directed Lin Feng on the route, and Lin Feng, along with Lin Shui, began to pull the cart. Lin Feng also relinquished his unrealistic fantasies, even though he was aware that Wang Yuding was indeed quite beautiful. As he was lost in thought, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. System issued a random task. Teach Lin Shui to lie. Upon completion, receive 30 points of fortune value. To his surprise, 30 points of fortune value? Lin Feng felt a rush of excitement, but as he gazed at the innocent Lin Shui, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed. Teaching this lad to lie? It seemed quite a challenge. Chapter 013. Brother, a lie? Is not right. The two of them sold all the scrap collected from the roadside, totaling 59 yuan and 50 cents. Lin Feng held the few coins given to him by the owner of the recycling station, feeling an overwhelming weight in his hand. His grandfather was 63 this year, yet appeared to be 73. All for less than 60 yuan from scrap, he traversed the streets, collecting bottles and scavenging for refuse. But how much could he possibly earn from those 60 yuan? 10 yuan? Or perhaps 20? Lin Feng reflected on himself. No, on the original owner, truly lacking in conscience. From now on, I shall take charge of everything. Ah Shui, come, I'll treat you to beef noodles. Lin Shui was exceedingly thin. His skin darkened from long periods without proper nourishment. Naturally, he wished to indulge in beef noodles, to the point where his mouth nearly watered at the thought. Yet internally he resisted. Although he had never tasted beef noodles before, he had heard that a bowl cost 7 yuan, quite expensive. Lin Feng grasped the cart and moved forward, prompting Lin Shui to follow reluctantly. Boss, 2 bowls of beef noodles, please. How much for a bowl? 7 yuan for 1 bowl, 15 for 2. Very well. 2 bowls it is, Lin Shui thought. Something feels amiss. Lin Feng promptly paid, and Lin Shui had no choice but to sit down. When the beef noodles arrived, the portion was generous, the amount of beef likely equivalent to a year's supply for a certain instant noodle brand. Lin Feng couldn't help but marvel at the present age. If it were in his past life, the cheapest bowl of beef noodles would have cost 14 yuan. With the beef so scant, it was but a few translucent slices. Ah Shui? Eat. Brother, you eat. Lin Shui's eyes sparkled at the sight of the beef, and he inhaled the savory aroma of the noodles, yet he restrained himself, instead picking up a few slices of beef and placing them in Lin Feng's bowl. Boss, bring us an additional 20 yuan worth of beef. The owner brought over a large chunk of beef. Shui, let me ask you, do you wish to protect Grandpa, Grandma, and little sister? Shui nodded vigorously. But we are too weak to protect them. We must become stronger. Therefore, we need to eat more meat. Do you understand? Shui seemed to comprehend, beginning to devour the beef and noodles with great enthusiasm. Lin Feng finally smiled. This was the effect he desired. They must grow stronger. Starting tomorrow, they would not only eat and sleep well, but also utilize every moment to train their bodies. For health is the foundation. Shui, when we return, if Grandpa asks how much we made from the scrap, you should say 80 yuan. Understood? Brother, lying is not right. Lin Feng shot Lin Shui an exasperated glance, continuing to eat while his gaze unconsciously drifted outside. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. Across the street was a lottery shop. A thought flickered in his mind, and his expression brightened with excitement. In his past life, he had also dreamed of wealth, having thoroughly studied the history of the lottery. Since its establishment in 2003, he had analyzed the trends of each year's draws. He distinctly recalls that in 2007, the lottery introduced a new draw time. Shortly after this change, on June 3rd, someone won a staggering 11 million, setting a record for the highest single ticket prize in lottery history. June 3rd, which is tomorrow, implies that purchasing a ticket today could indeed be fortuitous. The thought sent a surge of excitement through Lin Feng. Perhaps he was destined for a monumental win. Rebirth certainly brings its advantages. He hastened his pace while eating noodles, but moments later, he slowed down again. He pondered that if he were to buy the same numbers from that year, not only would he likely not win, but he could inadvertently prevent someone else from hitting the jackpot. Such matters are indeed capricious. He recalled a man who spent 100,000 yuan purchasing 50,000 lottery tickets in 4 minutes and ended up winning 220 million, all without having to pay taxes. Wasn't he that absurd? He decided to abandon such unrealistic notions, lest the lottery officials come after him. After finishing their meal, Lin Feng packed up 20 yuan worth of beef and headed straight to the town's clothing store. Bro, what are you doing? Buying clothes for you. Buying clothes? From Lin Feng's vantage point, he couldn't see the subtle smile creeping onto Lin Shui's lips as she quickened her pace, evidently delighted. Upon entering a clothing store, Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings, appearing to others as someone who had never seen the world. In truth, he was lamenting the abysmal fashion of this era. Although a certain online marketplace had been established in 2003, it only gained popularity in 2008, and in 2007, many were still unaccustomed to shopping for clothes online. To his astonishment, Lin Feng encountered a melodramatic scene reminiscent of a novel. Are you? Lin Feng approached a girl resembling a mini tank, standing at 166 meters and weighing 160 pounds, her looks being above average. Another store clerk sauntered over, munching on sunflower seeds while eyeing Lin Feng. Xiaowan, who is this? My high school classmate. He used to be quite handsome, but look at him now. I can't believe I once pursued him. Zhang Xiaowan pulled out a handful of seeds and began munching, entirely dismissing Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt no anger. Her words held truth. She had indeed pursued him, but he had turned her down, leaving her disheartened for several days. Until one day, he gifted her a rose-duck Xiaowan. I think that gray dress is quite nice. How much is it? Zhang Xiaowan, momentarily pausing her snacking, looked at him in astonishment. No way. You're not buying clothes for your sister, are you? Yes, I noticed my sister's gray dress is getting a bit small. Have you lost your mind? Or are you planning to dress your sister up to sell her off? Have you suddenly grown a conscience? Zhang Xiaowan chattered incessantly, her feet never faltering as she deftly snagged the dress from the rack. Bro, white. What? Lin Feng was perplexed. Could it be that his sister preferred white dresses? That seemed implausible. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead in realization. He suddenly recalled that his sister seemed to possess only that one white dress, which she wore repeatedly until it had turned gray. How much was that white dress? 20 yuan. Another waitress widened her eyes, and Zhang Xiaojun gestured for her to remain silent. Lin Feng felt that merely purchasing one dress was insufficient, so he also acquired a pair of loose-fitting jeans. How much for these jeans? 20 yuan as well. I shall take them. Lin Feng felt a pang of sorrow. His sister had, over the years, transformed a simple 20 yuan white dress into a shade of gray. Their grandfather had previously taken her to the town to buy clothes. But little Lin Hao had cried upon entering the shop, protesting that she did not want anything, and if their grandfather insisted on making a purchase, she would throw a tantrum. It turned out that he was less sensible than his younger sister. Xiaojun, please select an outfit for a Shui as well. No, brother. Zhang Xiaojun swiftly began to choose. Try it on. No, I won't change. Chapter 014. Lin Shui deceived very well, then I shall not make a purchase. I shall forego these 2 dresses. Lin Feng placed the garments upon the counter and turned to depart. Brother, I shall buy them. Lin Feng let out a smug hum. Thinking to himself, can I handle you? Selecting a t-shirt and a pair of jeans, Lin Shui donned them beautifully. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. Indeed. One's attire can transform one's presence. Was this truly the same naive Lin Shui? Before him stood a handsome young man with a radiant complexion. Xiaowan. How much for this ensemble? 50. Brother, that is too expensive. Lin Shui promptly changed back into her previous attire. Without a second thought, Lin Feng paid the 90 yuan and took Lin Shui away. Xiaowan, your classmate has chosen garments of high quality. These 2 outfits must be worth at least 150. Not to worry, I shall cover the remaining 60. Zhang Xiaowan believed that Lin Feng had finally shown himself to be a decent person and being aware of his family's circumstances. She felt compelled to lend her support, if only to honor their shared past. Just as Lin Feng stepped outside, he paused. One must admit, clothing in this era is remarkably affordable and of commendable quality. He returned, addressing Zhang Xiaowan. Xiaowan, upon further reflection, I believe it is essential to support an old friend's business. I would like another set of each garment. Here, this is 90 yuan. Zhang Xiaowan exclaimed. Are you a devil? With a cheerful demeanor, Lin Feng exited, carrying a bundle of clothes. A Shui, why do you linger? Lin Shui extended her hand. Brother, the money. Lin Feng appeared momentarily perplexed. Money? During his first venture to the sea, he expended 10 points of luck and earned 1,000 yuan, leaving him with 500 after expenses. On his second excursion, he spent 30 points, earning 3,050, and after covering food and clothing, he retained 2,800. Lin Feng began to grasp the monetary value of his luck points. 1 point equates to approximately 100 yuan. Thus, he currently possessed 3,300 yuan, and this lad was already eager to divide the spoils. A Shui, I cannot give you the money just yet. I must reserve it for your future bride. Moreover, he had yet to mention that he intended to save for purchasing some mental nourishment from the system's marketplace, hoping to remedy both his brother and grandmother's ailments. Additionally, the titanium mesh required to replace the section of skull removed during his grandmother's surgery necessitated funds. Brother, give me the money. Lin Feng sighed, realizing this lad had become entranced by the allure of wealth. He extracted a red bill from his pocket. Here, I'll give you 100 now, but do not squander it. Before Lin Feng could finish his sentence, Lin Shui dashed across the street. Slow down. Don't fall. Lin Feng hurried closely behind, anxious that Lin Shui might stray. Unexpectedly, the boy entered a tobacco shop. What on earth does he intend to buy? Is he purchasing liquor for grandfather? Grandfather used to drink, but ever since grandmother fell ill, he had given it up, fearing it would distract him from caring for her in the evenings. Before long, Lin Shui emerged, carrying a plastic bag. Inside the bag were 2 bottles of erguo and 2 packets of peanuts. Brother, this is for you. Lin Shui presented the plastic bag to Lin Feng, along with 78 yuan. Is this for me to buy? Lin Shui nodded. Why did you think of buying me alcohol? Lin Shui became visibly anxious, fidgeting with the hem of his clothing. His eyes filled with an overwhelming sense of worry. Brother, if you drink it, 1 tea. Revert back. Lin Feng's eyes glistened with moisture. This was the longest sentence he had heard Lin Shui utter since his rebirth, and he instantly grasped its meaning. This foolish boy must have noticed the changes in him, perhaps naively believing it was precisely that night when he got drunk that caused the transformation. Hence, he feared that he might revert to the despicable person he once was. It turned out that the so-called division of money was merely an excuse to buy himself some alcohol. Lin Feng affectionately ruffled Lin Shui's hair, a smile of indulgence gracing his face. All right, I shall drink this tonight. Brother, just a little tipsy. Lin Feng grinned broadly. This boy even knew the term tipsy? The 2 brothers continued their outing, purchasing a brand new straw hat for their grandfather, some snacks for Lin Hao, and a carton of milk. They packed some steamed buns and fried dough sticks from a breakfast shop, bought half a chicken at the market, and spent 5 yuan on a heap of fish entrails. Only then did the brothers make their way home. By the time they returned, it was just past 9 in the morning. Upon arriving at the doorstep, the rich aroma of sweet potato porridge wafted through the air. Although they had already eaten, the journey had rekindled their hunger. Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim how wonderful youth was. One could eat heartily and yet become hungry swiftly. Old man, what are you cooking? Lin Feng maintained his carefree demeanor. Look, I found a tattered straw hat on the way. Lin Qingshan looked up. Buying useless things again. Have you become extravagant with a bit of money these past few days? Though he spoke thusly, he still took the straw hat in hand, examining it closely. By the way, where's my cart? You didn't sell it and buy me this hat, did you? Who would want that rickety cart of yours? It's in the yard. Lin Qingshan hurried out of the kitchen, only to find the yard empty where the cart should have been. His expression soured. Wait, where's the scrap I collected? Gripping the firewood stick tightly, he could no longer suppress his urge to reprimand Lin Feng. Lin Feng, sensing the impending storm, dared not jest further for fear of aggravating the old man. Calm down. I and Ashui helped you sell the scrap. Here's the money. Lin Qingshan took the money from Lin Feng, counting it with a puzzled expression. 80 yuan? You sold a whole cart of scraps for 80 yuan? The price of cardboard has gone up. You have no idea how heavy that cart of scraps was. He couldn't quite believe it and looked up at Lin Shui, who was lost in thought. Suddenly realizing Lin Qingshan's gaze was upon him, he hurriedly exclaimed, Grandpa, I'm going to wash my hands. Lin Shui turned and walked towards the pond, with Lin Qingshan following closely behind. Ashui, pray tell, how did this money come about? Selling a cart full of junk for 80? Lin Shui's face flushed a deep crimson, though it was somewhat concealed by his darker complexion. Lin Feng also glanced at Lin Shui, giving him an emphatic nod. Suddenly, Lin Qingshan turned around, only to find Lin Feng hunched over, fiddling with a branch in his hand. Grandfather, it's 80. Lin Feng sprang up, giving Lin Shui a thumbs up. Lin Qingshan whirled around again, noticing that Lin Feng was still squatting on the ground. Had Lin Qingshan been more observant, he would have realized that the branch in Lin Feng's hand had vanished. And he was panting heavily. Did it really sell for 80? It seems prices have indeed risen. Lin Qingshan chuckled joyfully, the wrinkles on his face shimmering with delight. Lin Shui felt a stir within him, as if he were savoring the thrill of deceit. Some people wield harsh words, mercilessly exposing the wounds of others, while others tell kind-hearted lies, allowing people to taste a hint of sweetness amidst the trials of life. Perhaps this is the benevolence of deception. Lin Shui seemed to grasp something, yet remained somewhat bewildered, but he found a peculiar pleasure in this act of lying. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of teaching Lin Shui to lie, earning 30 points of fortune value. Lin Feng reveled in quiet joy, both for the fortune points gained and for Lin Shui's apparent glimpse into a different way of living. Just as Lin Qingshan was about to turn away, he suddenly spotted something in the pond, an elephant, a clam, and more. What is this? He thought he must be imagining things, for such large creatures were indeed rare to behold. Upon hearing Lin Qingshan's exclamation, Lin Shui immediately perked up. Oh no, this kid is at it again with his wild tales. Lin Feng dashed towards Lin Shui with great speed. Chapter 15. Lin Hao exclaimed, Wow, how beautiful. Grandpa, this is an emperor clam. Lin Qingshan had already picked one up, a broad smile illuminating his face. After inspecting it 3 times, he cautiously returned it to the water. It's still alive. These two can fetch at least 200 yuan. We should sell them quickly. Lin Feng smirked mischievously. Old man, what if these emperor clams die? They won't be worth much then. However, as long as they remain moist or are kept in seawater, they can survive for a year or 2. Yet, Lin Feng had already turned on the tap. What are you doing, you little rascal? Lin Qingshan exclaimed. Once emperor clams come into contact with fresh water, they can easily perish. Wow, what's this? Unbeknownst to them, Lin Hao had approached the pool, rubbing her eyes and gazing in wonder at the 2 clams. Little sister, these are emperor clams. Lin Shui suddenly lifted one in front of Lin Hao, causing her to cry out in fright. Lin Feng raised his leg and kicked, sending Lin Shui tumbling onto the ground. De Huang had positioned himself in front of Lin Hao, baring his teeth at Lin Feng. Lin Feng retorted, What's this about? I didn't tease scare Lin Hao. So why are you showing your teeth at me? Silly dog. De Huang, if you want a bone later, then go lie down. Bone? De Huang seemed to comprehend, drooling as he turned to leave. Little sister, these are emperor clams. Don't be afraid. Lin Feng crouched down, his expression softening. Lin Hao suddenly shrank back, her voice trembling. Big brother, I understand. Little sister, doesn't it look just like an elephant's trunk? Lin Feng asked, as Lin Hao nervously grasped the hem of her clothing and nodded. Then, would you like to keep them? But this old man won't allow it. Despite her young age, Lin Hao was quite clever. She immediately dashed into Lin Qingshan's embrace, pleading, Grandpa, 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 can I play with them for a while before we sell them? Lin Qingshan, taken aback by her repeated calls, threw up his hands in surrender. All right, all right. Keep them then. Lin Hao leaped with joy, glancing back at Lin Feng, her eyes still reflecting a hint of fear but also a shyness. Little sister. Look at what I have. Lin Feng dramatically produced 2 bags from behind the table. Instinctively, Lin Hao recoiled, only to see him pull out a white dress from one of the bags. Big brother. I don't want a dress. Woo woo. Lin Hao's cries grew louder and more intense. Lin Feng was taken aback by her extreme reaction, and memories flooded his mind. She had previously mentioned wanting to buy a dress, and he had jokingly suggested that they could buy it, have her wear it, and then sell her. It seemed that little Lin Hao had taken this to heart, believing that he intended to sell her after gifting her a new dress. Suppressing his tears, Lin Feng gently reassured her, little sister, selling children is against the law. Do you understand? If I were to sell you, the police would take me away. I was merely playing tricks on the children. Police? Uncle? Lin Hao understood that the police uncles were all good people. While wiping her tears, she turned to Lin Qingshan and asked, Grandpa, is what Big Brother said true? Of course it is. Quickly put on the dress for Grandpa to see. Lin Qingshan's eyes brimmed with affection. He had not anticipated that Lin Feng would actually buy new clothes for Lin Hao. With her grandfather's assurance, Lin Hao finally felt at ease, slowly taking the dress with her tiny hands, her eyes sparkling with delight. Wow, it's so beautiful. Lin Feng then picked up another bag and handed it over, and here's a pair of pants. Lin Hao glanced at Lin Qingshan, who nodded slightly. She took a small step, trembling as she accepted them. Big brother, thank you. Lin Feng initially wanted to pat Lin Hao's head, but restrained himself, fearing it might frighten her. Go try it on in your room. And you, Shui, you've got new clothes too. Why are you still in old ones? Lin Shui pressed his lips together, a hint of a smile forming. Brother, new clothes, afraid of getting dirty. If they get dirty, we can buy more, after all. Clothes are quite inexpensive. At that moment, Zhang Xiaowan, who was selling clothes, suddenly sneezed. Who was cursing me? Lin Shui took Lin Hao's hand and headed to the room to change. He then pulled out another bag and handed it to Lin Qingshan. Old man, this is the beef, buns, and fried dough sticks we bought. Put them in the pot to steam. Also, here's the 1,000 yuan we earned from today's seaside trip. Take it. Lin Qingshan, upon receiving the bag, was momentarily stunned, not because of the money, but due to Lin Feng's unexpected gestures. When had this grandson ever given him money? Today he was buying clothes, buns, and even offering cash? Feng. You also bought the medicine on your grandmother's bedside, didn't you? Have you been up to something illegal lately? Lin Feng was rendered speechless. It seemed the old man was reluctant to accept money due to such suspicions. Just take it. Why all the unnecessary chatter? I told you. This is what we earned from our seaside venture. If you don't believe me, ask Shui. Lin Qingshan was somewhat certain that while Lin Feng's words could be doubted, Lin Shui would never lie. Can you truly earn so much from a seaside trip? Fine. When are you going again? Take me along. I'll keep this money safe for now. If you dare deceive me, I will tear it all to shreds. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief, glad that nothing had been discovered. Lin Qingshan dove into the kitchen to prepare noodles and heat the buns. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng returned to his room. He first saw Lin Shui and Lin Hao joyfully playing in their new clothes before hurrying to his grandmother's room. He gently helped her turn over and rhythmically patted her back with his right hand, forming a gentle arc. In his past life, he had cared for friends who were ill, and he had learned how to provide comfort for those confined to bed for an extended period. The foremost concerns are the fear of muscle atrophy and the accumulation of phlegm. Thus, tapping is beneficial for expectoration. Chun Xiuyan had awakened, and upon seeing Lin Feng, she cried out with tears welling in her eyes. What are you hitting me for? You're about to make me cry. Lin Feng understood that his grandmother was likely overwhelmed with emotion. Grandma, you're awake. We'll be having a meal shortly. Grandma. It's my fault. I upset you. Don't worry, I've changed. Footsteps approached from outside, and Lin Qingshan entered carrying a bowl of noodles and a meat bun. Lin Feng swiftly got up, feigning the need to fetch something before stepping outside. Lin Hao was already seated in the kitchen, cautiously enjoying her noodles, anxious not to stain her white dress. Lin Feng directly served a bowl of noodles to De Huang, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Wait, what happened to the bones you promised? You expect me to eat this? De Huang tentatively sampled the noodles. Oh, not bad. It has the flavor of bones. Lin Feng then retrieved fish entrails, chopping them finely before mixing them into the vegetable leaves. Surely, when Jiao Jiao returns, she will appreciate this, won't she? Suddenly, a raucous commotion erupted from outside. Lin Feng, you scoundrel, come out. I've finally caught you. The noise grew louder as Lin Feng emerged. It was none other than Lin Wangxing, accompanied by 2 police officers and a crowd of onlookers from the village. In truth, Lin Wangxing had returned home yesterday and reported to the police, but Lin Feng was not present. Ignoring Lin Wangxing, Lin Feng addressed the officers. Officers, is there something amiss? Chapter 016, Deceived by Lin Feng. Lin Qingshan and Chun Xiuyan are blessed with 3 sons. The eldest, Lin Liren, is Lin Feng's uncle. The second, Lin Lide, is Lin Feng's father. The youngest, Lin Lilan, is Lin Feng's aunt. Lin Liren has 2 sons. His eldest daughter, Lin Shui, previously worked in logistics at the town government, which, to put it bluntly, involved cooking and menial tasks. It is uncertain how she managed to entangle herself with Lu Gang from the town police station, resulting in an unwed pregnancy, a situation frowned upon in rural society. Under pressure from her child, Lin Shui compelled Lu Gang to divorce. Later, leveraging Lu Gang's connections, she opened a bustling seafood restaurant in town, primarily catering to relevant departments. The second son, Lin Wangxing, took advantage of his brother-in-law's position at the police station to act with impunity in the village. Although Lin Feng is a scoundrel, he merely engages in petty theft. In stark contrast, Lin Wangxing brazenly purchased seafood at low prices, and anyone who refused to sell to him cheaply would soon find themselves embroiled in trouble. Previously, a couple from the village, who had gathered high-quality sandworms at the beach, refused to sell to Lin Wangxing. While playing mahjong with others, they were abruptly taken to the town police station. Their offense was minor and would typically warrant only a warning, yet Lu Gang labeled them as engaging in illegal gambling. Ultimately, the couple had to privately pay Lin Wangxing 2,000 yuan and promised to sell him quality seafood at a low price in the future before being released. Thus, the villagers harbored resentment toward Lin Wangxing but dared not speak out. Lin Feng had already discerned that neither of the 2 police officers bore resemblance to Lin Wangxing's brother-in-law, Lu Gang. It was evident that Lu Gang was unsuitable to appear in person, lest he be accused of abusing his power, hence 2 young officers were dispatched instead. One of them was familiar to him, Li Bo, a loyal admirer of Lu Gang. Brother Bo, brother Hai, he injured me. You must arrest him, Lin Wangxing bellowed, feigning severe back pain, clutching his waist, and grimacing in agony. Those unaware might have believed Lin Feng had broken his back. Comrade, please call me Officer Wu. Lin Feng observed that the officer speaking was likely named Wu Hai. In this context, it is amusing that his actual name is Wu Xiaohai. He seemed rather young, probably fresh from the police academy. Such novices are often easily manipulated by the cunning Lu Gang, yet they possess a distinct advantage. Their innocence remains intact, untainted by the corruption around them. Lin Feng, we received a report from Lin Wangxing alleging that you assaulted him on the beach yesterday. Please accompany us to the station. Li Bo stated decisively, passing judgment with a mere proclamation. Brother Bo, he indeed struck me. He must compensate me with 10,000 yuan for lost wages, medical expenses, and nutritional costs, no less. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, astonished at his audacity. If a few blows could warrant such a sum, who would ever bother to gather seafood again? Causing trouble everywhere, only to receive a beating in return. Hearing the commotion, Lin Qingshan and Lin Shui rushed out. Even the timid Lin Hao clutched to Huang, brandishing a small branch, hiding behind Lin Shui. A Feng, what is going on? Lin Qingshan inquired with concern, simultaneously spotting Lin Wangxing. Ah Sheng, what brings you here? Though Lin Liren and Lin Wangxing were not virtuous individuals, Lin Qingshan wished to avoid airing family grievances in front of the villagers. However, Lin Wangxing shot Lin Qingshan a disdainful glare, as if he owed him 10,000 yuan. Brother, don't be afraid. Lin Shui resolutely stood before Lin Feng. Although Lin Hao trembled at the sight of Lin Feng, her small hand clutched the branch tightly, pondering a dilemma. If someone were to strike her elder brother, should she charge forward? Yes, she must indeed rush forward. Despite his misdeeds, he was still her own brother. System issued a task. Do not give Lin Wangxing a single penny. Instead, demand 10,000 yuan from him. Upon completion, reward of 30 luck points awaits. A smile crept upon Lin Feng's lips. This task was truly remarkable, offering not only 30 luck points but also a sum of 10,000 yuan. He stepped closer to Lin Wangxing, beaming. Ah Sheng, I thank you. Lin Wangxing appeared utterly bewildered. You thank me? Are you out of your mind? On the beach, when Lin Wangxing attempted to strike Lin Feng had expressed similar gratitude, leaving Lin Wangxing to question Lin Feng's sanity. This must be Officer Wu, Lin Feng observed. disregarding Li Bo and smiling at Wu Xiaohai. Wu Xiaohai nodded in acknowledgement. Officer Wu. Officer Li has requested that I accompany him for questioning without presenting any identification or evidence. This hardly adheres to protocol, does it? Wu Xiaohai remained silent in acquiescence. While Li Bo's expression shifted, surprised by Lin Feng's audacity. Lin Feng, every citizen is obligated to cooperate with investigations. Lin Feng stood his ground. Am I not cooperating? Besides, you did not phrase it that way earlier. You, Officer Li, you heard Lin Wangxing openly insult me. I plan to file charges against him. Li Bo exclaimed. What nonsense is this? I came to assist Lin Wangxing. Why would you file charges against him? Lin Wangxing, invigorated by the exchange, retorted. What is wrong with me insulting you? I haven't laid a hand on you, yet you struck me. Don't think I'm unaware. You and the Li brothers exchanged insults for half an hour, calling them fools. The onlooking villagers shook their heads, expecting Lin Feng to devise a clever means to deal with Lin Wangxing, only to be met with this peculiar justification. Is insulting someone now a crime? Then all the old women in the village ought to be arrested. Officer Wu, I was particularly intrigued by legal literature during my high school years. As per the Public Security Administration punishment law, openly insulting others warrants detention of up to 5 days or a fine of less than 500 yuan. If I recall correctly? What? You actually want the police to detain me? Lin Wangxing boasted loudly, completely oblivious to the frown that had formed on Wu Xiaohai's brow. Lin Wangxing, what Lin Feng said is indeed correct. If you persist in suing, you will undoubtedly face detention of 5 days or less. Or a fine of under 500 yuan. What? Not only was Lin Wangxing taken aback, but the others were equally astonished. Could it be that cursing at someone was indeed a criminal offense? A different glimmer shone in Lin Qingshan's eyes. His grandson had truly returned to his former self. Lin Wangxing, still reluctant to concede, turned to Li Bo and inquired, Brother Bo, I heard that Officer Wu is new. Is what he said true? Just as Li Bo was about to respond, Lin Feng interjected, Officer Li, you share an office with Lin Wangxing's brother-in-law. I trust that in front of everyone. You will uphold justice impartially. Li Bo furrowed his brow. Lin Feng's words were laden with implication, even hinting at a threat. Though displeased, he dared not jeopardize his political future and could only muster a reluctant nod. Officer Wu is correct. Lin Wangxing, you should apologize to Lin Feng. A wise man knows when to yield. He could always find another opportunity to deal with this brat later. What? I have to apologize? Lin Wangxing found this hard to accept. He had come here to stir trouble, not to be the one apologizing. You refuse to apologize, is it? Very well. Fine. It's just an apology, after all. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have cursed at you. The audacity of Lin Wangxing was on full display. He thought that uttering a mere apology would cost him nothing. It was inconsequential. Lin Feng raised his chin and smiled. I'm afraid I cannot accept your apology. Lin Wangxing? The crowd of onlookers squinted in amusement at this scene. How intriguing, truly fascinating. The arrogant Lin Wangxing had been outmaneuvered by Lin Feng. Chapter 17. The death of Jiao. Lin Wangxing suddenly felt as though he had been deceived. He was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of curses. Yet something seemed to dawn on him, prompting him to restrain his words. Nevertheless, his tone grew markedly severe. Lin Feng, let's keep things in perspective. Do not be overly arrogant. Now, let's discuss the matter of you striking me. Officer, I have sustained serious injuries. My head feels dizzy. And I believe I have suffered a concussion due to his assault. Please apprehend him. After making his statement, Lin Wangxing did not forget to adjust his head, his clumsy performance eliciting barely concealed laughter from those present. Ah Shang, I suspect you might not be aware of the criteria for determining serious injuries, are you? What criteria? Lin Wangxing retorted. This is indeed a serious injury. Just look at my leg. It has been kicked into a state of deformity. According to the criminal law, serious injury is defined by certain conditions, causing disability or disfigurement, loss of hearing, vision, or function of other organs. May I ask, which of your bodily organs has lost its function? Lin Feng inquired, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Wangxing. Hilarity erupted at Lin Feng's words, as laughter bubbled up uncontrollably among the crowd. Some speculated that the girl who had initially shown interest in him might have had her reasons for doing so. Well, at the very least, this cannot be deemed a serious injury. It must qualify as a minor injury, right? Minor injury? Lin Feng stepped closer, scrutinizing Lin Wangxing's head. A large patch of scalp torn away, or perhaps a comminuted fracture, intracranial hemorrhage, or traumatic hydrocephalus. Now that constitutes a minor injury. The crowd exchanged glances, astonished to learn that there were so many nuances distinguishing serious injuries from minor ones. They also realized that Lin Feng was far from the simpleton they had presumed. He possessed a surprising depth of knowledge, particularly regarding legal matters. Could it be that he was someone to consult in the event of future legal disputes? Lin Qingshan looked at Lin Feng with a beaming expression, finally recognizing the charm of his argumentative prowess. He bears a resemblance to his former self. In truth, Lin Feng had studied law in his previous life. However, the work he engaged in post-graduation bore no relation to his legal education, yet he retained fragments of that knowledge. Then, I have a concussion, Lin Wangsheng stammered. You are not suffering from a concussion. It seems rather that water has entered your brain. Lin Feng's quip sent the crowd into fits of laughter as they observed Lin Wangsheng as one might a clown. Lin Wangsheng seethed with frustration, his teeth clenched. Yet he found himself powerless against the mockery. These exchanges shifted Wu Xiaohai's initial impression of Lin Feng. Upon first meeting him, the young man's striking golden hair had led Wu to assume he was a mere troublemaker. Yet now, he discerned that this young man was anything but ordinary. For reasons unknown, Wu Xiaohai's opinion of Lin Feng had improved significantly, while his dissatisfaction with Lin Wangsheng's demeanor grew. Having recently graduated from the police academy, he was acutely aware of Lin Wangsheng's dubious dealings with his sister's husband and held a clear disdain for such conduct. Lin Wangsheng, since you are unable to provide compelling evidence or substantiate the extent of your injuries, we cannot mediate this matter, Wu Xiaohai declared, maintaining a posture of calm authority. Wholly disregarding the disapproving glances from Li Bo beside him, this scene unfolded before Lin Feng's eyes. This young officer is indeed worthy of association. Lin Wangsheng had no choice but to take a step back. All right, fine. Let us not discuss this matter for now. Instead, let us address the debts your family owes mine. Your father borrowed 10,000 from my father, and it is high time for repayment. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Wangsheng produced a promissory note from his pocket and displayed it with an air of pride. Behold, everyone, they indeed owe us money. And here is Lin Li's signature to prove it. Lin Qishan, who had remained silent, wore a grim expression, his body trembling with intense emotion. You dare bring this up? Then allow me to confront you. Lin Feng and Lin Shui supported Lin Qingshan on either side, urging him, Grandfather, do not stoop to this scoundrel's level. It is not worth compromising your health over. Grandfather, strike him. The contrast between Lin Wangsheng's impudent disrespect and Lin Feng and Lin Shui's filial piety was stark. Yet, Lin Feng was not merely a dutiful grandson. He was a rogue, yet it was evident to all that despite his mischief, he held deep regard for his grandfather. Old man, do you think I fear you? I will not argue with you. I merely state a fact. Debts must be repaid, as is only right. Debts must be repaid, as is only right. Lin Qingshan's trembling finger pointed accusingly at Lin Wangsheng. I nurtured your father, helped him marry, and even assisted in raising his children. Is that not also a matter of righteousness? The house you currently reside in was built with my aid. Perhaps you should consider vacating it? Wu Xiaohai could no longer bear the situation and addressed Lin Wangsheng with heightened authority. Please mind your tone. This is your grandfather. Lin Feng was tempted to strike him, while Lin Shui had already picked up a stick from the ground, and Lin Hao pouted in indignation. However, Lin Feng understood that with so many witnesses present, it was unwise to act out. He would seek an opportunity to settle the score later. At that moment, a large white goose unexpectedly charged forth, snapping at Lin Wangsheng's calf. It twisted its head in a comical manner, flapping its wings. Lin Wangsheng instinctively turned and kicked out, but the goose deftly evaded, darting away and plunging into the nearby pond. Lin Wangsheng exclaimed, What? That goose belongs to your family, doesn't it? It bit me, and you must compensate me. Laughter erupted among the onlookers, while it was common knowledge that a dog bite warranted compensation. A goose bite was an entirely different matter. Spare us the frivolities. Lin Feng turned to Wu Xiaohai, his tone softening considerably. Officer Wu, I seek your counsel. My grandmother suffered a stroke and underwent a craniotomy, which incurred a total medical expense of 80,000. We possess the hospital's invoice as evidence. My grandmother has 3 children. May I inquire, who is responsible for covering this 80,000? Wu Xiaohai replied without hesitation. Naturally, it should be shared among the 3. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd, especially from the elderly, who could no longer bear to watch, such as the neighbor, Granny Lee. The handsome young man spoke wisely. When an elderly family member falls ill, who else but the children should bear the costs? In my opinion, sons should contribute slightly more than daughters. The crowd nodded in agreement. In rural communities, there exists an unwritten rule. When an elder falls ill, the expenses are typically shouldered by the sons. while married daughters can contribute less. For instance, the village chief, Wang Dakue, arrived upon hearing the news. As the leader of the village, he maintained a fair and just demeanor. Ah Sheng, the expenses for your grandmother's illness ought to be covered by your family. Yet it appears you haven't contributed a single cent. Your aunt, however, has already provided 20,000 yuan. You old hag, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Wangxing showed no regard for Li Abos feelings, as she was alone in her household. Her husband had passed away, and both her sons resided far away. With no one at home, she was an easy target. However, when it came to Wang Dakue, it was a different story. Village chief, I have always held you in high esteem, but our family is financially strained. Must we also lend you money? Is there any law that mandates our financial obligation? Lin Feng and Wu Xiaohai sighed simultaneously, realizing that Lin Wangxing was utterly ignorant of the law. Fellow villagers, we need not engage in dialogue with this scoundrel. Reasoning with such a person is futile, for they lack any sense of reason. Lin Feng, with his striking yellow hair, spoke earnestly. The villagers instinctively nodded in agreement. Lin Wangxing responded, Am I the scoundrel? Surely, you must be the scoundrel. He was indeed bewildered by the assertion, questioning the validity of their claims. What am I here for? I came to demand money, yet now it seems I might be expected to pay instead. Chapter 018. Lin Shui's first encounter with violence. All eyes were fixed upon Lin Feng, who was presumed to possess an understanding of the situation. Indeed, Lin Feng did not disappoint. Citing Article 261 of the criminal law, he articulated that those who, having a duty to support the elderly, the ill, or others incapable of self-sustenance, refuse to do so under severe circumstances, could face imprisonment of up to 5 years and fines ranging from 30 to 100,000 yuan. Li Bo, of course, grasped none of this. His academic background was dubious, having gained admission through dubious means. However, Wu Xiaohai comprehended every word Lin Feng uttered, save for the final remark, which he suspected was a personal addition. Though he initially intended to speak up, an inexplicable silence enveloped him. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, I do not wish for my children to care for me, yet if a day comes when I truly require assistance, I believe it is necessary. One individual recounted how a young woman from a neighboring village had urged her husband to neglect his father, only to be reported by her sister-in-law, resulting in substantial fines. Another shared the tale of a family with 5 sons and 2 daughters, none of whom cared for their aging parents, prompting the elderly couple to take their 7 offspring to court, demanding each pay a monthly sum of 1,000 yuan. The adage, I cared for you in your youth, you shall care for me in my old age, resonated with many. Listening to the discussions, combined with the silence of Li Bo and Wu Xiaohai, Lin Wangxing felt a pang of guilt. Yet, his indomitable spirit would not allow him to lose face before the crowd. Silence. Who are you trying to scare with 5 years of imprisonment? If I am sentenced, it is my father who will suffer in prison, not I. I fear not the fines. What are a few tens of thousands of yuan? I shall return and sever ties with my father, leaving him with nothing. Let us see what you do then. The crowd fell momentarily silent, taken aback by this audacious display of filial piety. From the back of the throng, an individual emerged, his face flushed and fists clenched, teeth gritted in rage. You wretched creature. You dare to speak of severing ties? You plan to abscond with the money? Watch how I break your legs. Lin Wangxing squinted through the crowd. To his horror, it was none other than his father, Lin Liren. As the latter advanced, the onlookers parted, perhaps out of respect, or perhaps because Lin Liren, feeling the weight of their collective gaze, could not bear to retreat. Lin Wangxing, unafraid of the world, trembled at the thought of his father's wrath. He attempted to retreat, only to find the crowd strategically blocking his escape. Ah, ouch. Father, please don't strike my legs. They are injured. Yet, Lin Liren was unyielding, wielding a stick and striking Lin Wangxing's legs with fervor. The latter danced about like a jester, yelping in pain. Ah, police. Someone is attacking me. Will you intervene or not? Li Bo originally intended to say a few words, yet the scene before him was rather chaotic. A significant portion of the villagers had congregated, and he simply lacked the courage to provoke their ire. Moreover, the one striking him was none other than his own father, who happened to be Lu Wei's father-in-law. How could he intervene? Lin Feng, filled with exuberance, could not restrain himself from cheering. Well struck. Magnificently executed. Thump after thump, 3, 4, 5, or 6 strikes. What woof. Lin Feng shot a glare at De Huang, the local dog, admonishing it not to interject. Wu Xiaohai whispered, Enough, cease this violence. Although this is a familial dispute, Resorting to physical harm is unjustifiable. At long last, Lin Liren halted, bellowing at Lin Wuxing. Hurry and return home. Father, that rascal Lin Feng struck me. Look at the marks on my leg. Suddenly, Lin Wuxing fell silent, for his leg bore the unmistakable scars of being whipped by branches. Even the spot where the large white goose, Jiao Jiao, had pecked him was now in disarray. Lin Feng chuckled. Lin Wuxing, it is evident that your father struck you. Everyone witnessed it. How can you blame me? If you were to call me father, I might just concede. Laughter erupted once more among the crowd. Realizing that he would gain nothing today, Lin Wuxing contemplated making his escape, but Lin Feng would not allow it. He leapt in front of Lin Wuxing. I have clearly stated that I did not strike you, yet it seems there are other matters that remain unaddressed. Are you attempting to flee? Lin Shui rushed in from the doorway, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Feng to block their path. He wielded a firewood stick, exuding an intimidating presence. He had resolved that should Lin Wuxing dare to strike his elder brother, he would retaliate vehemently. His stick was eager for action, ready to inflict pain upon Lin Wuxing. Instinctively, Lin Wuxing reached out to push Lin Feng aside, only to retract his hand. What is this? Do you intend to hit me? The police are right here. Why not give it a try? Lin Wuxing pointed at Lin Shui, saying, I have no intention of hitting you. It is this fool who wishes to strike me, brandishing a stick. Ah Shui, he calls you a fool. Lin Shui gripped his stick tightly, uncertain and hesitating. Lin Wuxing grew increasingly arrogant. Ha! Strike me. Do so in front of the police if you dare. Then, with a sharp crack, Lin Wuxing received a solid blow to his left cheek. Ah! You truly dare to hit me? Another crack resounded as Lin Wuxing's right cheek was met with yet another strike. The firewood stick, already coated in dust, left two distinct marks on Lin Wuxing's face. An onlooker might have thought he was playing a shooting game. The crowd was stunned. This once timid and seemingly foolish Lin Shui had actually dared to strike someone. In their memories, he was a bit slow-witted, never retaliating against Lin Wuxing's incessant bullying. Today, however, justice was served. Lin Shui's actions also surprised Lin Qishan. He mused over how Lin Feng had changed, but now it seemed Lin Shui had transformed as well. An indescribable sensation enveloped him, as though this transformation was something he had long yearned for deep within his heart. Woof! Even De Huang seemed to leap and bound, as if celebrating Lin Shui's joy. Upon witnessing his son being bullied, Lin Liren felt an urge to intervene. He could confront Lin Wuxing, but others could not. Sensing his intent, Lin Qishan stepped forward, positioning himself before Lin Liren. What is this? Do you wish to meddle? Instantly, Lin Liren halted, lacking the courage to reprimand Lin Qishan in front of so many villagers. Lin Shui appeared quite exhilarated, raising a firewood stick to strike again, only to be restrained by Wu Xiaohai. Shui, come back. Lin Feng stifled a laugh and called Lin Shui back. Lin Qishan hurriedly circled around Lin Shui, anxiously inquiring, Shui, are you all right? Lin Wuxing interjected. Are you addressing the wrong person? Yes, fine. I'm the one with an issue. Officers, are you merely going to watch him strike me without intervening? Li Bo, at a loss for a breakthrough, found this opportunity fortuitous, especially considering Lin Liren was the father-in-law of his superior. If he did not act now, when would he? However, Wu Xiaohai deliberately positioned himself in front of Li Bo, addressing Lin Wuxing. I'm sorry, but we truly cannot intervene. If he strikes you, it's rather inconsequential. If you don't believe me, you may inquire with Officer Liu tomorrow. Lin Wuxing was somewhat bewildered. Why? You just called him a fool. Do you not understand why? I called him a fool. Just because I labeled him as such. Does that give him permission to strike me? Lin Wuxing found it utterly perplexing. Lin Feng chuckled. Lin Wuxing, you actively requested a Shui to hit you. Have you forgotten? Ha ha ha. I've never heard such a peculiar demand. Lin Wuxing retorted. I made a request? I asked for your family to repay their debts. Why haven't you done so? Village head Wang Dakwai could no longer tolerate the scene. Sheng. Let me speak plainly. You know Shui has some cognitive challenges, and yet you insult him as a fool. That is quite excessive. Moreover, I must inform you that Shui hitting someone while provoked is not illegal. Lin Wuxing wished to save face, but Lin Liren was eager to depart, tugging at Lin Wuxing to leave. My dear uncle, you may take your leave, but let me make myself clear first. The voice of Lin Feng echoed behind Lin Liren, who halted, yet did not turn back. Chapter 019. For those who deserve punishment, punish them. Lin Feng had initially hesitated to address him as uncle, yet in the presence of the assembled crowd, he felt it necessary to afford the man some dignity. Indeed, this utterance of uncle transformed the audience's perception of Lin Feng once more. Moments ago, Lin Wangxing had shamelessly referred to Lin Qingshan as an old fool and had brazenly invoked the name of Lin Feng's father, Lin Light. Observing Lin Feng's demeanor, the disparity between them became abundantly clear. Lin Qingshan gazed at Lin Feng with a benevolent expression, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. That clever and multifaceted young man had returned. Lin Feng's voice rang out again, laced with a touch of coldness. Uncle, your well-educated son may call my grandfather an old fool and address my father by name, but I cannot do the same. I must still refer to you as uncle. That is the proper decorum. Uncle, sheep repay their mother's nurturing, and crows return the favor to their parents. Respect for the elderly and love for the young, as well as the duty to care for our elders, are virtues that have been upheld for 5 millennia. This is morality. Furthermore, uncle, there exists a constitution, an elder protection law, and a penal code. There are regulations governing the consequences of failing to support the elderly or cover their medical expenses. You might wish to inquire further. This is law. You possess neither reason, nor morality, nor legality. How can you call yourselves human? The words benevolence and human are intertwined. Upon finishing, the audience was struck with astonishment. Morality? Reason? Law? Lin Feng articulated these concepts with remarkable eloquence. It was truly impressive. What had this young man experienced? Had he not been sporting his distinctive yellow hair? One might have mistaken him for a university professor. Wu Xiaoai pressed his lips together, admiration flickering in his eyes. Surely this young man had received higher education. His logical reasoning was astoundingly sharp. Lin Qingshan sighed with relief. Lin Feng had voiced sentiments he had long wished to express, but had never found the opportunity to do so. Little Lin Hao, peering from behind Lin Qingshan, craned her neck to gaze at Lin Feng. While she did not fully comprehend the content of his speech, she felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Her brother was undeniably impressive, leaving everyone else stunned. Lin Liren, you are unworthy to chastise me. He continued to stride forward. Uncle, I present you with 2 choices. First, return the IOU and provide my grandmother with an additional 10,000 yuan for her medical expenses, or second, I will formally seek legal action against you at the town's judicial office, and you can prepare for imprisonment and financial restitution. Lin Liren, still refusing to look back, dragged Lin Washing away, yet his demeanor had shifted, his pace faltered, his confidence waned, completely devoid of the earlier bravado. The onlookers sensed that the spectacle had reached its conclusion and began to disperse. Li Bo and Wu Xiaoai prepared to depart as well. Officer Wu, might I trouble you to take a trip inside for a glass of water? After a couple of hours in the sweltering sun, both Li Bo and Wu Xiaohai were indeed parched. Then why don't you fetch us a bottle of mineral water? Li Bo asked bluntly, now that the crowd had thinned and he felt no need to maintain decorum. We have no mineral water. Would you care for some tea instead? Lin Shui wished to avoid a confrontation, for a gentleman is easy to deal with, while a scoundrel is difficult to guard against. Comrade Lin Feng, this is what we ought to do. We shall forego the water, as we need to return. However, Li Bo had already pushed open the door and strode inside without hesitation. He made his way to the kitchen, unceremoniously grabbing a bowl to pour himself some water, as if he were at his own home. After quenching his thirst, he proceeded to the restroom. Lin Feng hurriedly filled another bowl with water and handed it to Wu Xiaohai, who, feeling somewhat embarrassed, accepted it. Officer Wu, your accent suggests you are not a local? Wu Xiaohai nodded in affirmation. I hail from the provincial capital. I only became a civil servant last year. From the provincial capital? How impressive. Especially to come to our impoverished region to serve. That is truly commendable. Wu Xiaohai smiled faintly. Even in the provincial capital, there are rural areas. I come from a countryside background, and in truth, it is quite similar to here. Lin Feng found Wu Xiaohai to be particularly amiable, making him a worthy acquaintance. Having a police officer as a friend would certainly facilitate many matters. Officer Wu, do you have a mobile number? I mean no offense. I merely fear potential retaliation. Lin Feng casually fabricated an unconvincing excuse, yet to his surprise, Wu Xiaohai readily provided his number. Lin Feng quickly grabbed a paper and pen to jot it down with utmost seriousness. What is your number? Would you mind giving me a call? Lin Feng sheepishly shrugged. I apologize. I do not possess a mobile phone. Have you attended university? Studying law? Wu Xiaohai could no longer contain his curiosity, despite finding the question rather peculiar. Lin Feng solemnly nodded. You guessed correctly. I am currently enrolled in university. Wu Xiaohai appeared unsurprised, yet Lin Feng continued. I am attending a social university, majoring in staying at home. Haha. Laughter erupted between them, as Wu Xiaohai found Lin Feng to be quite amusing. Friendships among the youth blossom effortlessly. beginning with such shared mirth. Just then, Li Bo emerged from the restroom, immediately spotting the giant clams in the sink. Wow, such enormous geoducks! Li Bo exclaimed, eagerly grabbing one in each hand. Wu Xiaohai's eyes widened in astonishment. Despite his origins from the provincial capital, he had seldom encountered seafood, as the provincial capital was landlocked. In recent years, several coastal cities within the province had clamored to be designated as capital cities, primarily because the actual capital lacked coastal access, resulting in a lackluster economy. Witnessing this scene, the little Lin Hao initially believed Li Bo intended to take the geoducks away, which was indeed Li Bo's intention. Lin Hao felt a pang in his heart, tears streaming down his cheeks. What woof? De Huang curled his forelegs, preparing to defend. Lin Shui confronted Li Bo directly. You, put that down. Li Bo, confronted by the fierce Lin Shui and the makeshift weapon in his hand, ultimately returned the geoducks to the sink. He realized that this foolish boy, even if he were to inflict harm, would likely suffer no consequences. Life experience had taught him one thing. First, do not provoke minors. They will certainly teach you a lesson. Secondly, one should not provoke those with mental abnormalities, for they may hastily dismiss you from school. With nothing more to say, we took our leave. Although Li Bo felt quite displeased, he nonetheless returned with Wu Xiaohai. Shui, did you actually strike someone today? Lin Qinshan placed his hands on Lin Shui's shoulders, his eyes swirling with emotion. Grandfather, I hit someone. That was wrong. Shui, you are mistaken. Your actions were entirely justified. Lin Qinshan blurted out, his face radiating affection. Grandfather, hitting someone. Is that correct? For those who deserve it, one must strike. Lin Shui gently touched his head, filled with immense joy. A phone. Today you have truly brought me pride, allowing me to hold my head high. Lin Qinshan, having finished with Lin Shui, turned his gaze to Lin Feng. He had long held disdain for the actions of his eldest son and grandson, yet felt utterly powerless. In his heart, he had already regarded Lin Feng as a grandson. Today, Lin Feng and Lin Shui had indeed avenged him. Lin Feng, with a smirk, tousled his golden hair and swaggered, Old man, do not worship me. I am merely a legend. Get lost. You little rascal, a few compliments and you become insufferable. All right, I shall go prepare dinner. Lin Qinshan donned an apron, eager to cook. He intended to create a dish of emperor clams, serving them as sashimi, stir-fried, and in porridge. Grandfather, are you playing a game with the emperor clams? Lin Hao inquired, lifting his small face. Chapter 020. Grandfather, I want to eat more, hee hee. Emperor clam file. English name. Panopia abrupta, biological name. Pacific geoduck, also known as elephant trunk clam, goddess clam. Culinary methods: sashimi, porridge, stir-fry. The emperor clam is a luxury delicacy. As a seasoned chef with experience in the hotel industry, Lin Qinshan possessed a wealth of knowledge. After meticulously cleaning the emperor clam, he first removed its 2 shells and then detached the innards. Grandfather, what are you doing? Whoa, don't eat the emperor clam. It's so adorable. Lin Hao retreated a couple of steps, slowly realizing Lin Qinshan's intentions. With a faint smile, Lin Qinshan filled a pot with water and brought it to a boil, submerging the clam for approximately 10 seconds until its exterior began to wrinkle slightly, then promptly retrieving it. Overcooking would render it tough. Lacking lemons at home, he opted for dog meat-scented mint, which effectively neutralizes any fishy odor. Lin Qinshan showcased his impressive knife skills, slicing the clam into paper-thin pieces, each cut precise. He then filled a bucket with well water and soaked the clam in the cooler liquid, enhancing its crisp texture. The more he worked, the more invigorated he became, his knife dancing in rhythm as he hummed a little tune, speeding at 70, my heart is free, running with the wind, freedom is the way. Chasing the might of thunder and lightning, embracing the vast ocean within my chest. Lin Feng chuckled softly. This old man certainly had a modern flair. Shortly thereafter, the sashimi was ready, and Lin Hao leaned in, sniffing the air. Grandfather, what is this? Is it sashimi? Living by the sea, she had never tasted pork but had seen other village children relishing similar delicacies. Open wide, little one. Lin Hao instinctively parted her lips as a silky slice of clam slipped into her mouth. Wow, this is delicious. Grandfather, I want to eat more. Hee hee. In no time, Lin Hao had devoured half of the clam. Suddenly, Jiao Jiao rushed over with an air of entitlement. Lin Hao glanced at the plate of clam slices and tossed one to Jiao Jiao. Today, the goose had indeed earned its keep by biting that wicked big bad egg. Although Jiao Jiao, as a white goose, primarily feasted on greens, this looked too tempting to resist. It savored the morsel, craving more, but Lin Hao refused to share. TSK, You silly goose. Come here and eat. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, igniting Jiao Jiao's ire. Am I a dog, that you call me like that? I must bite you today. What is that over there? Jiao Jiao spotted a bowl of greens that appeared quite delectable. What about my pride? Never mind. Pride means nothing. Jiao Jiao dove into the greens with gusto. Delicious, yum. This scoundrel is surprisingly delightful. Brother, am I handsome when I hit people? Lin Shui continued to grip the fire stick tightly, seemingly lost in thought. Lin Feng took the stick from Lin Shui's hands and affectionately ruffled his hair. Ah, Shui, you did splendidly today. Bear in mind a principle. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. We do not initiate bullying. However, should we be subjected to aggression, we must retaliate with fervor, understood? Brother, understood. Ah, Shui, your movements today are quite impressive. Yet remember, one should strike the body but never the face, comprehend? Brother, where should I strike? Lin Shui transformed into an eager disciple. Experiencing the thrill of confrontation for the first time, he resolved to humbly seek guidance. Target the area just beneath the collarbone. There lies minimal muscular resistance, making it exceedingly painful. A blow to the center of the buttocks will induce discomfort upon defecation. One could also strike the shin bone. Lin Shui listened intently, eager to jot down these lessons. I must admit, the elder brother is remarkably knowledgeable. Lin Qingshan tapped the cutting board. Ah Feng, are you once again instructing Ah Shui in mischief? Old man, I advise you to mind your own business. Lin Qingshan chuckled, shaking his head, for some reason. He suddenly felt that one should not be overly honest in life. Ah Shui has changed for the better. Ah Shui, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Has anyone been insulting you lately? Brother, son ergo he. Insults me. Son ergo? Lin Feng recalled that son ergo was a notorious trickster, often orchestrating mahjong games in the town. Reflecting on it now, he sensed something amiss. As if his losses were somehow linked to this rascal. Was he the one orchestrating the games? Very well. I shall remember this debt, and ensure he returns every last coin. Shortly thereafter, the meal was prepared. Chef Lin's culinary offerings today were bountiful. Emperor clam sashimi, cilantro beef salad, sweet potato noodles stewed with cabbage, and porridge made from emperor clam bile. Especially the porridge, its hue reminiscent of milky white, complemented by vibrant green leaves, was enough to make anyone's mouth water. De Huang cast a glance at the table and immediately became discontented. Where are my bones? Deceiver. Just as the family was about to partake in their meal, a knock sounded at the door. Is grandfather Lin home? Lin Feng recognized the voice. It belonged to the widow from the village. What does she want? Lin Feng grumbled under his breath, reluctant to answer the door. Although she was quite lovely, he wished to gaze upon her a bit longer. What could she possibly want? Have you forgotten? That girl frequently visits. Frequently? Indeed, you were often away from home. How could you possibly know? She is a good girl. Whenever Lin Shui and I went scavenging, she would come by to help look after your grandmother and Lin Hao whenever she was free. As the two conversed, Lin Hao had already dashed towards the door with his little legs, appearing exceedingly joyful. Lin Feng was left in a state of astonishment. Pondering the meaning of the old man's words, Lin Qingshan quickly discerned Lin Feng's confusion. Have you been under the impression that this girl is the one who has made your grandmother ill? Lin Feng nodded. Was it not so? Illness does not manifest overnight. I have inquired with the doctor, and cardiovascular diseases primarily stem from genetics and prolonged exertion. This has nothing to do with the children. Lin Hao had already opened the door when Wang Saixia entered, holding a plate of braised pork. Grandfather, I made some braised pork for you all. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Wang Saixia appeared somewhat surprised. Ah Feng, what brings you home? Lin Feng turned his head aside. Child, you've come. I shall not be polite with this meat, but do not stand on ceremony. Take a seat and join us. All right, I'll first check on Grandma. Wang Saixia, unpretentious, stood up and picked up little Lin Hao, heading toward the room. Through the glass, Lin Feng observed Wang Saixia approaching his grandmother's bedside. After greeting her, she began her tasks. She first helped Grandma turn over and then gently lifted her right hand, raising and lowering it repeatedly. She then delicately raised Grandma's right leg, performing a bending motion. In Lin Feng's eyes, he thought this young widow possessed great knowledge. After the meal, Lin Qingshan and Lin Shui took the cart out to collect scrap. Lin Feng advised against it, but Lin Qingshan could not remain idle. Every penny counts. Lin Feng retreated to his room, and surprisingly, Wang Saixia followed him back. Though slightly awkward, he found solace in the presence of Lin Hao and De Huang in the adjacent room. Ah Feng, I heard you had quite a haul from the sea these past few days. Wang Saixia leaned in closer, her breath carrying a hint of sweetness that enveloped the room. Complemented by her exquisite, fair visage, this left the 20-something Lin Feng feeling somewhat uneasy. It was merely luck, nothing remarkable. He crossed his legs nonchalantly. Grandfather told me he plans to accompany you to the sea tomorrow. I will come to your home to take care of Grandma and little Hao. Rest assured, I will also invite old Lady Li. The old man truly intends to join him at the sea. The two chatted for a while about various topics before the young widow went to tend to Chen Shulian, considering Lin Qingshan would accompany them as well. Lin Feng opened the system panel, contemplating a purchase. Chapter 21. Purchasing the basics of coastal gathering system. Open the panel. Host. Lin Feng Fortune Points. 30. Fortune level. 0. 7100. Gold coins. 0. Unlock tools. Multi-toothed rake, with 30 fortune points accumulated. It is estimated that tomorrow's harvest will exceed 3,000 coins, which is quite sufficient to avoid alarming the old man. Nevertheless, he still hopes that Lin Liren will repay the debt promptly, as that would grant him an additional 30 fortune points. He is quite curious about the changes that will transpire once his fortune level reaches level 1. Could he possibly transform into the Son of Fortune? It seems likely. One must admit, this system is rather benevolent. System, open the store. Tools, multi-toothed rake. Price, 1,000 coins iron clamps. Price, 1,200 coins fishing rod. Price, 5,000 coins. Equipment, rain boots. Price, 2,000 coins sun protection gear. Price, 5,000 coins backpack. Price, 10,000 coins. Medicinal items, Band-Aid. Price, 100 coins sunscreen. Price, 1,000 coins nerve tonic. Price, 10,000 coins. Goodness, what a shameless system. He originally had over 3,000 coins, gave 1,000 to the old man, and now has a little over 2,000 left. What should he purchase? Just then, Lin Feng suddenly realizes that there is another page in the tools section. Goodness. This reminds him of a time during an English exam when he hastily submitted his paper, only to discover there were additional questions on the reverse side. He attempts to click on the next page, and indeed, other items appear. Tools, basics of coastal gathering. Price, 500 coins 10-meter trap. Price, 1,000 coins stainless steel sand shovel. Price, 1,500 coins. Incredible. How brazen. The greed is palpable. This system is utterly unscrupulous. A mere book is priced at 500 coins? Just as Lin Feng considers abandoning the purchase, he recalls the multi-toothed rake he had previously acquired. Quality is assured when provided by the system, is it not? Besides, it would be rather foolish to remain ignorant of coastal gathering knowledge, wouldn't it? System, recharge 500 coins. Payment made. To his astonishment, Lin Feng obediently retrieves 500 coins from his pocket, and suddenly, the coins vanish. System credited with 500 coins. Strangely enough, the sound of the transaction is quite pleasant. Lin Feng clicks, purchase, and the gold coin count reverts to 0. If only he had the means, he would top up with 100,000 coins. He glances around, searching for his book. Goodness, the system wouldn't deceive him, would it? Just as Lin Feng is engulfed in confusion, he suddenly furrows his brow, sensing something entering his mind. This process is brief, lasting approximately several seconds. As he furrowed his brow, he suddenly realized that this book had been embedded within his mind. He also comprehended the book's distinct features. Firstly, it possessed a passive triggering function. Whenever someone uttered the name of a marine product, the book would provide him with some fundamental knowledge about that particular item. If no one recognized the marine product, this function would remain dormant. Secondly, it disseminated basic knowledge about coastal foraging. His mind brimmed with various foundational insights on the subject. Techniques for using sea salt to catch clams. Tips for identifying cat's eye snails. The art of squid ink ejection. Though these were merely trivial skills, they were akin to the knowledge accumulated by those who had lived by the sea for years, and Lin Feng felt a sense of contentment. It is worth noting that before his reincarnation, he had been a novice with no experience in coastal foraging. Lin Feng even mused whether this book of knowledge was merely a basic edition, or if there existed an upgraded version. Would the advanced edition be remarkable? Able to automatically provide information about a marine product's current market price, whether it was farmed or wild, upon its appearance? Tears of gratitude streamed down Lin Feng's face. The 500 coins spent were truly worthwhile. It was as if enlightenment had been bestowed upon him without the need for study. He even entertained the thought of whether a more sophisticated book existed, capable of instantaneous identification of a marine product's type, habits, and even its current market price upon its presentation. The mere thought was exhilarating. System, you are truly my steadfast ally. Were it not for a Shui and Lin Hao next door, he would have laughed uproariously. The system quipped, "Your mood shifts faster than the turning of a page." Feeling a bit euphoric, Lin Feng pondered what else to purchase. Ultimately, he decided to acquire another multi-toothed rake, since he already possessed one. An additional rake would raise no suspicions from the old man. However, if he bought something entirely different without having ventured outside, the old man would surely grow suspicious. Lin Feng recharged his account with 1,000 coins to procure another multi-toothed rake. However, he had a thought. The sharpness of the rake needed to be concealed. After considerable reflection, he sourced some discarded rubber bands from old car tires, trimming them to fashion a protective cover for the rake's teeth. When the rubber band was in place, the rake appeared dull. Yet, when removed, it revealed its sharpness. Observing his handiwork, Lin Feng chuckled to himself. Indeed, I am a genius. He discreetly placed the multi-toothed rake into a small bucket, then retrieved 2 sea conchs from within. He planned to craft a conch horn as a gift for Lin Hao, hoping that perhaps this little girl would take a liking to him and subsequently be less resistant. Creating a conch horn should not be overly difficult. He felt confident. After all, he was a reincarnated individual. Such a task should be easily mastered. After toiling for over an hour, however, the 2 conch horns were rendered unusable. Never mind. He would inquire with Uncle Wang in town another day to see if he possessed the skill. No, better yet, he would ask the beautiful proprietress, Wang Yuding. Even if she did not know how to make a conch horn, she surely could blow one, couldn't she? Lin Feng rummaged through his pockets, realizing he had only 600 or 700 coins left. How impoverished. He earnestly wished that his benevolent uncle could return the 10,000 yuan to him sooner. Meanwhile, his so-called uncle was not idle either. Lin Liren was indeed taken aback by Lin Feng today, although he walked forward without looking back. Every word Lin Feng had uttered had been etched into his mind. Sentencing? Fines ranging from 30,000 to 100,000? Each of these could very well cost him his life. The matter of money could be negotiated, merely an issue of evasion. But if he were truly to be sentenced, it would be a tremendous loss of face. He rode his bicycle to the town, first seeking out his son-in-law, Lu Gang. "Oh, you're here. Why are you bringing things?" Lu Gang, standing at a height of 1.7 meters, bore a face that, despite being obscured by layers of fat, could not conceal the wrinkles. Lin Liren was 47 this year, while Lu Gang was 40. Lu Gang had never addressed Lin Liren as father, as he often wished to call him brother. Without waiting for Lin Liren to speak, Lu Gang initiated the conversation. "I've heard all about today from Li Bo. I didn't expect that Lin Feng lad would be so knowledgeable. But don't worry. I'll find a reason to put him in his place and see if he dares to cause trouble again. Ah, Gang. I worry that this rascal might seek legal counsel tomorrow. What if he really sues me?" Lu Gang had a modicum of legal knowledge. If Lin Feng were to pursue a lawsuit, he would undoubtedly prevail. "Don't fret. If he dares to come to town tomorrow, I'll make him regret it. In the meantime, keep a close watch on his movements, including whether he goes to the beach tomorrow and what he brings back." Lin Liren held considerable confidence in Lu Gang's capabilities, and hearing his words, he felt reassured. "You won't cause any fatalities, will you?" "Not at all. I know my limits." "All right, then I shall take my leave." As Lin Liren departed, Lu Gang didn't even bother to lift himself from his seat. Suddenly, Lin Liren was reminded of the phrase "leading by example," followed by "a crooked beam leads to a crooked column." However, he dismissed these thoughts. "Daughter, are you busy?" Lin Liren made another trip to the seafood stall. This particular seafood establishment was named Suihua Seafood Stall, a name that Lin Shui found quite down to earth. "Father, what brings you here?" Lin Shui glanced back before returning to scrubbing oysters. Oysters were a man's fuel. Men adored this delicacy. Yet, Lin Shui was not particularly enthusiastic. As oysters were exceedingly cheap, costing merely 3 to 4 yuan per jean, and a plate of a dozen large oysters could only fetch 30. There was little profit to be made. "Xiao Shui, may I help you with the scrubbing?" "Sure." Lin Shui handed over a brush and continued her work. Cleaning oysters was indeed laborious. One had to scrub the shells with a stiff brush and use a small knife to open the oysters and remove their innards. This task consumed the entire afternoon, yet Lin Shui never once mentioned the prospect of inviting Lin Liren to dine. Thus, Lin Liren had no choice but to return home in a dejected mood. That night, he lay awake, pondering whether Lin Feng would venture into town the following day and how Lu Gang would compel him to capitulate. While Lin Liren had time to contemplate these matters, Lin Feng was far too preoccupied to entertain such thoughts. At this moment, he had consumed half of the bottle of wine purchased by Lin Shui and had fallen into a deep slumber. He needed to conserve his energy. For tomorrow he would embark on an extravagant escapade alongside the old man. Chapter 022. The three generations head to the sea. Lia Pu, whose given name is Li Xiuzhen, is 55 years old. While this age may be considered youthful in the city and the village, she is already referred to as a Pu. Her husband passed away a decade ago, and she has two sons who live in distant lands. Although she once contemplated living with her elder son, his wife does not welcome her. The younger son graduated from college and enlisted in the army, never to return since. She does not wish to become a thorn in anyone's side or a burden. Moreover, she cherishes the rustic life, thus choosing to reside alone. Appa, you're up so early? I can't sleep at my age. I've already fed the chickens and pigs. Wang Saixia, linking arms with the Xiuzhen, led the way to Lin Feng's doorstep. It was still 5 a.m. when Lin Feng arose, not of his own volition, but roused by the sound of knocking. The young widow, Wang Saixia, stood at the entrance, attired in a cream-colored blouse and washed denim jeans that elegantly accentuated her figure. The moon still hung in the sky, and under its silvery light, her white hairpin radiated an enchanting brilliance. Here so early? Lin Feng, still groggy, noticed Lia Pu behind Wang Saixia. A Feng, you rascal. Why are you loitering at the door? Let us in. Li Xiuzhen brusquely pushed past Lin Feng, striding inside. Lin Feng, unperturbed, recalled that Lia Pu often chastised him. It was akin to the last time he passed her home, when she promptly shut the door, muttering curses, though that did not prevent her from turning back to give him 2 eggs. A classic case of a sharp tongue but a tender heart. Lin Qingshan had already prepared himself and administered medicine to Chen Xiuyan. Xiuzhen, dear, come inside. The dew is heavy outside. Grandfather, you all go ahead. We will take care of Grandma. Li Xiuzhen was tasked with looking after Chen Xiuyan, while Wang Saixia accompanied Lin how to sleep. At that moment, Lin Feng felt the truth of a saying, distant relatives are no match for close neighbors. As for the elder uncle, kin can easily turn to enmity. Today, there are 30 points of fortune to expend, though Lin Feng was uncertain of what he might unearth. He carried a bucket, 2 fertilizer bags, 2 rakes, a shovel, and 3 headlamps. Lin Shui went to fetch the cart, but was halted by Lin Qingshan. Ah Shui, what are you doing with the cart? Grandfather, to carry seafood. Lin Qingshan couldn't help but chuckle. Do we really need the cart for seafood? Whether we can catch anything today remains a mystery. Let us set off swiftly. Lin Shui pouted but stubbornly pulled the cart along. After previous trips to the sea, he was confident of a fruitful harvest today. His elder brother was rather extraordinary. Besides, carrying bags on his back was quite exhausting. Lin Feng marched ahead with a swagger. Lin Shui tugged at the cart, and Lin Qingshan hoisted the shovel while carrying the bucket. Uncle Qingshan? Out so early to collect scrap? Someone called out, just as Lin Qingshan was about to nod. The person continued, why are you carrying a bucket and holding a rake and shovel? Are you heading to the sea? Lin Qingshan's face turned a shade of iron as he let out a grunt, quickening his pace and soon surpassing Lin Feng. He felt an overwhelming urge to collect scrap, knowing full well that countless whispers would follow him. Indeed, where there are people, there are always busybodies. Did you see that? The old Lin family is actually dragging a cart to the beach. Are they planning to collect sand on the shore? Recently, beachcombing has been fruitless. Yesterday, there were too many people and too few catches. I managed to gather only a few small oysters these past few days. Hardly worth anything. Better save them for myself. They taste quite delightful. By the time the 3 generations of Lin arrived at the beach, dozens of others had already laid claim to the prime spots. Lin Qingshan, having worked as a chef, had little time for beachcombing, and after his spouse fell ill, his opportunities dwindled further. Thus, his experiences at the beach were few. And despite being the oldest on the shore, he was among the least experienced. However, the novelty of being on the beach significantly lifted his spirits. Someone once said, facing the sea, spring blossoms. This statement rings true, but one should not mimic the author's lifestyle. Lin Qingshan set down his bucket and scanned the area, soon spotting many familiar faces. The Qing family seems to have had a good haul. Lin Feng glanced down dismissively. A half bucket of rock crabs. How much can that possibly fetch? They're quite cheap, around 3 yuan per pound. Uncle Qingshan, you're here too? This beach is crowded. There's hardly anything good. I arrived at 4 and only managed to gather this much. Lin Qingshan thought to himself that even this half bucket must weigh about 5 or 6 pounds, which could sell for a decent sum of over 10 yuan. Brother Wang, is that a coastal octopus you've got? Quite a catch. From a distance, Lin Qingshan spotted Lin Liren, who stood guard with a shovel beside a rock, preventing others from encroaching. Lin Feng approached and immediately noticed numerous oysters clinging to the stone. His thoughts sparked, triggering a passive knowledge of beachcombing fundamentals. Oysters, scientifically known as ostrea, boast over 100 species worldwide, with around 20 found in our country. They possess remarkable nourishing properties and exhibit extraordinary vitality, surviving in various environments, even under heavy snowfall, enduring up to a month out of water. Sometimes one might believe they are dead, yet they remain alive. At other times, one might think they're alive, only to discover they are indeed dead. Oysters secrete a strong adhesive to cling to surfaces, a bond so potent it can rival industrial glue, making them difficult to detach. My dear uncle, this section of the beach belongs to everyone. On what grounds do you monopolize this area? Lin Feng resolved to provoke him, and as expected, others nodded in agreement. This stone was home to hundreds of oysters, likely weighing over 10 pounds. While oysters themselves may not be valuable, that rock could fetch over 30 yuan. Moreover, the beach is a public space, and there should be no claim to ownership. Lin Qishan, upon seeing the stone, felt a pang of envy but sighed nonetheless. His eldest son was exceedingly selfish, always wanting to take advantage of small opportunities, eager to bring everything home. Yet, it is often such individuals who lead the most comfortable lives. Contemplating this, he felt that the request made by Lin Feng yesterday seemed unattainable. Asking the other party for 10,000 yuan? Absolutely impossible. Before long, Lin Wangxing arrived. He began to strike the stones vigorously, dislodging numerous oysters, though some remained stubbornly attached and were difficult to remove. Old man, stop looking. Let us go. But Lin Qingshan had already taken out a shovel, commencing to dig in the sand, attempting to unearth something. Old man, there's a buried sand. Lin Qingshan's eyes sparkled with excitement. With one scoop, he unearthed a flower crab. Overjoyed, he seized it with one hand. A shui, it's a flower crab. Quickly, bring over the bucket. Lin Shui leisurely brought over the bucket while Lin Qingshan continued to scan the beach in search of more buried treasures. The flower crab, also known as the dawn crab, preferred to lie hidden in the sand, adept at camouflage. Without careful observation, it was nearly invisible. However, Lin Feng held no regard for the flower crab, as one could purchase dozens for just 10 yuan. Despite Lin Qingshan's persistence, after digging dozens of shovels without a single find, he ultimately conceded. Old man, stop digging. Let us move forward. Lin Feng led the way, followed closely by Lin Shui, with Lin Qingshan trailing behind. The three of them walked for approximately half an hour before discovering a secluded spot. Suddenly, Lin Qingshan spotted a large heap of purplish-red objects not far ahead on the beach. He immediately felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 023. A cart full of dragon-beard vegetables. Lin Qingshan quickened his pace, running forward while softly exclaiming, fearful that others might overhear, it seems to be dragon-beard vegetables. As he drew nearer, he gasped in astonishment. Is there really this much? Although dragon-beard vegetables are quite common, one would typically find only a small handful, enough for a single dish. Yet before him lay a veritable hill of them. The knowledge from the basic guide to beach foraging involuntarily activated in Lin Feng's mind. Dragon-beard vegetables, also known as seaweed vegetables, possess a purplish-red hue, and their texture is tender and crisp. They can be stir-fried, added to soups, or served cold in salads. This ingredient is rich in various amino acids, which are highly beneficial to the human body. Lin Feng was equally astonished at the sheer volume of dragon-beard vegetables before him. Could today's 30 points of luck be attributed to this? Old man, how much do these go for per pound? $1 a pound. Lin Feng was taken aback. Why are you so excited over such a low price? A Shui was equally thrilled. He had never seen so many dragon-beard vegetables before. Grandpa, so many. Let us make a salad. Lin Qingshan quickly untied the ropes of the cart. A Feng, a Shui, stop thinking about eating. Let us load the cart. Lin Feng protested. When did I ever think about eating? The trio hurriedly packed the vegetables, taking over 10 minutes to finish, and their clothes became damp in the process. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground, but their hearts were filled with joy. The cart brimmed with dragon-beard vegetables weighed at least 100 pounds, promising a sale of over $100. During a brief respite, Lin Feng checked the system panel. Host, Lin Feng, luck points, 29, luck level, 0, 70-100, gold coins, 0, unlocked tools, multi-toothed rake. Basic guide to beach foraging. Lin Feng noted that his luck points had only decreased by 1, indicating that the dragon-beard vegetables were not the main attraction, which brought him some relief. Old man, you rest here. I'll take the cart home with a Shui and bring you some dry clothes. He lifted the cart's handle, while Lin Shui bent down to prepare to move. Suddenly, Lin Qingshan sprang to his feet and approached the cart. Feng, you are unfamiliar with this cart. Let me pull it. Old man, how about this? The Shui is experienced. Let him pull while I push from behind. Lin Shui quickly adjusted his position to the front. But Lin Qingshan shook his head. No, no, I shall pull the cart, and you can push from behind. A Shui is still young. Let him rest. Lin Feng instantly discerned Lin Qingshan's intentions. He wanted to showcase the cart overflowing with dragon beard vegetables. Moreover, bringing him along would convey to everyone that Lin Feng, his grandson, was no longer idle but had become industrious. If anyone had comments regarding daughters-in-law, they should step forward. Reluctantly, Lin Feng acquiesced to Lin Qingshan's wishes and took position behind the cart to push. The beach was not entirely composed of soft sand. They needed only to travel straight for 50 meters away from the shore before turning to reach the dry sand. The vehicle's speed had indeed increased significantly. However, Lin Feng observed that no matter how hard he pushed, Lin Qingshan's pace seemed to deliberately slow down. It was undoubtedly intentional. Uncle Qingshan, is that a truckload of dragon beard vegetables? Indeed. I just picked up a bit here and there. It's not much. Bystander? You call this a small amount? Lin Qingshan took a few more steps forward, and due to the early morning darkness, the onlookers could not see clearly. Old Lin, out so early, have you had breakfast? I gathered a truckload of dragon beard vegetables. My grandson Ah Feng took me to find them. Huh? I asked if you had breakfast. And you were talking to me about dragon beard vegetables? Is this entire truckload of dragon beard vegetables? Old Lin, you've struck it rich. You should be able to sell it for over 100. Lin Feng ceased his efforts, realizing that no matter how hard he tried, this old man was intentionally lingering, seeking to show off. The old man and the young man took a full 20 minutes to enter the village amidst the envious gazes of the crowd on the beach. Upon reaching the village entrance, Lin Qingshan slowed down again, and when they arrived at the lychee pavilion, he came to a complete stop. In the early morning, some elderly folks still enjoyed breathing in the fresh air here, as they were unable to sleep. Old Lin, you've collected a truckload of junk so early? Take a closer look. What is this? Oh, it turns out to be a truckload of broken red hemp ropes. Who sold this to you? Lin Qingshan shot a glare at the speaker. Had it not been for the man's seniority, he would have scolded him. Are you blind? Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. This old man was rather endearing. He was reminded of a story from a past life about a young man who caught a 10-pound grass carp, only to wander around the neighborhood 3 times before finally going upstairs. At last, they arrived home. Wang Saixia opened the door, and upon seeing the truckload of dragon beard vegetables, her breathing quickened. Grandfather, you gathered so many dragon beard vegetables. Ah Feng, you are impressive. Wang Saixia exclaimed, her gaze darting toward Lin Feng. Ah Feng, your clothes seem to be wet. I'll go get you some fresh ones right away. Be careful not to catch a chill. Before long, the grandfather and grandson had unloaded the truck and changed into clean clothes. Wang Saixia even handed Lin Shui a large jug of warm water and offered him a clean shirt. One must admit, this little widow was quite thoughtful and adept at managing a household. Suddenly, Jiao Jiao dashed out from the kitchen, diving straight into the dragon beard vegetables, relishing every bite. Jiao Jiao, step aside, don't spoil them. Lin Qingshan lifted Jiao Jiao by the nape of her neck and pulled her aside. Listen to the people. Lin Feng generously plucked a handful of dragon beard vegetables and tossed them into Jiao Jiao's basin. Jiao Jiao's round face softened considerably. Lin Qingshan quickly retrieved 5 or 6 fertilizer bags and placed them on the vehicle, just in case there are more gains. They set off once again. Uncle Qingshan, out so early to collect junk, huh? Lin Qingshan strode confidently, chest out and head held high, exclaiming, I shall not scavenge today. Instead, I will pursue the tide. Pursue the tide, you say? Have you had breakfast yet? Someone queried. What? Did you not see me hauling a cart full of seaweed just now? Haha. I shall return to the beach to see if there are any more to gather. I aim to bring back another cart. Lin Feng, observing the scene, responded with disbelief. Are you perhaps deaf? The grandfather and grandson made their way back to the beach, where some individuals, including Lin Liren, had already set their sights on them. Do not underestimate the value of seaweed. Its abundance can be quite lucrative. Lin Feng cast a disdainful glance at Lin Liren, his eyes brimming with hostility. Lin Wangxing was about to reprimand Lin Liren, but suddenly fell silent, seemingly intimidated by Lin Feng's presence. In a fleeting moment, Lin Qingshan and Lin Feng quickened their pace, soon vanishing from sight. Are we to prosper together? They scoffed at the notion. However, upon Lin Qingshan's arrival at the original stretch of beach, he found it bustling with individuals. Many of their buckets were empty. while a few contained merely one or two small sea snails. A Shui was diligently using a multi-toothed rake to dig into the sand, his bucket containing 2 clams, 5 sea snails, and 3 sea anemones. Though modest in size, his catch was significantly better than the others. This is the benefit of the multi-toothed rake. It allows for the swift extraction of native marine products from this sandy expanse without depleting one's luck. Upon seeing Lin Qingshan and Lin Feng, Lin Shui felt a twinge of guilt. Grandfather, brother, I did not stop them. Lin Feng understood Lin Shui's sentiment. This beach was public. Although Lin Shui was aware there were likely treasures to be found, he had not intervened to deter others from foraging. A Shui, you've done well. Quickly change your clothes and have some warm water. Lin Qingshan affectionately ruffled Lin Shui's hair, saying, Grandson, you are more sensible than your elder uncle. Realizing that this stretch of beach had little to offer, Lin Feng grasped his bucket and strode forward. Lin Shui closely followed, harboring an inexplicable admiration for Lin Feng. Feeling that his older brother possessed an uncanny ability to discover the best spots and procure valuable finds. The trio of grandfather and grandsons traversed for nearly a quarter of an hour before arriving at another secluded beach. Chapter 024. The rocks are covered with large oysters, old man. Why not sit down and take a rest? After walking for over 10 minutes on the soft sand, they were indeed quite fatigued. The 3 of them approached a fractured rock and simultaneously settled onto it. Here, old man, have some water. Lin Qingshan took a couple of sips before passing the flask to Ah Shui, who, however, did not accept it and instead stood up. Grandpa, brother, it's uncomfortable here. Uncomfortable? By this time, the sky had brightened considerably, and in the spirit of frugality, they had long turned off their headlamps. Lin Shui hastily switched his back on to inspect the rock. Oh my goodness, look at this. Lin Qingshan quickly leaped to his feet, lowering his head to gaze down. His blood pressure surged, his eyes widened, and even his breathing quickened. Were it not for his age, he would have certainly exclaimed in astonishment. Why are there so many oysters? The large rock they were seated on was densely covered with oysters, no fewer than 100, and they were impressively large. The oysters from the stone previously claimed by Lin Liren were nothing in comparison to these. When Lin Feng lifted his head, the light from his lamp illuminated a vast expanse of large rocks, all teeming with oysters. Old man, look ahead. As Lin Qingshan gazed forward, he was momentarily stunned, feeling a faint cramp in his calf, nearly losing his balance. This is simply too much. Had the children not been nearby, he would have let out a string of curses. Damn it. Lin Shui was equally excited, grasping the multi-toothed rake tightly from the bucket. Lin Qingshan, exhilarated, turned towards the bucket, contemplating the shovel and the rake, and decisively opted for the shovel. The rake was only suited for digging sand. When faced with the robust oysters, it would likely prove ineffective. He even regretted only bringing 1 shovel. He should have taken 3. Lin Feng chuckled, adjusting the rake to its sharpest setting, allowing for a swift separation of the oysters from the rock. Hee, old man, you'll be regretting this soon. The 3 of them took to their respective sections of rock, ready to work diligently. Lin Qingshan raised his shovel and swiftly dug into the crevice between the oysters and the rock. He felt a sense of urgency as the dawn light began to emerge. If someone stumbled upon this place, they would surely lose these magnificent oysters. Yet, he also understood that with just 1 shovel and 2 rakes, it would be quite challenging to pry all the oysters off the rocks. He estimated they would need about 2 hours to harvest half of them. As for whether anyone would come by and whether they could safeguard these oysters, that was left to fate. With great effort, Lin Qingshan swung the shovel, and for the first few strikes, some loosely attached oysters fell away, bringing a smile to his face and fueling his enthusiasm. After a few more strikes, it got stuck. Lin Qingshan desperately tugged at the shovel, repeating his previous actions. He worked vigorously, beads of sweat forming on his brow. But alas, it got stuck again. However, he found solace in the fact that, through his relentless toil, he had unearthed dozens of oysters. Lin Qingshan lifted his head, a proud smile etched upon his face. Just as he was about to encourage his 2 grandsons not to be disheartened, his gaze suddenly turned blank. Before him lay 2 heaps of oysters. Lin Feng and Lin Shui had already cleared a rock each and were heading towards the next one. What in the world was happening? Their speed was astonishing. Aided merely by that small, multi-toothed rake? Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Qingshan approached. Ah Feng, is that truly a multi-toothed rake? Why is it so sharp? Old man, I bought this in town, but I've modified it. Lin Feng replied. It can be sharp or dull, depending on this gear cover. In truth, Lin Feng had simply haphazardly added a gear cover, intending to mislead. Who would have thought you had a few tricks up your sleeve? No wonder you are educated, Lin Qishan exclaimed. May I give it a try? No, Lin Feng retorted, returning to his labor. Lin Qishan turned to Lin Shui. Shui, we have gathered a substantial amount of oysters. If we leave them on the beach and someone discovers them, it could spell trouble. Grandpa, what then? Lin Qishan grasped the multi-toothed rake in Lin Shui's hand. Go to the car and bring back a fertilizer bag. Only by placing the oysters in our bags do they truly belong to us, understood? Understood, Grandpa. The naive Lin Shui turned to head towards the vehicle, while the cunning Lin Qishan took possession of the rake. With a swift motion, oysters scattered across the ground. Had Lin Feng not been nearby, he would have surely voiced his thoughts. This tool is remarkably efficient. He glanced at the large iron shovel behind him. Aside from its size, what was its purpose? Lin Qishan and Lin Feng continued to pry the oysters from the rocks, while Lin Shui busily filled the fertilizer bags. Each bag could contain approximately 50 pounds of oysters. In no time, Lin Shui astonishingly filled one bag to the brim. Although Lin Qishan and Lin Feng's arms ached, they were oblivious to their discomfort. Armed with their modest multi-toothed rakes, they diligently scraped away at the large rocks. Feng, your modification of this rake is impressive. Do make one for me as well. Lin Qishan's face glistened with sweat and pride. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Old man, always dreaming of good fortune. Let us get back to work. Can't you see the sun is nearly rising? The trio resumed their labor, fully engrossed in their task. After nearly an hour of relentless effort, they had cleared all the oysters from the nearby rocks. Lin Qishan and Lin Feng turned back to assist Lin Shui in bagging the oysters. In total, they filled 6 fertilizer bags to the brim. Once their task was complete, the 3 of them lay back on the rocks, basking in the sunlight that grazed their faces. The crystalline sweat on their brows was a testament to their happiness and satisfaction. Today's bounty was impressive. They had amassed around 300 pounds, which could fetch nearly 1,000 yuan. However, Lin Feng felt something was amiss. Today's gains should not merely consist of this. He swiftly examined the system panel. Host, Lin Feng, fortune value, 0, fortune level, 0, 7100. What on earth is happening? Earlier, while beachcombing, I had accumulated 30 points of fortune value, with 1 point rewarded for a cartload of seaweed, leaving me with 29 points. Yet now, it seems to have been entirely depleted. Lin Feng was utterly perplexed. Could this system be a mere charlatan? The 3 of them, grandfather and grandson, rested for approximately 10 minutes before Lin Qishan boldly stepped forward to the front of the cart. Lin Shui and Lin Feng flanked him, pushing the cart from either side. A smile crept upon Lin Qishan's lips. Ah, the moment to show off has arrived once more. Chapter 025. This is not a rock oyster, it is a copper oyster. Dragging over 300 pounds of live oysters along the beach proved to be somewhat arduous. Feng, Shui, do not be in such a rush, after all. There is nothing pressing today, so let us take our time. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, thinking it was merely a pretense of leisurely elegance. Upon reaching the beach ahead, they found that the previous foragers were still present, including Lin Liren and Lin Wuxing, who were diligently gathering marine products. They had collected quite a few oysters. As these were inexpensive, and nobody felt inclined to make the trip to town, thus, they decided to sell them at a low price to Lin Wuxing. When Lin Qishan arrived amidst the crowd, the sight of a truckload of fertilizer bags immediately captured everyone's attention. Uncle Qishan, what have you brought this time? Surely, it cannot be stones? Haha, you are only half right. It is a cargo of rock oysters. What? A whole truck of rock oysters? That seems implausible. The gathering of foragers halted their activities and gravitated towards this spectacle. Lin Wuxing's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He seized the opportunity to ridicule Lin Qishan, especially since they had embarrassed him the day before. Oh dear, I believe I see a cow in the sky. Lin Wuxing intentionally tilted his head skyward, proclaiming, "It appears someone has blown a cow up to the heavens." Laughter erupted from the onlookers. In the past, they might have found Lin Wuxing's antics contrived. But today was different. No one could believe that the truck was filled with oysters. Lin Qishan, feeling the sting of Lin Wuxing's mockery, wore a displeased expression. Lin Feng approached from behind the truck, casting an unfriendly glance at Lin Wuxing. This fellow is insufferable. He needs to be dealt with. Wuxing, do you dare to place a bet? A bet? Having suffered losses twice before, Lin Wuxing hesitated momentarily, uncertain of his response. What? Are you afraid now, coward? Lin Wuxing immediately sensed the disdain and amusement reflected in the faces of the crowd. Shang, what are you afraid of? Take the bet. Indeed. You are the bravest in our village. If you back down, it would be rather dull. Forget it, forget it. A Xing is likely intimidated by a Feng. Lin Wangxing felt a burning shame and, in a moment of impulsiveness, declared, "Fine, let us wager. What will the stakes be? If this bag contains only oysters, you shall buy them from me at 5 yuan per pound. If it is not oysters, I will pay you 100 yuan. 5 yuan per pound?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. The stakes were indeed high. They had just sold oysters for 2 yuan per pound, and now the price had surged to 5 yuan. A significant increase of 3 yuan per pound. Given the truck's load, it surely contained several hundred pounds. Lin Liren quickly grasped Lin Wangxing's arm, shaking his head in disapproval. However, Lin Wangxing was consumed by rage. "No problem, let us wager. But I must clarify that if your bag contains only small oysters that do not meet my standards, that too shall count as your loss." "Agreed. Then let us have the witnesses present." The crowd promptly nodded. After all, they were eager to witness the spectacle. Lin Qingshan initially intended to intervene with Lin Feng, yet he chose to remain silent, for he understood the implications of the situation. Lin Feng and Lin Shui yanked down the bags at the front of the vehicle, and with a whoosh, they tumbled to the ground. One by one, the oysters, each the size of a fist, were instantly spread across the sandy beach, immediately capturing everyone's attention. These oysters are astonishingly large. I have never encountered such plump oysters before. Grilled over charcoal, garnished with garlic, scallions, and chili. Oh, what a heavenly delight. My mouth watered at the thought. "Uncle Qingshan, let us go with 3 yuan per jean. I would like 5 jeans for myself." Lin Liren and Lin Wangxing exchanged glances. They too had rarely seen such massive oysters. Lin Feng smirked and, along with Lin Shui, pulled down a second bag. However, Lin Wangxing hurriedly shook his head. "Lin Feng, I'll buy this bag of oysters. Let us settle on 5 yuan per jean." Thick-skinned is Lin Wangxing's first trait, while his second is the ability to cut losses swiftly. Gaining a reputation has always been his aspiration. He had already calculated in his mind that even at 5 yuan per jean, selling such large oysters at his sister's food stall would still yield a profit. Although the profit might be less, it was better than losing face, right? Lin Wangxing. What do you mean? We just discussed a whole vehicle's worth. Lin Wangxing shook his head vigorously. You didn't specify a vehicle's worth. You mentioned the oysters in the bag. Think carefully. Lin Feng pondered and realized he had indeed been careless. The scale read 52 jeans, totaling 260 yuan. Lin Wangxing readily produced the money, reminding everyone. Look closely. I, Lin Wangxing, am the most honest in business. The agreed price will never change. Everyone chuckled and nodded, not one of them believing his words. Of course, the price you unilaterally agreed upon wouldn't change. Fool. Lin Shui intended to lift the bag back onto the vehicle, but, in a moment of carelessness, it slipped from his grasp, and the oysters spilled onto the ground. Lin Shui hurriedly bent down to gather them. Shui, wait a moment. Lin Qingshan stepped forward, picking up a bronze-hued oyster and examining it under the sunlight, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Among the onlookers were seasoned beachcombers who had seen all kinds of goods. An older man eagerly inquired, "Uncle Qingshan, may I take a look at that oyster? There are more on the ground. Help yourself." The middle-aged man began rummaging through the oysters, finally lifting one to inspect it closely. Lin Feng was puzzled. Were there really variations among oysters? "Uncle Qingshan, this is exceptional. This is not a stone oyster. It's a copper oyster." "Copper oyster? Grown on copper?" Lin Feng's mind was triggered by the basic guide to beachcombing. Copper oysters are flatter, with a bronze-colored shell, thin flesh, a salter taste, and a notably strong flavor of seawater and metal. If someone inexperienced with oysters were to encounter a copper oyster as their first, they might never touch oysters again due to its overwhelming taste. If a connoisseur of oysters were to indulge in a considerable number of them before sampling the copper oyster, they would undoubtedly fall in love with it. However, Lin Feng was unaware of the price per pound for copper oysters. I remarked to the gentleman, observing the astonishment on their faces, "Are copper oysters particularly expensive?" Before the middle-aged man could respond, Lin Qingshan interjected, "This delicacy originates from France, somehow. It has made its way to our coastal regions, but the supply is exceedingly scarce. Furthermore, artificial breeding poses significant challenges, making it difficult to cultivate, hence the steep price. During my time as a chef, I prepared these. While other oysters are sold by weight, these are priced per piece, costing 20 yuan each. A plate of 10 amounts to 200 yuan. Everyone gasped in astonishment. If the hotel sells them for 20 yuan apiece, the procurement price must be at least 10 yuan each. right? The group glanced down at the pile, amidst the assortment of oysters. There were indeed 20 to 30 copper oysters. This bag alone could fetch several hundred yuan. Envy ignited in their eyes as they gazed at Lin Qingshan. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This was quite a triumphant display. Lin Liren and Lin Wangxing soon realized the situation and hurriedly emptied the bag of oysters they had just purchased from Lin Feng, sifting through them meticulously, only to discover that not a single copper oyster was among them. The two were bewildered. What a coincidence. Haha. Could it be that copper oysters possessed the ability to discern good from evil? Lin Feng couldn't help but comment. The crowd exchanged knowing glances at Lin Liren and his son. Are you regretting your decisions now? Had you been willing to take the gamble and bought Lin Feng's entire cart, you could have made a fortune. It seems that cleverness has backfired. Old man. Let us head home. Lin Feng finally understood where the 29 points of luck had been expended. Haha. Everyone, we are returning home. Laughter echoed from Lin Qingshan as they departed, accompanied by the envy of the onlookers. Chapter 026. What did you just call me, a phone? The sun bathed the earth in golden light, while a gentle breeze wafted through the air. In an old courtyard of a quaint village, thin wisps of smoke curled upwards, mingling with the aroma of home-cooked meals, painting the entire summer with beauty. A woman adorned with a white headband and a floral apron was diligently ladling well water into a basin. Nearby, a little girl with braided hair, clad in a white dress, joyfully shelled roasted peanuts, savoring each bite. Occasionally, she would tiptoe to present the peeled peanuts to Wang Caixia, who was washing clothes nearby. Sister, have some. Little Hao, I'm not eating. You enjoy it. Lin Hao, undeterred, managed to place a peanut into Wang Caixia's mouth, whispering, Sister, do you like playing with my older brother? You little rascal, don't speak nonsense. Wang Caixia retorted, though her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. At that moment, as Lin Feng entered the house, he chanced upon this charming scene. Setting aside the fact that Wang Caixia was a widow, she truly embodied the qualities of a devoted wife, gentle, kind-hearted, and industrious. Yet, Lin Feng felt a sense of detachment. He was no longer the original owner of this body, and thus, he shared little in common with Wang Caixia. Nevertheless, he recognized two admirable traits in her. Wow, it smells delightful. Caixia, what have you prepared? Grandfather, you're back? Lin Hao scampered forward, her short legs carrying her swiftly into Lin Qingshan's embrace. Lin Shui grinned broadly, displaying his pearly whites. Little sister, I want some too. Lin Hao wriggled free from Lin Qingshan's hold and leapt into Lin Shui's arms, tilting her head up curiously. Second brother, have you gotten darker again? Little sister, do you think I've tanned? Lin Feng crouched down, revealing his slightly yellowed teeth in a smile. He longed for Lin Hao to leap into his embrace as well, admitting to himself that he had a soft spot for his younger sister. To his surprise, Lin Hao suddenly nestled closer to Lin Shui, her voice quivering. Big brother, you haven't tanned. Boo-hoo. Woof woof. It seemed the original owner's misdeeds had left a profound imprint on Lin Hao's innocent heart. Yet, Lin Feng felt no disappointment. Opportunities would abound. Once he crafted the conch shell whistle, he was certain Lin Hao would smile at him again. Grandfather, A Feng, A Shui, you've returned. The porridge is ready. And I've prepared 2 plates of dragon-beard vegetables and some scallion pancakes. I hope you enjoy them. The enticing aroma of scallion pancakes wafted through the air, tantalizing everyone, especially De Huang, whose drool pooled on the ground. Meanwhile, Jiao Jiao remained undisturbed, lying amongst a tangle of weeds, perhaps pretending to lay eggs. If Jiao Jiao were aware of their thoughts, she might burst into laughter. I've eaten so many dragon-beard vegetables. Am I not full to the brim? Delicious, delicious. Caixia's culinary skills are beyond reproach. Lin Qingshan swung open the door wide, and together with Lin Feng and Lin Shui, they pushed the cart laden with goods inside. Grandfather, have you collected so much scrap? Wang Caixia assumed they had gathered a cart full of dragon-beard vegetables from the sea, and then turned to scavenging. A Feng, A Shui, unload the cart. Lin Qingshan smiled mysteriously, waving his hand with a commanding presence. When 5 full bags of oysters were laid out in the courtyard, Wang Caixia was left utterly astonished. So many oysters. Also taken aback was Li Xiuzhen, who had just stepped out of the house. Brother Lin, where on earth did you procure such a bounty of large oysters? Li Xiuzhen, having lived by the sea for years, had seen many things. Yet this was the first time she encountered such an abundance of oysters. There were at least 1,000, densely spread across the ground. Lin Qingshan's lips curled upwards as he picked up a bronze-colored oyster. What we have today is no ordinary oyster. This is a copper oyster. and each one can fetch as much as 10 yuan. Grandfather, you're truly impressive, exclaimed Wang Saixia. Brother Lin, this is remarkable. You, who seldom gather by the sea, have managed to collect so many. Lin Qingshan was about to boast further when he was interrupted by Lin Feng. Old man, enough talk. Let us eat. Although Lin Qingshan intended to distinguish between the copper oysters and the stone oysters, he figured that these creatures were quite resilient and wouldn't perish quickly. The meal commenced. Lin Feng devoured his food with gusto. One must admit, the little widow's culinary skills were exceptional, and her scallion pancakes were nothing short of extraordinary. Woof! De Huang eagerly rubbed against Wang Saixia's legs, expressing gratitude for the pancake. It had noticed a significant improvement in its diet over the past few days. After the meal, Lin Qingshan began organizing everyone to sort the copper oysters for separate storage. Wang Saixia and Li Xiuzhen stayed to assist. After about half an hour of diligent effort, they confirmed that all the copper oysters had been picked out. Lin Feng set aside 30 pounds of stone oysters, dividing them into 3 portions. One portion was for his household. He planned to roast them later that evening, ideally accompanied by a bottle of chilled beer, a delightful prospect. The other 2 portions were given to Wang Saixia and Li Xiuzhen, who, despite their persistent refusals, found the oysters firmly pressed into their hands by Lin Feng. As for the copper oysters, none were intended to be kept. It wasn't out of reluctance, but rather because not everyone shared a taste for them. They were favored only by those who frequently indulged in oysters. Well then, you all have worked hard today. Take this money. Lin Feng produced 2 50 yuan notes and handed them to Wang Saixia and Li Xiuzhen. From what Lin Feng understood, their lives had not been easy. Wang Saixia had been just 20 years old when she married, but within a year, her husband inexplicably fell into a deep coma due to a strange illness. Her husband had been unfortunate as well. After his parents divorced years ago, they had both moved away to remarry, leaving him without anyone to care for him. When he fell unconscious, his parents had visited once, accusing Wang Saixia of being a harbinger of misfortune, claiming she was the cause of their son's illness. They berated her for half a day before leaving 600 yuan and not looking back. They never returned until his death. Wang Saixia's family was not much better off. It was said that when she married, she had received a bride price of 10,000 yuan, which was quite substantial for rural areas in 2007. After her husband fell ill, Wang Saixia rushed back to her maternal home, seeking to reclaim the betrothal gifts to fund his treatment, but her request was met with refusal. Following her husband's death, Wang Saixia chose not to return to her family, instead remaining solitary in that modest courtyard. As for Granny Li, her eldest son, though doing reasonably well, never provided her with any financial support due to his wife's insistence. Her second son has been serving in the army for over 2 years now. Offing, I cannot accept this money. I have already taken the oysters. Wang Saixia firmly pushed the money away, rejecting it decisively. Granny Li quickly shook her head and reached for the oysters, preparing to leave. Saixia, Granny. Lin Feng called out urgently. Indeed, both women halted in their tracks, gazing at him with considerable surprise. Particularly, Li Xiuzhen appeared somewhat agitated. Offing. What did you just call me? Why all this unnecessary chatter? This money is your hard-earned cash. I want to offer you more. Besides, there will surely be times when we need assistance, and you can come to help. If you refuse this money, we shall not seek your aid in the future. Granny. Oh dear. The mere utterance of Granny sent Li Xiuzhen into a flurry of joy, her face beaming with smiles as she happily accepted the money. Very well. I shall take this money. Lin Qingshan looked on enviously, pondering when he might be addressed as grandfather. Wang Saixia also accepted the money. Feeling a rush of emotion upon hearing Lin Feng call her by her name for the first time, devoid of any surname, she feared that, over a meager 50 yuan, Lin Feng might distance himself from her in the future. Deep within, the human psyche often harbors a tendency to dominate the vulnerable, a sentiment that only Wang Saixia truly comprehended. Yet, Lin Feng did not bully her. She felt profoundly touched. Though Lin Qingshan yearned to accompany them to the town to sell oysters, he had responsibilities at home to care for Lin Hao and his spouse, and thus had to forego the opportunity. Regarding the dragon-beard vegetables, Lin Qingshan resolved to set aside a portion for himself, drying the remainder, as this vegetable was inexpensive and wouldn't fetch much if sold. In any case, he needed to purchase vegetables, so he decided to keep some for his own consumption. One could say he was rather carefree. Lin Shui pulled the cart, while Lin Feng pushed from behind, their brotherly teamwork enabling them to exit the village after a strenuous 10 minutes. Suddenly, a figure approached Lin Feng, extending a delicate, fair hand to assist in pushing the cart. Chapter 027 Wang Caixia contributes 20 points of fortune value. The rural path was arduous, riddled with potholes. Lin Shui struggled ahead, pulling the cart, intent on sparing his elder brother from undue fatigue. Unexpectedly, a wave of ease washed over him. "Brother, you're amazing." Lin Feng, at the back of the cart, flashed a smile towards Wang Caixia. "It's not me, it's the help that has arrived." Wang Caixia, gripping a sack of fertilizer with both hands, leaned forward, her cheeks flushed. The system issues a temporary task. Demonstrate the responsibilities of a man. Exert effort in pushing the cart. Responsibilities of a man? Am I not man enough? Yet, upon inadvertently glancing at Wang Caixia beside him, everything became clear. System, are you suggesting I pursue a romantic interest? Please refrain from making arbitrary assumptions. The system has issued this task due to detecting fluctuations in your emotional state. What nonsense is this? Tasks based on emotional fluctuations? Lin Feng recalled previous tasks, realizing they indeed seemed linked to his mood. So you mean to imply that I wish to showcase my capabilities? Very well, system, you have triumphed. It's not about showing off. I merely find these 10 points of fortune value too easy to earn. With newfound determination, Lin Feng summoned all his strength to accelerate the cart. Wang Caixia fell half a step behind. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng swiftly turned his head. Instantly, he felt invigorated. "Ah Feng, how mischievous of you. Why push so fast?" I nearly stumbled. Wang Caixia's face turned a deeper shade of red, yet she did not straighten her back. "System, I have completed the task. Where are my fortune points?" The system remained silent. This confounded system, it truly vexes me. "All right, let us try again." Lin Feng repeated his previous maneuver, pushing forward with fervor once more. "Brother, what are you doing?" Lin Shui, at the front, nearly lost his footing. Wang Caixia again lagged half a step behind Lin Feng. "Ah Feng, what are you up to?" Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight, yet he feigned innocence. "Nothing. I just thought you were working too hard, so I exerted a little more effort." A flush of shyness graced Wang Caixia's face again, but she retorted without hesitation, "Ah Feng, your physical fitness is lacking. You need to exercise more. Just look at you." Panting, Lin Feng nodded, acknowledging her point is valid. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 10 points of fortune value." With the fortune points secured, Lin Feng resumed his leisurely pace. "Caixia, what brings you here?" Wang Caixia replied. "I've been here for quite some time, and you're just now asking?" Lin Feng's inquiry was not about her presence, but rather her purpose in town. In truth, Wang Caixia had followed early in the morning, but had kept her distance to avoid gossip, only approaching once they left the village. "I'm heading to town too." Wang Caixia wiped the sweat from her brow, her face tinged with shyness. "What business do you have in town? Have you forgotten? I work at the seafood processing factory in town." Lin Feng then recalled that Wang Caixia indeed worked at a seafood processing plant in the town, where wages were based on piecework, without a base salary. In essence, one can come and go as they please, provided the product quality meets the standards. With billing calculated per item, there is also the option to refrain from attending, as the employer incurs no loss. It is precisely this cunning strategy employed by the employer that has drawn a multitude of women to seek employment. Lin Feng could not help but marvel at the employer's acumen, as he not only eliminated the base salary, but also ensured that work was not compromised. Most crucially, he garnered the loyalty of his workers. Who among them does not have their own affairs to attend to? With the addition of Wang Caixia, their pace quickened considerably. Yet it still took them over an hour to reach the town. Wang Caixia's processing plant was conveniently situated at the town's entrance. "I've arrived. Farewell," she declared, dusting herself off before turning to leave. Lin Feng and Lin Shui took a brief respite, hands on their hips, catching their breath at the factory entrance. Two young men, cigarettes dangling from their lips, leered at Wang Caixia in a rather lascivious manner. "Look, the little widow is coming," one of them remarked. As Wang Caixia approached, Hongqing took a drag from his cigarette and deliberately exhaled smoke in her direction. Though slightly displeased, she chose silence, preferring to avoid unnecessary conflict. The other young man, Shen Tao, did not exhale smoke but instead positioned himself in her path, reaching out as if to grab her. Wang Caixia quickly crossed her arms in front of her chest and whispered, "What are you doing?" She wished to keep her voice down, aware that a widow often attracts more gossip than sympathy, and that her status could easily be turned against her. "Oh, nothing much. Just thought we'd keep you company. We heard from our boss, Dog Brother, that you must be feeling quite lonely. Why bother with work when we could have some fun together?" Hongqing and Xin Tao advanced towards her, blocking her way, their voices raised as if to draw the attention of others, particularly Lin Feng, who was not far off. Wang Saixia turned to glance at Lin Feng's back, hesitating as if to call out. System temporarily issues a task. Assist Wang Saixia in her predicament. Upon completion, receive 10 fortune points. Lin Feng, standing with his hands on his hips, suddenly paused, bewildered. What is this? He turned sharply to see Wang Saixia being encircled by the two young men. This fool, why doesn't she call for help? Shui, grab something. Brother, what for? Get ready to teach them a lesson. Lin Shui's excitement surged as he looked around until he spotted a broken brick on the ground. The two brothers charged forward, particularly Lin Shui, brandishing the brick, his gaze instilling fear. You lunatics, what are you doing? Chen Tao and Hong Cheng, initially exhilarated by their plan to provoke Lin Feng, took a step back, suddenly apprehensive. Although they were familiar with Lin Feng, they knew nothing of the youth wielding the brick behind him, whose gaze seemed rather unsettling. Lin Feng thought to himself, shouldn't I be the one asking that question? Wang Saixia hurriedly positioned herself behind Lin Feng. The youth before her, though slender and sporting bleached hair, exuded an overwhelming sense of security. Brother, beat them. Lin Feng shook his head, not out of reluctance to fight, but rather due to the realization that they were simply outmatched. The two individuals before him were imposing figures, known for their propensity for brawling. Unlike the mindless characters often depicted in novels, they did not simply resort to lethal violence at the drop of a hat. The reason he had instructed Lin Shui to wield a brick was merely to create an atmosphere of intimidation, instilling a modicum of pressure upon their adversaries. Brother, are we preparing to confront them? Lin Shui was on the verge of losing his composure, having grasped the unfolding situation. His goddess-like sister was being bullied by these two brutes. Shui, I'm not ready, Lin Shui responded, bewildered. Lin Feng's mind whirled, concocting a clever scheme. He clapped his hands together and, with hands on hips, leapt into action. Oh dear everyone, come quickly. Someone is behaving lewdly in broad daylight. These two ruffians are causing a disturbance. What has become of our beloved Shazhou town? Is there no law to uphold? The nearby merchants and pedestrians were drawn to the commotion. Who is that foul-mouthed individual? They wondered. Lo and behold, it is a young man. Lin Feng, adeptly channeling the essence of the cantankerous old women, pointed accusingly at Yang Tao and Hong Cheng. Wang Saixia stood momentarily stunned. Is this truly effective? Tears welled in her eyes as she recalled her own experiences, the troubling events weighing heavily on her heart. The sincerity of her tears resonated deeply. The gathered elders became agitated, pointing fingers at Yang Tao and Hong Cheng. You two scoundrels, what business do you have tormenting a young girl? Since when did our town harbor such characters? Aren't you the troublemakers from the Hong and Yang families? Just wait. We'll inform your fathers and ensure you receive your due punishment. The so-called delinquents were unfazed by the elders' outcries. Yang Tao and Hong Cheng, taken aback by their recognition, fled the scene in haste. Thank you, dear elders. Wang Saixia bowed in gratitude, though Lin Feng still felt a twinge of concern. Saixia, sister, perhaps you should reconsider taking that job. I fear they may return. Wang Saixia was touched, but somewhat discontented. Why had he referred to her as sister? Fear not, young man. I sell vegetables here daily. I am well acquainted with those two rascals. They would not dare return. Reassured, Lin Feng offered a few comforting words before they parted ways. Congratulations, has completed the task, earning 10 luck points. Lin Feng was quite pleased, having unexpectedly gained 20 luck points from Wang Saixia's ordeal. Once redeemed, he was determined to increase her wages. Brother, where to next? Lin Shui inquired, discarding the brick as he readied the cart once more. Chapter 28. Can this be tolerated? As for where to sell this batch of goods, Lin Feng made his decision without hesitation. Naturally, it would be at our dear uncle's store. Brother, dear uncle? The previous encounter left Lin Feng with a particularly profound impression of Wang Fugui. He didn't earn a single penny for himself. Where could one find such a benevolent person? Indeed, Uncle Fugui is our dear uncle. The duo made their way to Wang Fugui's seafood store. Inside the shop, there were customers, 2 men and 2 women. Judging by their attire, they appeared to be tourists from out of town. Uncle Wang, are you busy? Off phone, is that you? Please wait a moment. Lin Feng nodded. After all, there were guests, and one must respect the order of arrival. Boss, don't you have anything fresh in your store? We do. How about this tiger grouper? And over there is a humpbacked bass. In this small town, the tiger grouper is considered relatively expensive, and the humpbacked bass is even rarer. Lin Feng's mind was triggered by the passive recall of the basic guide to beachcombing. The tiger grouper. also known as the striped grouper or green grouper, is a precious near-bottom fish, characterized by its yellow-brown appearance adorned with brown spots, resembling a tiger's skin. The humpback bass, also referred to as the mouse grouper, boasts a vibrant appearance and graceful swimming style, holding high nutritional value and serving both as a delicacy and an ornamental fish. In his previous life, Lin Feng had the fortune of tasting the mouse grouper once, courtesy of a wealthy second-generation company heir. A fish weighing less than 2 pounds cost over 800 yuan. Even in this era, it could easily fetch over 200 yuan per pound. After that, it became increasingly difficult to find, as this fish had not been successfully bred artificially and faced extinction due to overfishing, prompting the state to classify it as a protected species. This underscores the rarity of such fish. Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder when he might acquire some of these exquisite specimens. However, the 2 men and 2 women showed little enthusiasm. It was evident that Wang Fugui had failed to impress them. Boss, we've been on a self-driving tour for over a year, visiting countless coastal cities. And we've tasted both of these fish already. They may be quite rare in your town, but they are commonplace in other coastal cities. And we've grown tired of them. When we came here, we were somewhat hopeful, but it seems that a small place like this has nothing extraordinary to offer. Their disdainful remarks darkened Wang Fugui's expression. Lin Feng felt equally disheartened. It was clear they looked down upon their small town. Could this be tolerated? He was determined to show these outsiders a thing or two. Please hold on a moment. How about taking a look at these? The 2 men and 2 women turned to Lin Feng, and the first thing they noticed was his blonde hair, which instantly dampened their interest. Just a punk. However, one of the men noticed the 2 bronze items in Lin Feng's hands. He abruptly removed his sunglasses and strode over, his gaze fixed on what Lin Feng held. Hey, are those copper oysters you have in your hand locally sourced? Wang Fugui also recognized the copper oysters in Lin Feng's grip, momentarily taken aback. Is this copper oyster? Although he has been in the seafood business, he has not encountered this delicacy in several years. Currently, there is a demand for copper oysters locally, but they are primarily sourced from the province. The province is not coastal, so where do these copper oysters originate? Naturally, they are imported from France, and all are frozen. After being transported to the provincial capital, they are distributed to various locations. Locally, there are indeed some, but encountering a few is considered fortunate. With the advancement of the market economy, people have become increasingly accepting of frozen seafood. My younger brother is quite impressive. He immediately recognized that these are copper oysters. These were collected during our beach excursion today and are all alive and incredibly fresh. The 2 men and 2 women's eyes lit up simultaneously. Although they had tasted copper oysters before, they had never eaten them fresh. Hey, you didn't just bring these 2, did you? Ah Shui, come over. Lin Shui approached, carrying a fertilizer bag, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Even Wang Fugui was somewhat uncertain. Surely, it couldn't all be copper oysters? He believed it was impossible. Hey, is there? What is in that bag? Wow, it can't all be copper oysters, right? Don't joke with us. The 2 men and 2 women suddenly became anxious, eagerly gazing at Lin Feng. Uncle Wang, please bring a large iron basin. Wang Fugui promptly fetched a large iron basin. In the midst of everyone's astonished expressions, Lin Shui lifted the bag, opened it, and poured its contents into the basin. The sound of the hard shells of the oysters clanging against the iron basin created the most beautiful symphony in the world. These oysters certainly wouldn't mind a tumble. Just as Lin Feng raised his face, waiting for everyone's exclamations, a man frowned and asked, "Young man, are you trying to amuse us?" Their eyes were filled with disappointment, and even the handsome young man fell silent. Lin Feng looked down and realized he had mistakenly grabbed the wrong bag. Ah Shui, not this bag. Uncle Li, please bring another large iron basin. Lin Shui returned and opened the correct bag, once again pouring its contents into the basin. The entire stainless steel basin was filled to the brim with copper oysters, creating a striking visual impact that dazzled everyone. My goodness, this must be. There are at least 100 of them. I've never seen such large copper oysters. The aroma suggested they were all alive. The 2 men and 2 women could hardly contain their excitement, as if they had discovered treasure. Wang Fugui's breathing quickened. He had never seen so many copper oysters, specifically live ones. This young man never failed to surprise him. Handsome guy, name your price. We'll take them all. How about this? We'll settle at 20 yuan each. Deal? We want to even count them. Let us just give you 3,000 yuan. Let us grill these and call others over. We'll have a feast. Their eagerness to show off their wealth was palpable as they confidently grabbed several plastic bags to begin packing. 3,000 yuan represents the earnings of many individuals over 2 or 3 months. Gaze upon the young man before us, tall and slender, sporting a rather flamboyant hairstyle that unmistakably marks him as a country bumpkin. He has no reason to decline. A phone, the price is quite substantial. You ought to agree. Despite Wang Fugui's evident displeasure, not stemming from the absence of these goods in his shop, but rather from the dismissive demeanor of this group, he acknowledges that 3,000 yuan is indeed a considerable sum. Bro, I won't sell. Lin Shui, typically silent, suddenly speaks with a forceful conviction. He feels discomfort around these individuals and recalls his elder brother's words. Wang Shu is indeed a blood relative. If there were to be a sale, it ought to be to him. Yet, the others exhibit little reaction, merely chuckling softly. Clearly, they do not regard Lin Shui with any seriousness, instead casting their gaze towards Lin Feng. The decision-maker must surely be this young man with the strikingly bright hair, does it not? Chapter 29, My Brother is Right. These are not for sale. Lin Feng maintained his smile. Ah, the charming young man is smiling. There is potential here. My brother is right. These are not for sale. The 2 men and 2 women were momentarily bewildered. What? Did I hear that correctly? They are truly not for sale. The price we offered is quite substantial. Young man, such items air freighted from France only cost 20 yuan each. The price I am offering is fair. Miss this opportunity, and you shall not find another. Think wisely. This is 3,000 yuan. The other party had yet to finish their sentence. You country bumpkin. It would take you a year and a half to earn 3,000 yuan, wouldn't it? Lin Feng, however, remained unfazed. This group was not worth offending. Firstly, their condescending attitude was intolerable, and secondly, they were merely transient visitors, not regular clientele. I apologize, but we have a long-standing partnership with this establishment, and we previously agreed not to violate the rules. Lin Feng's resolute words took Wang Fugui by surprise, causing him to regard Lin Feng with newfound respect. These 2 young individuals are impressive. Despite their youth, they possess a remarkable spirit. If 3,000 yuan is unfeasible, then perhaps I could add 500. That would amount to over 100 pieces, bringing the price down to nearly 30 yuan each. At such a rate, I must ask, can you, dear proprietor, afford this? The 2 men and 2 women exchanged knowing glances with Wang Fugui, their eyes filled with disdain. Wang Fugui was momentarily taken aback, feeling the pressure shift toward him. As a businessman, his rational mind acknowledged that this price was indeed challenging. Even if he were to supply this batch to his daughter's eatery, the pricing would still be constrained by the consumption levels in this small town, who, after all, would spend 300 or 400 yuan merely for a dish of oysters. Yet, as a person, he sensed that these 2 young individuals were not to be underestimated. How could he back down? I apologize. But since you have stated your position so firmly, I shall accept this batch of goods. Gentlemen and ladies, I bid you farewell. Wang Fugui issued a prompt dismissal. Although the other party was reluctant, they had no recourse. Lin Feng regarded Wang Fugui with admiration. Indeed, he is a true uncle. But it would be unkind to place him in a difficult position, would it not? Ladies and gentlemen, please wait a moment. Lin Feng spoke slowly, causing the 2 men and 2 women to halt, believing he had changed his mind. I see that you are particularly eager to try these oysters. That can certainly be arranged. Lin Feng conceived the idea of directing them to Wang Yuding and Kai Wenya's eatery, thus ensuring the sale of this batch of oysters. After all, is there anything more satisfying than earning money from one's own people? Yet, he was unaware of the name of the eatery. Uncle Wang. What is the name of Xiaoding and Xiaoya's eatery? Wang Fugui quickly recalled, Xiaozhou Impression Eatery. Yes. Our Uncle Wang's establishment supplies exclusively to that eatery. We shall deliver it shortly, and you may dine there. Initially, the individuals intended to purchase the oysters for personal processing, as they were a group of seasoned food enthusiasts with considerable culinary experience. However, should that be the case, it is not entirely inconceivable. They would undoubtedly inflate the price. To be frank, the earlier price of 3,500 yuan was already a figure they reluctantly uttered. After the departure of the 2 men and 2 women, Wang Fugui expressed his concerns. A phone, do you truly believe they will dine at a roadside stall? Uncle Wang, rest assured, they are here for excitement and novelty. They are certainly not going to escape. Well, whether they choose to dine or not is inconsequential. This batch of goods is exceptionally splendid. I have some acquaintances in the county who could assist in handling it, and perhaps I could still turn a profit. Wang Fugui began to count the money at the counter. A phone, We've only crossed paths twice, and this is our third encounter. I appreciate your trust. Here are 3. 500 yuan. Please count it. Lin Feng bowed his head to receive the money and began to tally it. Upon reaching the 30th note, he paused and returned the remaining bills to Wang Fugui. A Feng, what does this mean? Uncle Wang, my initial expectation was 20 yuan per piece. I have counted a total of 130 pieces, yet I am now receiving 3,000 yuan, which exceeds my expectations by far. A Feng, if these were frozen copper oysters. The price might not differ significantly from what you mentioned, but these are fresh. They could easily fetch 4,000 yuan. Lin Feng, however, remained resolute, adamantly refusing the offer. Wang Fugui had no choice but to relent. Uncle Wang, do you have any interest in these raw oysters? Certainly. The size of this large bowl of oysters is impressive. I will purchase them at 5 yuan per pound. Previously, the purchasing price had been 5 yuan, peaking at 3 yuan, however. Given the substantial size of these oysters and the fact that the seller had shown him kindness, he felt compelled to reciprocate. All right, thank you, Uncle Wang. Shui. Follow me. Lin Feng and Lin Shui swiftly exited. Wang Fugui was perplexed. What is happening? Why are they leaving? Moments later, Lin Feng and Lin Shui returned, each bearing a fertilizer bag over their shoulders. Wang Fugui inquired, what is all this? Lin Feng and Lin Shui remained silent, turning back to exit once more. Wang Fugui wondered, could there possibly be more? Ultimately, they returned with 2 additional bags. Uncle Wang, this is all. Shall we weigh it? This is all? Is this truly how one speaks? The total came to 270 pounds, amounting to 350 yuan, and Wang Fugui handed over 400 yuan without hesitation. Lin Feng was quite satisfied. The 30 points of luck should belong to the copper oysters, while the raw oysters were likely a natural bounty of that beach. Swiftly pried from their beds with a multi-toothed rake. Uncle Wang, these raw oysters shouldn't be difficult to sell, right? He felt a tinge of apprehension, aware that Wang Fugui wished to return a personal favor. No sooner had Lin Feng spoken than 2 more individuals entered. They were clad in rubber shoes and camouflage aprons, the quintessential attire of roadside stall chefs. Boss, do you have any oysters available? Wang Fugui smiled at Lin Feng, realizing that business was indeed at hand. Yes. How many would you like? However, the 2 seemed oblivious, their eyes fixated on the large iron basins filled with oysters. Goodness, are those copper oysters? It's my first time seeing them. Such enormous copper oysters must be incredibly rich and delicious. They stared for a full half-minute before finally addressing Wang Fugui, boss. How much are these copper oysters? Lin Feng gazed at the duo, somewhat perplexed. Are you truly calling these ordinary oysters copper oysters? Are you genuinely mistaken or merely confused? Clearing his throat, Wang Fugui interjected, ahem, well, this basin contains regular oysters, while the copper oysters are in that basin over there. The 2 remained unfazed, their expressions unchanged. Oh, my eyes must be a bit askew. I was indeed referring to that basin, one of them remarked. Oh, I see it at an angle too. I was looking at that basin as well, the other chimed in. Wang Fugui, exasperated, asked, so, what would you 2 like to order? Oysters. Copper oysters. Lin Feng burst into laughter, thinking, are they truly this foolish? Lin Shui fairly and justly assessed, brother, they are even more foolish than I. Seeing that the 2 were about to negotiate a price, Lin Feng led Lin Shui outside. Yet, he did not depart entirely, as he still had a few questions he wished to pose to Wang Fugui. Chapter 030. Only you would engage in such unscrupulous acts. Boss, name your price. We shall take all these copper oysters. In the store, Wang Fugui casually remarked, to be frank, these copper oysters were just sold to me by that young fellow. I acquired them for 40 yuan each. You can verify if you don't believe me. 40 yuan each? Very well, let us weigh them. 40 yuan for one. What? What? In truth, Wang Fugui had no intention of selling them, for if he were to offer them in his daughter's shop, it could potentially double in value. Not to mention attract customers and additional spending. Little did he know that the other party was not adhering to conventional norms. All right, we'll take 50 of them. Now it was Wang Fugui's turn to be bewildered. They truly wanted them? In business, there is no such thing as refusing customers. When a price is quoted and money is offered, the transaction must proceed. Otherwise, one should simply refrain from selling. Wang Fugui reluctantly prepared 50 copper oysters for them. By the way, how much for those live oysters? 6 yuan per jin. If you're not satisfied, I can immediately lower it to 4 yuan per jin. In any case, this batch of live oysters, unlike the copper ones, needs to be sold quickly. To his surprise, the other party readily agreed. No problem. We'll take 100 Gene. Let us weigh them. Wang Fugawei suddenly felt that everything was surreal. I say, gentlemen, do you have some esteemed guests to attend to? Our boss mentioned something about hosting an oyster banquet. We must hurry back to prepare. 50 copper oysters for 2,000 yuan. 100 Gene of live oysters for 600 yuan. In the blink of an eye, 2,600 yuan was in hand, and Wang Fugawei felt quite exhilarated. Boss, could you please issue a receipt? It would make it easier for us to report back to our boss. Wang Fugawei searched around. I'm truly sorry, I can't find the receipt. How about I send it to you later? Generally, customers do not require receipts, and he had no idea where he had placed the documents. That won't do, boss. It would be difficult for us to explain back home. Could you perhaps write one by hand? All right. Wang Fugawei swiftly penned a receipt. And after the two men tucked it into their pockets, they began loading their goods. Before long, they departed. Wang Fugawei, feeling elated, made his way to the entrance, where Lin Feng was indeed waiting. Uncle Wang, you sold the oysters so quickly? Not only the live oysters, but also 50 copper oysters. He replied. By the way, you must be waiting for something, right? In truth, Lin Feng had overheard everything that transpired in the store. He thought little of it, assuming that perhaps copper oysters were indeed in high demand. Uncle Wang, do you know any lawyers? Lin Feng felt he lacked friends, but he found Wang Fugawei to be quite agreeable. A lawyer? Hey Feng, is there something on your mind? Lin Feng hesitated, considering it a family matter. Wang Fugawei, understanding, chose not to press further. Hey Feng, there is a lawyer at the judicial office in our town. Perhaps we could inquire there? Lin Feng shook his head, expressing his reluctance to visit the judicial office. To put it bluntly, the lawyers there might very well be in cahoots with Lu Gang from the police station. Uncle Wang, are there any other options? Wang Fugawei suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, how could I forget her? Who? It's Xiaya. This girl hasn't even graduated from her college yet. And she seems to be studying law. Kaiwenya. Although Lin Feng had graduated with a second-tier law degree in his previous life, he held no disdain for vocational education. Sometimes, it proved to be more pragmatic. Nevertheless, for the field of law, a bachelor's degree is preferable, ideally followed by a master's. He could certainly draft a legal complaint himself, but lacking a legal practice certificate, it would not withstand scrutiny. To intimidate, one must present a complete package. How about this? A phone? I happen to be delivering goods to the food stall as well. Let us go together. Lin Feng readily agreed. Wang Fugawei rode his motorcycle, first transporting copper clams and a bag of fresh oysters. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Lin Shui pushed an empty cart towards the food stall. As their figures gradually faded into the distance, Lu Gang emerged from the shadows. A tricycle halted before him, occupied by the two individuals who had just made a delivery. Is this the order? The two promptly retrieved the receipt that Wang Fugawei had just given them, respectfully presenting it to Lu Gang. After a brief inspection, he handed it back, saying, all right, once you return, be sure to process these copper clams and oysters. There will be patrons for lunch. The duo nodded fervently and soon scampered away. Lu Gang squinted, a smirk playing on his lips, his eyes gleaming with cunning and malice. This Lin Feng was quite resourceful. Astonishingly, he had not fallen into his trap this time. Previously, Yang Tao and Hong Cheng had been his pawns, deliberately obstructing the widow's path at the factory gate. A scheme that had been premeditated. Their intention was to provoke Lin Feng into action, knowing he would not resist if he took the bait. Lu Gang had been ready to apprehend him at any moment. However, Lin Feng had not taken the bait and had instead unleashed a torrent of invective. This thwarted Lu Gang's plans. As for how Lu Gang was privy to Lin Feng's every move, it was all thanks to his father-in-law, Lin Liren, who was 7 years his senior. Lin Liren's appearance while clam digging that morning was no coincidence. He aimed to ascertain whether Lin Feng had indeed gone clam digging and whether he had managed to procure anything. If he had, it was certain he would bring it to town for sale. As Lin Feng and Lin Shui pushed the cart out, Lin Liren was already aware of their actions. When one scheme failed, another was devised. Lu Gang hopped on his motorcycle and headed straight to the town government. There, he sought out an organizational officer named Wang Tai, with whom he had a contentious relationship. Previously, when the county contemplated promoting Lu Gang to deputy director, Wang Tai had reported him to the assessment committee. Although the town had no authority over the police station, it nonetheless affected his standing. After making a phone call, a stout man emerged. Director Wang. Did Wang Tai agree to join for lunch? Lu Gang inquired of the middle-aged man, who appeared to be in his 40s. There exists a lively copper oyster. Could he possibly refuse? This fellow, emboldened by a single trip to France, believes he can act without restraint. This rotund individual is named Wang Biao, the director of the town government office. Observing that he is yet to be promoted at over 40 years of age, he is quite anxious. At long last, a position of deputy town mayor has become vacant, yet the organization has bestowed it upon Wang Tai, who is set to arrive for an assessment tomorrow. He finds it intolerable. However, what if Wang Tai is unable to attend the assessment due to unforeseen circumstances? Might the evaluation committee, in a fit of frustration, exclude him entirely? The two men quickly reached a mutual understanding. After bidding farewell to the portly man, Lu Gang hastened to Ergo's roadside stall. "Brother, you've arrived?" A particularly jovial young man, with a beaming smile, extended a cigarette towards him. Despite his seemingly harmless exterior, he harbors a treacherous nature, engaging in all manner of nefarious deeds. This roadside stall is merely his sideline. His primary occupation is running a mahjong parlor. All the money Lin Feng previously lost was at his establishment. Have you dealt with that batch of copper oysters? Rest assured, they are soaking in copper water. Furthermore, when grilled, they are cooked to perfection, juicy and delectable. Engaging in such unscrupulous acts requires a mastermind like you. Son Ergo? Lu Gang took a deep drag from his cigarette, filled with immense self-admiration. This strategy can only be described as killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He would bring down Wang Tai, tarnish the reputation of Wang Fugui's seafood restaurant along with Wang Yuding's roadside stall, and shift the blame onto Lin Feng. After orchestrating all the details, Lu Gang discreetly departed. He relished in the art of cunning and preferred to achieve success while leaving no trace behind. Chapter 031 What? Uncle Wang is your father? Shazhou encounter, the diner. Sister shouting, have you heard? The Tsuehua diner is hosting an oyster banquet, and it seems to have attracted quite a crowd. However, oysters do not yield much profit. I truly wonder what they are thinking. Kai Wenya is adorned in a gray puff skirt, paired with flat black leather shoes, her beautiful legs subtly revealed. I've heard, they are not in it for profit, but rather for connections. Wang Yuding is dressed in purple socks and black high heels, hoping for a stroke of good fortune. Boss, is the boss in? Just as Wang Yuding is reflecting, 6 individuals appear before her. If Lin Feng were here, he would recognize them instantly. 4 of them are the same 2 men and 2 women who were just in the shop wanting to buy copper oysters. A smile graces Wang Yuding's lips. See, indeed, fortune is coming. It is not even 11 o'clock yet, and customers are already arriving. Hello. May I ask if your boss is present? Greetings, I am. May I inquire if you are the ones who reserved the private room for lunch? Yes. We wish to eat copper oysters. The reason we arrived so early is to see if we could borrow your kitchen to prepare them ourselves. Wang Yuding is momentarily taken aback. It is not unusual for some guests to request to use the kitchen, although their creations often resemble a culinary disaster. They take joy in the process. The crucial aspect is that no matter how unpalatable their dishes are, they believe they are delightful. Copper oysters? Sir, we do not have those. That cannot be right. The owner of the old Wang seafood restaurant said otherwise. How about this? Please take a seat while I confirm this. Kai Wenya gestures for everyone to enter and sit down. Just as Wang Yuding is about to call, she spots Wang Fugui. Dad, a group of customers just came in. Asking about, is this what they meant, daughter? Wang Fugui proudly opens a fertilizer bag, revealing bronze-colored oysters that instantly capture Wang Yuding's attention. Dad, these are copper oysters? Where did you acquire these? They were sold to me by that young man who previously sold the emperor clams. Wang Fugui briefly explains the process, particularly how Wang Yuding feels a stir within when she learns that Lin Feng actually turned down a high price. As the saying goes, kindness does not command troops. Affection does not establish matters, righteousness does not manage finances, and goodness does not govern. In business, one cannot dwell on sentiment. This young man is quite intriguing. Such individuals are rare. Dad, how should we price these? Perhaps we should wait? That young man will be here shortly. We can hear his thoughts. He is coming too? For some reason, the image of the yellow-haired youth with a flamboyant hairstyle floats into Wang Yuding's mind. After approximately 15 minutes, Lin Feng and Lin Shui arrive. From afar, Lin Feng spots Wang Yuding in her purple socks, nearly causing him to bleed from his nose. Wow, the surname Su does not deceive me. Purple truly exudes charm. Ah Feng, why are you panting so heavily? Huh? It's nothing. I might just be a bit tired. Wang Yuding took a step forward with her long legs, extending her fair hand. You must be Ah Feng, right? Thank you for introducing the guest to me. Thank me? Very well. Then you shall offer yourself in return. You are Manager Wang, correct? Why should I thank you? I wish to extend my gratitude to Uncle Wang. Thank me. Wang Fuguwei was taken aback. Indeed, Uncle Wang. I simply wish to inquire, if I sell you the copper oysters for 3,000 yuan, how much would you charge Manager Wang? Before Wang Fuguwei could respond, Wang Yuting interjected, of course, I would also give my father 3,000. You see, Uncle Wang, you wouldn't earn a single cent. What? Uncle is your father? Lin Feng's mind was buzzing. So that's how it is. He suddenly felt he had lost a considerable amount of money. Observing Lin Feng's foolish expression, Wang Yuting couldn't help but giggle after imagining some details. Lin Feng sighed, realizing he had been careless. This Uncle Wang was not his biological uncle. Perhaps it would be better to call him Old Wang from now on. Haha, what is the matter? Do you think selling seafood to me is a loss? Wang Fuguwei produced a cigarette and offered it to Lin Feng, even taking out a lighter to assist him in lighting it. Lin Feng took the lighter and lit Wang Fuguwei's cigarette before lighting his own. Lin Feng understood clearly that this was all part of market dynamics. Unless one could secure long-term collaborations with prestigious hotels, one would often find oneself at a disadvantage. However, he lacked such a foundation at present, and the dominance of larger establishments over smaller ones was a frequent occurrence, with some hotels settling accounts quarterly, which could be quite troublesome. In truth, this was all mere talk. Cultivating a good relationship with Wang Fuguwei could lead to more lucrative opportunities. Feng, I would like to ask, what is an appropriate price for the copper oysters? I believe we should set the price at 60 yuan each for a total of 40. Wang Fuguwei and Wang Yuting gasped in astonishment. 60 yuan each? Are you serious? Yet, considering the seafood store had already sold them for nearly 30 yuan each, it seemed reasonable that a price increase would occur at a larger eatery. Feng, what if they refuse? Uncle, when they come, we must ensure they have an enjoyable experience. Why not offer an additional 10 jin of regular oysters? The idea of a promotional offer was indeed commendable, and Wang Yuting silently approved. What about the remaining 40 copper oysters? Wang Fuguwei asked, somewhat puzzled. There are a total of 130 copper oysters, having sold 50, 80 remain. Why not just offer them all? However, Wang Yuting pursed her lips, her youthful and radiant face illuminated by a charming smile. You mean, to position them as a premium specialty of our establishment? Exactly. After all, these copper oysters can remain viable for a year or so. If a significant client or merchant visits our town, wouldn't your place become the first choice? Wang Fuguwei's eyes sparkled with excitement. You young people have such vibrant ideas. You should communicate more often. Haha, indeed. Lin Feng was in complete agreement, imagining the array of colorful socks he could see daily. Feeling an urge to sneak a pair home. Xiaoting, please go and speak with them. By the way, call out Xiaoya. Feng has something to discuss with him. Find Xiaoya? Very well. Wang Yuting cast a glance at Lin Feng and, with her long legs striding confidently, entered the establishment. I had initially intended to treat you to a meal. So, you're interested in my cousin? Huh? Lin Feng also noticed the look in Wang Yuting's eyes. Was it disdain, or perhaps jealousy? Women are complex. When you regard them openly, they avert their gaze. Yet, when you mention another woman in their presence, their expressions invariably shift. Before long, Kai Wenya emerged, and Lin Feng articulated his intentions. What? You want me to draft a complaint? But I lack a lawyer's license. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng produced 2 sheets of paper from his pocket. I have already prepared it. Do you think this will suffice? Surely one of your university professors possesses a law degree. Hand these over to them and request an official lawsuit document. Kai Wenya's eyes sparkled. That's an excellent idea. I'll head to the internet CAF in town and email my professor. Once he prepares it, he can scan and send it back to me. After attending to his matters, Lin Feng prepared to return with the shui, when suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. System has issued a temporary mission. Detected an attempt to frame the host. Please proceed to ergo de Peidang to prevent others from consuming copper oysters. Completion of the mission will reward you with 30 luck points. Chapter 32, A Troubling Situation. Yet he still consumed it. Lin Feng shuddered, realizing that the system could issue tasks based on danger. Previously, when the widow Wang Saixia faced peril, the system had also dispatched a task. It was confirmed. To his delight, he had accrued 30 points of fortune value, coupled with the previous 20 points. He now possessed a total of 50 points. His fortune level could indeed advance smoothly. However, a wave of anxiety swept over him. What was the nature of this danger? He was all too familiar with Sun Ergu, having previously lost to him during mahjong games. What was this about preventing others from consuming copper oysters? Were others plotting to frame him using them? His mind raced back to the two individuals he had encountered at Wang Fugue's establishment. In an instant, Lin Feng grasped the crux of the matter. At that moment, Wang Yuding emerged with a beaming smile, evidently having secured a business deal. "My dear daughter." "How did it go?" Lin Feng inquired. Wang Yuding signaled an okay with her hand, her gaze towards Lin Feng now imbued with admiration. "I owe this to you, Ah Feng. I never expected they would truly agree. Sweetheart, don't just express gratitude verbally. Arrange for several specialty dishes for lunch today." "Absolutely," Wang Yuding responded readily. But soon noticed Lin Feng's lack of reaction, which left her feeling somewhat disconcerted. "Manager Wang, I would like to use your phone." Lin Feng's expression turned grave. Wang Yuding promptly handed him her mobile device. After making a call, Lin Feng fixed his gaze on Wang Fugue and asked, "Uncle Wang, did you find the two individuals who purchased copper oysters in your shop to be a bit peculiar?" "Peculiar?" Lin Feng calmly analyzed. His eyes sharpening. Those two appeared to be workers from a roadside stall, unable to differentiate between oysters and copper oysters. Yet they did not flinch at the exorbitant price of copper oysters. Did they possess the authority to make such decisions? Furthermore, they insisted on you providing a receipt, which could not be issued later. As he concluded his analysis, Wang Fugue's demeanor grew serious. "There is indeed something amiss. Uncle Wang, they seem to be associated with Ergu's roadside stall. You know Sun Ergu, right?" Wang Fugue was well aware of Sun Ergu and his character. "Are you suggesting that Sun Ergu bought the copper oysters for nefarious purposes and intended to frame us?" "Precisely." Wang Fugue's expression shifted dramatically, while Wang Yuding's face paled. "Ah Feng, that Sun Ergu is nothing but trouble. I will take 2 male servers from the shop with me. We shall go together." This was not solely Lin Feng's affair. If mishandled, everyone could be implicated. "Manager, have we begun processing the copper oysters in our shop?" "They're already in the kitchen." "Good. Once they finish their meal, please escort them to Sun Ergu's roadside stall. If they refuse to go, inform them that we can offer them an additional 20 copper oysters and 10 pounds of large oysters." Wang Yuding seemed to have an inkling of what was unfolding. "That can be arranged. Rest assured, I will take care of it. Uncle Wang, may I borrow your motorcycle?" "Come, I shall accompany you. I am quite familiar with the town." Wang Fugue revved his motorcycle, setting off with Lin Feng and Lin Shui. At Sun Ergu's food stall, Wang Tai was already seated. The office director, Wang Biao, was bustling about, pouring water with extraordinary enthusiasm. "Wang officer, I hear the inspection team is arriving tomorrow. So allow me to extend my early congratulations on your promotion. We can no longer address you as Officer Wang. We must now call you Mayor Wang. I hope you will look after us in the future." Mayor Wang is young and accomplished. I have never seen such a young deputy section chief before. His future is undoubtedly limitless. The praises flowed from all sides, causing Wang Tai to feel a bit elated. In truth, he was not very old, merely 25 years. He had come to work here as a selected student 4 years ago, yet he stifled his inner excitement. "Please, everyone, do not speak so frivolously. Also, today we are merely having a casual gathering, and the expenses must be on me. Otherwise, I shall take my leave." Wang Biao quickly nodded, thinking to himself that he could not allow Wang Tai to leave without sampling the exquisite copper oysters. As they conversed, Sun Ergu arrived with 2 plates of copper oysters. "Wang officer." "No, Mayor Wang. This plate is grilled copper oysters, and this one is steamed copper oysters, all freshly prepared from live oysters." Wang Tai's eyes sparkled. He had once tasted them in France and could never forget the experience. "Are these wild live copper oysters? Are you certain they are not frozen?" "Absolutely genuine. We procured them from the old Wang seafood shop in town. Here is the receipt for your review." Wang Biao chimed in. "I heard a young man caught them early this morning while harvesting from the sea. The quantity was limited, and we paid a handsome price to acquire some." The more Wang Tai listened, the more intrigued he became, picking up an oyster and inspecting it closely. Another young man sitting nearby also took one. Just as he was about to eat it, Wang Biao flicked it away with his chopsticks. "Why are you in such a hurry? Mayor Wang hasn't tasted it yet." The young man sheepishly smiled, placing the chopsticks down once more. "Mayor Wang, dip it in the sauce while it's hot and give it a try?" "Very well. I shall taste it and see how it fares." Just as he was about to do so, a youth burst in through the door, his face flushed and breathless, raising his right hand and exclaiming, "Do not eat. It's delicious." Wang Tai had just placed the oyster in his mouth and swallowed it. Lin Feng frowned, thinking that trouble was brewing. He had indeed eaten. The unexpected scene drew everyone's gaze toward Lin Feng. "What are you doing, you rascal?" Wang Biao felt a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that this young man had discovered something? Yet, Sun Ergu recognized Lin Feng. Oh, it's a phone. Quickly, brother. Let me arrange a mahjong room for you. We need one more player, and if you lose, it will be on me. Sun Ergu attempted to lead Lin Feng away, preferring to avoid any complications at such a critical moment. Wait. Wang Tai called out to Sun Ergu, rising to stand before Lin Feng, scrutinizing him from head to toe. He pondered inwardly. This fellow certainly appeared to be trouble. Pray tell, why did you warn me not to eat? Lin Feng was uncertain why the copper oysters on the plate were inedible, yet his instincts warned him that something was amiss. I too cannot fathom the reason behind advising you against consuming them, but perhaps you might consider having Sun Ergu, the proprietor, sample them first? Sun Ergu's expression shifted as he realized that these copper oysters were personally soaked by him in copper water. They were certainly not meant for consumption. Brother, are you intentionally seeking trouble? As the owner of the establishment, how could I possibly eat what a customer has ordered? You are being rather excessive. Gritting his teeth, Sun Ergu clenched his fists and forcefully seized Lin Feng by the collar, his piercing gaze cutting into him. You stand aside. Lin Shui abruptly shoved Sun Ergu, causing him to stumble back a couple of steps. You fool, how dare you push me? Just as Sun Ergu was about to swing his fist, a commanding voice rang out. Stop. Chapter 033. Reward of 30 points of exquisite fortune. Wu Xiaohai stood before Sun Ergu, arching an eyebrow. Sun Ergu, do you still wish to engage in violence? Upon seeing Wu Xiaohai's countenance, Sun Ergu instantly transformed. He clenched his outstretched hand into a fist and concealed it behind him, wearing a disarming smile. Ah, Officer Wu, what a misunderstanding. How could I ever dare to harm anyone? Previously, Lin Feng had made a call using Wang Yuding's phone, which was directed to Wu Xiaohai. With a police officer at his side, Lin Feng felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Half the battle was already won. Wang Fugue, who had been exceedingly anxious and was recently quite frightened, found himself admiring Lin Feng even more upon witnessing the scene. This young man possesses a certain depth of character. Officer Wu, I wish to report a suspicion that Sun Ergu is selling toxic oysters to customers. The crowd gasped in astonishment, particularly Wang Tai, who had just consumed an oyster. At this moment, he was compelled to regard Lin Feng with newfound seriousness. Is what you say true? Don't listen to his nonsense. He is slandering me. Why would I sell toxic oysters to anyone? Am I out of my mind? Sun Ergu refused to admit any wrongdoing, though he appeared somewhat guilty. Lin Feng scrutinized Sun Ergu, his eyes glinting with amusement. Boss Sun, if that is the case, why not eat a few oysters in front of everyone? Lin Shui obediently retrieved a platter of oysters from the table, even bringing along the dipping sauce. You eat. The crowd continued to swell, abandoning their meals to witness the unfolding drama. Even passers-by on the street were drawn closer by the commotion. Wang Tai, ever supportive, picked up a pair of chopsticks, presenting an oyster to Sun Ergu's lips. Boss Sun, I trust you wouldn't harm me. Please, indulge in one. Sun Ergu's expression was one of bitterness. Did he not recognize whether he could eat it or not? Lin Feng pointed at Sun Ergu. You hesitated. Are you frightened? Sun Ergu glanced at Wang Biao, who hastily averted his gaze, equally apprehensive. Sun Ergu then turned to Wu Xiaohai. Officer Wu, surely he cannot compel me to eat? Moreover, I have an aversion to such delicacies. I am allergic to seafood. Wu Xiaohai had already discerned the underlying issue and would not let him evade responsibility. As the proprietor, you are obliged to cooperate when patrons voice concerns about your food. The onlookers chimed in unison. Indeed, if you do not dare to consume your own products, why should we? Are we mere fools? Surely, there can be no issues with this establishment. I can't believe I just consumed so many raw oysters. Refund us. We shall never dine here again. The crowd, brimming with indignation, seemed ready to devour Sun Ergu alive. Lin Feng, seasoned by the experiences of a past life, found such scenarios all too familiar. It is bewildering how, at some point, the ability to consume one's own produce became the gold standard. How many merchants never partake in their own goods? According to relevant data, the number of food additives in 2007 exceeded 2,000, and by 2024, it astonishingly soared to over 25,000. Are we truly consuming food? No, we are consuming additives. To be fair, many may not believe this, but our approval process for food additives is exceedingly stringent and cautious. Our production of additives is substantial, with a significant portion exported to the United States. Despite their constant outcry, the United States is, in fact, a veritable paradise for food additives. Of course, there are many profit-driven proprietors who overlook everything for the sake of revenue. At this moment, Wang Tai, still wielding his chopsticks, has already concluded in his mind that these copper oysters are undoubtedly problematic. Even if there were no issues, he no longer dares to consume them. Son boss, why don't you have one? I just ate one. Son ergo steeled himself and opened his mouth. He thought one should be harmless, right? Wang Tai had just eaten one, and he seemed fine. Not to mention a single copper oyster, even if a guest pointed out a large rat in the dish. He could swallow it down. Afterward, he would tell the guest that it was merely duck neck. Just then, Wang Tai's chopsticks and copper oyster suddenly fell to the ground. And his face turned pale. My stomach suddenly hurts. He clutched his abdomen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This scene startled everyone. Initially, Sun Ergo thought Wang Tai was feigning, but the situation seemed too grave for that. Lin Feng, quick-witted, immediately supported Wang Tai to prevent him from collapsing. Sunday. Sun Ergo, what on earth did I eat? I feel nauseous. Wang Tai's complexion grew even paler as he vomited profusely, his hands massaging his stomach in evident distress. I am a doctor. Let me take a look. A middle-aged woman approached. Prying open Wang Tai's mouth and examining his eyes, it is clearly copper poisoning. Copper poisoning? Everyone turned pale at the mention. Symptoms of copper poisoning manifest within 5 to 10 minutes, leading to nausea and vomiting, with a bluish tongue, ultimately resulting in acute gastroenteritis. In severe cases, it can lead to acute renal failure and uremia. Other heavy metal poisonings do not present so rapidly. We must rush him to the hospital. This doctor had actually been summoned by Wu Xiaohai, who at the time did not understand why Lin Feng had made such a request. In hindsight, it proved to be quite necessary. He grew increasingly intrigued by Lin Feng. This young man was no ordinary individual. Was he capable of foresight? Did he have everything under control? With everyone's assistance, Wang Tai was carried to the entrance of the establishment. Fortunately, there was a bus in town that could transport him directly to the county hospital. Before departing, Wang Tai grasped Lin Feng's hand tightly, his voice brimming with gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have continued eating. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Now is not the time for that. You must hurry to the hospital. Lin Feng understood that he had just expanded his network. And significantly so. Once they had attended to Wang Tai's predicament, the group turned their attention back to Sun Ergo. Wang Biao had been lurking in the shadows, discreetly informing Lu Gang of the unfolding situation via his mobile phone. Lu Gang was actually loitering nearby. Upon receiving a phone call, he departed without a backward glance. What a jest. Why should I concern myself? Even if I were to be bitten, do they possess any evidence? The downfall of Ergo's food stall is of little consequence. Such news merely reduces the competition for Tsuowa's stall. Sun Ergo was also taken aback. Moments ago, he had thought Wang Tai was on the brink of death. If it were an ordinary person, it would be of no matter, but he is a public servant. In ancient times, assaulting a government official would have dire consequences. The Great Ming Code states, for those who have acted, 100 strokes of the rod and exile for 2,000 miles. For those who have injured, execution. For those who have killed, all shall be executed for their treachery. The nature of the offense is entirely different. Wu Xiaohai declared with righteous indignation. Sun Ergo, do you have anything to say? Just then, Sun Ergo noticed Wang Fugue behind Lin Feng and swiftly pulled him forward. Officer Wu, all these copper oysters were purchased from him. If there is an issue, it is his responsibility. Sun Ergo was quick to shift the blame, ensuring he had an escape route. Wang Fugue, undeterred, interjected, this batch of copper oysters was initially problem-free. As for any issues during processing, that remains uncertain. Everyone's eyes are keen. Your hesitation to eat just now speaks volumes. Nods of agreement rippled through the crowd, leaving Sun Ergo momentarily speechless. At that moment, Wang Yuding arrived, accompanied by the 6 individuals who had consumed the copper oysters. You must be Officer Wu? We just dined at Wang Yuding's establishment and encountered no issues whatsoever. We are all outsiders, with no ties or interests in your locality. We stand ready to bear legal responsibility for our words. We have sampled various copper oysters, and those from their stall are evidently soaked in copper water, Officer Wu. You can investigate. There will surely be traces. Wu Xiaohai nodded. I have summoned personnel from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. They will certainly uncover something. Sun Ergo, come with me for an investigation. Sun Ergo collapsed to the ground, looking helplessly at Wang Biao, who merely shook his head. Sun Ergo was taken away, and Lin Feng, Wang Fugue, and the others exhaled in relief. Congratulations, Su Zhu, for completing the task. Reward: 30 points of exhilarating fortune. A smile played on Lin Feng's lips. Today's gains were truly plentiful. A phone, let us depart. I shall prepare a few dishes for lunch and share a drink with you. A blush graced Wang Yuding's face, and her gaze towards Lin Feng held a hint of shyness. Who does not admire a person who can turn the tide? With 50 points of exhilarating fortune in hand, Lin Feng was quite pleased. Very well, let us proceed. The success of this book also requires everyone's support. The author expresses gratitude here. Chapter 034, The Upgrade of Fortuitous Luck at the Bustling Food Stall in Shazhou. Kai Wenye rushed out, her face etched with concern upon seeing Wang Yuding and Lin Feng return. She had heard about the recent incident and was well aware of the character of Sun Ergu, who had previously harassed her at the shop. Xiaya, everything is fine now, thanks to Ah Feng, Wang Yuding exclaimed. Suddenly, a pressing question struck her. Ah Feng, how did you know someone was plotting with the copper oysters? Lin Feng felt a wave of confusion. He couldn't very well reveal that it was a system notification. Well, those two exhibited rather unusual behavior in my shop. If I had thought it through, I would have noticed the signs. He mused internally, questioning why she hadn't perceived the clues if she was so astute. However, Wang Fugui's words did provide a plausible explanation for the situation. Wang Yuding ceased her inquiries, taking Kai Wenye by the hand as they headed towards the kitchen. A sense of unease lingered in her heart. If it weren't for Lin Feng, her father's seafood restaurant and the food stall could have faced dire consequences. In this day and age, one misstep could lead to unforeseen calamities. The realm of business competition is invariably ruthless. Ah Shui, let us take a seat. Lin Feng beckoned to Lin Shui, only to find him standing there, drooling, utterly entranced by Kai Wenye. Lin Feng was unfazed. After all, Lin Shui was already 17. At that age, he himself had possessed a keen understanding of the world, owing to the knowledge gleaned from the internet. As they awaited their meal, Lin Feng decided to delve into the intricacies of the system's fortuitous luck upgrade while also exploring what other items could be procured. Uncle Wang, Ah Shui, I shall step out for a moment to acquire some supplies. He exited the food stall, seeking a secluded corner. System, upgrade fortuitous luck level. Fortuitous luck level upgrade completed. Current level, 1. Fortuitous luck upgraded to level 1. Unlocking benefits for the host. Benefit 1. Daily routine task acquired. Walk 10,000 steps daily. Rewarding 5 points of exhilarating luck value. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This benefit was indeed promising. Since his rebirth, the original host's body had been thoroughly depleted, rendering him perpetually unwell. Contrary to appearances, he was not merely pale, he was truly wan and frail. Walking 10,000 steps each day would not only bolster his health but also yield 5 points of exhilarating luck value, equivalent to 500 yuan, amounting to a monthly income of 15,000 yuan. This represented a stable source of revenue, akin to a base salary. Benefit 2. Acquired critical hit skill. Completing tasks issued by the system may grant opportunities for a luck value critical hit, potentially yielding valuable items. Lin Feng paused in surprise. Such a feature existed? System, allow me to clarify. If I complete a task and earn 10 points of luck value, does this mean I have the chance to receive 20 points of luck value or possibly acquire a skill? Bingo. The host's response is entirely correct. Huh. How can they still refer to me as a pig when I am this astute? Lin Feng was exceedingly delighted. It was not merely luck that struck, but rather the prospect of wealth. If he were to acquire a swimming skill, would he not transform from a landlubber into a master of the aquatic realm? As the adage goes, where there is one, there follows another, and without the third, there can be no foundation or momentum. System, might there be a third benefit? Bingo. The system is overly optimistic. Lin Feng huffed in response. He proceeded to examine the system panel. Host, Lin Feng, luck value, 50 points. Luck level, 1, 21,000, gold, 0 coins, skills, none, unlock tools, multi-toothed rake, basic coastal fishing guide, goodness. Does the next upgrade truly require 10,000 luck points? This confounded system, Lin Feng calculated, with 50 luck points and over 4,000 yuan in his pocket. He felt an itch to shop. The desire to purchase is an inherent trait of humanity, regardless of gender. Previously, he had spent 2,000 yuan on 2 multi-toothed rakes, a cost that had already been recouped. The first rake had effortlessly grasped a large blue crab and unearthed the seashells that had long resided on the beach. The second rake proved even more formidable. Without it, they might have struggled to pry all the oysters from the rocks. Should someone arrive, those copper oysters and the rest would no longer belong to them. He now comprehended fully the attributes and skills of the items offered by the system. Firstly, They possessed intrinsic attributes that could augment income, fluctuating between 20 and 50 of the luck value. Secondly, they enhanced efficiency, far surpassing ordinary tools in utility. Sometimes, efficiency not only saves time, but also seizes opportunity. Lin Feng accessed the system's marketplace. Tool category multi-toothed rake, price 1,000 coins. Iron clamp, price 1,200 coins. Fishing rod, price 5,000 coins. Page 2 10-meter fish trap, price 1,000 coins. Stainless steel sand shovel, price 1,500 coins. Water pump, price 5,000 coins. As for the equipment category and medicine category, he decided to defer consideration, despite his longing to purchase, for a single nerve liquid commanded a staggering price of 10,000 coins. It appeared he would need to earn some substantial funds. Truth be told, he yearned to acquire a fishing rod, hoping to reel in a colossal creature from the depths. However, impoverished as he was, he had to relinquish that desire. After much contemplation, his gaze settled on the iron clamp and the 10-meter fish trap. System, purchase for 200 coins. In an instant, 22 notes vanished from Lin Feng's pocket. Ding ding ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 200 coins. Lin Feng clicked to purchase. Suddenly, an iron clamp and a 10-meter fish trap materialized at his feet. The iron clamp resembled an elongated pair of scissors, capable of grasping various items. The fish trap bore a design akin to those sold in stores. Without pausing for detailed examination, Lin Feng grasped his acquisitions and stepped into the shop. Ah Feng, are these your purchases in preparation for coastal fishing? Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, the more supplies I acquire, the greater the potential harvest. Wang Fu's lips twitched slightly. Purchasing merely an iron clamp and a fish trap, yet reaping greater rewards? Others are acquiring water pumps, draining every puddle they encounter. Lin Shui toyed with the iron clamp in his hands, his eyes glistening. My brother and I are further advancing our coastal endeavors. Before long, Wang Yuding and Kai Wenya began presenting the dishes. Garlic vermicelli steamed scallops, grilled oysters on a hot plate, steamed grouper, stir-fried seafood in the style of a typhoon shelter, braised abalone with pork, and pepper salt shrimp. The vibrant colors and enticing aromas stirred appetites profoundly. It was nearly 1 in the afternoon, and everyone was already quite famished. Wang Yuding took the initiative to serve Lin Feng, her voice gentle. Ah Feng, do try my dishes. Are they to your liking? Chapter 035. Rewarding swimming beginner skills. Lin Feng savored the braised abalone with great seriousness. It was indeed a renowned dish. Manager Wang, how did you know that I relished this delicacy? It is exceptionally well prepared. Everyone enjoys receiving compliments, and Wang Yuding was no exception, her face lighting up with joy. Wang Fuguwei personally poured a glass of wine for Lin Feng and, with a proactive gesture, lifted his cup. Ah Feng, were it not for you today, my seafood restaurant would likely have faced ruin. Indeed, Sun Ergo clearly intended to undermine our food stall's business, hence his underhanded scheme. If you hadn't swiftly identified the issue, our stall would have suffered dire consequences as well. Although it was already past 1 o'clock, the restaurant continued to welcome guests. Everyone understood that had it not been for Lin Feng's timely intervention, not only would they have failed to serve customers, but they would probably have had to shut down. The fate of Erga's food stall was a testament to the gravity of food safety. No one would gamble with their life. Reflecting on this, Wang Yuding's gaze towards Lin Feng softened considerably. Thank you, Uncle Wang and Manager Wang, for your kind words. It was merely a stroke of luck on my part. Let us toast together. Laughter and conversation filled the air, creating a harmonious atmosphere, while Lin Shui indulged in his meal, his mouth glistening with oil. Particularly when he observed Lin Feng drinking, a smile crept onto his lips. As long as his elder brother was drinking, he would not revert to the scoundrel he once was. Yes, drink up. As the alcohol flowed, Wang Yuding became more talkative. Ah Feng, what do you think of the decor of my food stall? Wang Yuding placed great importance on the decor, having invested a substantial sum in its design. Lin Feng surveyed the premises. The food stall was of a standard size, approximately 200 to 300 square meters, adorned with a dozen tables, predominantly round, with fewer small ones. Seafood stalls were typically constructed from iron sheets and wooden planks, predominantly in shades of green, and Wang Yuding's was no exception. Lin Feng candidly remarked, not impressive. What? He quickly shook his head, realizing he had spoken too freely. It is often wiser to say less than more. Not everyone appreciates a self-proclaimed teacher. Since we are all young, why not share your thoughts? Wang Yuding had only asked casually, harboring little hope, for after all. This young man hailed from the village. What insight could he possibly possess? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Although Wang Yuding masked her disdain well, he sensed it nonetheless. Heh, after all, I have several years of experience leading the way. Can I not discern such matters? However, he did not fully comprehend Wang Yuding's character. Should he inadvertently offend her, it would also reflect poorly on Wang Fugui. Never mind, better to remain silent than to risk offending anyone. System has issued a temporary task. Point out the issues with the decor with precision. Upon completion, a reward of 20 luck points will be granted. Really? Is this even possible? Lin Feng was surprised that he could continuously benefit from this situation with a woman today. He was eager to test whether the system would grant him a critical hit. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and gestured toward a rotund man in the shop who was busy scooping seafood. Firstly, your male staff are merely clad in tank tops, and some even bear tattoos on their arms. The female staff are a hodgepodge of attire, some in trousers, others in skirts, and a few donning aprons, creating a rather informal impression. What if they all wore uniforms adorned with your establishment's logo? Wang Yuding, lost in her thoughts, was suddenly stirred by these words. She had always focused on her own appearance, donning sharp work attire and various shades of socks daily, yet had overlooked her surroundings. Lin Feng had struck a chord. Secondly, do you understand why the same wine, when housed in different bottles, commands varying prices? Is it merely due to the aesthetics of the bottle? A remarkable insight. TSK. Wang Yuding's cheeks flushed crimson as Lin Feng smirked, while Wang Fugui exuded an air of superiority. What are you two up to? This seems rather flirtatious, he remarked. Yet, he appreciated Lin Feng's character, though he could not envision his daughter being attracted to such a person. Of course, becoming business partners was still a possibility. Look at the fish tank housing your seafood. It is dreadfully outdated and filthy. One would struggle to discern the type of fish without a close inspection, significantly detracting from the appetite and selection. I suggest replacing it entirely with new tanks and installing a row of spotlighting above. Each fish should be showcased joyfully, and every shell should radiate brilliance. When customers approach, they should be compelled to linger, perceiving the seafood's quality as exceptionally high. What a farce. Storing fish in a filthy tank, who knows what one is actually consuming? Everything requires proper presentation. Wang Yuding's lips parted slightly in awe. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. This is akin to selling jewelry. Lin Feng rose and stepped outside, with Wang Yuding swiftly following suit. Thirdly, your row of stalls champions green. Yet your sign is also green. How do you differ from others? In business, one must emphasize differentiation. What do you suggest we change? Wang Yuding could no longer contain her curiosity. Retain a portion of the green, but incorporate a large red crab prominently. The crab must be substantial. Why not display something extravagant, like bluefin tuna? If you truly dare to showcase that, others would hesitate to enter, fearing exorbitant prices. My dear, these suggestions from A Feng are quite astute. Wang Fugui, somewhat tipsy, had come to realize that while Lin Feng might not hail from privilege, his intellect was undeniably sharp. If only he could part with that yellow hair. A Feng, I thank you. My dear, a verbal thank you suffices, but let us have something tangible. Lin Feng pondered, seeing the merit in Wang Fugui's words. A Feng, this drink is a toast to you. Lin Feng sipped half of his drink, refraining from consuming more, for he still had over 2,000 yuan in his pocket. In this day and age, the security situation, while not atrocious, certainly left much to be desired. At times, scenes of murder and plunder would unfold. Consequently, a considerable number of nefarious individuals had amassed during the crackdown. Congratulations, Su Zhu, on completing the task. Reward, 20 points of fortune. This task triggered a critical hit, granting you the entry-level swimming skill. Lin Feng sprang to his feet, laughing heartily, startling Wang Fugui and Wang Yuding. Was it merely a toast that warranted such excitement? Had he indulged too much? A Feng, here. Kai Wenyi approached, handing him several sheets of paper, snapping Lin Feng back from his euphoric reverie. Upon examining the documents, he was astonished to find the lawsuit already prepared, complete with a lawyer's signature. Thank you so much, Manager Kai. He intended to address her as Shaya, but reconsidered the appropriateness. No need for formality. We shall look out for one another, she replied. After expressing his gratitude repeatedly, Lin Feng took Lin Shui's hand and departed. They walked a considerable distance before Lin Shui finally withdrew her intense gaze from Kai Wenyi. The two returned to the clothing store, where Zhang Xiaojun was still munching on sunflower seeds. A Feng, you're back. What would you like to buy this time? She inquired. setting aside her snacks and striding towards him with her alluring figure clad in tight jeans and a white V-neck top. Zhang Xiaojun's calves were not plump, while her thighs were voluptuous but devoid of excess fat. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't anticipated this little tank to be so captivating. Most men do not favor skinny limbs but are drawn to the more curvaceous form that Zhang Xiaojun embodied. A nearby female colleague nudged Zhang Xiaojun, signaling her not to engage in any more unprofitable transactions. Lin Feng surveyed the surroundings and selected a teal t-shirt. How much is this? Before Zhang Xiaojun could respond, her colleague interjected, handsome, you truly have an eye for fashion. This t-shirt features a cotton waist, while the rest is made of silk, making it quite comfortable to wear. Although, the price is somewhat steep. Before the saleswoman could announce the price, Zhang Xiaojun interrupted, you can let it go for 60. The saleswoman was taken aback, realizing that Zhang Xiaojun might indeed be a bit infatuated. Selling the shirt at a loss of 40 yuan, was she still willing to do this? Lin Feng discerned the underlying situation. Xiaojun, you're taking a loss, aren't you? He glanced at the tag, tossed a red note onto the counter, and grabbed the shirt as he walked away. Zhang Xiaojun chased after him, but Lin Feng and Lin Shui had already distanced themselves. Chuckling, Zhang Xiaojun found herself smiling foolishly. Lin Feng was genuinely a good person. Of course, she had never contemplated pursuing a romantic relationship with him. She simply cherished the bond forged through their shared academic experience. Chapter 036. Lin Hao finally smiled in Dongyu Village at the Lychee Pavilion. After finishing their meal, the villagers enjoyed the cool breeze, engaging in lighthearted gossip. The elderly gathered around a table, gently fanning themselves and conversing intermittently, seemingly reminiscing about the past and reflecting on the seasons that had passed. Meanwhile, the young sisters-in-law formed a lively group, their discussions ranging widely, encompassing both trivial and significant matters of village life. On the ground, a cluster of children sat, some playing with mud, others with marbles, and a few constructing houses out of shells. Lin Hao was present, yet she stood apart from the group. Accompanying her were a dog and a large white goose, with her left arm draped around a Huang and her right around Jiao Jiao. Her gaze was fixed on the horizon, occasionally glancing at the children with a hint of yearning in her eyes. She longed to join their play, yet they paid her no mind. At last, Lin Hao seemed to muster her courage and took a few steps forward. Suddenly, a little boy sprang to his feet, arms outstretched and face filled with vigilance. You, don't come any closer. We want to play with you. Go away. Your brother is a troublemaker, very bad. He stole my marbles last time. Your second brother is a fool. You might be one too. Playing with you will make us foolish as well. Lin Hao's face fell, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jiao Jiao, the goose, flared her neck, ready to charge, but was promptly restrained by Lin Hao. De Huang leisurely rose, moved behind the group of children, and discreetly left a pile of droppings, casting a knowing smile toward Lin Hao. Suddenly, De Huang dashed forward, tail wagging, and bounded to Lin Shui's side. Lin Hao's eyes lit up as she scampered into Lin Shui's embrace. Brother, you're back, she exclaimed, clinging to him. Although her large, expressive eyes secretly darted toward Lin Feng. Just then, Lin Feng happened to be looking at her, causing Lin Hao's cheeks to flush crimson as she buried her face deeper into Lin Shui's embrace. Lin Shui gently ruffled Lin Hao's hair. Little sister, hug. Big brother. He sensed that Lin Feng always longed for Lin Hao's affection. Lin Feng smiled knowingly, aware that Lin Hao would likely shy away from him. The timing was not yet right. However, in the next moment, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his legs. To his surprise, Lin Hao had wrapped her arms around him. Lin Feng froze, his candy suspended in midair, a mist rising in his eyes. Sister, you actually hugged me? He thought, his heart fluttering as he quickly bent down to embrace Lin Hao. Lin Hao, still too shy to meet his gaze, nestled her small head deeper into his arms. Ah, Big brother's embrace is so warm. If I hug him, will he push me away? She pondered, but her desire to hold him was overwhelming. After a long while in his embrace, Lin Feng gently patted Lin Hao. Lin Hao lifted her small head, her voice once again tinged with tears. Big brother, I sob. Just as she was about to burst into tears, a sweet sensation filled her mouth as a large white rabbit milk candy was placed there. Wow, how sweet, she exclaimed, finding the reduplicated words utterly charming. However, to Lin Feng, her words were simply adorable. After savoring a few bites, Lin Hao extracted the candy from her mouth, licking it with her tiny tongue. This method of enjoying candy made it last longer. Lin Feng found himself speechless. Who would have thought of such a technique? Little sister, look, I've bought you 2 big bags of white rabbit milk candies. Wow, Lin Hao exclaimed, clutching the 2 bags tightly to her chest, her laughter infectious. Haha, no matter how I eat, I can never finish them. Her smile revealed 2 little tiger teeth. And her large, expressive eyes curved into crescent moons, with long eyelashes shimmering like little brushes in the sunlight. It was the first time Lin Feng had witnessed his sister's joyous laughter, and in that moment, his heart melted. Thus, a devoted brother was born. Lin Shui rummaged through his pocket and retrieved a bottle of soda. Little sister, Ice Peak soda. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled once more. Second brother, is this the sweet soda? Lin Shui popped the cap off the soda bottle with a gentle twist. Here, drink. Lin Hao accepted the Ice Peak soda and took a delicate sip. Her face lighting up with delight. Hee hee, it's orange-flavored. Lin Shui swallowed hard, his eyes filled with affection, but he too longed for a sip. Lin Feng produced another bottle of soda and handed it to Lin Shui. Ah Shui here. Brother, no? But Lin Feng had already unscrewed the cap and, playfully tugging at Lin Shui's hair, forced a sip into his mouth. Ah Shui, you've already had this one. Others might think it's dirty if they drink after you, so hurry up. The sweet soda slid down Lin Shui's throat, causing him to involuntarily burp. It was his first taste of soda, a moment he had imagined countless times, yet he had never envisioned that his brother would buy him soda to drink. When Lin Feng turned around, he found himself surrounded by a group of children. Brother Feng, can I have a piece of white rabbit milk candy? I can lend you my marbles. Brother Feng, can I have a sip of soda? I can introduce you to my mother. Brother Feng, do you eat chicken? I can sneak a hen out of my house. Lin Feng glared at them. Go, go, go. I've given all the candy to my sister. If you want some, ask her. I have no say in this. The little ones quickly surrounded Lin Hao, pleading earnestly. Xiao Hao, just give me a piece of candy. Okay. I'll acknowledge you as my big sister. Xiao Hao, I'll play with you from now on. Let us play house. You can be the mother and I'll be the son. No, the grandson. Xiao Hao, I'm so envious that you have 2 big brothers. When I go home, I'll ask my parents to have a brother for me. Lin Hao, clutching the white rabbit milk candies, looked at the children, unsure of how to respond. Until now, she had always been the one to envy others. Are they envious of me now? Children never hold grudges. Unless you fail to amuse them. Lin Hao rummaged in the bag and seized a generous handful of white rabbit creamy candies. Here, each of you gets one. There are no more. Just like me, don't pop the candy into your mouths all at once. Hold it in your hands and savor it. Understood? The little ones promptly nodded, their eyes sparkling with delight as they gazed at Lin Hao. Yes, Lin Hao, this friend of mine, we are bound together. Lin Feng smiled knowingly. As long as his little sister was happy, everything was worthwhile. Sometimes, it is not only adults who seek validation, children do as well. Lin Feng did not leave the lychee pavilion. He had one more task to accomplish. He took a handful of sunflower seeds and approached the group of women. Initially, Lin Feng had no intention of engaging in conversation with them. However, today was different. He resolved to spend quality time chatting with these older and younger sisters. Chapter 037. What a juicy gossip. Lin Feng, casually munching on sunflower seeds, remarked nonchalantly, Sisters, are you busy? Come, enjoy some seeds. Upon hearing there were seeds to eat, the younger sisters-in-law lifted their faces to glance at Lin Feng and stretched out their hands to grab the sunflower seeds. Some even took the opportunity to grasp Lin Feng's hand, appreciating its delicate texture. A few elderly ladies approached, exclaiming, I want some too. Scram. You two with only 2 teeth. What do you know about eating seeds? Here, have this. It's the date cake I bought. Lin Feng, with a touch of benevolence, elicited hearty laughter from everyone. Some younger sisters-in-law, with their almond-shaped eyes, kept stealing glances at Lin Feng. This young man is quite impressive. A Feng. Have you sold the dragonbeard vegetables in town? Any news from there? What? I heard you procured a lot of oysters and copper oysters. I wonder how much you sold them for. What are copper oysters? A Feng, have you struck it rich? The younger sisters-in-law buzzed with gossip. Precisely what Lin Feng had been waiting for. As for the town's latest gossip, there was indeed a noteworthy event. Lin Feng recounted the happenings at Sun Ergu's shop, leaving everyone astonished. Seizing the moment, he added fuel to the fire. I suspect this matter is quite intricate. Perhaps someone is scheming against me. Most likely my dear uncle and cousin. Upon hearing such tantalizing news, everyone perked up. A Feng, hearing you say that. I believe Lin Washeng might indeed be colluding with his brother-in-law against you. He is capable of such treachery. His family has nothing good about them. You don't know. Their little shop sells items even pricier than in town. By the way, a Feng, did your uncle give you any money? Will you be able to retrieve that loan note of 10,000? You expect your uncle to give you another 10,000? 000? That is absolutely impossible. Lin Feng leisurely pulled out a folder from his bag, displaying it to everyone. Look here, this is the lawsuit. I had a professional lawyer from the province draft. Not only will I demand they return the loan note, but I will also insist they share the medical expenses and tarnish their reputation, making them a laughingstock before the entire village. Moreover, your analysis is quite astute. Perhaps Sun Ergu was indeed instigated by my dear uncle, and this could eventually lead to an investigation. Lin Feng's spirited assertions ignited excitement among the younger sisters-in-law. This was indeed a massive scoop. They fervently hoped Lin Feng would triumph, causing Lin Wangsheng to face disgrace. Ideally, they wished for his little shop to close down. Although they loathed the overpriced goods, they had no choice but to buy them. After all, who would run to town for a bottle of soy sauce or vinegar? Their frustration was palpable. The elder and younger sisters-in-law began to discuss fervently. Wherever there are women, there exists a realm of intrigue. When it comes to the power of gossip, the younger sisters-in-law excel. Lin Feng was confident that soon, Lin Liren would catch wind of the news. Perhaps in a fit of anxiety and fear, he might even come seeking reconciliation. Regardless, Lin Feng was unhurried. Today he had amassed a gratifying 50 points of luck, more than sufficient. Lin Feng was in high spirits when he inadvertently caught sight of the large white goose, Jiao Jiao, lounging on the ground. This creature had bitten him the last time they met. It was time for a little lesson. Jiao Jiao, come here, Lin Feng called out, pulling out an object and waving it enticingly in front of her. Jiao Jiao tilted her head and waddled over, opening her beak wide. Lin Feng swiftly stuffed the item into her mouth, grinning mischievously. Jiao Jiao chewed vigorously, her expression shifting dramatically. What the? It's a rock. Are you playing tricks on me? Jiao Jiao stretched her neck and squawked angrily, charging straight at Lin Feng. Oh, not good. Lin Feng took off running, with Jiao Jiao hot on his heels. What woof? Seeing his friend Jiao Jiao being bullied, De Huang, his loyal dog, joined the chase, barking fiercely at Lin Feng. Laughter echoed all around, mingling with the roars of Jiao Jiao and De Huang. The elderly ladies and young women seeking shade couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Lin Feng seemed to have become a different person. You rascal, you actually came back. How much did you make this time? Lin Qingshan, busy sun-drying some seaweed, shot Lin Feng an annoyed glance. Old man, I suggest you mind your own business, Lin Feng retorted, causing Lin Qingshan to chuckle in response. You take care of your grandmother at home. I'll share these seaweeds with the neighbors. Lin Feng tossed a plastic bag toward him. Old man, you look too shabby. It's embarrassing. Change into this. Lin Qingshan caught the bag and pulled out a smooth, cool, azure garment. Did you buy this for me? He asked incredulously, unable to believe that his son would actually buy him clothes. In the past, such a thought would have been unimaginable. It's not bought. I found it. By the way, I sold the copper oysters for 3,000 yuan and the raw oysters for 1,400 yuan, totaling 4,400 yuan, but I spent a little on some items and groceries. Lin Feng counted out 2,000 yuan and pressed it into Lin Qingshan's hands. So much? How did you sell that much? Lin Qingshan could hardly contain his excitement. This was 4,000 yuan, and all earned in just one day. If it were scrap collecting, it would take ages to accumulate. As he chuckled, a tear slid silently down the corner of Lin Qingshan's eye. Ah Feng had truly returned, reverting to the outstanding youth he once was before his rebellious phase. Though his words remained cheeky and his demeanor carefree, this transformation filled Lin Qingshan with immense joy. Just as Lin Feng turned to enter the house, Lin Qingshan grabbed him and pressed the money back into his hands. Ah Feng, you are 21 now. You are an adult. This money is yours. From today onward, you are the pillar of this family, the head of our household. Lin Feng wanted to say something, but Lin Qingshan had already turned, hoisting the seaweed onto his shoulder. Ha ha ha, I'm off to distribute the seaweed. Ha ha. That old man had quite the sense of humor. Lin Feng went to check on his grandmother, Chen Xiuyan, who was deeply asleep. After a brief glance, he quietly stepped out and began to jog around the courtyard. Running 10,000 steps daily would earn him 5 points of luck, which was incredibly worthwhile. 10,000 steps roughly equated to 7 kilometers. And Lin Feng deemed it merely a 30-minute endeavor. It was straightforward. The system was practically a gift. He commenced his run. 2 hours later, he finally completed the 10,000 steps, exhausted and panting heavily. Ding ding ding. Congratulations to Host Pig for completing the daily fixed task. Reward, 5 points of luck. He opened the system panel. Host Pig, Lin Feng, luck points, 75, luck level. Level 1, 45 1,000 coins, 0, skills, basic swimming, Unlocked tools, multi-toothed rake. Basic title book, iron clips, 10-meter fish trap. Lin Feng felt an unprecedented sense of wealth with a total of 75 luck points. He was eager to head to the beach, even though, based on the tidal patterns, it had only receded 2 hours ago, making it seem less advantageous to go now. However, with luck points in hand, such considerations were trivial. It was exhilarating. Lin Feng closed his eyes to rest, and around 5 o'clock, Lin Qingshan finally returned. Old man, a Shui and I are heading to the beach. A Feng, it's already past 5. Perhaps we should go tomorrow morning instead. Although the days were longer, Lin Qingshan still harbored some concerns. He would have liked to accompany them, but circumstances did not permit. Don't worry, the beach is teeming with people. What is there to be concerned about? Chapter 038. What kind of fish is this? Lin Feng began to gather his belongings. 2 multi-toothed rakes, an iron clamp, a shovel. And he also took the fish trap with him. A Feng, why don't you two pull the cart? What if you can't carry it again? Before Lin Feng could respond, Lin Shui had already grabbed the cart, which was laden with numerous bags of fertilizer. Lin Shui felt that just from his elder brother's impatient expression, it was evident that this outing to the sea would undoubtedly yield a bountiful catch. His elder brother, who was typically quite lazy, usually spent his afternoons napping. Today was indeed unusual. Wang Wang, Jia Jia. Lin Hao finally entered, accompanied by her 2 loyal companions, her cherubic face flushed with excitement. She had just relished the feeling of being the big sister, surrounded by all the little ones. It was simply splendid. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the proud swan Jiao Jiao's demeanor shifted to one of hostility, as if recognizing an old foe. It lifted its neck and charged towards Lin Feng, but was promptly restrained by Lin Hao. Little sister, you're back? Lin Feng instinctively patted Lin Hao's head. She too instinctively shrank back, but this time she did not whimper. Instead, she asked sweetly, Big brother, are you and second brother going out? Lin Feng was overjoyed. Lin Hao was no longer so resistant towards him. Yes, your second brother and I are going to the sea. You stay at home and listen to Grandpa, all right? Lin Hao nodded obediently, then pointed at Jiao Jiao, suggesting, Big brother, why not take Jiao Jiao with you? It can swim and might even help you catch fish. Lin Feng exchanged glances with Jiao Jiao, and both shared a mutual disdain. Perhaps it's best to leave it at home to keep you company. Thus, Lin Feng and Lin Shui set off. However, midway through their journey, Jiao Jiao trailed behind them. It did not approach Lin Feng, but strutted along confidently in the rear. Oh dear, what an arrogant goose. Clearly wanting to tag along, yet pretending to be aloof, Lin Feng thought, choosing to ignore it and give it some semblance of dignity. A Feng, are you 2 brothers really going to the sea? The weather forecast predicts rain today. Perhaps you should return home. The village chief, Wang Dakue, happened to be at Lizzie Pavilion and hastily advised them. Rain? This came as a surprise to Lin Feng, causing a flicker of concern in his heart. A Shui. Let's head back. Brother, no. Lin Shui, having endured hardships, was not easily intimidated by a bit of wind and rain. It rains here every few days. If we stayed in every time it rained, we might as well wait for death. As long as it's not a strong typhoon, it's really nothing to worry about. Wait, where's the proud swan Jiao Jiao? Lin Feng glanced back, unable to spot Jiao Jiao. Goodness. Upon hearing about the rain, this creature scurried off so quickly? In truth, Jiao Jiao had not left. It had spotted another handsome male swan and rushed over to engage in conversation. It had not laid eggs in quite some time, a fact that had become gossip among the geese, and it felt quite embarrassed. Feeling rather cheerful lately, it decided to make another effort. The handsome swan, named Zhuang Zhuang, might just provide some valuable insights through their exchange. As the 2 brothers arrived at the beach, the sun hung high in the sky, and the area was bustling with people, utterly devoid of any impending rain. Lin Feng decided to press on. And after a leisurely stroll of about 10 minutes, he encountered a series of puddles, approximately 4 or 5 in number. Quite fortuitously, at the first puddle, Li Danan and Li Ernan were laboriously scooping out water. The pump could only draw water to a certain level, leaving the puddle far from dry. Upon noticing Lin Feng, their scooping intensified, as if they feared he might seize their precious puddles. As Lin Feng approached to observe the scene, he couldn't help but chuckle and ask, Are you 2 imbeciles busy with the water? Do you still want the puddles behind? Li Danan looked up, panting heavily, and retorted, You're the fool. I don't want the puddles behind. Can you dry them up? Huh, do you even have a pump? Lin Shui, pointing excitedly at the 5th puddle, exclaimed, Brother, there's no water. In truth, Lin Feng had already noticed, Yet he burst into hearty laughter. Ha! This puddle has barely a drop. Who on earth thought it warranted a pump? No water? Li Danan and Li Ernan exchanged glances, and with a swift motion, Li Danan playfully shoved Li Ernan. I told you to check which puddle had less water before starting from the first one. He continued, Brother, so what if there's no water? It just means there's nothing of value inside. Li Danan considered this, but the next moment, Lin Feng's voice rang out with excitement. Wow, what kind of fish is this? It looks so hideous. Li Danan glanced up, his breath quickening. Holy cow, you actually caught a monkfish. Though not particularly valuable, the fish was hefty enough. Weighing around 7 to 8 pounds, and could fetch 40 to 50 yuan. The monkfish, also known as sea toad, is a nearshore carnivorous fish characterized by its grotesque appearance and a fleshy protrusion above its head that resembles a small lantern, which even glows. Feeling somewhat displeased, Li Danan leapt out of the puddle, eager to take a closer look. Suddenly, he felt a chill behind him as a white figure rushed past. Jiao Jiao. Like an arrow released from a bow, charged towards Li Danan. Unafraid of much, he was terrified of the big white goose. He hastily jumped back into the puddle. Jiao Jiao, you didn't leave? Lin Feng chuckled, continuing to rummage through the puddle. Brother, there's another one. Lin Shui squealed with delight as he pinned down a fish. Li Danan couldn't resist stealing another glance. Damn, it's a sea bass. You're lucky, kid. Lin Feng tossed the sea bass into the bucket. This fish is renowned for its delicious flesh and minimal bones, perfect for steaming for his sister, alleviating any concerns about her choking. Grandma could also benefit, as fish is highly beneficial for those with cerebrovascular conditions, offering numerous advantages without any drawbacks. Ha ha, there are so many catfish. Lin Feng was familiar with this type of fish, as it bore resemblance to catfish, characterized by a large head and slender tail. The flesh was delicate and smooth, making it a perfect match when stewed with tofu. This creature secreted a slippery mucus, making it quite challenging to catch. Lin Feng and his brother Lin Shui exerted considerable effort to place over a dozen catfish into a fertilizer bag. However, once these fish were out of the water, their lifespan was undoubtedly limited. Lin Feng had no intention of selling them. He planned to take them home for a meal. Yet, he realized the necessity of procuring some equipment, specifically a tricycle or a second-hand pickup truck, along with several live fish containers, as seafood commanded a higher value when alive. After half an hour of diligent work, the two brothers had successfully gathered a substantial haul, over a dozen sea catfish, 2 sea bass, 1 toadfish, and 2 east wind snails. Additionally, 2 pufferfish were humorously repurposed by Lin Feng as a shoe cloth after a quick polish of his shoes. He tossed them back into the sea, nearly provoking a fit of indignation from the fish. In the waterhole, there were also some small fish and shrimp, which prompted Lin Feng to call out to Jiao Jiao to jump in. Jiao Jiao eagerly stretched her long neck and began pecking amidst the uneven stones, managing to catch several small fish and shrimp, which she happily consumed. After tidying up this waterhole, Lin Feng and Lin Shui set off once more. They arrived at a rocky area where Lin Feng took a moment to observe before deciding to place the gill net there. This gill net, purchased from the system's marketplace, measured 10 meters in length and approximately 30 centimeters in width, with a sufficiently large opening to accommodate even the biggest of catches. Once the net was properly set, Lin Feng took out a metal clamp, eager to test his luck. Chapter 39. Sea Intestines. Lin Feng, armed with a pair of iron tongs, strolled along the beach, his gaze fixed in search of any trace of interest. Brother, feces. Feces? Lin Feng crouched down for a closer inspection, even bringing the substance to his nose for a whiff. Goodness, it truly is feces. The shape was peculiar, resembling broken pencil fragments, segmented and odd. Jiao Jiao, have you eaten your fill and begun to relieve yourself? Lin Feng's first suspicion fell upon the graceful white goose. Jiao Jiao. Jia Jia. Jiao Jiao lifted her elongated neck, casting Lin Feng an indignant glare. You're the one who's relieving yourself. Besides, does my excrement resemble that? My droppings could be deemed a biochemical weapon. You underestimate me. No, you underestimate geese. Lin Feng sensed something amiss. Could this be the excrement of some marine creature? Regardless of the origin, he decided to dig it up. Switching to a multi-toothed rake, he began to excavate vigorously. Lin Shui also found a patch of feces, imitating Lin Feng's actions with enthusiasm. However, after a prolonged effort with the rake, they unearthed little of significance. It was evident that the tool was suited for shallow digging rather than deeper exploration. Lin Shui then grasped the iron tongs, directing them towards what appeared to be a muddy hole, plunging the tongs in with determination. As he tightened his grip and pulled upwards, he felt a substantial weight in his hands. It couldn't be sand, if it were. How much weight could the tongs possibly grasp? Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement. There was indeed something there. Filled with curiosity and anticipation, he carefully drew it out, revealing a purplish-red object. As it gradually came into full view, Lin Feng was taken aback. What on earth was this? It was elongated and cylindrical, tapering at one end and rounded at the other, measuring about 20 to 30 centimeters in length, resembling a pig's intestine. Logically, such a slippery entity would be difficult to grasp with ordinary tongs. Yet, Lin Feng's tongs handled it effortlessly. Truly, a product from the system must be of exceptional quality. A Shui rushed over, pointing excitedly at the find. Brother, it's sea intestine. Sea intestine? Lin Feng's mind triggered a passive recall of the basic guide to coastal foraging. Sea intestine, scientifically known as the annelid supunculus, is an invertebrate that favors hiding in sandy shores, with feces resembling broken pencil fragments near its burrow. This creature rests during the day and begins foraging for food at dusk. It boasts a robust physique and remarkable elasticity, capable of extending over a meter. Rich in amino acids and collagen, it possesses considerable culinary and medicinal value. Typically, individual specimens weigh between 1 to 3 taels. Yet 70 of their mass comprises water and internal organs, yielding a meager amount of meat. Approximately 3 pounds of sea intestines yield 1 pound of flesh. Renowned dishes include sea intestine fried rice, chives with sea intestine, and minced meat sea intestine soup. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled enjoying a dish of sea intestine fried rice during a past travel experience, priced at 168 yuan per serving. In hindsight, as long as the ingredients were ample, selling it for 168 yuan didn't seem exorbitant, especially considering the low yield of meat. Was his luck today invested in this find? Lin Feng felt invigorated and eager to continue. He discovered another spot where the excrement lay and effortlessly plunged the iron clamp into it, retrieving a sea cucumber with ease. This specimen was larger, appearing to weigh around 3 taels. Jiao, observing from the side, was left in a state of astonishment. This creature looked utterly delectable. No way. I must dig as well. With determination, Jiao crouched down, thrusting her hardened beak into the sandy earth. Realizing this approach was ineffective, she shifted to using her claws and feet to excavate. Lin Shui, not one to dawdle, seized a shovel and commenced his own digging in the feculent area. However, after 10 vigorous strikes, he still found no trace of the sea cucumber. This creature was adept at burrowing and did so with remarkable speed. With another thrust of the shovel, Lin Shui finally unearthed a sea cucumber. Brother, it's broken. Lin Shui lamented as he held up 2 segments of the sea cucumber, his expression tinged with regret. Once something is deceased, it loses its value. Each sea cucumber contained different contents. This particular one had relatively little inside. Lin Feng weighed it in his hands, estimating it to yield about 1.5 taels of meat. A high yield? According to the data provided in the basics of beachcombing, a sea cucumber typically yields around 30 meat. Yet this specimen had a yield of approximately 50? This was a significant discovery. Zaza. Jiao rushed over in excitement, staring dreamily at the 2 segments of sea cucumber in Lin Feng's hands. Never mind. You can have some. However, Lin Feng only offered half, keeping the other half for his own purposes. Jiao was overjoyed, realizing she had successfully transitioned from a herbivore to a carnivore. She seized it eagerly but did not rush to swallow, savoring the taste instead. Lin Shui resumed his digging, this time with greater caution, initially digging a few forceful shovels before proceeding with a careful approach. After approximately 30 to 40 attempts, Lin Shui ultimately conceded defeat, for there were no sea cucumbers beneath. Yet this young man was undeterred, possessing the admirable quality of perseverance. He sought out another feculent area and began to excavate once more. However, sometimes the direction was askew, rendering his efforts futile. Once again, he found no sign of a sea cucumber, while Lin Feng had already collected a dozen. Lin Feng observed, noting that Lin Shui's previous technique took at least 10 minutes, leaving him drenched in sweat with no reward. Zaza. Jiao flapped her wings joyfully, her head held high, for she had also unearthed a sizable sea cucumber. Lin Feng approached, affectionately patting Jiao's head. Jiao, did you dig this? Remarkable. You can have this one, enjoy. Yet Jiao remained unfazed, turning to continue her excavation. Witnessing Jiao's success with a complete sea cucumber, Lin Shui felt disheartened and picked up the shovel, ready to dig again. Shui, here. Give this a try? Lin Feng handed Lin Shui the iron clamp. Lin Shui thrust it down, firmly grasping a robust sea cucumber. Brother, a big sea cucumber. Lin Shui began to excavate excitedly. Lin Feng, undeterred by the absence of his iron clamp, devised a clever plan. He skillfully employed a large shovel to evenly scoop out a substantial area of the beach, effectively drawing closer to the sea cucumbers beneath. He then retrieved a multi-toothed rake, adjusting its sensitivity before commencing his dig. Indeed, this strategy proved successful. Although his pace did not match Lin Shui's, it was undeniably effective. In contrast, Lin Shui had already extracted numerous sea cucumbers with his clamp. The sea cucumbers, until their last moments, could not fathom the chilling embrace of the iron clamp. How merciless. Before long, the two buckets were overflowing, estimated to weigh around 60 to 70 pounds. Lin Feng examined the system panel. Host, Lin Feng, fortune value, 50 points. Originally, he possessed 75 points of fortune, but it had diminished by 25 points. This indicated that these sea cucumbers were not the main prize. But what, then, constituted the main prize? After tidying up, the two brothers set off once more. They walked for approximately 20 minutes before pausing. Here, some rocky formations, along with uneven terrain, provided an ideal hiding place for marine treasures. Jia Jia called out Jiao Jiao, who was ahead. Lin Feng chose to ignore her. However, Jiao Jiao continued to call out, finally capturing Lin Feng's attention. Chapter 040. Help. As Lin Feng approached, he instinctively took 2 steps back. What on earth is this? A snake? Below the rocky surface lay a water pool, teeming with dozens of sea snakes, each measuring 1 to 2 meters in length. Brother, they are sea snakes. The basic guide to coastal foraging activated. Sea snakes possess large, short heads and flattened tails, secreting potent neurotoxins, categorizing them among the most venomous species. A bite from one could lead to dire consequences within mere hours or days. Seeing this, Lin Feng retreated another couple of steps. He had harbored a fear of snakes since childhood, particularly of such venomous varieties. The guide continued its exposition. Sea snakes can dispel wind and dampness, regulate bodily functions, and invigorate blood flow, proving beneficial for numbness in limbs, soreness in the waist and knees, and postpartum ailments, making them valuable for medicinal use. If they can be used in medicine, it indicates their high worth. Perhaps they could even assist with grandma's condition. Damn it, here goes nothing. Hopefully, the iron clamp will work wonders. Lin Feng grasped the iron clamp, trembling as he approached. Brother, let me handle this. Lin Shui observed Lin Feng's trepidation but did not receive the iron clamp. Instead, Lin Feng instructed him to fetch a fertilizer bag. Upon hearing the commotion, dozens of sea snakes raised their heads, flicking their tongues menacingly at Lin Feng. He felt an overwhelming anxiety, fearing the snakes might leap from the pit to bite him. Zaza! 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 Jiao Jiao stood at the edge of the pit, barking incessantly at the sea snakes before squatting down to relieve herself. Humph! A bunch of little spicy strips, daring to act brazenly before me? What on earth is that smell? Lin Feng and Lin Shui braced themselves, pinching their noses, tears nearly streaming down their faces. Indeed, these sea snakes seemed to be terrified of Jiao Jiao, or perhaps of her excrement. Every snake instantly ceased its movement, lying still in the water. In truth, goose droppings contain sulfur, which snakes tend to avoid. Lin Feng had an epiphany. In rural areas, there exist 3 tyrants: the rooster, known as the chicken overlord, the local dog, referred to as the dog tyrant, and the white goose, dubbed the bully. Jiao Jiao was indeed one of the village's formidable trio. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng swiftly clamped the iron device down, successfully capturing one snake by its neck. The clamp was of exceptional quality, holding the snake securely as if empowered by an unseen force. Brother, put it in. Lin Shui opened the fertilizer bag, and a sea snake was successfully ensnared. Lin Feng repeated the process, albeit slowly and cautiously, and after half an hour of diligent effort, he had harvested a dozen sea snakes. Lin Shui tied the bag securely and tossed it onto the cart. The snakes within the bag thrashed about restlessly. Jiao Jiao took a running leap, landing gracefully on the cart. With a couple of barks, the sea snakes settled down. Lin Feng checked the system panel. Host, Lin Feng, fortune points. 40, 10 fortune points had been expended, indicating that this batch of sea snakes was of decent quality, worth approximately 1,000 yuan. As the sun began its descent, the sky gradually darkened. The evening glow vanished, replaced by sprawling dark clouds. Indeed, the village chief's words proved true. Rain was imminent. Brother, look! Lin Shui exclaimed, excitement palpable in his tone as he hopped onto another rock. Lin Feng leaned in for a closer look. To his astonishment, several rocks were teeming with oysters, including some copper oysters. Though not as abundant as their previous haul, the quantity was still quite impressive. The two brothers each wielded a multi-toothed rake and commenced their excavation. Jiao Jiao, not one to be idle, used her sturdy beak to pry the oysters free. A delightful feast was about to begin. In no time, they filled 2 bags with oysters and half a bag with copper oysters. Lin Feng glanced at the system panel once more. His luck value had diminished by 10 points, leaving him with a total of 30 points. Uncertain about the remaining luck. And with the threatening rain on the horizon, Lin Feng decided it was time to head home. A Shui let us prepare to return, though Lin Shui was reluctant. He recognized the ominous change in weather and dutifully began to pack up. As the brothers made their way back to the expansive beach, a sudden gust of wind howled, and torrents of rain cascaded down. Beachcombers began sprinting towards the safety of home. Lin Shui pulled the cart, while Lin Feng pushed from behind with all his might. In that moment, 2 desperate cries pierced through the storm. Help! Help! It was not uncommon for beachgoers to find themselves in the water, but most could swim. And the shallows near the shore were not deep. Everyone rushed towards the source of the cries, undeterred by the fierce wind and rain. Lin Shui and Lin Feng joined the throng, driven by a fundamental sense of humanity. Look, it's Li Danan and Li Ernan. How did they end up in the water? Lin Shui remarked, astonished. Those rocks were quite lofty. It was likely they had slipped while lifting the pump. And with the rain, the rocks had become treacherously slick. As it turned out, just as everyone had speculated, Li Danan and Li Ernan had been operating a water pump on a rock when the rain began to pour. As they attempted to lift the pump onto their vehicle, a misstep sent them tumbling into the sea. The rocky area above the water was about 3 to 4 meters high. No matter how hard they swam, they could not grasp anything, and the waves relentlessly tossed them further into the depths. After several exhausting attempts, their strength began to wane, and the currents pulled them farther away. They could do nothing but float helplessly on the surface, too frightened to move. They were now 20 to 30 meters from the rocks. Someone produced a rope, attempting to throw it their way, but the lightness of the rope, combined with the ferocious wind, made it nearly impossible to reach them. Another individual tied a stone to the end of the rope and hurled it forward with all his might. However, some stones slipped away mid-throw, while others were too heavy to reach the intended spot. As the stones were hurled, a palpable sense of apprehension enveloped the crowd. The thought of those two being fatally struck cast a shadow of sorrow over the moment. In the water, Li Danan and Li Ernan found themselves engulfed in despair. Brother, it seems today marks our end. Li Danan lamented. But I still have so many unfulfilled desires. Do not think I am unaware of your escapade to the county last time, merely for frivolous amusement, were you? Brother, let us not dwell on trivialities. If we manage to survive this ordeal, I shall take you along, at 298 per person. They rallied their spirits and cried out in unison, hoping for a chance at rescue. Help! Help! On the shore, a flurry of activity ensued, yet no one dared to venture into the treacherous waters. The tempestuous conditions rendered any movement perilous, with hidden dangers lurking beneath the surface. Moreover, they were a considerable distance of 20 to 30 meters from the shoreline. The monstrous waves, propelled by the fierce winds, surged ominously toward them. While the instinct to rescue was strong, the instinct for self-preservation was even more pressing. Brother, the rope. Lin Shui turned to untie the rope, his heart set on aiding them. Despite Li Danan and Li Ernan's crude demeanor, Lin Feng sensed an underlying goodness within them. A sudden stir within him arose as the system rewarded him with a basic swimming skill. He had yet to test its efficacy. If he could not swim more than 20 meters with even the most rudimentary skill, then the system would be of little worth. Just as he hesitated, the system's voice resonated sharply in his mind. System issues a temporary mission. Rescue Li Danan and Li Ernan. Upon completion, reward of 3,000 gold coins awaits. Friendly reminder. Host survival rate stands at 90. Chapter 041. A mutual rush towards each other as Li Danan and Li Ernan found themselves engulfed in despair within the water. The onlookers on the shore were overtaken by melancholy. Suddenly, a resounding voice cut through the tension. Make way. Everyone turned to see Lin Feng striding towards them. Is that a phone? Are you planning to jump in to save them? How well can you swim? Don't jump. It's too perilous here. Someone has already called for help. And the Coast Guard will likely arrive soon. Look at your frail frame. A single wave could easily overwhelm you. Regardless of their previous disdain for Lin Feng, concern for his safety prevailed in the face of danger. Some, however, adopted a more voyeuristic stance. A Feng is truly brave. Jump in already. Those two seem to be on the brink. If you dare to take the plunge, you better hurry. You're not just shouting empty slogans, are you? Everyone, step aside and let him jump. Who knows, he might actually save them. Meanwhile, Li Danan and Li Ernan, struggling in the water, caught sight of Lin Feng and felt a tremor of emotion surge within them, their faces flushing with shame. Their previous contempt for him, expressed through harsh words and dismissive actions, seemed insignificant now. In this critical moment, he was the one stepping forward to attempt a rescue. Feng, please, reconsider. It's too dangerous. We can hold on until the rescue team arrives. If we endure, it's simply our good fortune. And if not, so be it. These words extinguished any lingering hesitation in Lin Feng. Brother? Brother? As Lin Shui rushed towards the scene, Lin Feng was already sprinting towards the rocks. Utilizing the strength of the reef, he crouched low and then propelled himself upward, plunging into the sea with a resounding splash. Feng, brother, brother. The onlookers were filled with anxiety, and Lin Shui instinctively tried to leap in after him, only to be restrained by the crowd. From the back of the throng, Jiao Jiao fluttered her wings and rushed forward, gripping a slender rope in her beak before diving into the water. It's Jiao Jiao. Lin Shui was overwhelmed with excitement. Jiao Jiao, you're incredible. Upon entering the water, Lin Feng was immediately struck by the unfamiliar environment, his heart racing with panic. Yet, at that very moment, his innate swimming instincts were triggered, and his muscles, as if recalling their training, began to stroke forward with purpose. Jiao Jiao, frantic in the water, found the rope she held to be unusually heavy once submerged, and despite her sharp beak, she could not propel herself forward. A wave crashed against her, causing the rope to slip from her grasp. With no other option, she began to swim back. He has surfaced. Feng has surfaced. Under the pressure of danger, Lin Feng unleashed his full potential, swimming with remarkable fluidity, as if he belonged in the water. A wave crashed over him, causing a collective gasp of worry among the spectators. Yet, after mere moments of turmoil, he emerged once more, exhaling and inhaling rhythmically. With his long arms extended like the oars of a boat, he moved powerfully and gracefully through the water. Feng is truly impressive. His swimming technique is remarkably graceful. It is evident that Feng has undergone formal swimming training, as his strokes mirror those I have witnessed on television. The Li brothers have found their salvation. Initially filled with trepidation, Li Danan and Li Ernan felt a surge of hope as they beheld the approaching Lin Feng. They had just resigned themselves to despair. Yet now Lin Feng ignited within them the spark of life. Remain still. I shall carry Li Ernan to safety first. In the act of rescue, it is crucial that the person being saved does not thrash about, for it may pose grave danger to the rescuer. Lin Feng, fully aware of this, resolved to first bear Li Ernan towards the shore. Save my brother. However, Lin Feng disregarded this plea. Grasping Li Ernan with one arm while propelling himself forward with the other, Li Ernan began to cooperate, kicking vigorously, and their speed markedly increased. Look, it's Feng. It's Feng, they exclaimed joyfully. Ha ha ha, this lad has remarkable skills. Quickly, pass the rope and lend them a hand. Despite the relentless storm and everyone's clothes being drenched, their genuine smiles could not be suppressed. Meanwhile, those who had previously gathered to spectate felt a burning shame. They wished to leave, but were also drawn to the spectacle. After all, there was still one person in the water. What if that individual were to perish? Several ropes were tossed into the fray, and Lin Feng secured one around Li Ernan. Together, they began to pull him up. Li Ernan, summoning every ounce of strength, managed to position himself nearly vertically against the rocky face, and with the collective effort of the crowd, he finally reached safety. Li Ernan was saved. In the water, Li Danan smiled with joy, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Brother, brother, the rope, Lin Shui shouted desperately, tossing the rope to Lin Feng. Brother, you come up. I'll handle it. Lin Feng assessed his physical condition, bolstered by the swimming skills awarded by the system. He realized that as long as he maintained proper coordination and technique, his previous exertions had not been overly taxing. More importantly, he would not allow Lin Shui to enter the water. Lin Feng flashed a reassuring smile at Lin Shui and turned back towards the tumultuous sea. Everyone was left in stunned silence. They believed Lin Feng had already performed admirably. Managing to rescue one person was commendable, especially considering the immense physical toll of such endeavors in the ocean. To attempt a second rescue was fraught with peril. Li Danan, now utterly fatigued, felt as though he could no longer endure. He had already expressed his gratitude to Lin Feng and wished to spare him from facing further unknown dangers. Slowly, he closed his eyes, contemplating the end of his life. Each day had been a struggle alongside his brother, scavenging for water, and selling seafood. Their relentless efforts stemmed from a father who had squandered the family's money at gambling, leaving them to shoulder the burden of his debts after he vanished. Just as they were on the brink of repaying those debts and embracing a brighter future, it seemed their lives were destined to end. Exhausted, he merely wished for a peaceful slumber. "Fool, open your eyes." A sudden roar echoed. It was Lin Feng. "Who dares to call me a fool?" Li Danan desperately opened his eyes, and upon seeing Lin Feng, he was uncertain whether it was the seawater or his tears that blurred his vision. The people on the shore shouted in unison, "Li Danan, hold on. Ah Feng is here to save you. Wake up, Li Danan, return with Ah Feng. Brother, if you die, I have no desire to live." The collective calls and Lin Feng's unwavering determination filled Li Danan with a flicker of strength. He even managed to swim back a meter or two, rushing towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng grasped Li Danan with one hand while desperately swimming back with the other. However, suddenly his strength waned, his foot slipped, and both plunged back into the sea. Lin Feng's heart sank in panic. "This is disastrous. I've exhausted myself." Despite possessing remarkable swimming skills, he had overestimated the resilience of his own body. "Ah Feng, go. Don't worry about me." Li Danan sensed Lin Feng's fatigue. He had already rescued his brother. Now it was better for one to survive than for both to perish. Brother. Lin Shui was on the verge of tears, desperately swinging the rope in his hands. The others frantically threw ropes, a multitude of them cascading down from above. Surely one would reach Lin Feng. Indeed, Lin Feng managed to grasp one of the ropes. "Ha, I've got it. Quickly, pull the rope. Everyone, with all your might." They began to chant in unison, each person exerting their utmost strength to hasten their escape from danger. At last, through their collective effort, Lin Feng and Li Danan reached the water's edge. Yet faced with a towering 3-meter rock, both had succumbed to exhaustion. Chapter 042. Lin Feng calls him Grandpa. A palpable tension enveloped everyone as the two individuals clearly lacked the strength to move, gasping for breath. The jagged rocks towered over 3 meters high, slick and treacherous, leaving no one daring enough to leap down. Even more daunting were the monstrous waves, driven by the howling wind, crashing against the sea surface. One misstep could lead to being swept away. Jiao clutched a rope tightly, preparing to jump. At that moment, a thunderous voice rang out, "Make way." Lin Shui dashed forward. Shui, don't jump." But Lin Shui had already leapt down, securing one rope tightly around Lin Feng before binding another around Li Danan. Li Danan faced Lin Shui, the very fool he had often berated, a whirlwind of emotion swirling within him. Shui, the rope. Brother, I know." Lin Shui secured a rope around his own waist. The group began to pull upward. Yet, due to Lin Shui and Li Danan's feeble state, even with Lin Shui's pushing from behind, they struggled against the considerable height of over 3 meters, rendering them helpless. Thankfully, the individuals were secured, though concern loomed large. If a massive wave were to strike, the trio would be in grave peril once again. Just then, a cacophony of sirens blared, woo-woo, doo-doo. Blinding lights approached from the sea. It was a law enforcement vessel from the Maritime Police. Laughter erupted. "It's the patrol boat." The coastal dwellers typically harbored a certain fear of these vessels, as their arrival often signified unlawful activities, whether illegal fishing during a ban or the capture of protected marine species without release. There had been instances where individuals, caught with a white-spotted Wuchang fish, were taken away for failing to comply with regulations. However, in this moment, exhilaration bubbled within each person. They had never so earnestly wished to see a patrol boat. Maritime police officers, are you all polite? Is this all we're good for? Their role encompassed combating maritime crime, particularly smuggling, maintaining safety and security at sea, including rescue operations and protecting marine ecology. In recent years, certain factions had become notorious for deploying counterfeit fish. The enforcement vessel anchored firmly beside Lin Feng, and 2 uniformed officers disembarked to assist Lin Feng, Lin Shui, and Li Danan aboard the boat. They then navigated towards a safer area devoid of rocks. Instantly, everyone crowded around. "Ah Feng, are you all right?" Brother, they're unharmed. They're alive." Zaza. Jiao appeared somewhat elated. Despite her disdain for this scoundrel, she pondered that Lin Hao would be heartbroken if he perished. 2 maritime police officers supported Lin Feng and Li Danan, bringing along emergency supplies and a medical kit. After examining the two, smiles broke across their faces. "You all are not seriously injured." "Brother." Lin Shui suddenly leapt into Lin Feng's embrace, holding him tightly, her voice quivering with emotion. "It's all right now, Shui." Lin Feng nodded gratefully to the Coast Guard, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Li Danan and Li Ernan trembled as they approached Lin Feng, and with a thud, they both knelt before him. Offing, Ashui, we owe you our lives. If it weren't for you two, we wouldn't be returning today. They bowed deeply 3 times in reverence. Lin Feng and Lin Shui hurried to assist them in rising. Li Danan and Li Ernan then turned to the crowd and the Coast Guard, bowing once more. Thank you all. Without your help, we would have been in dire straits. Congratulations to Suju for completing the task. Reward, 3,000 gold coins. Congratulations to Suju for triggering a critical hit. Reward, 2,000 gold coins. Despite feeling somewhat disheveled, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. What a relief, truly exhilarating. This mission, though fraught with peril, ended without incident, and the reward is a generous 5,000 gold coins. I can finally indulge myself. After a thorough investigation and witnessing the recent events, the Coast Guard quickly grasped the situation. Hello, you must be Lin Feng, right? You're quite brave. You stepped up when it mattered most. We'll assist you and your brother in applying for commendation. Could you leave us your contact information? Lin Feng chuckled awkwardly. I'm sorry, officer, but I don't have a mobile phone. It seemed imperative to purchase a phone. No, 2 phones, one for home for his grandfather and one for himself. Sir, here's my contact number. If there's any news, I will certainly pass it along. Li Danan interjected. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. From their earlier life and death actions, it was clear that Li Danan and Li Ernan were not ill-intentioned. Indeed, few would exhibit such selflessness as these brothers, willing to sacrifice for each other in a crucial moment. By exchanging numbers, Lin Feng learned that the Coast Guard officer's name was Zhang Dachuan, along with Wu Shaoai. Lin Feng now knew 2 officers. The enforcement vessel departed, cautioning everyone to steer clear of dangerous areas. Following the earlier tumultuous scene in the raging storm, no one dared linger, and they all hastily returned home. Those from Dongyu village assisted the Li brothers in loading the remaining 2 pumps onto the vehicle. Pushing together in camaraderie, Lin Feng received exceptional treatment, as everyone helped push the cart while he sat comfortably atop it. Suddenly, dozens of flashlight beams cut through the darkness. It's offing. You lot are back? The leader was none other than the village chief, Wang Dakwai, who had gathered the village's able-bodied men during the downpour. Donning a raincoat and wielding a flashlight as he hurried over. Li brothers, what happened to you that you look so disheveled? Lin Feng felt a warmth in his eyes. Despite the village's usual squabbles, when crisis struck, everyone rallied together, united in purpose. Village Chief Wang Dakwai truly embodied a spirit of responsibility. Everyone, let us lend a hand and head back to the village. With the assistance of the crowd, the pace quickened significantly, and they finally arrived at Lychee Pavilion. The tempest had arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly. It had now transformed into a gentle drizzle, likely on the verge of cessation. At last, everyone could breathe a sigh of relief. A Feng Shui. Lin Qingshan stumbled over, his trousers caked in mud, and his knee was scraped, with a faint trickle of blood visible. It was evident that the old man had taken a tumble on the way. Lin Feng and Lin Shui hurried to support him, while Lin Qingshan anxiously examined himself, worry etched across his face. Grandfather, we are fine. How did you manage to fall so badly? As long as you were safe. That is all that matters. A Shui. Suddenly, Lin Qingshan paused. Who had just spoken? It was impossible for Lin Shui to articulate such fluid words in one breath. Was it a phone? A phone? What did you just call me? What's the matter? Old man, let us hurry home. Even in the warmest weather, being drenched and exposed to the wind can easily lead to a cold. Lin Qingshan brusquely shook off Lin Feng's grasp. Humph. I want to go home. I refuse to go home. Why should you concern yourself? Grandfather, stop fooling around. We should return quickly. Ha 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 ha. Oh dear. A radiant smile blossomed on Lin Qingshan's face. He had waited 3 long years for that word, grandfather, and at last, Lin Feng was willing to address him as such again. His beloved grandson had returned. Wang Dakwai rushed over and seized Lin Feng. What? A Feng? Such a perilous event occurred just now? I heard them say that you jumped into the sea to rescue the Li brothers? Chapter 043. Little Hao embraces A Feng. The crowd resumed their animated chatter, recounting the perilous events and extolling Lin Feng's remarkable bravery with extravagant flair. Lin Qingshan gradually pieced together the unfolding narrative, a wave of apprehension washing over him. You reckless boy, do not act so impulsively next time. Do you understand? Understood, Grandpa. By the way, I've decided to share the oysters with everyone. What do you think? They're not particularly valuable, so I'll consider it a token of gratitude. My grandson is not only a great hero but also thoughtful. It's settled. We shall share. Lin Shui eagerly emptied 2 large bags of oysters at the base of the pavilion, the hefty shells glistening enticingly. Uncle Wang, Lin Feng called to the village chief. Wang Dakuai, please distribute these oysters for everyone to enjoy. Nearby, Li Danan and Li Ernan busily emptied 2 bags of seafood onto the ground as well. And we have these fish to share too. The sincerity in their actions resonated with the crowd, dispelling any reluctance. After each person took a modest portion of seafood, they returned home with cheerful hearts. Hey Feng, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Wait at home. I'll bring over some stir-fried dishes for you. Li Danan called out before heading home with Li Ernan. Old man, let us return home. Humph. I shall remain here to enjoy the cool air. Grandpa, let us go. We'll help you to the car. Haha, now that's more like it. Lin Qingshan did not board the vehicle, but instead limped along behind, pushing forward. Jiao Jiao. Lin Qingshan was taken aback by a surprising sight. Had he not seen correctly? Jiao Jiao was walking diligently beside Lin Feng, occasionally nuzzling against him. Had harmony truly blossomed between this boy and goose? What had transpired? Grandpa, you mentioned stewing this big white goose last time. That is no longer an option. It has become my little brother. Lin Qingshan? What nonsense is this? Did I ever say such a thing? Are you trying to stir up trouble? Who is your little brother? She is a girl, for goodness sake. How annoying. Jiao Jiao shot Lin Qingshan a disdainful glance. You old codger. Gaga. Wait. Is that the big white goose, Zhuang Zhuang? Excuse me, I must go see this fellow. Farewell. Zhuang Zhuang, upon spotting Jiao, instantly changed his demeanor, honking and scampering away. Previously, he had honked in a more aggressive manner, but after encountering Jiao Jiao, his tone had softened to a gentle honk. Do not inquire why. Simply know that tears were shed. From a distance, Lin Feng spotted 2 figures by the entrance of his home, one tall and one small. They paced back and forth, occasionally glancing ahead. Hey Feng, Grandpa, brother. The 2 figures rushed toward him, with Wang Caixiao embracing Lin Feng tightly, while Lin Hao also wrapped his arms around him. Lin Qingshan. Lin Shui. Are we superfluous here? At least share some affection with us. Wait. Lin Qingshan eyed Lin Hao suspiciously. The young girl, when did she stop crying upon seeing Lin Feng and instead embrace him? Today is indeed filled with peculiar occurrences. Lin Feng found himself nearly breathless from Wang Caixiao's tight embrace. Although they were closely pressed together, a considerable distance still lingered between them. Coughing softly, Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. He wished to dispel any illusions or misconceptions others might harbor, yet Wang Caixiao was relentless, offering him no opportunity to decline. Wang Caixiao, too, sensed the awkwardness and hurriedly released him. Caixiao, did those 2 individuals trouble you again today? No. It was hardly surprising. With Sun Ergu taken away, they were likely entangled in legal issues as well, and as Sun Ergu's subordinates, they could hardly afford to show their faces now. The group returned home, took refreshing showers, and changed into clean clothes, feeling considerably more at ease. Lin Feng retrieved iodine to disinfect Lin Qingshan's knee, relieved to find it merely scraped and not serious. The seaside weather is notoriously fickle. After a tempest, the moon emerged, and the temperature began to rise. Ah Feng. I almost forgot to ask, how was today's harvest? Ah Shui, bring the old man some joy. Lin Shui excitedly lifted 2 large buckets from the cart, removing the fertilizer bags on top. Lin Qingshan's eyes widened. Is this sea intestines? He had previously prepared sea intestine fried rice at a hotel, but due to its high price and low demand, the dish had gradually fallen out of favor. Such a bounty. Goodness, it must weigh 70 or 80 jin. Lin Qingshan exclaimed with delight, while Wang Caixiao and Lin Hao peered into the buckets. Grandpa, these things are quite ugly, though they may be unappealing. They are undeniably fragrant. Just wait, Grandpa will showcase his culinary skills and whip up some sea intestine fried rice. Old man, this is just the beginning. There are still 2 more bags. Lin Shui tossed down 2 additional bags. Something inside seemed to wriggle, startling Wang Caixiao and Lin Hao into retreating hastily. Surely, it isn't a sea snake? Lin Qingshan, experienced and well-traveled, had encountered patrons requesting sea snake soup before. Haha, you guessed correctly. There are over a dozen sea snakes. Lin Qingshan carefully lifted the bag's opening, weighing it cautiously, estimating it to be around 20 jin. Although he was unaware of the current market price, he was certain it would fetch 50 or 60 yuan per jin at the very least. Grandpa, there's more. Lin Shui opened another bag, revealing a bounty of copper oysters before Lin Qingshan. These are copper oysters? Lin Qingshan calculated quickly, estimating around 50 or 60 of them. Based on the previous selling price, they could be worth approximately 1,000 yuan. Altogether, the total income conservatively estimated to be around 4 to 5,000 yuan. If not more. Ah Feng, Ah Shui, you two are incredible. In such a short time, you've gathered so much? Our family's prosperous days are on the horizon. Lin Qingshan looked skyward, offering a silent prayer to Mazu. He felt truly blessed by the goddess. Zatsa. Jiao Jiao held her head high, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Qingshan. The old man remarked, "Those sea snakes you see are indeed captured with the assistance of Jiao Jiao. Her contributions are invaluable." Lin Qingshan affectionately patted Jiao Jiao's little head, saying, "Jiao Jiao, you are truly remarkable." In response, Jiao Jiao began to flutter her wings and dance gracefully, eliciting joyful laughter from everyone. However, only De Huang appeared somewhat displeased, declaring, "Next time at the seashore, I shall join as well." As the clock approached 8 in the evening, several stomachs rumbled with hunger. "Old man, cease your laughter. Let's make use of what we have at hand. Prepare us a few of your signature dishes, such as fried sea intestines and sea snake soup." Lin Qingshan, in high spirits, waved his hand grandly, proclaiming, "Behold, my dear little ancestors." He then busied himself with culinary preparations. Lin Feng retrieved 30 jeans of oysters left from the previous day and began to clean them alongside Lin Shui. The process of cleaning oysters was rather straightforward. They pried them open with a kitchen knife and rinsed them with water, bringing them to life. In the courtyard, they constructed a charcoal wall with bricks, placing charcoal inside and setting a hollow grill atop. This equipment was thanks to the former host, who had indulged in various escapades, amassing such tools for his feasts. Now, they were perfectly suited for their current endeavor. While the oysters were grilling, Lin Feng commenced the preparation of garlic sauce. The delectable taste of oysters hinges upon the quality of the garlic sauce. He finely chopped garlic, transforming it into a paste, and prepared some small chili peppers, chopping them similarly. Considering that Lin Hao does not consume spicy food, he set the small peppers aside. He combined the garlic paste and small peppers in a bowl, adding a generous spoonful of sugar, a splash of soy sauce, oyster sauce, and pepper, stirring them together until well blended. He prepared a separate batch of garlic paste without the chili peppers in the same manner. Next, it was time to heat the oil in the pan, ensuring the temperature was sufficiently high. Once the iron pan began to smoke, he poured in the garlic paste. In an instant, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air. Chapter 044, Incontinence? A man engrossed in his work possesses an undeniable charm, much like Lin Feng at this very moment. Each of his movements captivates Wang Saixia, leaving her utterly enchanted. He is truly exceptional. The thought of bearing his children dances in her mind. Yet, a flicker of doubt arises within her. In the past, she held a semblance of confidence. But as Lin Feng continues to ascend in excellence, she questions her own worthiness. Nevertheless, as long as he flourishes, everything is worthwhile. Lin Hao, with her nose twitching, displays pure rapture, even drooling in delight. "Wow, it smells divine. Little sister, just wait a moment. It will be ready soon." "How disgusting." Lin Shui interjects. Lin Feng affectionately ruffles Lin Hao's hair. She instinctively recoils but does not weep. Instead, a faint smile graces her cherubic face. Lin Feng feels an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, believing he is healing his sister's emotional incontinence through his actions. However, he has recently discovered another troubling matter. His sister, now over 5 years old, has been wetting the bed. Perhaps her sleep is simply too deep. Could it be that her emotional incontinence has manifested into urinary incontinence? It is imperative that Lin Hao begins attending kindergarten. Perhaps through interaction with other children, her emotional struggles will ultimately be alleviated. Lin Feng hands the prepared garlic paste to Lin Shui, instructing him to evenly distribute it atop each oyster. He then asks Wang Saixia to fetch the elderly Mrs. Li from next door to join their meal. Typically, Mrs. Li does not have dinner or settles for something minimal. Rumor has it that her second son will soon be discharged from the military, causing her to lose sleep as she counts down the days. Her son, Shahanshan, possesses a formidable name and is notably tall and robust. As neighbors, Lin Feng often walk to and from school with him, and they share a decent rapport. In the kitchen, Lin Qingshan has already steamed the rice, perfect for fried rice, ensuring it is slightly dry with just the right amount of water, achieving a texture that is both distinct and tender. He begins to clean the sea intestines, making a careful incision at the head and using the back of the knife to extract the innards, transforming the plump intestines into a delicate casing. Lin Qingshan's squinted eyes widen in astonishment as he swiftly processes several more sea intestines. "Ah Feng, what is it, old man?" Lin Feng enters to find Lin Qingshan staring in amazement at the sea intestines. Ah Feng, these sea intestines you've brought are remarkable. Look at how thick the meat is. There has so much yield. During my time as a chef, I have never encountered such high-quality sea intestines. Lin Feng inspects them as well, noticing that they all share this exceptional quality. Ah Feng, when you go to town tomorrow, make sure to emphasize that our sea intestines are unique. The price will undoubtedly reflect that. Lin Feng contemplates this, considering a discussion with Wang Yuding tomorrow. If the price is right, he will sell. If not, he shall venture to the county to explore further options. Understood, old man. I'll cook your rice and prepare your dishes. Lin Qingshan exclaimed, tossing the kitchen knife aside. I quit. Grandpa, are you serious? Haha, my dear grandson, I was merely jesting. Lin Feng chuckled, shaking his head, amused by his grandfather's playful spirit. He felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing such a buoyant attitude in his grandfather. After all, a positive mindset is a key to longevity. Before long, Lin Qingshan had prepared a delectable dish of stir-fried sea intestines and sea snake soup. He then turned his attention to the catfish, while deciding to season the sea bass and the remaining fish for a meal the following day. Wang Saixia carried a bowl of sea snake soup to feed Grandma Chen Xiuyan. A phone. A voice called from outside, belonging to Li Danan. Lin Feng opened the door, nearly startled by the sight before him. The two brothers were pushing a tricycle piled high with an enormous food box, accompanied by 3 crates of beer, half a pig, a water pump, and a basket of free-range eggs. Li Danan and Li Ernan's mother was also present. Lin Feng greeted her warmly. Good day, Grandma Zhang. Grandma Zhang grasped Lin Feng's hand tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. Ah Feng, I owe you so much today. Without you, I fear my 2 sons would have met with disaster. Grandma Zhang expressed her gratitude profusely, nearly kneeling before Lin Feng. In that moment, Lin Feng felt a profound joy in being a good person. The sensation was truly unique. As they spoke, Li Danan and Li Ernan began unloading their bounty. Lin Qingshan protested, claiming the gifts were too extravagant, insisting on keeping only the free-range eggs. However, Grandma Zhang would not hear of it. When the brothers brought down the water pump, Lin Feng was taken aback. Is this also for me? Indeed. We have 3 water pumps. Although one broke today, it can still be repaired, and we want to give you one. Lin Feng waved his hands vigorously, refusing to accept it. The system marketplace offered water pumps for sale, complete with added attributes. Moreover, the water pump was a tool for the brothers' livelihood. Taking away their means of making a living seemed utterly unreasonable. After Lin Feng's firm insistence, Li Danan and Li Ernan reluctantly acquiesced. Let us feast. Lin Qingshan set up a makeshift large round table in the courtyard and strung up some lights. The entire yard was instantly illuminated. Garlic roasted oysters, creamy sea snake soup, fragrant stir-fried sea intestines, and catfish adorned the table. The brothers brought dishes of pig's head meat with cucumbers, dompa braised pork, sauced pig trotters, and beef tendons, filling the table to the brim. The 2 families gathered around, sharing laughter and conversation. Come, everyone, try my roasted oysters first. Li Danan and Li Ernan each grabbed a hot oyster, savoring it as they rolled it around in their mouths, swallowing hard. A sip of beer makes it even better. Lin Feng opened several bottles of beer, chilled with well water. 1 oyster followed by a gulp of beer was simply heavenly. Delightful, absolutely delightful. Ah Feng, I never expected your oyster roasting skills to be so exceptional. You could easily set up a stall. Lin Hao also picked up an oyster devoid of chili and began to eat. De Huang and Jiao Jiao were relishing their share of delicacies, visibly delighted. Lin Shui gazed longingly at them, or rather, at the beer in their hands. A Shui, here. Lin Feng popped open a bottle of beer and handed it to Lin Shui. Lin Shui glanced at Lin Feng, then at Lin Qingshan. At 17 years of age, he had never tasted alcohol before. You little rascal, why are you staring at me? Hurry up and get me a bottle too. Lin Feng promptly opened another bottle and passed it to Lin Qingshan. Cheers. Cheers. At last, Lin Shui had his first sip of beer. The taste was somewhat bitter at first, which he found hard to accept, but as he continued, he discovered it to be utterly delightful. Ah Feng, our lives are indebted to you. Feel free to command us in the future. Lin Feng, unreserved, nodded in acknowledgement. In an era where others could barely earn 100 or so in a day, he was able to rake in thousands. Such a prospect was indeed promising. Yet, Lin Feng felt a sense of discontent brewing within him. He envisioned a grand future, one where he would purchase a vessel to venture into the deep seas, establish a thriving company, and achieve remarkable success. The meal, filled with joy, stretched until nearly 11 o'clock before it concluded. Everyone soon fell into slumber. Yet Lin Feng found himself restless. He decided to check the system panel. Host, Lin Feng fortune value, 0 points. What? It has dropped to 0? What on earth happened? I distinctly remember having 30 points left. Could it be tied to the fish trap? With today's tempestuous weather, I have no idea if the trap remains in its original position. I suppose I shall have to check first thing in the morning. Chapter 045. Treasures in the crab trap. The following day, Lin Feng had originally intended to rise at 5:30, yet when he finally awoke, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Shui, why didn't you wake me? He exclaimed, recalling that the crab trap had yet to be retrieved. With the sun now high in the sky, even if the trap had not been swept away by the waves, it was likely that someone else had already claimed it. However, he understood the reason for his late awakening. The excitement from the previous day had masked his fatigue, but lying in bed had revealed a dull ache in his muscles. Running is imperative. Brother, it's time for breakfast. The enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen indicated that Lin Qinshan had prepared a delightful meal: millet porridge, steaming buns, cold dragonbeard vegetables, and radish sticks. Old man, why not whip up some stir-fried sea intestines with chives? I hear it's quite appetizing, Lin Feng suggested. Lin Qinshan shot him a disapproving glance. Sea intestines are quite expensive. Didn't we have some yesterday? The older generation valued frugality, and Lin Qinshan had used nearly 10 sea intestines the previous night, leaving him restless in bed. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng called for Lin Shui and set off. Each carried a bucket of water, making their journey quite manageable. Shui, let us head to the beach and retrieve the crab trap. As they jogged along, Lin Feng chanted, 121, 121. Lin Shui, puzzled, asked, what on earth are you doing? Nevertheless, Lin Shui joined in the cheerful run. Initially, Lin Feng led the way, but soon enough, he found himself clutching his stomach. Damn, this is exhausting. Yet, the thought of earning 5 points of exhilarating luck from the system each day spurred him on. Feng, remember to exercise. You've grown quite bold. We've heard from the village chief. Indeed, Feng had matured, surprising everyone with his transformation. The young man is remarkable. He brings honor to our village. We adore you. Lin Feng shot a glare at the elderly lady who had spoken last. You old hag, who taught you to speak like that? Can't you be courteous? The old woman opened her mouth to reveal a single tooth. I should introduce my granddaughter to you. Are you referring to that girl who weighs over 200 pounds? No, thank you. Lin Feng continued his run, leaving behind a trail of his burgeoning legend. He felt an immense sense of joy as the image of the former scoundrel began to fade, replaced by a new persona. The two brothers finally arrived at the location of the crab trap from the previous day. However, the system's notification had yet to sound, indicating they had not yet completed the requisite 10,000 steps, so they would have to run a bit longer. The beach was crowded, and with the tide set to rise by 9 o'clock, they hoped to seize the final moments before it surged. Lin Feng surveyed the area. Others seemed to have had little luck, with meager catches of a few sea intestines and some fish. It appeared that the abundance of sea intestines the night before was not coincidental, as he had monopolized most of them. Feng, focused solely on finding the crab trap, paid no heed to others. Yet, despite their searching, he and Lin Shui could not locate it. Could it have been carried away by the waves? Feng, what are you looking for? The crab trap? Searching for something elusive, just like that fierce storm from last night. It seems it has long been swept away by the sea. Perhaps it was collected by the early risers who combed the shore. After all, there was no name inscribed upon it amidst the chatter of the crowd. Lin Feng's heart sank to the ocean's depths. Was it possible that his 30 points of fortune were squandered in vain? Yet, their words ignited a spark in Lin Shui, prompting him to look towards the sea. Brother. He gently prodded Lin Feng, speaking in hushed tones. Following Lin Shui's gaze, Lin Feng's excitement surged. About 50 to 60 meters from the shoreline, a blue object bobbed intermittently upon the waves. Due to its color blending with the sea, it was nearly imperceptible at first glance. However, Lin Feng recognized it instantly. It was the fish trap. 50 to 60 meters was certainly within swimming range, wasn't it? Yesterday, while rescuing Li Dan, he had traversed approximately 150 meters back and forth. Yet, the circumstances had been dire, as he was not merely swimming but saving a life amidst the tempestuous winds and surging waves. Today, however, the sun shone brightly, and the sea was relatively calm. Swimming 100 meters should be a breeze, right? Lin Feng pondered this thoroughly, yet hesitated at the moment of decision. The peril of yesterday loomed large in his mind. Despite the system's claim of a 90 survival rate, he had narrowly escaped disaster. System issues a temporary task. Dive into the sea to retrieve the fish trap. Reward, 20 points of fortune. What? A reward of 20 points of fortune? System, what is the survival rate? But the system remained silent. TCH, wretched system. Was it merely a complaint regarding the reliability of survival rates? After some deliberation, Lin Feng secured a rope around his waist, handing the other end to Lin Shui. System. You clever fellow, truly resourceful. Brother, what are you doing? Lin Feng remained silent, offering a reassuring glance, then gracefully shed his clothing, leaving only his undergarments. Taking flight, he leaped into the air, eyes closed. Nearby beachcombers gathered, their faces alight with curiosity. In midair, Lin Feng beamed with joy. The moment of flamboyance had arrived. My movements flowed like water, captivating all onlookers. With a resounding splash, Lin Feng plunged into the water. Oh no! His face collided intimately with the sandy beach. Curse it, he miscalculated the leap, failing to soar far enough. Ha ha, ha ha. Laughter erupted from the shore, and Lin Feng's face flushed crimson. He quickly adjusted his position, activating the swimming skills stored in his mind, gliding through the water with ease. His speed was astonishing. Entirely different from yesterday. Within just 2 minutes, he reached the fish trap. This was a distance of 100 meters, and in the sea, no less. It is worth noting that the men's 100-meter freestyle world record stands at 46.91 seconds. Lin Feng believed that with his enhanced physical prowess, he could effortlessly shatter this record. Lin Feng grasped the fish trap firmly, and as he attempted to lift it, he felt a slight struggle within. Though it was not heavy, perhaps no more than 10 pounds. Lin Feng felt somewhat discontented. Was it really so light? Wow, Ah Feng is incredibly fast. Just 2 minutes. Another exclaimed. No one is faster than you, right? I heard you only need 3 seconds. Is it 121? I heard you went to the county town for fun. And they said 50 yuan, but when it came time to pay, they said it was 50 yuan each time. So did you end up giving them 100? The shore was bustling with activity, yet Lin Shui was not idle. He began to pull the rope back. Lin Feng moved swiftly, reaching the bank before the rope had even fully tautened. Congratulations, host pig, task completed. Reward, 20 points of exhilarating luck. Congratulations, host pig, critical skill triggered. Reward, 10 points of exhilarating luck. How exhilarating! A swim netted him 30 points of exhilarating luck. Lin Shui hurried forward to assist Lin Feng to his feet, and instinctively, Lin Feng flung the fish trap in front of him. The men surrounding them immediately gasped in astonishment. It's a red-spotted fish. What a big one. The onlooking women murmured in awe. This fish is truly enormous. Their gaze, however, had not strayed from Lin Feng. Standing tall and poised. And there's a porcupine fish. That one isn't cheap either. I've heard it can cost over 100 yuan per pound. Lin Feng snapped back to reality. A red-spotted fish? A porcupine fish? The passive knowledge from his basic guide to tidal fishing activated in his mind. Red-spotted fish, characterized by red spots, rich in essential proteins necessary for growth and development. Considered a delicacy. Porcupine fish, stout and short, with bulging eyes, an unsightly creature that transforms into a spiky ball when threatened. Despite its unattractiveness, it is equally unremarkable in the dark. Lin Feng thought, when did the basic guide to tidal fishing become so unreliable? The flesh of the porcupine fish is delectable. Have you ever heard that saying? Once you taste porcupine fish meat, you'll forget all other fish. However, this creature is highly toxic. Do not tempt fate. Its toxicity surpasses that of the deadly poison cyanide by a staggering 1250 times. Just a tiny morsel could be fatal. A delicacy with a poem? If that is the case, I am no longer sleepy. Regardless of its toxicity, it sounds expensive. As Lin Feng donned his pants, he placed the red-spotted fish into a bucket, while for the porcupine fish, he simply turned another bucket upside down and flipped it over. These two types of fish are costly. Seeing Lin Feng's naive expression, onlookers rolled their eyes. Of course, they are expensive. The red-spotted fish is said to be several hundred yuan per pound, and that porcupine fish isn't cheap either. Ah Shui, go add some water. Damn. Several hundred yuan per pound. These two fish must weigh over 10 pounds. Truly a treasure. Ah Feng, where did you buy this fish trap? Despite the strong winds and heavy rain yesterday, it shows no signs of damage. Lin Feng hurriedly stowed the fish trap, each carrying a bucket with Lin Shui, and they dashed away. He chuckled. Where did I buy it? I want to tell you. Chapter 046, The Infatuated One Li Danan. Li Danan. As the door swung open, Li Danan was greeted by the familiar faces of Lin Feng and Lin Shui, who he promptly invited inside with enthusiasm. still haunted by the previous day's events. They refrained from venturing out to the sea. "May I borrow your tricycle and fish container?" he inquired. "These two red-spotted fish will lose their value if they perish." "Goodness! Are these red-spotted fish?" Lin Feng exclaimed. "Let us hurry," and set off. Li Ernan, having heard the commotion, had already started the tricycle, placing the two red-spotted fish and the puffer fish into the water tank. Equipped with an oxygenator, the red-spotted fish began to swim energetically once more. The puffer fish, initially on the brink of death, regained much of its strength after gulping in a few breaths of oxygen. "Dehan, if you have no plans today, could you please make a trip for me? Help deliver these fish to the Shazhou impression food stall in town, if you would." "Sure. We were planning to wander around the county anyway, and we'll pass through town." Lin Feng and Lin Shui returned home to load the sea intestines, sea snakes, and copper oysters onto the cart. The sea intestines possess remarkable resilience. As long as they remain moist, they can survive for 10 days to half a month without issue. The two brothers took turns pulling the cart, with Lin Feng reveling in the task, jogging a few steps as he did so. "Brother, do you enjoy pulling the cart?" "Of course. The feeling is exhilarating, and it's also a great way to exercise." Lin Shui nodded, noticing how much his elder brother had changed, even taking the initiative to pull the cart. "Congratulations, Su Zhu, for completing today's fixed task. Reward: 5 points of exhilarating luck." "Ah Shui, it's your turn to pull the cart." "Lin Shui, has the change come so swiftly?" Their journey was filled with Lin Feng's laughter and cheer. Although Lin Shui wished to join in the merriment, years of stoic expression left him momentarily at a loss, resulting in a rather blank face. Upon arriving at the Shazhou impression food stall, they found no sign of Li Danan or Li Ernan, only their tricycle. "Where are they? Where are the fish?" As they stepped inside, they discovered the two red-spotted fish and a puffer fish already placed in the aquarium. "Pardon me, just a moment while I clean up." A young man was fervently mopping the floor, sweat glistening on his brow. Lin Feng raised his leg to step aside. Li Danan? Is that you?" Indeed, the one mopping was Li Danan. "Make way, I need to move something." Li Ernan, what are you?" Li Ernan was seen carrying a box of empty bottles. "Ah Feng and Ah Shui, haha, you've come. We're just helping with the cleanup." At that moment, Wang Yuding and Kai Wenya emerged. Wang Yuding was clad in a pristine white work uniform, complete with a short skirt and white high heels, while Kai Wenya wore a semi-transparent white dress. Both women shared a similar color palette, yet showcased distinct styles. "Li Danan, Li Ernan, it's so hot. I can't bear it." Lin Feng finally comprehended the reason behind their fervent activity, the infatuated ones. "Manager Wang, Manager Kai, I have come directly to deliver the goods without seeking Uncle Wang." "No worries, seeking me is just as good." Wang Yuding's face lit up with delight. "Ah Feng, where did you procure these two red-spotted fish? They are truly precious. I have no intention of selling them. I shall place them directly in the aquarium as a signature piece." Lin Feng had originally planned to inquire about the price in the county town, but it was a considerable distance of 40 kilometers away. It would take an eternity to transport them with a local vehicle, although there were buses available. One cannot very well carry an aquarium aboard a bus, can they? "How about this, Ah Feng? We will weigh these two red-spotted fish. They total 11 jing. And we can weigh them again if needed." Li Dan and Li Er simultaneously nodded in agreement, affirming the weight was satisfactory. "No need. Let us settle on 11 jing. I will offer you 300 yuan per jing for the red-spotted fish, and for that puffer fish weighing 3 jing, 90 yuan per jing." Lin Feng calculated. 3 fish yielding a total of 3,570 yuan. That is astonishing. He distinctly recalled that the fish traps consumed 30 points of luck value, which should have netted him 3,000 yuan. The additional nearly 600 yuan represented the intrinsic value of the traps. He increasingly comprehended the significance of the various items sold in the system's marketplace. To capture excellent goods, one must utilize the props available in the system's shop. Moreover, there was an impressive increase of nearly 20. Wang Yuding's captivating eyes gazed at Lin Feng with anticipation. "Ah Feng, do you have any other goods?" Her eyes sparkled with expectation, for Lin Feng consistently brought delightful surprises. Lin Feng snapped back to reality. "Ah Shui, bring out the dishes." Lin Shui dashed out and returned with 2 buckets in hand. Wang Yuding and Kai Wenya's eyes widened in astonishment. This is... They had never encountered such an abundance of sea intestines before. "Ah Feng, this quantity of sea intestines is truly excessive, and they are quite substantial. To be honest, our shop may not be able to purchase this much." Lin Feng was aware of this. After all, the consumption level in the town was modest. Who would casually order a dish of nearly 100 yuan sea intestine fried rice? Only some scattered tourists from afar might indulge in such a luxury. How much can you consume? About 30 jin. 30 jin of sea intestines could yield around 9 jin of meat, enough for 50 portions of seafood fried rice. How about I acquire them at 30 yuan per jin? Lin Feng mused to himself. What a shrewd deal, turning 9 jin of meat into 50 portions. Barely 2 taels each. Manager Wang, this batch of sea intestines is not like the others. Li Dan was not one to forget his friends when faced with temptation. Promptly raising a point, Ah Feng speaks the truth. These are wild sea intestines, not farmed ones. Lin Feng chuckled. That is one reason. The second reason is that this batch yields a meat content of 50. 50? Half the meat? Wang Yuding and Kai Wenyo expressed disbelief. Li Dan and Li Er also showed skepticism. They had previously caught sea intestines. How could the yield be so plentiful? Chapter 047. The first breakthrough of 10,000. Seeing their skepticism, Lin Feng ceased his hesitations. How about this, Manager Wang, Manager Kai? You both choose a sea cucumber at random, and we shall process and weigh it on site. After all, these sea cucumbers needed to be handled sooner or later. Wang Yuding and Kai Wenya began to select earnestly, each choosing a plump and substantial sea cucumber. Let us go with these two. Good. Wang Yuding commenced the weighing process, then carried them into the kitchen. Since it was still early, the chef had not yet arrived, but Wang Yuding had already armed herself with the necessary tools. With a deft stroke of her knife, she extracted the liquid from within the sea cucumber, inspecting its wall closely. Ah Feng, these sea cucumbers are indeed exceptional. The flesh is remarkably thick. Kai Wenya chimed in with delight. Sister, this batch should yield a high meat percentage. After cleaning the 2 sea cucumbers, Wang Yuding resumed the weighing. Li Danan and Li Ernan watched in astonishment. Ah Feng, it's truly astonishing. The meat yield has indeed reached 50. Wang Yuding responded with enthusiasm. How about this? I'll offer you 50 yuan per jin. Is that agreeable? Moreover, the quality of this batch of sea cucumbers is outstanding. And I've decided to take them all. That is perfectly fine. Let us weigh them. The total weight of the sea cucumbers was 72 jin and 3 liang, amounting to 615 yuan. Lin Feng distinctly recalled that these sea cucumbers had consumed 25 points of luck value, indicating that the iron clamps purchased from the system had generated considerable additional income. Indeed, it was substantial, without the aid of the iron clamps. Acquiring this batch of sea cucumbers would have been quite challenging. This further illustrated the utility of items available in the system's marketplace. 3 fish cost 570 yuan, while the sea cucumbers totaled 615 yuan, bringing the total to 185 yuan. I shall give you 200 yuan. Wang Yuding turned to fetch the money but was halted by Lin Feng. Manager Wang, you haven't finished ordering your dishes yet. Wang Yuding turned back, a smile gracing her face. A phone? Is there any other seafood? Lin Shui reappeared, holding a lively fertilizer bag. Wang Yuding and Kai Wenya retreated in unison, trembling slightly. A phone? What's inside? It's a sea snake. Upon hearing the word snake, Wang Yuding and Kai Wenya took another step back, evidently unafraid of the emperor clam or the sea cucumber, yet intimidated by the sea snake. Will you accept these? Put them in the net cage. Let us take a look. Li Danan stepped forward to assist. A phone? Leave it to me. I'm not afraid of snakes. With Li Danan's help, several sea snakes were placed in the net cage. Each was over a meter long, their heads held high, flicking their crimson tongues defiantly at the onlookers. Quality is good. Let us price them at 80 yuan per jin. After weighing, the total came to 17 jin, amounting to 360 yuan. What about the copper oysters? Shall I sell them to you as well? Copper oysters? Wang Yuding was no stranger to them, having profited several thousand yuan from the last order. As a seasoned oyster connoisseur, upon hearing that live copper oysters were available here, I decided to procure a few alongside some other delicacies, inadvertently stimulating the local economy. Wang Yuding counted them 45 in total. Let us settle on 30 yuan each, she proposed. Lin Feng had no objections. Gathering these copper oysters had cost him 10 points of luck value, yet yielded a handsome return of 350 yuan. Kai Wenya began calculating the earnings. The previous sum of 200 yuan, augmented by 360 and 350 yuan, amounted to a grand total of 910 yuan. Upon hearing this figure, both Li Danan and Li Ernian were astounded. Lin Feng, you're incredible. Your earnings for the day rival what others make in half a year. Lin Feng shared their elation. This was indeed a gratifying experience. With just 75 points of luck value, he had amassed nearly 10,000 yuan. Wang Yuding promptly counted out 10,000 yuan and handed it to Lin Feng. A phone. This marks our first genuine collaboration. I appreciate your support. So here is a round sum of 10,000 yuan. Thank you, Manager Wang. When the thick stack of money rested in his hands, Lin Feng felt a touch of disbelief. Even in a lifetime, he had never amassed such wealth in a single day. The 10,000 yuan of 2007 could scarcely be compared to the earnings of past eras. Manager Wang, may I borrow the electric scooter at your entrance? Here, take the keys. What are you up to? I'm just delivering something. I'll be back shortly. Watching Lin Feng ride away on the scooter, Lin Shui scratched his head in confusion. Since when did my brother learn to ride an electric scooter? Lin Feng made his way directly to the town's police station. However, he refrained from entering, opting instead to use a nearby public phone booth to make a call. In these times, using a public phone required either an IC card or coins, costing approximately 20 cents per minute. Many long-distance lovers preferred obtaining IC cards, as it reduced the call rate to just over 10 cents per minute, making it more economical. Each night, the phone booth often saw a line of young people waiting to make calls. Some would linger on the line for 10 minutes or more, causing frustration among those waiting, who would silently chastise the lack of courtesy shown by those ahead. Yet, when their turn arrived, they too would find themselves on the line for an extended period. A couple frequently visited, calling each other, and after half a year of such calls, they eventually became a pair. Before long, Wu Xiaohai emerged, still in plain clothes. Lin Feng, what brings you here? Officer Wu, have you been cooking lately? Wu Xiaohai nodded. Although the station provided meals and lodging, with the cook generously using oil, one could eventually grow weary of the same fare. He had purchased a canister of gas for simple meals during his free time. Here are some sea intestines, 2 sea snakes, and 10 pounds of dragon beard vegetables for you. Lin Feng had prepared everything meticulously. No, I can't accept this. My name is Xiaohai. Since we are both young, let us consider each other as friends amidst life's journey. Rest assured, I shall not complicate your work in any way. Lin Feng spoke with sincerity, his gaze earnest, making it difficult for Wu Xiaohai to refuse him at that moment. He had very few friends here. Almost none at all. After Lin Feng imparted some methods of processing, he took his leave. He did not inquire about how Sun Ergu was handling matters, as that was not his concern. He trusted that Wu Xiaohai would take care of it. Lin Feng then returned to the shop, wishing to accompany Li Danan and Li Ernan to the county town for a stroll. This would serve multiple purposes: to purchase 2 mobile phones, to gain insight into the market for tricycles, and to casually inquire about the prices of various seafood products. Chapter 048. Qingjin County. Upon Lin Feng's return to the food stall, he found Li Danan and Li Ernan fervently preparing 2 sea snakes, their enthusiasm palpable. Lin Shui sat on the sofa, nervously clutching the hem of his garment, casting furtive glances ahead. Opposite him, Kai Wenyao was engrossed in the account books. A flicker of joy ignited within Lin Feng. Despite his brother's seemingly foolish demeanor, he was aware of his own affections. Kai Wenyao was indeed exceptional, both beautiful and gentle. Yet, a profound sorrow enveloped him. Could Kai Wenyao possibly harbor feelings for a Shui? It seemed implausible. If that were the case, would a Shui be heartbroken? Li Danan, didn't you say you were heading to the county town? Might you take us brothers along? Li Danan's electric tricycle could comfortably accommodate 3 if the water tank were removed. The round trip to the county town was 80 kilometers, and with a brief charging stop, it should be manageable. To Lin Feng's surprise, Li Danan tossed the keys to the electric vehicle to him, saying, "A phone, I shall not go. You and Ernan proceed." Li Ernan shot a disapproving glance, exclaiming, "Brother, I shan't go either." Lin Feng chuckled in resignation, recognizing them as hopeless romantics. Such devotion often led to emptiness. It seemed best to call a Shui along instead. He was the most obedient. "A Shui, let us depart." "Brother, I am not going." Lin Feng approached and whispered something into Lin Shui's ear, prompting him to spring to his feet. "Brother, let us go." Wang Yuding hurried over, saying, "A phone. Mealtime is approaching. You should stay for dinner at our place. My treat." However, Lin Feng remained resolute. There were numerous tasks awaiting his attention. Once they had removed the water tank, Lin Feng expertly started the tricycle, waving goodbye to Wang Yuding as they vanished from her sight. A wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over her. She had already arranged for someone to design the DCOR based on Lin Feng's previous suggestions. A brand new fish tank was scheduled for delivery that very afternoon, with uniforms and the shop's logo set to be installed soon. She had hoped to show Lin Feng the fish tank, but now he had departed so swiftly. "Brother, we're going so fast," Lin Shui exclaimed from the back of the vehicle, thoroughly enjoying the experience. This was his first ride on an electric tricycle. Until now, he had never even ridden a bicycle, as their family lacked one. "Shui, do you fancy Kai Wenya?" "Brother, I do." Lin Feng chuckled, amused by his brother's lack of subtlety. "You must strive for her affection. First, you must learn to communicate. Do not fear speaking. If you stumble, simply practice more. Understand?" Lin Shui nodded earnestly. Lin Feng tilted his head, squinting. "I cannot see your nod. Speak up." "Brother, I shall." And then, there was a silence that followed. "Second, you must learn to take care of yourself. Do you understand? Do not spend your days in such a disheveled state. Apply some moisturizer to your face to appear more refined." Lin Shui neither nodded nor spoke. Noticing the silence, Lin Feng turned his gaze once more, only to find Lin Shui staring blankly at his head of golden hair. The expression seemed to convey a thought. "If you wish for me to tidy up, perhaps you should attend to your own appearance first." Realizing the implication, Lin Shui quickly lowered his head, replying, "Brother, understood." Lin Feng engaged in a somewhat casual conversation, and after approximately an hour, they finally arrived at the county town. The rural roads of this era were riddled with potholes, and many sections were merely unpaved. Asphalt and concrete roads were hardly commonplace. Xinjiang County, while not particularly large, spans an area of 400 square kilometers and comprises 4 districts, 3 towns, and 1 township, with a total population of around 500,000. However, these figures are merely statistical. The actual population is likely closer to 300,000, with nearly half of the residents working elsewhere. Nonetheless, the county town is far more bustling than the rural areas. Lin Feng looked around with wide-eyed curiosity, marveling at the sights as it was his first visit to a county town. Despite having witnessed the splendor of countless cities in his previous life, his arrival in Qingyuan County felt akin to a country bumpkin entering the city, leaving him dazzled. Indeed, it was a distinct experience. In Shazhou Town, only Wang Yuding and Kai Wenya donned fashionable attire. The rest dressed rather conservatively, even unattractively. Here, however, it was an entirely different scene. The view was refreshing. Some tourists from afar even strolled about in bikinis, clutching inflatable rings, chatting and laughing as they made their way to the beach. Lin Feng exclaimed, "By heavens, I shall never engage in gambling or drugs in this lifetime." Though Lin Shui did not comprehend his brother's sudden outburst, he felt there was wisdom in his words, albeit something seemed amiss. Gambling was certainly unacceptable, and drugs even more so. Other than that, perhaps everything else was permissible. The two brothers were momentarily lost in their surroundings, primarily due to their dry mouths from staring. After meandering about on their tricycle, they finally arrived at a shop selling them. "Sir, could we charge our tricycle here?" "We will pay for the electricity," Lin Feng inquired. The owner, a kindly-looking middle-aged man, did not even lift his head, coldly responding, "No, hurry along, I only sell tricycles." At that moment, 2 young men arrived, presumably to look at the vehicles. The owner immediately sprang to attention, his face alight with smiles. Lin Feng, momentarily taken aback, considered expressing his frustration but decided against it. After all, they were in unfamiliar territory, and one could never be certain of the local power dynamics. He could only curse inwardly, wondering how such a person could be in business. Fortunately, this street was lined with various vehicle shops, offering electric tricycles, motorcycles, and more. He and Lin Shui ventured into the neighboring shop. Initially, he had not intended to purchase an electric tricycle, but now he resolved to acquire one from this very establishment. "Is anyone here?" he called. "Just a moment." A girl with a ponytail emerged from the store, clad in an Adidas tracksuit, her face radiating youthful exuberance. The garments from this brand are rather expensive, yet they are quite profitable. "Two handsome gentlemen, are you here too?" He Yuanyin found it somewhat difficult to discern whether they were there to view the car, especially since they were riding an electric scooter. "Hello, boss. May I plug in my electric scooter to charge for a while?" "I am willing to pay," Lin Feng indicated towards a nearby power strip. He Yuanyin waved her fair hand dismissively, saying, "It's no trouble at all. Feel free to charge it without any charge." "No charge? Such generosity is rare." Lin Feng quickly expressed his gratitude and wheeled his scooter over to charge, simultaneously feeling a burgeoning fondness for the young lady. Chapter 49. Brother, are you from the Shamate gang or the Zhaiqian gang? He Yuyin suddenly realized that these 2 individuals were here to purchase a vehicle. "Handsome, feel free to look around." You can try out any vehicle that catches your eye. Lin Feng sees the opportunity to get closer. You can call me off phone. May I ask your esteemed surname? I am He Yuyan, but I am not the owner here. Just call me Yuyan. He Yuyan? What a beautiful name. It reminded Lin Feng of Wang Yuyan from Demigods and Semi-Devils. Who would be his Duan Yu? Best not to mention Duan Yu. He was a figure that made many men envious and filled with jealousy. Lin Feng looked around but found no vehicle that satisfied him. Feng, did you not find anything appealing? Lin Shui shook his head. Brother, it's too small. Lin Feng concurred and spoke up. Boss, I would like a tricycle with a larger cargo area. Is it possible to customize one here? In his previous life, aside from bicycles, all vehicles required a driver's license and helmets. This era was different. Everyone rode without a care, especially since the number of vehicles was still manageable. According to statistical data, in 2007, the number of civilian vehicles in our country reached 96.97 million, including 15 million tricycles. By 2023, this figure had soared to 336 million vehicles, with even more anticipated in 2024. He Yuyan grasped Lin Feng's intention. Is your primary purpose to transport goods? Lin Feng nodded. Then I recommend you purchase a motorcycle tricycle with a 200 cubic centimeters engine, oil brakes, and 3-speed transmission, which can be fitted with a cargo bed measuring 182 meters. Of course, the cargo bed can be customized. Widening and lengthening are no issue. Lin Feng couldn't help but give a thumbs up to He Yuyan. Despite her youth, this young lady had an uncanny ability to understand her customers' needs. Boss Yuyan, I was thinking of having the cargo bed made too. 2 meters wide and 5 meters long. How much will that cost? Lin Feng was quite concerned about this, as his funds were limited. He had already planned to place 4 live fish tanks in the cargo bed, opting for 4 sturdy plastic barrels, 2 100-liter and 2 50-liter, arranged in a staggered manner for optimal fit. Previously, someone ordered a similar one as yours for a price of 9,000 yuan. What? He recalled that in his previous life, he had learned about tricycle prices. Those with a cargo attachment and fully enclosed driver's cabin were only around 6,000 yuan. However, upon reflection, Lin Feng found solace in this realization. Some items would inevitably become cheaper with the passage of time. Take mobile phones, for instance. In 2007, a Nokia N95 could fetch around 4,600 yuan. By 2024, it would only cost about 100 yuan. The key point was that no one wanted them. Lin Shui also gazed at He Yuyan with wide, expectant eyes. He too longed for a tricycle. The one he rode today was not only breezy but also fast, providing a truly delightful experience. Lin Feng intended to negotiate, steeling himself as he tentatively inquired, Boss Yuyan, could you possibly reduce the price by 500 yuan? Lin Feng furrowed his brow in silence, realizing that bargaining was not a man's forte, but rather a woman's innate talent. To his surprise, He Yuyan readily nodded, no problem. Lin Feng felt a bit bewildered, wondering if he had perhaps undercut the price too much. He Yuyan, perceiving Lin Feng's thoughts, chuckled, haha. Are you feeling that my willingness to negotiate is a bit too generous? To be honest, I see you are of similar age and starting a business is no easy feat. If it were someone else, I certainly wouldn't be this accommodating. With the conversation progressing, Lin Feng decided not to linger. All right then, we'll take one. What is the deposit? 1,000 yuan, she replied. Lin Feng counted out the money, an action that left the owner of the neighboring shop green with envy. Damn, I can't believe these two can buy a vehicle just to charge their phone. He wondered how long the custom order would take. About half a month. Half a month is too long. Can it be done in 10 days? He Yuyan took out her phone, causing Lin Feng's eyes to widen in surprise. No way, is that the newly released Nokia N95 from March of this year? Just a moment, let me make a call. Before He Yuyan could finish her sentence, the phone vanished from her hand as she sprinted ahead. Wait. She is chasing after someone. System has issued a temporary task. Assist He Yuyan in retrieving her phone. Completion of the task rewards 30 points of fortune. What is this? Retrieving a phone earns 30 points of fortune? This isn't about helping someone else. It's about helping myself. He Yuyan dashed out, dressed in athletic wear, running swiftly, but she was at a disadvantage against her pursuer. She had only purchased that phone a few days prior and was unwilling to let it slip away so easily. Lin Shui also bolted outside. Though he seemed a bit foolish, he possessed a righteous heart. Lin Feng glanced at the blonde phone thief in the lead, then back at He Yuyan and Lin Shui, sighing. Are you two really this foolish? With so many vehicles around, why chase on foot? Quickly, he yanked out the power strip and assessed the road conditions. There was no path ahead, only a right turn available. However, several parallel roads lay in that direction. Lin Feng swiftly maneuvered the tricycle to the right and continued forward. Just as the blonde thief leaned out, there was a loud thud, and he felt as though he had been knocked down, sprawled on the ground in a manner reminiscent of a dog in distress. Lin Feng dismounted, shaking his hair dramatically. "Ah Feng, you were so brave," He Yin gasped, running over with a beaming smile. Lin Feng firmly held down the blonde thief, shouting, "Lin Shui, quickly grab the rope." Lin Shui hastily untied the rope from the tricycle but appeared somewhat confused. "Bro, how do I tie him up?" "Just like you would tie a crab." "If that's the case, I can manage that." Lin Shui deftly turned the unconscious yellow-haired phone thief onto his back, binding his left leg and arm together, as well as his right leg and arm. This method of restraint carried a certain humiliation. Lin Feng rummaged through the thief's bag and finally procured a Nokia N95, which he handed to He Yuyan. After a thorough inspection, she was relieved to find that the phone, having been stored in the thief's waist bag, remained undamaged. The exhilaration of recovering the stolen phone and capturing the thief rendered He Yuyan immensely excited. She immediately grasped Lin Feng's hand and exclaimed, "Ah Phone, ah Shui. I cannot thank you enough." Lin Feng felt a surge of joy within. "It's nothing, really. Anyone would have stepped in under such circumstances." He replied, "Indeed, I am certainly not motivated by those 30 points of luck." Lin Feng held on to He Yuyan's small hand for a full minute before she finally withdrew it. Her cheeks flushed. At that moment, the yellow-haired thief had already regained consciousness from his earlier stupor. With wide eyes filled with confusion, he remarked, "You all seem to be having such a delightful conversation. Have you forgotten about me? Is this how you treat a guest? And who the hell tied me up like this? It's utterly humiliating." Coughing a couple of times, he turned to Lin Feng, who shared his hair color, and asked with a grin, "Bro, are you part of the Sham8 gang or the Zhatian gang?" In 2007, the Sham8 style was all the rage, and he likely recognized the phrases associated with it. "I love myself. I have no rivals. Young man, are you feeling playful? We are the Zong AI family, gathering at the cement ground by the village entrance." Lin Feng shook his head, dismissing the association. "Apologies, but I belong to the Diao Zhatian gang." The yellow-haired thief responded with confusion. "What is that gang about?" He Yuyan playfully interjected, "Ah Feng, since you're not from the same gang, I shall call the police." The thief's expression turned grim as he pondered the identity of the Diaozha gang and its leader. "Congratulations, Host Zhu has completed the task, earning 30 points of exhilarating luck." However, this task did not trigger a critical hit skill. As a token of gratitude, He Yuyan promised to ensure that the modified vehicle would be delivered within 3 days. She also treated them to a meal. After dining, He Yuyan rode a brand new electric tricycle, taking both of them towards the communication square. Chapter 050, Teaching Ah Shui the Art of Wooing? In the bustling communication square of Qingyan County, Lin Shui found himself mesmerized by the dazzling array of mobile phones, akin to discovering a new world. His eyes widened in astonishment, yet he dared not make a move, fearful that a misstep might lead to a costly mishap. Meanwhile, Lin Feng dashed forward impulsively, perhaps perceived by He Yuyan as a Navi bumpkin. However, that was far from the truth. Each brand, Samsung, Nokia, Lenovo, Xiaomi, LG, Haier, Hisense, Bodeo, Motorola, Sony Ericsson, evoked a wave of nostalgia within Lin Feng. Yet, in this era, these devices did not come cheap. The Nokia 6300 was priced at 280 yuan. The Motorola Z3 at 180 yuan, and the Samsung X283 at an astonishing 680 yuan. The once coveted Apple iPhone 4G commanded a staggering price of 800 yuan. With the 8G version soaring to 800 yuan, Lin Feng suddenly felt overwhelmed by the costs. He pondered how, had Xiaomi not emerged, who could afford such extravagant prices. The Xiaomi one was priced at a mere 999 yuan, a highly competitive figure in the realm of smartphones at that time. After much deliberation, Lin Feng ultimately purchased 3 mobile phones, one Nokia 3110C for 980 yuan, the very first phone he had owned in a previous life. Characterized by its simplistic design and elegant black tone, featuring a 3-megapixel camera, a remarkable value in the low-end market. He also acquired 2 Nokia 2630s, each costing 780 yuan. These sleek devices boasted a 300,000 pixel camera, supported MP3 ringtones, and included a radio, perfect for passing the time, making them a suitable gift for Lin Qinshan. The total expenditure for the 3 phones approached 600 yuan, yet Lin Feng felt no regret, for he had just received a reward from the system, with plenty remaining. After finalizing his selections, Lin Feng swiftly procured 3 SIM cards, a process that required no identification in those days. Additionally, he purchased 3 high-quality waterproof bags. Mindful of the potential damage from seawater. "Here you go, Shui." Lin Shui, still in a daze, replied, "Brother, is this for me?" "Of course it is. Besides, we are in this together. The profits are not solely mine. Your contributions count too." Lin Shui's eyes glistened with emotion. He had always perceived himself as a burden to the family, yet his brother's words filled him with a sense of worth. "I am useful too." Before their departure, Lin Feng instructed him to buy a phone in the county to store Kai Wenya's number, facilitating easier communication. After selecting the phones, He Yuyan took Lin Feng and Lin Shui to a seafood wholesale market. Lin Feng inquired about prices and discovered they were comparable to those offered by Wang Fugue, which excited him. With the elevation of his fortune level, he would accumulate increasing fortune value, and the treasures from their coastal endeavors would multiply. Just like now. Lin Feng checked his personal panel. Host pick, Lin Feng, luck value, 55 points, luck level, level 1, 100, 1000, gold coins, 5,000 coins, skill, basic swimming, unlocked tools, multi-toothed rake, basic title book, iron clamps. 10-meter trap. As of now, I have accumulated 55 points of exhilarating luck value. What if it reaches 100? That would signify that my harvest would exceed 10,000 coins. This figure does not even account for the supplementary benefits derived from the unlocked tools. Wang Fugue and Wang Yuding will undoubtedly reach a point of saturation, necessitating that they send their excess to the county. Off phone, the prices at the seafood wholesale market are quite comparable. Why not inquire at a hotel? The rates offered there will surely be more favorable. Rest assured. The modified fuel tank of your motorcycle tricycle is certainly ample enough to cover a distance of 400 kilometers on a full tank. Lin Feng was indeed inclined to ask at the hotel, but felt somewhat uneasy about treating He Yuyan as a mere chauffeur, especially since she had already accompanied him for 2 hours. He Yuyan seemed to perceive Lin Feng's discomfort. "I have nothing planned for the afternoon. I am well acquainted with the manager of a prominent hotel. Allow me to take you there." With great enthusiasm, He Yuyan started the tricycle. In no time, they arrived at a grand hotel, the Southern Lida Capital Hotel. One could easily discern the establishment's high caliber from its opulent decor. 2 security guards stood at the entrance. Upon spotting He Yuyan, they nodded in acknowledgement and gestured for her to enter. Lin Feng and Lin Shui followed He Yuyan into the hotel lobby. The entire lobby exuded grandeur, dominated by golden hues, with a chandelier soaring over 10 meters high. "Yuyan, you have arrived." A graceful young woman approached. Adorned in a blue and white split cheongsam, her feet elegantly encased in white stilettos. Lin Feng inwardly marveled at her beauty, realizing that she was indeed a treasure. "Chani, these are my 2 friends." He Yuyan animatedly recounted the recent escapade of retrieving her phone, embellishing the tale, causing the young woman's chest to rise and fall with excitement. "These young men are quite impressive. Do stay for a meal, and I shall arrange a private room for you." Lin Feng quickly declined. "You are far too kind. It is unnecessary. We must return today." He Yuyan sensed Lin Feng's genuine reluctance to partake in the meal and proceeded to express her intent for this visit, to assist Lin Feng in marketing. "Gentlemen, should you have quality seafood, you are more than welcome to deliver it to our hotel. You can directly contact Yuyan." The woman referred to as Aunt Chen by He Yuyan is named Chun Li. She is, in fact, her aunt, though she cannot address her as such in the presence of outsiders. While she may facilitate business introductions, she refrains from engaging in personal favors. Business is business, and personal relations are personal. Only by distinguishing the two can one excel in commerce. However, Chun Li held a different perspective. She believed that indirectly assisting through He Yuyan would suffice as a return of a favor. She harbored little optimism for Lin Feng and Lin Shui, dismissing their appearance as rather shabby. At best, they seemed like casual beachcombers, hardly promising any treasures. Lin Feng, however, was taken aback by the smoothness of his journey thus far and casually inquired about the prices of several high-end seafood items. Indeed, the prices here were astonishingly attractive. For instance, live copper oysters could fetch as much as 50 yuan each, while high-quality sea snakes could be sold for up to 120 yuan per kilogram. Wild abalone was in such high demand that a 10-headed specimen could command 200 yuan per kilogram. As for the 3-headed abalones, they could reach 500 yuan per kilogram, a concept Lin Feng could scarcely fathom. 3 abalones weighing merely 1 kilogram? Such a rarity was hard to imagine. After gathering this information, Lin Feng and Lin Shui retrieved their electric tricycle, preparing to return to Shazhou town. The system issued a temporary task, requiring Lin Shui to obtain Kai Wenya's phone number, with a reward of 50 points of exhilarating luck upon completion. System, have you lost your mind? It was already quite embarrassing to teach Lin Shui how to lie. Now, you're suggesting I teach her how to flirt? Nonetheless, the reward offered was simply too tempting. This was the first opportunity he had to acquire 50 points of exhilarating luck. He had to seize this chance. Chapter 051. Shui, the Master of Flirting. Shui. Do not fear approaching young ladies. Remember, the colder they seem, the more intriguing they often are. Lin Shui nodded in acknowledgement, replying, Brother, I understand. Shui. If a girl asks you, do you know what my flaws are? How would you respond? Lin Shui pondered for a moment before answering. Bad breath? Lin Feng rolled his eyes, exclaiming, No, it's my flaw. My flaw? Lin Shui appeared perplexed by the response. Shui, I have some cheesy pickup lines for you to learn. Stop complaining and just hug me. I'm a 9, you are a 3, and apart from you, there's only you. I am usually very reliable. The only thing I lack is your kiss. My reliability? Lin Feng continued to chatter, leaving Lin Shui utterly bewildered. What on earth are these lines? Shui, when the time comes, do not hesitate. Directly ask Kai Wenya for her phone number. Understood? Lin Shui nodded and picked up his phone to familiarize himself with it. The two engaged in conversation as Lin Feng drove straight to a street lined with clothing stores, intending to assist Lin Shui with his attire. In one of the stores, Zhang Xiaojun sat bored, cracking sunflower seeds, lost in her thoughts. She was from Shazui village and a high school classmate of Lin Feng. Both had dropped out during their senior year. She had little choice. Her academic performance was dismal, making university unattainable, and with 2 younger brothers at home, her parents held traditional views favoring sons over daughters. Zhang Xiaojun harbored feelings for Lin Feng but often felt he preferred slimmer girls, making her self-conscious about her physique. As she was daydreaming, Lin Feng entered with Lin Shui, immediately spotting Zhang Xiaojun. Today, she wore a knee-length denim skirt paired with a white V-neck top, her hair styled in a bun. Her long, fair legs swung playfully over the stool, capturing his attention. Lin Feng casually handed her a bag of sunflower seeds, saying, Here, take these. It's you a foam. Did you buy these? Zhang Xiaojun stood up, her face radiant with a smile. I didn't buy them. I found them. Zhang Xiaojun chuckled at Lin Feng's joke. Are you here to buy clothes again? Help my brother Shui find a stylish outfit. Upon hearing this, Lin Shui instinctively shook his head. Brother, I don't want to buy. Shui, do you wish to chat with Kai Wenya? Lin Shui nodded. In that case, we must shop. Zhang Xiaojun swiftly coordinated an outfit for Lin Shui, a blue turtleneck, white cropped trousers, and a pair of white sneakers. It must be said, Zhang Xiaojun possessed a keen eye for fashion. Once dressed, Lin Shui appeared not only vibrant, but also quite fashionable. After stealing a few more glances at Zhang Xiaojun, Lin Feng reluctantly took his leave. Zhang Xiaojun found herself momentarily lost in thought. Why is he staring at my legs? Does he think they're too thick? Perhaps I truly need to lose some weight. Lin Feng then purchased a bottle of lotion, applying it to Lin Shui's dark complexion. The Dabao series of skincare products has been in existence since 1985, adapting to the diverse consumer demands of different eras, a true gem of domestic goods. After tidying up, the two finally arrived at the Shazhou Impression food stall. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, but fortunately, dusk fell particularly late, around 7 o'clock. The peak dining hour had not yet arrived, and everyone was resting in the hall, with Wang Yuding having prepared some snacks for everyone. At the moment Lin Feng appeared, Wang Yuding's eyes lit up. Feng, you're finally back. How was it in the county? Not bad, Lin Feng replied tersely, as he was keenly aware that an important guest was about to make their entrance, choosing not to overshadow the occasion. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, there was still no movement. Lin Feng turned around to find the space behind him empty, and with a sharp glare, he called out, Shui, come in. At this moment, Lin Shui felt an internal resistance, his hands tightly gripping the hem of his clothing, and his legs felt as though they were weighed down by lead, rendering him immobile. He was dressed rather flamboyantly today. Although he looked handsome, he found it difficult to accept at that moment. This was, in fact, a manifestation of the exposure effect. Shui, come in. Lin Shui took a deep breath, dismissing his fears. What is the worst that could happen? He strode in boldly, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Who is this? Where did this handsome guy come from? Li Danan and Li Ernan exchanged glances, astonished. Wow, it's actually Ah Shui. I must say, he looks quite dapper. Wang Yuding chimed in. Clothes make the man, and this gentleman is indeed extraordinary. Kai Wenye remained silent but glanced at Lin Shui, seemingly stifling a laugh. Those two glances finally instilled some courage in Lin Shui. He recalled the words his elder brother had shared with him on the way. Do not be afraid to speak. Practice more. What is the worst that could happen? Speaking a few words wouldn't kill him. Lin Feng watched anxiously, wondering why he was just standing there. He should go sit next to Kai Wenye. Finally, Lin Shui moved, lowering his head and advancing forward. Li Danan quickly patted the seat beside him. Ah Shui, come sit here. But Lin Shui continued onward. At last, he stood before Kai Wenye, who was engrossed in her phone. She looked up at Lin Shui, her expression somewhat bewildered. Lin Shui nodded his chin slightly towards her. Kai Wenye responded, What do you mean? Lin Shui repeated the gesture. Lin Feng was sweating with anxiety, thinking, Brother, for heaven's sake, say something. Li Danan and Li Ernan were equally dumbfounded, wondering if this kid actually intended to pursue Kai Wenye. No way. They had gone to great lengths to impress the women, ensuring the floor was cleaner than ever. Yet, it seemed the two women were not particularly interested in them. He had even attempted to ask Kai Wenye for her number, only to be told that they had a landline at the shop. This left both men feeling quite defeated. Kai Wenye observed Lin Shui's actions once more, pondering if he wished to sit beside her. However, the seat she occupied was not an independent chair, but rather a long sofa. She instinctively shifted to the side, and Lin Shui promptly took a seat. Lin Feng let out a long sigh. The initial step had been taken. At that moment, all eyes converged on Lin Shui, as they were utterly perplexed by his actions. Lin Shui grasped the hem of his clothing, inhaled deeply, and attempted to present a warm smile to Kai Wenye. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not alter his facial expression. His excessive effort resulted in an expression that appeared quite innocent. Kai Wenye finally set her phone aside and inquired, Shui, are you feeling unwell? Lin Shui nodded. I don't have your phone number. Of course. I feel unwell. The collective reaction was one of astonishment. Goodness, was this truly the same bumbling Lin Shui? This was the prowess of a master flirt. All gazes simultaneously shifted to Lin Feng, who shrugged innocently as if to convey that he had taught Lin Shui nothing of the sort. The most astonished was undoubtedly Kai Wenye. She stared at Lin Shui, finding in his eyes an unparalleled clarity, devoid of any impurities. She had never encountered such purity in anyone's gaze, and in a moment of spontaneity, she exclaimed, Shui, my phone number is. Silence. Everyone gasped in disbelief. Kai Wenye, confused, responded, weren't you asking for my phone number? Why tell me to be quiet? This was rather domineering, wasn't it? Lin Feng understood that Lin Shui's intent was certainly not to convey that. Indeed, Lin Shui retrieved his phone from his pocket. You, go ahead. Shui, did you buy a phone? My brother. Got it for me. Kai Wenye promptly recited her phone number, and Lin Shui diligently entered it. Shui, is it done? No. Could you repeat it once more? Kai Wenye obliged. After Lin Feng inputted the number, he made a call. My number, you. Save it. Kai Wenye nodded. Once again, everyone was left speechless, particularly the lovesick Li Danan and Li Ernan, who were utterly flabbergasted. How could this be? Was it possible that Kai Wenye had a penchant for masochism? Lin Feng was overjoyed, never expecting that Lin Shui, when he finally took action, would exude such a commanding presence. Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Earning 50 points of exhilarating fortune. Congratulations, host, for triggering a critical skill, earning 20 points of exhilarating fortune. Lin Feng was in high spirits. For not only had he helped Lin Shui take the first step in approaching a girl, but he had also amassed 70 points of fortune. This was indeed a significant gain. Li Danan and Li Ernan were seething with envy, but fortunately, there was still Wang Yuding. Since they could not win over Kai Wenye, they could at least try their luck with Wang Yuding. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng approached Wang Yuding with a grin, producing a conch shell from his pocket. Chapter 052. Can it be blown here? Manager Wang, are you skilled in crafting conch whistles? Wang Yuding's heart leaped with joy. Why was he asking this? Could it be that he wishes to create one for me? Ah Feng, no need for such formality. We are all young people. You may simply call me Yuding. Wang Yuding perhaps did not even realize that a faint blush had graced her cheeks. Li Dan and Li Ernan exchanged looks of exasperation. This was it. They were completely sidelined. Wang Yuding began to earnestly instruct Lin Feng. She summoned the logistics personnel to bring forth a saw and an electric drill. Ah Feng, saw off the top of the conch, she directed. Lin Feng picked up the saw a mischievous smile dancing on his lips. Is it like this, Yuding? Wang Yuding gently placed her delicate hand over his. You must saw delicately. Do not split the conch. With newfound understanding, Lin Feng commenced his task. Ah Feng, here is the drill. Please make 2 small holes in this area of the conch, one for the whistle and one for the string. Lin Feng grasped the drill but could not resist teasingly asking, will the conch withstand 2 holes here? Wang Yuding chuckled softly. It can endure. Lin Feng inquired. Can it be blown here? Indeed, it can produce sound, she assured him. Li Dan and Li Ernan groaned in unison. How utterly boring. Do you take us for air? Just wait. I will fetch 2 whistles. Wang Yuding strode upstairs with her long legs and soon reappeared, holding 2 red whistles and a bottle of glue. Ah Feng, simply attach this whistle to the conch, and it should suffice. Lin Feng complied and used a hairdryer to dry it, thus completing the most basic conch whistle. A realization dawned upon him. It was surprisingly simple. He had thought that merely puncturing the conch would suffice to produce sound, but it relied on external forces. Ah Feng, give it a try and see if it produces sound. Lin Feng lifted one whistle to his lips and blew. It resonated loudly. He then handed the other whistle to Wang Yuding. You try blowing it. Wang Yuding pursed her alluring cherry lips and delicately blew into the whistle. At that moment, Li Dan and Li Ernan nearly experienced a nosebleed. They wished fervently to be that little whistle. Wang Yuding and Lin Feng exchanged amused glances. Ah Feng, who do you intend to gift these 2 conch whistles to? I shall give them to my younger sister. Very well, thank you, Wang Yuding exclaimed, only to realize suddenly that it wasn't meant for her. Lin Feng, equally bewildered, replied, Yuding, it is I who should be thanking you. Why do you thank me? In a sudden burst of energy, Wang Yuding stood up. You should refrain from calling me Yuding. Refer to me as Manager Wang. A burst of laughter erupted from Li Dan and Li Ernan. Lin Feng, look at you now. Lin Feng found himself perplexed. How could a woman change her demeanor so swiftly? Though he had developed a fondness for Wang Yuding, he was left in a state of confusion. Yet he was acutely aware that they belonged to entirely different worlds, and thus did not entertain such thoughts. He merely indulged in a fleeting glimpse. In truth, Wang Yuding had not contemplated this either, but for reasons unknown, she found herself yearning for Lin Feng's favor. Perhaps it was a peculiar mindset at play, a desire unfulfilled. Ashui, we ought to head home. Lin Shui mumbled, engrossed in her phone, uttering not another word to Kai Wenya before rising to depart. Kai Wenya felt a sense of bewilderment, yet her heart was stirred with a complex mixture of emotions that she could neither articulate nor comprehend. Lin Feng, alone, pushed the cart while Li Danan drove the tricycle, carrying Li Ernan and Lin Shui. Initially, Lin Shui insisted on pushing the cart herself, but Lin Feng advised against it, stating that his expensive attire ought to remain unsoiled, as it had cost him a pretty penny. Moreover, an empty cart was hardly burdensome. They might as well consider it a leisurely stroll. By the time they returned home, it was nearly 6 o'clock. Lin Qishan had prepared dinner, braised sea toad, spicy stir-fried small fish and shrimp, steamed sea bass, and catfish soup. These dishes were leftovers from their seaside excursion the previous day, and Lin Qishan was mindful that if left uncooked, they would spoil. The widow Wang Xixia was also present, having taken the day off work to spend time with Lin Hao. Upon hearing commotion outside, Lin Hao, accompanied by his 2 companions, rushed to the door and immediately spotted Lin Feng and Lin Shui. Big brother, second brother. Woof woof. Zaza. Lin Feng affectionately patted Lin Hao's head, though Lin Hao instinctively recoiled slightly, his gaze revealing a diminished fear. Little sister, we returned late and didn't bring back anything special. But I promise to buy you snacks next time, Lin Feng said, producing 2 conch shells from his pocket. These are whistles I made for you. I hope you like them. A whistle? Lin Hao exclaimed with joy, taking it eagerly, blowing into it with delight, her excitement evident as she danced about. Thank you, big brother. This conch whistle sounds amazing. Wang Xixia stepped forward, her cheeks flushed. Offing his back. Let us eat. Lin Hao handed the other conch whistle to Wang Xixia. Sister, this whistle is made by my big brother. Please accept this one. Wang Xixia gazed at Lin Feng, seeking his approval. Go ahead, it's merely a trinket, he encouraged. She accepted it cheerfully, adorning it around her neck. Dinner is served. With Lin Qingshan's decree, everyone commenced their meal. Lin Feng and Lin Shui, having been famished, could not resist devouring 3 substantial bowls of rice each, thanks to Lin Qingshan's culinary prowess. Once they were satiated, Lin Qingshan finally inquired about the day's earnings. What? 10,000 yuan. His face expressed disbelief. To think that their income for a single day had reached such a sum was beyond comprehension. Lin Feng chuckled inwardly. This was merely the beginning. As of now, he had accumulated 125 points of extraordinary fortune. Surely, they were destined to earn even more. Old man, today Shui and I went to see a tricycle, and, without informing you, I ordered one for 8,000 yuan. Lin Qingshan's heart ached at the thought of 8,000 yuan. Yet, he understood the necessity of this purchase for Lin Feng. If quality goods could be placed directly in the live fish tank and swiftly delivered to town via the tricycle, that would indeed translate to profit. Lin Qingshan felt that ever since Lin Feng had turned over a new leaf, his fortune seemed to have transformed as well. Could this be divine favor? Ah Feng, I have told you, you are the master of this household, so do your best. As long as my grandson is on the right path, everything is worthwhile. Old man, seeing your discerning eye, I have a reward for you. Lin Feng pulled out his phone and handed it to Lin Qingshan. This, a phone? Few in the village possess such a device. Perhaps only a dozen or 20 individuals. How much did this cost? I'm an old man now and have no need for such gadgets. You and Shui should keep it. Lin Shui playfully leaned in. Grandpa, I have one too. Lin Feng also revealed his phone, waving it in front of Lin Qingshan. You extravagant child, did you really buy 3 at once? Old man, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Get lost. Are you going to hand over all the money? Grandpa, what did you just say? Lin Qingshan chuckled, patting Lin Feng's shoulder a couple of times before happily retreating into the house. He intended to share stories with his beloved companion, believing that after hearing of Lin Feng's accomplishments, she might awaken sooner than expected. Wang Saixia reluctantly departed. While Lin Shui was teaching Lin how to handle the phone, Lin Feng also entered the house, having earned 10,000 yuan today. After deducting the deposit and the cost of the phones, he still had over 6,000 yuan left, combined with the previous surplus of over 2,000 yuan. He now possessed 8,000 yuan. He resolved to thoroughly explore the spiritual nutrient solutions available in the system marketplace. Chapter 053, The Remarkable Efficacy of Neural Liquid. Lin Feng opened the system panel. Host, Lin Feng, Fortune Value, 125 points, Fortune Level, 1,170, 1,000, Gold Coins, 5,000, Skill, Swimming, Beginner Level, Unlock Tools, Multi-Toothed Rake, Basic Sea Gathering Book, Iron Clamps, 10-meter Trap. Lin Feng began to contemplate. With 5,000 gold coins and an additional 125 points of exhilarating fortune value, he had no worries about tomorrow's harvest. Thus, he resolved to recharge. System, recharge 8,000 gold coins. System recharge successful. 8,000 gold coins added. This time, Lin Feng remained remarkably composed, not bothering to rummage through his pockets or beneath his pillow. He knew that money had vanished. However, he was pleased to observe a trend. The system had become increasingly generous, frequently awarding substantial fortune values. Perhaps future prospects would be even brighter. He accessed the system marketplace, directly clicking on pharmaceuticals. Adhesive bandage, price, 100 gold coins. Sunscreen, price, 1,000 gold coins. Neural liquid, price, 10,000 gold coins. Second page, kidney pill, price, 200 gold coins. Strength pill, price, 1,000 gold coins. Multiplication pill, price, 100,000 gold coins. What on earth? Is the system serious? Lin Feng was astounded to discover such items. What is this multiplication pill? Will consuming it result in a multitude of offspring? He clicked to examine neural liquid. Effect description, aids in improving neural function and replenishing neural elements. Dosage interval, every 30 days. An idea struck Lin Feng, purchase a bottle of neural liquid. Divide it into 2 portions for his grandmother and Shui to consume. Buy a bottle of sunscreen, for he could not afford to tan. He would look as unattractive as Shui if he did. Purchase 2 traps, which are quite convenient. Simply find a discreet location to place them. Lin Feng clicked to purchase, and his gold coins were instantly deducted. He quickly scanned his surroundings and discovered 2 traps and 2 vials of medicine beneath the bed. One was a small white bottle, approximately 10 milliliters, and the other was a sizable blue bottle, around 500 milliliters. Upon inspection, Lin Feng couldn't help but curse. This damned system. The neural liquid is merely 10 milliliters and yet exorbitantly priced? He cautiously opened the bottle and took a whiff. It had a pleasant aroma. He poured a few drops into his mouth, awaiting any reaction. Soon, Lin Feng felt a warmth enveloping him, and his thoughts seemed to sharpen significantly. Indeed, it was not toxic. System, are you being polite? Not only do you fail to compliment me, but you also wish to test for poison? What happened to the trust between man and system? Lin Shui rose from the kitchen, poured half a cup of cool boiled water, and added half of the neural liquid. Ah Shui, come here. Brother, I'm coming. Drink this cup of water. Ah Shui, feeling thirsty, downed it in one gulp without a second thought. Brother, it's sweet. Ah, this foolish younger brother. Whatever he offers, even if it be poison, he would hesitate not at all. This is precisely why Lin Feng can regard him as a close kin. Lin Feng meticulously observed Lin Shui's physical responses. Brother, it's awfully hot today. Lin Feng nodded, but suddenly felt something amiss. Shui, what did you just say? Brother, it's awfully hot today. Aren't you feeling it? Lin Feng clenched his fist tightly, a smile spreading across his face. It's effective, indeed it is. Shui now spoke in short sentences without pausing. In a flurry, Lin Feng dashed into the room, rummaging through drawers until he unearthed a book. He pointed at a long sentence and said, Shui, read this sentence aloud for me. Lin Shui had attended school until the second year of junior high. Though he consistently ranked at the bottom of his class, he recognized most characters. Lin Shui did not comprehend Lin Feng's intent, but began to read. In the 1950s and 60s, widespread hunger occurred in our country, leaving a profound impression on Grandpa Yuan. Lin Feng pointed to another line, and Lin Shui continued, hybrid rice has continually spread across the globe. More than 20 countries and regions have fully adopted it. Grandpa Yuan is also one of the most influential scientists in the world. Lin Feng closed the book with a thud, his heart restless for a long while. Firstly, because the article itself featured a scientist who is revered globally. Secondly, because Lin Shui's linguistic skills had indeed improved significantly. Although he could not yet read the entire long sentence fluently, he was much better than before. Previously, he would pause after 2 or 3 words. Now, he could go 7 or 8 words before stopping. Brother, shall I continue reading? I feel my head a bit warm. Lin Feng gently touched Lin Shui's forehead, then glanced at Xiao Hao, who was engrossed in his phone. In a calm tone, he said, Shui. Xiao Hao, it's getting late. You two should rest early. We need to rise early tomorrow to go beachcombing. Lin Shui and Lin Hao nodded understandingly. Setting aside their phones and lying on the bed, gazing out at the stars, their breathing gradually steadying, Lin Shui picked up a cup, poured a glass of water, and added the remaining half bottle of medicine before heading to Grandma Chen Shulian's room. Lin Qinshan was chatting with Chen Shulian, who could only respond with incoherent sounds. Grandpa. Lin Feng entered with the water. Lin Qinshan laughed heartily at Chen Shulian, saying, Lian, did you hear that? I truly am not boasting. Lin Feng just called me Grandpa, ha ha ha. Lin Feng handed her the water, speaking softly, Grandma, have some water, it's quite hot today. Chen Shulian gazed at Lin Feng, murmuring, and Lin Qinshan hurriedly supported her to a semi-reclined position. Lin Feng carefully and slowly fed her water. After she finished drinking, Lin Feng observed attentively. The elderly lady appeared to show no reaction, though a sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead. Lin Feng picked up a fan and gently waved it. Ah. Chen Shulian called out again, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng. You little rascal, what have you given me to drink? Why do I feel so warm? Oh, the wind. Lin Qinshan and Lin Feng were momentarily taken aback. Hey Feng, did your grandmother just say wind? It seems so, I heard it too. Laughter erupted. Could it be that your grandmother is beginning to recover? Lin Qinshan tightly grasped Chen Shulian's hand, his eyes misty. Soon, Chen Shulian appeared to succumb to drowsiness, gradually drifting off to sleep. Old man, stop playing on your phone and get some rest, Lin Feng urged. I won't sleep. I'll play until midnight. Lin Feng shook his head, suppressing a chuckle. Grandpa, behave, go to sleep. All right then, I shall sleep, but you should rest early too. Lin Feng slowly withdrew. From his earlier observations, the nerve tonic was indeed effective. If a few more doses were administered, might the results be even more pronounced? Although the interval for taking the nerve tonic was 30 days, he had only consumed half a bottle, which meant he could procure another bottle in just half a month. The thought of the nerve tonic costing 10,000 gold coins made Lin Feng yearn for dawn to break so he could rush to the sea. He was in dire need of money, hoping to secure 20,000 coins by tomorrow. Chapter 054. A small island appears ahead. The optimal time for beachcombing usually coincides with the initial ebb of the tide. Once the tide recedes, the beach reveals a more expansive view, as many marine creatures linger on the shore, unable to retreat back into the sea in time. At the break of dawn, precisely at 5 o'clock, Lin Feng awoke. Shui, it's time to go. Lin Shui rose and set off. His gear had been meticulously prepared the night prior. ensuring he brought everything necessary. Shui, wait a moment. Lin Feng opened the sunscreen and began applying it to Lin Shui's face, arms, and legs. This product was relatively inexpensive. He could always repurchase it later. Lin Feng even mused that once he gained sufficient strength, he might establish a company to act as a middleman, specializing in selling various items produced by the system, certainly a lucrative venture. Yet, for now, he lacked the ability. An ordinary man may be innocent, but possessing valuable items could invite trouble. If he were to sell such goods, would others not seize him, demanding to know his secrets? The two brothers stealthily exited their home. What on earth is that? A large yellow creature lay sprawled on the ground, its two dark eyes gleaming under the moonlight. Woof woof. De Huang let out a low bark, wagging its tail at Lin Feng. It was De Huang. De Huang, go home and keep Xiao Hao company. De Huang squinted at Lin Feng, seemingly unbothered. With Jiao Jiao around, what is there to fear? Besides, Jiao Jiao is a girl, and Xiao Hao is also a girl. But I am a boy. Lin Feng, oblivious to De Huang's sentiments, continued to jog ahead, with De Huang trailing behind. Damn it, I too wish to go beachcombing. I spent all night waiting at the door for this. De Huang picked up speed, running alongside Lin Feng. The moon still hung in the sky, while industrious souls were already on their way. Ah Feng, ah Shui, off to beachcomb again. Please convey my gratitude to your grandfather. He provided me with a bounty of dragon beard vegetables. Ah Feng, is that a phone hanging around your neck? Surely, it wasn't won through gambling? Initially amused, Lin Feng's expression soured at the last remark, his eyes narrowing in irritation. What business is it of yours, you fool? Lin Shui glanced at the speaker, who was none other than Yo Er, a notorious troublemaker in the village, once a partner in mischief with Lin Feng. Yo Er had since harbored a twinge of jealousy since Lin Feng's reformation. They had once pledged to revel in their carefree, impoverished days together, but those promises seemed hollow now. Lin Shui's disdain for Yo Er simmered, attributing his brother's misbehavior to him and son ergo. With a glare, Lin Shui pointed an accusatory finger at Yo Er and berated him. Yo Er, you idiot. Yo Er, momentarily taken aback, responded, what the hell? Even a fool is berating me? Lin Shui seized a metal clamp from a nearby barrel, raising it threateningly toward Yo Er. What is the matter? Come at me if you dare. What woof? De Huang bared its fangs, resembling a creature poised for attack. Yo Er, instantly intimidated, scoffed and turned to leave. Lin Feng and Lin Shui resumed their journey, while whispers circulated behind them. It appeared that Lin Shui's speech had become notably more articulate. You have not observed the sparkle in his eyes. How is it that I sense a certain vivacity in him compared to before? It appears that this young man has transformed, and both brothers have undergone a change. Lin Feng naturally caught wind of these remarks, and a subtle smile graced his lips. His intent was to uplift every member of this household, and when the time is ripe, he yearns to search for his parents. The two brothers, one sprinting and the other hauling a cart, frolicked along the way, taking a full half-hour to reach the shore. The tide was swiftly receding, and a multitude of people had gathered by the seaside, eagerly gazing out. They were all awaiting the very moment of low tide. Lin Feng silently proceeded forward, aware that the crowd was ill-suited for his solitary nature. After all, he possessed fortune points, rendering it unnecessary for him to engage with the throng. Ah Feng, ah Shui, hurry over. There are 2 more puddles ahead that I will drain for you. There's bound to be something good. It turned out to be Li Danan and Li Ernan, who had not contended for the beach but remained focused on their primary task of draining puddles. There were 3 puddles, and they were currently working on the first one. Lin Feng understood Li Danan's intention. He wished to reserve the latter 2 puddles for Lin Feng. Yet, Lin Feng had no desire to accept. Danan, if I happen upon something remarkable today, would you lend me your water tank and tricycle? No problem, that's a trivial matter. Li Danan seemed to recall something. Ah Feng. The Coast Guard mentioned they wanted to commend you, but I haven't received any calls in the past few days. Lin Feng paid it no mind, for he had not undertaken that endeavor for accolades. Danan, I will place these 3 traps right beside you in the sea. Could you keep an eye on them for me? I'll return shortly. Lin Feng was untroubled by the prospect of Li Danan and his brother coveting the traps. Their integrity was clear, and they were no petty individuals. Li Danan appeared puzzled. The water is too shallow here. Placing traps will likely yield no results. Lin Feng disregarded this, for he merely needed someone to ensure they were not pilfered. After securing the traps, Lin Feng and Lin Shui resumed their run, pausing after approximately 20 to 30 minutes. Why did they halt? Because, congratulations to them for completing the daily running task, rewarded with 5 points of exhilarating fortune. For Lin Feng, he had no desire to run another step. He began to survey the beach. This area featured some exposed rocky outcrops, uneven and rugged. Brother, shall we search the shore here? Perhaps we might uncover some treasures. Be cautious, brother. It can be slippery here. Lin Shui's heart was still unsettled, recalling how recently the Li brothers had fallen into the sea from the rocks. It is not slippery here. I just find it a bit uncomfortable underfoot. Lin Feng adjusted his headlamp downward, illuminating the rocks. He had anticipated discovering something valuable, yet found nothing atop the rocks. After searching in vain, he concluded that there was nothing to be found. The morning breeze carried a refreshing essence, devoid of heat and turmoil. The gentle zephyr caressed his face, and Lin Feng felt an overwhelming sense of comfort as he sat upon the rocks, wielding a multi-toothed rake. Well then, if nothing can be found, I shall refrain from searching for the moment. Ah Feng, come and take a seat. Lin Shui settled beside Lin Feng, while De Huang instinctively positioned itself on the opposite side. Thus, the trio, 2 humans and 1 dog, sat facing the vast ocean. Brother, what are we doing? Lin Shui inquired with a hint of impatience, as thus far, not a single hair had been gathered. Yet, he held faith in his elder brother, convinced that he must have discovered something significant. Woof. De Huang also expressed a sense of urgency. What was its purpose for coming? It was meant to gather seafood, not merely to revel in the ocean breeze. However, despite its owner's rather despicable nature, he was indeed quite adept at foraging. Ah, he must be holding back a grand surprise. To Lin Shui's astonishment, Lin Feng simply remarked, we are here to watch the sunrise. Lin Shui, are you serious? De Huang, had I known, I would have preferred to slumber peacefully at home. My dear, let your heart unwind and enjoy the sunrise with the one you cherish. During this season, the sun rises relatively early, and after a brief moment of waiting, it gradually began to ascend from the horizon. Lin Feng murmured to himself, the setting sun and solitary wild geese fly together, the autumn waters blend with the vast sky. Though it was not autumn, nor were there fishing boats singing at dusk or flocks of geese startled by the chill, Lin Feng nonetheless experienced a unique vista. The morning glow danced upon the azure surface of the sea, as the gentle breeze stirred the waves, reminiscent of the rings of time drifting towards the horizon. Just as Lin Feng was lost in poetic reverie, his gaze sharpened, focusing ahead. Ah Shui, look quickly, is that a small island emerging in the distance? Chapter 055, the mirrorfish. Lin Shui nodded vigorously. This was indeed his elder brother's discovery. His brother was truly remarkable. However, this small island appeared somewhat peculiar, resembling more of a small hill. It was approximately 200 meters from their current position. Ah Shui, do you have a rope? Brother, I brought one. But it's not long enough. The rope Lin Shui carried was around just over 100 meters in length. Lin Feng was certain that the luck value of 130 he sought today lay ahead on that little island. Yet, he hesitated to swim over. Although he had previously swum 100 meters effortlessly while retrieving a fish trap, the distance before him now appeared to be around 200 meters. He felt uncertain. After all, one should not gamble with their own life, should they? The system has issued a temporary mission. Swim to the island ahead. Completion rewards. 10,000 gold coins. The host may not utilize ropes or any external assistance. What on earth? Lin Feng was astonished. 10,000 gold coins? Damn it. He had long desired to purchase 2 fishing rods. Each rod in the system store cost a staggering 5,000 gold coins, and every time he glanced at them, he felt a pang of longing. This insufferable system was truly maddening, imposing such restrictions. Ah Shui, run back and borrow a rope from Li Danan. I will swim ahead and see if there is anything worthwhile. Brother, wait a moment before swimming. All right, be quick. Lin Shui dashed away at great speed. Once Lin Shui was a distance off, Lin Feng began to shed his clothes. Woof woof. De Huang seemed to express discontent, perhaps worried for him. Lin Feng patted De Huang's head. Wait here for me. I will show you what it means to be like a fish in water. He placed his tools into a fertilizer bag and secured it to himself. Then, with a splash, he plunged into the ocean, instantly activating his swimming skills. Lin Feng adjusted his breathing, stretching his long arms forward. This time, the experience felt even better than before. It seemed that practice made perfect. As he swam, he glanced back at De Huang, ready to bestow upon him a triumphant look. But to his dismay, where was the dog? He turned to see De Huang sticking his head out, panting, joyfully paddling through the water. What woof? De Huang's eyes curved into crescent moons, revealing a hint of disdain. What? You look down on me? Lin Feng swam faster, and De Huang energetically propelled himself forward. A race ensued between man and dog. The Chinese rural dog is born with the innate ability to swim, exhibiting excellent adaptability to water, particularly for a dog like De Huang, born by the sea. Swimming was second nature. Lin Feng exerted himself to swim ahead, but as he approached approximately 150 meters, he began to feel fatigued. His breathing quickened, and his limbs grew weak. Panic set in. Damn it, he hadn't eaten breakfast. De Huang seemed to sense Lin Feng's distress and started swimming full speed ahead. Fortunately, after 2 minutes, Lin Feng reached the shore of the island first, with De Huang closely following behind. Lin Feng lay languidly by the shore, glancing back at De Huang. Haha, De Huang, you simply cannot compete. It appears I have emerged victorious once more. What woof? You scoundrel, did we not set off simultaneously? Do you lack self-awareness? Observing your earlier performance, I almost believed you were on the verge of collapse. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward, 10,000 gold coins. A surge of joy coursed through Lin Feng as he contemplated exploring the systems shop that evening, pondering the purchase of 2 fishing rods for experimentation. He envisioned renting a fishing boat to cast his line in deeper waters, perhaps even reeling in a magnificent tuna. Although the fishing ban remained in effect, angling was permitted as long as nets were not employed. After a brief respite, Lin Feng rose to survey his surroundings. This island was quite diminutive, composed entirely of rocky outcrops with a diameter of merely over 100 meters. As he and his canine companion ventured forth, Lin Feng felt no trepidation regarding potential dangers, for the area had only recently been submerged beneath the waves. What woof? De Huang seemed to have discovered something and dashed ahead in excitement. It turned out to be a cluster of starfish, which De Huang eagerly pinned down with his paws and delicately picked up in his mouth, dutifully placing them beside a fertilizer bag. Lin Feng joined in the collection, recognizing that while starfish might not fetch a high price, perhaps $7 or $8 per pound, every little bit counted. Before long, the duo had amassed a substantial pile of starfish, likely weighing several dozen pounds. Suddenly, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon a peculiar creature sprawled on the ground. This being was encased in a hard shell. Its head and thorax fused, with several pairs of long claws surrounding its mouth and a long, spiny tail protruding behind. Could it be a horseshoe crab? To his astonishment, there were 3 of them. What woof? De Huang, in his excitement, lunged toward one, but Lin Feng swiftly kicked him away. De Huang, do not bite that. Horseshoe crabs have existed for 500 million years. They are living fossils, and as of 1991, they have been listed as a nationally protected species. If you dare to catch one, you could face over 10 years of imprisonment. With utmost caution, Lin Feng gently nudged the 3 horseshoe crabs toward the island's edge, feigning a kick to encourage them to return to the water. Ouch, what was that? Lin Feng distinctly recalled not having kicked the horseshoe crabs. What had he struck instead? He crouched down to investigate. To his utter disbelief, it was a shell. As his gaze extended forward, he realized there were numerous shells, all clinging to the rocky surface of the island. However, this area was not by the beach, but rather an interior section of the island. Without further ado, he decided to pry them loose. Lin Feng extended his hand, gripping the shells tightly and attempting to lift them, only to find himself plopping down onto the ground. The shells clung stubbornly to the rocks, refusing to budge. Lin Feng marveled at their extraordinary adhesive strength. These were no ordinary shells. Perhaps today, as fortune lay hidden within these enigmatic treasures, he retrieved a multi-toothed rake, adjusting it to its sharpest setting, and began gently prying at the juncture where the shells met the rocky surface. The shell broke free from the rocks and fell to the ground. Lin Feng's eyes widened as he recognized the object. Abalone. This abalone must weigh at least 1 or 2 taels, perhaps even 10. The weight seemed just right. The knowledge from Lin Feng's basic guide to coastal foraging was instinctively triggered. Abalone, also known as mirrorfish, bears the name fish although it shares no relation to actual fish. It belongs to the class of gastropods, being a single-shelled marine mollusk, oval in shape, with tender, smooth, purplish-red flesh that is exquisitely delicious. Abalone is hailed as the crown jewel of marine delicacies, each bite promising a taste of luxury. Haha, I am destined to prosper. Lin Feng, fully energized, wielded his multi-toothed rake with fervor, causing one abalone after another to fall. This one is particularly large, weighing about 2 taels, a fine 5-tael abalone. De Huang was not idle either, gathering all the abalones Lin Feng had pried loose into a neat pile. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang around his neck. It was Lin Shui calling. He had borrowed several ropes, tying them together to create an impressive length of 400 to 500 meters. It was a mystery where he had procured them. What amazed Lin Feng even more was that Lin Shui had also managed to acquire an enormous foam board. The lengthy rope was sufficient for a round trip, eliminating the need for frequent handovers, while the foam board added buoyancy, preventing the fertilizer bags from sinking to the ocean floor, a troublesome predicament if they got snagged. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh again. Ha ha ha. Who says my brother A Shui is a fool? He is quite clever. De Huang, can you swim over and retrieve the rope? In the heat of his abalone hunt, De Huang was reluctant to comply. De Huang, I'll buy you a bone tonight. With that, De Huang leaped into the sea. Woof. Full speed ahead. De Huang reached the shore, where Lin Shui secured the rope around his neck, and De Huang began his return swim. Lin Feng placed the abalones into the fertilizer bag. Tying it securely to the foam board, Lin Shui began to pull it back. When the bag was finally brought ashore, Lin Shui eagerly opened it. He was curious to discover what lay within. Chapter 056, Assisting a Dog? Lin Shui opened the fertilizer bag, and upon discovering the fish, he could hardly contain his excitement. He immediately retrieved his phone and dialed Lin Feng's number. Brother, you are incredible. Lin Feng straightened up, his enthusiasm palpable as he inquired, Ah Shui, do you recognize this creature? Indeed, this fish is quite valuable. Lin Feng resumed his task, bending down to gather abalone. De Huang diligently piled the abalone together, not out of a desire to assist Lin Feng, but rather for the promise of 3 substantial bones later that evening. After collecting a few more abalones, Lin Feng noticed that the abalone had vanished. He checked the system panel. Host, Lin Feng fortune value, 75 points, fortune level, 1, 175, 1000. Originally possessing 130 points of fortune value, he had lost 55 points, leaving him with 75 points. Lin Feng was elated. According to the system's fortune value estimation, the 2 bags of abalone should be worth 5,000 to 6,000 yuan. It was simply exhilarating. Abalone can survive for about a day when dehydrated, so Lin Feng harbored little concern. Seeing the absence of abalone, De Huang settled down, a look of melancholy on its face. It had heard of how Jiao Jiao had helped Lin Feng subdue the sea snake, generating over 2,000 yuan in value. Meanwhile, it had merely played a supporting role, receiving only 3 dog bones, which left it feeling somewhat discontented. At that moment, De Huang appeared to detect something, sprinting forward with great speed. What is that jumping around? Lin Feng noticed the commotion ahead and focused his gaze, spotting a small creature leaping about not far away. It seemed rather audacious. Woof. De Huang had already pinned one down with its paw, and Lin Feng approached for a closer look. Goodness, it's a jumping fish. Basic Coastal Exploration book was passively triggered. The jumping fish, also known as the mudskipper, possesses well-developed muscles at its base, enabling it to hop about. It is highly nutritious, known to nourish the yin and yang, replenish the kidneys, and effectively treat ailments such as lower back pain, night sweats in children, and kidney deficiencies. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Night sweats in children? Wasn't that precisely referring to Lin? Moreover, as Lin Feng was aware, this fish was not inexpensive. A plate of crispy fried jumping fish typically costs over 100 yuan, and with onions and chilies added, the actual amount of fish in the dish would be no more than half a kilogram. Jumping fish generally measure about 80 to 150 centimeters in length and weigh approximately 15 to 40 grams. This implies that a medium-sized jumping fish would require around 20 to weigh a pound. Upon examining the jumping fish beneath De Huang's paw, he estimated it to be about 15 centimeters long, nearly weighing an ounce. Surely, there couldn't be just this one? He lifted his gaze and looked ahead. Goodness! There were numerous jumping fish leaping about like monkeys. Lin Feng was overjoyed yet troubled. These creatures were remarkably agile, disappearing back into the mud in the blink of an eye. How could he possibly catch them? In a previous life, he had observed through short videos that many individuals utilized 5-meter fishing rods with 6-meter lines to cast their hooks 10 meters away, ensnaring their catch. However, Lin Feng lacked such a skill. As he pondered a strategy, De Huang barked twice with an expression of irritation directed at Lin Feng. What are you looking at me for? Lin Feng questioned. What woof? De Huang barked again at the fertilizer bag. Why don't you just bring the fertilizer bag over? Lin Feng finally came to a realization. Damn it. Am I really being made to assist a dog? Nevertheless, this seemed to be a viable method. Lo and behold, De Huang leaped ahead, extending his paw to knock unconscious a jumping fish. Lin Feng followed suit, springing into action and capturing the fish into the fertilizer bag. On the shore, Lin Shui also hopped along, seemingly trying to comprehend what this peculiar duo was engaged in. He could not grasp it at all. Could it be that his older brother had transformed into a dog? De Huang was remarkably swift, catching a jumping fish with every paw, thoroughly enjoying himself. Lin Feng happily trailed behind, bending down to seize another fish. After a frantic half-hour, both man and dog paused, panting heavily and exhausted upon the small island. Lin Feng weighed the fertilizer bag, estimating it to contain no less than 20 pounds. Typically, jumping fish could fetch 20 to 30 yuan per pound, while premium specimens could command 40 to 50 yuan. Their current haul was undeniably impressive, with 10 jumping fish weighing in at a pound. Lin Feng checked the system panel, only to find that his luck value remained unchanged at 75 points. What is this? He wondered. Could it be that these jumping fish were already present on this small island, and thus unrelated to the luck value? De Huang, well done. I shall credit you with the first achievement. What woof? De Huang's entire canine face radiated excitement, envisioning the tales he could boast to Zhao Jiao upon returning. Humph. That little flower from the village dares to overlook me? Just wait until I show up with 2 large bones. Let's see what she has to say then. Surely, she will regard me with newfound respect. With that, Lin Feng secured the fertilizer bag to a foam board, and Lin Shui began to pull it back. As the bag reached the shore, Lin Shui, unable to contain his curiosity, eagerly opened it to uncover the secret behind the relentless jumping of both man and dog. The moment he unwrapped the bag, countless tiny eyes gazed back at him, and one particularly energetic fish leapt out with vigor. Lin Shui hastily secured the fertilizer bag and turned to chase after the escaping fish, finally realizing what had spurred their energetic antics. It was this creature. Lin Shui had previously witnessed the village elders wielding long fishing rods, casting about to catch such jumping fish. Yet he had never seen a man and dog bouncing around in pursuit of them. He felt that every time he accompanied his older brother, a new world unfolded before him. After their endeavor with the jumping fish, Lin Feng resumed his exploration of the small island. A coin-like object appeared beneath his feet. Intriguing in its appearance, he casually picked it up and tucked it into his pocket. The man and his dog continued their search. Ahead, a few clams lay exposed, their shells broken and revealing tender flesh, likely pecked open by seabirds. While Lin Feng paid them no mind, De Huang halted, fixated on the clams, motionless. De Huang, let us go. He called out twice, but the dog remained still, its gaze fixed intently on the clams. This finally alerted Lin Feng. Could there be something beside the clams? Chapter 57. A man and his dog strike simultaneously beneath the clam meat. A tiny head emerged, its small mouth tugging at the delicacy. Its movements were so subtle that they could easily go unnoticed without careful observation. What could this creature be? Lin Feng was utterly baffled, prompting him to draw nearer for a closer inspection. Yet, as he approached, the little being vanished once more, seemingly retracting into its hiding place. Quite a marvel indeed. Lin Feng retrieved his iron clamp, positioning himself motionless above the clam meat. De Huang, his loyal canine companion, joined him, lying beside the clam with wide, eager eyes. Together, man and dog patiently awaited the opportune moment, poised for a decisive strike. At last, the elusive creature, unable to resist any longer, revealed its small head once more. Lin Feng's iron clamp moved, and De Huang's paw sprang into action. Bang! Snap! Both man and dog struck simultaneously. Lin Feng raised the clamp, extracting from the mud a creature resembling an enormous worm. What on earth is this? Woof! De Huang, filled with impatience, barked at Lin Feng, urging him to act. Don't just stand there. I've got another one here. Lin Feng was still pondering the identity of the creature, wishing that a Shui were present. Perhaps he would know. An idea struck him. Why not give a Shui a call? A Shui, I just caught something that resembles a gigantic worm, but it's much larger than a typical earthworm. It looks a bit like a miniature version of a sea cucumber. Do you have any idea what it might be? Lin Feng thought, planning to teach Lin Shui how to use the Penguin app later. Sending a photo would be incredibly convenient. However, mobile data wasn't cheap these days. 3 cents per KB. Sending a single photo of 1 megabyte would cost a staggering 72 yuan. Of course, in those days, photos rarely reached 1 megabyte, usually just a few dozen KB. One could opt for an unlimited data plan for 500 yuan. That sum was quite significant in 2007. Speaking of data costs, one must particularly thank a certain celebrity. On the other end of the line, Lin Shui exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, I know what it is." "What is it?" "Brother, it's a sandworm." "Sandworm?" The foundational guide to coastal foraging describes it as a cylindrical creature that enjoys burrowing in sandy beaches. It holds medicinal properties, treating ailments such as pulmonary tuberculosis, cough, chest congestion, swollen gums, and nocturia. Rich in essential amino acids and trace elements, regular consumption of sandworms can enhance the human immune system. Remarkably, sandworms can survive dehydration for up to 5 days. Upon grasping the fundamental knowledge about sandworms, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Had he stumbled upon a treasure? Based on this introduction, the price of sandworms must be quite substantial. Lin Shui's voice broke through the phone once more. Brother, someone is approaching. Lin Feng looked up to see individuals making their way toward him from the shore. De Huang quickly searched for clams. He had already grasped the technique for catching sandworms. It was akin to fishing, using clam meat as bait to entice them. A person and a dog began their exhilarating search for clams once more. They needed to scour the area swiftly, for once others discovered the secrets of this place, they would undoubtedly seek ways to reach the island. Fortunately, this small isle was abundant with clams, and before long, they had gathered dozens. Lin Feng picked up a clam and offered it to De Huang. Open your mouth. De Huang, looking somewhat helpless, wondered what was happening but complied, opening his mouth, and with a satisfying crunch, the clam meat was revealed. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight as he patted De Huang's head. Excellent. Let us have another. De Huang, slightly exasperated, crunched through another clam. Oh dear. This is a bit hard on the teeth. Lin Feng, observing from the shore, pondered what the duo was up to. After crushing several clams, a thought struck Lin Feng. He grabbed a nearby stone and struck down upon a pile of clams with vigor. Amidst the chaos of smashing, the clam meat was fully exposed. Huh, why didn't I think of this sooner? De Huang exclaimed in dismay. You really are a dog. My teeth are nearly worn down. Lin Feng scattered the clam meat haphazardly across the ground. Then, both man and dog held their breath, intently focused on the scattered morsels. Woof woof. With a swift paw, De Huang pinned a sandworm's head, and Lin Feng quickly reached down with his iron clamp. A long, slender sandworm was extracted. The duo worked in perfect harmony, collecting sandworms one after another. Capturing a single sandworm took merely around 10 seconds, and within a minute, they easily gathered 5 or 6. Once the clam meat was depleted, they resumed their clam search. This cycle continued for over an hour, resulting in an impressive haul of over 400 sandworms. Lin Feng estimated the weight of the sandworms to exceed 20 pounds, implying approximately 20 sandworms per pound. After searching a while longer, the sandworms on this island had vanished. Lin Feng checked his system panel. Host: Lin Feng. Luck value: 55 points. Luck level: Level 1, 175-1000. Gold coins: 10,000 originally. There have been 75 points of luck value remaining, but with the consumption of 20 points, it was evident that the value of these sandworms was certainly over 2,000 yuan. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang. It was Lin Shui calling. Brother, look up. Upon hearing this, he and De Huang lifted their heads. Wow, so many people. Lin Feng noticed a crowd gathered by the shore, all gazing in their direction. Some had even begun to pry open the fertilizer bags beside Lin Shui, revealing a stunning sight. The bags contained abalones. A few individuals had already turned back to fetch metal boats for their venture to the island. And 2 particularly audacious souls had begun to remove their trousers, plunging into the sea to swim toward the island. Living by the sea year-round, some individuals possess remarkable swimming skills, not to mention swimming 200 meters. Even traversing 2,000 meters poses no challenge. Lin Feng understood that there was no longer any significance in remaining on the small island, so he summoned De Huang and together they plunged into the water to return. On the shore, Lin Shui began to pull back the rope, while some eager helpers joined in. Before long, Lin Feng and De Huang reached the land. Lin Feng retrieved a cigarette from the dry clothes on the vehicle and offered it to those who had assisted. Ah Feng, did you acquire all these abalones from that small island? Ah Feng, you've struck it rich. There are actually 3 heads of abalone here. This must fetch a considerable sum. Is there anything else on that small island? I wish to go up and take a look. That small island is perfect for sea fishing. There must be a bounty waiting. I'll hurry home to fetch my rod. The crowd, filled with envy, gazed longingly, causing Lin Feng to hesitate in opening the bag containing sandworms. He could only smile and nod at them, although he had been the first to discover the island. Everything here belonged to everyone. He could not prevent others from wanting to visit the small island. However, he did think that sea fishing there could yield exceptional rewards. Checking the system panel, he noted that his fortune value remained at 55 points, and he felt certain that it stemmed from those 3 traps. Chapter 58. Infuriated beyond measure. At 8 a.m., the sun blazed down, and the heat surged, causing temperatures to soar. The temperature variation between day and night here was minimal, almost non-existent. Both day and night shared the same sweltering warmth. However, Lin Feng and Lin Shui felt remarkably refreshed, as the sun's rays kissed their skin without causing any discomfort. Lin Shui couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, sunscreen is truly effective." Lin Feng, lost in thoughts about the fishing net, was only reminded of it by Lin Shui's remark. Indeed, the sunscreen purchased from the system's marketplace proved to be exceptionally effective. Henceforth, they need not worry about sunburn. Lin Feng and Lin Shui pushed their cart to find Li Danan. A crowd had already gathered, seemingly pointing and murmuring. Lin Feng placed the rope on the ground. "Thank you for your ropes, Danan and Ernan. Is the puddle not drained yet? Ah Feng, look what we have caught." Li Danan excitedly pointed to a live fish tank, revealing 3 exquisite eels, each weighing around 3 to 4 pounds. "Is this eel?" Li Danan nodded, unable to conceal his joy. "These eels are quite valuable, fetching up to 40 yuan a pound." The basic guide to beach fishing in Lin Feng's mind was passively triggered. Eel, also known as white eel or anguilla, resembles a long snake, lacking scales, and belongs to the fish category. How sophisticated the name anguilla sounds. Eels thrive in clean water, epitomizing purity among fish. They spawn only once in their lifetime, after which they perish. Interestingly, the gender of eels is not innate but rather changes according to environmental conditions. When the population is low, male eels can transform into females, and vice versa. How fascinating. Lin Feng marveled at the wonders of nature. Eels are rich in collagen, vitamin A, and vitamin D, known for their beauty-enhancing properties and anti-aging effects. Often referred to as the gold of the water, a consumable cosmetic. Lin Feng exclaimed again, "This creature is remarkable." The onlookers expressed their admiration. "Danan, you must be incredibly lucky today. You managed to catch this? These 3 eels must weigh over 10 pounds, surely fetching a handsome price. Now I'm tempted to buy a pump. It seems that working with puddles is quite lucrative." Hearing the crowd's praise and envy, Li Danan and Li Ernan wore triumphant smiles as they revealed another live fish tank. "Ah Feng, take a look at this. Wow, so many shrimp. This is the 9-segment shrimp, quite expensive at 60 yuan a pound." Lin Feng's basic guide to beach fishing activated again. The 9-segment shrimp, also known as bone shrimp, release a secretion upon being caught, leading to their demise, preventing people from enjoying fresh specimens. To handle these shrimp, one must frequently change the water, ensuring they do not consume their own secretions, thereby yielding to captivity. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with desire. These shrimp must weigh over 10 pounds. The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. Lin Feng gave a thumbs up to Li Danan, saying, "You two are truly remarkable. Is today's earnings not approaching 1,000 yuan?" Li Danan and Li Ernan felt a sense of joy, inexplicably noticing that since befriending Lin Feng, their fortunes seemed to have taken a turn for the better. Just then, Lin Washing approached, eager not to miss out on the seafood. "I'll buy all these from you, Li Danan, saving you the trip to town." Lin Washing casually rummaged through Li Danan's box of live fish, as if the contents therein belonged to him. Lin Feng frowned, thoroughly annoyed by his presence. Why was he everywhere? At that moment, the system's voice echoed. "System has issued a temporary mission. Infuriate Lin Wangxing and make him lose face in front of everyone. Completion rewards, 30 points of exhilarating luck." The system truly understood him. Lin Feng had long harbored disdain for Lin Wangxing. Every encounter fueled his desire to confront him. Stepping forward, Lin Feng said to Li Danan, "Danan, you must not sell these to this fool at a bargain." Li Danan smiled at Lin Feng, then turned to Lin Wangxing with a stiff tone, "Sorry, not for sale." However, Lin Wangxing had already set his sights on the seafood. "Li Danan, don't listen to certain people's nonsense. Do you really believe the words of a scoundrel?" Lin Wangxing felt disgruntled, after all. Li Danan and Li Ernan had been his biggest fans, always selling their best seafood to him. What had changed today? Were they actually listening to Lin Feng? Li Danan pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and took one out. Lin Wangxing assumed Li Danan was softening the atmosphere with the offer of a cigarette, reaching out to accept it. An awkward moment ensued as Li Danan deftly turned and offered it to Lin Feng instead. "Ah Feng, have a smoke and take a break." Lin Wangxing instantly became irate. Aha! Li Danan has become Lin Feng's sycophant. Turning to Lin Feng, he found him smiling mischievously back. Tension filled the air, with onlookers eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama. Yes, fight. Let us add a dash of excitement to this monotonous coastal life. Indeed, Lin Washing began to lose his temper. "Oh, isn't this the lazy feng shui duo? Are you out here to observe feng shui again today?" Lin Feng maintained his cheerful demeanor, But Lin Shui had retrieved an iron clamp from the vehicle, glaring menacingly at Lin Wangsheng. You, fool, take a step back. Lin Wangsheng, startled, quickly retreated. He had experienced Lin Shui's ferocity firsthand, knowing full well that this individual bore no responsibility for his actions. Infuriating, indeed. The crowd couldn't help but chuckle. It was a classic case of one being subdued by another. Yet, unwilling to lose face, Lin Wangsheng opted for a different approach. Ah Feng, I see several bags of fertilizer in your vehicle. What treasures might they contain? Lin Feng took a leisurely puff of his cigarette and exhaled a smooth smoke ring towards Lin Wangsheng, replying, What? If I had something good, would you dare to take it? Lin Wangsheng's expression froze as memories of the last oyster gathering incident resurfaced. As long as it is a good product, I shall not hesitate to acquire it. My only fear is your inability to provide. Lin Feng was equally forthright, as the abalone had already caught the eyes of others. He untied the fertilizer bag, exclaiming, Behold! Li Danan and Li Ernan hurriedly leaned in, their breaths quickening with excitement. Goodness, such enormous abalone. Others soon gathered around. And upon witnessing the plump abalone nestled within the bag, their expressions shifted dramatically. So many 10-headed abalone. They could fetch 100 yuan per pound. What do you know? Wild abalone commands a higher price. I reckon it could be sold for 150 yuan per pound. Just look at those abalone. They must be 6-headed. In truth, Lin Feng had been quite clever on his journey. He concealed the larger abalone beneath the fertilizer bag, with only smaller ones visible atop. Lin Wangsheng approached, a relaxed and cheerful expression gracing his face. Such small abalone? Both bags contain these? I'll take them all at 100 yuan per pound. Upon hearing Lin Wangsheng's offer, the crowd expressed their dissent. Lin Wangsheng, your price is rather low. These are wild abalone, worth at least 150 yuan per pound. Indeed, I must inquire. What would your purchase price be for 5-headed and 3-headed abalone? No need to elaborate. I inquired about prices in the county last time. The 5-headed abalone is priced at 200 yuan per pound, while the 3-headed abalone commands 300 yuan per pound. Lin Feng, leisurely smoking, replied, Let us not waste words. He lacks the audacity to purchase my abalone. He began to retie the fertilizer bag, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Wangsheng. That very glance ignited Lin Wangsheng's fury completely. Chapter 059. Would you dare to gamble with me? Lin Wangsheng had already lost face once in front of everyone. He certainly did not wish to suffer further humiliation. No problem, I will adhere to the prices everyone mentioned. 100 yuan per gene for 10-headed abalone, 200 yuan per gene for 5-headed abalone, and 300 yuan per gene for 3-headed abalone. But the question remains, does Lin Feng actually have them? Lin Wangsheng had already calculated in his mind that the prices discussed were indeed exorbitant, as they reflected the purchasing rates in the county town. However, he could not believe that Lin Feng would be fortunate enough to possess 3-headed abalone every single time. Lin Feng was precisely awaiting these words. Lin Wangsheng, you said it yourself. You wouldn't renege on the deal, would you? A sudden unease gripped Lin Wangsheng. Could it be that this fellow actually had 3-headed abalone? Yet, upon observing Lin Feng's unceasing actions of tying fertilizer bags, he felt a slight relief. Perhaps he was merely putting on a show. I collect seafood by the seaside daily and carry cash. How could I possibly default? Lin Wangsheng declared, extracting a thick wad of cash from his waist pouch, a total of over 3,000 yuan. I don't trust you. Let us find an intermediary to temporarily safeguard your money. Li Danan and Li Ernan rushed over, snatching the cash from Lin Wangsheng's hands. Let us handle it. Let everyone be a witness. The crowd nodded in agreement, for the money did not belong to them, and they were merely seeking amusement. Lin Wangsheng grew slightly anxious. Ah Feng, if you possess 3-headed abalone, I will purchase it all at 300 yuan per gene. But what if you don't have it? In that case, the 10,000 yuan debt your family owes mine will be wiped clean? All right. Lin Wangsheng readily agreed, but suddenly sensed something amiss. Ah Shui, enlighten everyone. Lin Shui relished this moment, as it allowed him to show off. He eagerly dumped the contents of the fertilizer bags onto the ground. Instantly, all eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, so many large abalones. They must certainly be 3-headed. I suspect there may be even more. Each 3-headed abalone must weigh over a gene. The others observed the sizable specimens, noting that there were indeed plenty of 4-headed and 5-headed abalones. Regarding this public display of goods, Lin Feng remained unfazed. After all, everyone had seen the abundance in the previous waters. There was no need to conceal anything. It wouldn't be long before the news spread. But what of it? Who would believe it? Lin Wangxing's breath quickened. Although 300 yuan per gene would not lead to a significant loss, it would yield no profit either. Furthermore, he would have to travel to the county to sell them. This was tantamount to unwittingly working for Lin Feng. Damn it, he had fallen into the trap again. Lin Wangxing, why are you still dawdling? Step on the scale. Li Danan called out, rushing over. Hee, the scale is right here. Everyone, pay attention. Li Danan and Li Ernan first separated the three-headed abalones, weighing them in units of 3. Indeed, each unit exceeded a gene. After approximately 8 rounds of weighing, they finally paused. In total, there were 24 three-headed abalones, weighing in at 9 genes and 1 tail. Lin Wangxing's face turned an ashen green. Alas, this endeavor has proven utterly futile, and I may even incur losses. Lin Feng waved his hand grandly and declared, let us consider it as 9 caddies. Li Danan began to count the money, meticulously tallying 27 crisp bills, before shoving the remaining 3 slender notes into Lin Wangxing's hands. The onlookers erupted in a fervor. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng had amassed a profit of 700 yuan, and this was merely from 3 abalones. The remaining 4 and 5 abalones have yet to be sold. Although the smaller abalones were in abundance, they collectively weighed no less than 30 caddies. Lin Feng lifted a stack of red notes, deliberately flaunting them before Lin Wangxing. He had no intention of keeping this money. Lin Wangxing, incensed, snatched the cash from Lin Feng's grasp and retorted fiercely, off phone, I stated that I would purchase these abalones. But I did not specify that it would be at this moment. Moreover, how can you prove that these abalones are wild? You must take them to the old 5 seafood shop in the county town for the proprietor's appraisal. Disdainful murmurs arose. Lin Wangxing was clearly unable to accept defeat and resorted to dubious reasoning. The crowd's perception of him plummeted further, lacking even the most basic integrity. How could he expect to conduct any business? Lin Shui, infuriated, brandished a pair of iron tongs, ready to strike Lin Wangxing, but was restrained by Lin Feng. A Shui. There is no need to stoop to the level of such a deceitful creature. Lin Wangxing seethed with frustration, yet he dared not retort. Fearing a collective backlash from the crowd that could result in his money being forcibly taken from him. In truth, Lin Feng had anticipated Lin Wangxing's underhanded tactics. It would be surprising if such a cunning individual did not resort to trickery. Thus, he had refrained from pocketing the 700 yuan earlier. Nonetheless, his objective had been achieved. Had Lin Wangxing genuinely handed him the money, the crowd would have respected him, failing to fulfill the system's requirement to humiliate the opponent. However, the system's prompt had yet to sound, leaving Lin Feng in a state of confusion. Was the task not yet complete? He dismissed these thoughts and focused on retrieving all 3 traps. Li Danan and Li Ernan noticed Lin Feng's actions and quickly intervened, saying, off phone, these traps have only been set for 2 or 3 hours. Pulling them up now may yield little. Indeed, you might as well wait a while longer, after all. We can't leave just yet. Others chimed in, some offering gentle advice, while others scoffed. You think you can pull up traps that have only been down for 2 or 3 hours? What do you expect to find? The traps require an overnight soak to yield any rewards, and given our proximity to the coast, even if there were catches, they would likely be mere small fish or shrimp. Last time, I set 10 traps and left them overnight. When I returned the next day, I only caught a handful of eels. The crowd turned their scornful gazes toward the last speaker, incredulous. A handful of eels? Why do you sound so begrudging? Are you merely boasting here? Lin Wangxing could hardly let such a splendid opportunity slip away, boasting, ha ha ha, some people always think luck will be on their side. Yet they fail to take a good look at themselves. Is good fortune merely theirs? Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, a palpable aura of menace directed at Lin Wangxing. Fool. What if there is something within? Would you dare to wager with me? I. Lin Wangxing hesitated abruptly, drawing the attention of onlookers. Lin Wangxing was truly doomed. Ah Shui, let us pull together. The 2 brothers grasped the rope of the first net, ready to haul it up. Lin Feng felt particularly confident. Just moments ago, he had examined the system panel. The 55 points of luck value had astonishingly been reduced to 0, indicating that the net surely contained valuable treasures. As the 10-meter-long net gradually emerged from the water, the surface remained eerily calm. A heaviness settled in Lin Feng's heart. Could it be that there was no reward at all? The first net was drawn up, completely empty. Lin Wangxing burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Didn't he heed the advice of the wise? And now you face the consequences, right? Indeed, nothing at all. After just 2 or 3 hours, what could possibly be found? If there were any gains, that would be the true anomaly. Lin Feng remained silent, joining Lin Shui to pull the second net. To their dismay, the second net yielded nothing as well. Lin Wangxing was so elated he seemed ready to take flight. Ha ha ha, nothing again, fool. The crowd watching wore a somewhat awkward yet gleeful expression. You've already gathered so many abalones. Fortune cannot possibly favor you alone. Li Danan and Li Ernan consoled Lin Feng. Ah Feng, it's all right. This is quite normal. It's just a short duration. Yet Lin Feng remained undeterred. Turning to Lin Shui and declaring, Ah Shui, others say we have good feng shui. Let us prove them right, shall we? Lin Shui nodded solemnly, brother. Together we shall strive. Chapter 060. This fish must be quite expensive. Lin Feng and Lin Shui gripped the rope tightly, gradually pulling it upwards. Everyone held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation. Lin Wangxing nonchalantly pulled out a cigarette and took a leisurely puff, dreaming of the moment when Lin Feng would be humiliated. Was that moment finally upon them? As the rope continued to unfurl, Lin Feng and Lin Shui sensed a different kind of resistance, one that felt unlike the previous catches. To prevent the treasures from the sea from slipping away, they slowed their pace. Lin Wangxing scoffed. How pretentious, merely seeking attention. Yet Lin Feng and Lin Shui paid him no heed. His taunts seemed to dissipate into thin air, leaving him quite embarrassed. Suddenly, splashes erupted on the calm sea surface. The crowd jolted awake. Look, something is in the trap. The water here is at least 3 to 4 meters deep, and the splashes were significant. Logically, there shouldn't be anything too large in the trap. Perhaps a big fish passed by, causing the disturbance? Regardless, the mood was electrified as everyone fixated on the trap that was about to emerge from the water. Lin Feng and Lin Shui exerted more force, steadily lifting the trap. Look, there's a tail. What on earth is this fish? I've never seen a tail like that before. The tail appeared rather diminutive, suggesting it wasn't a massive creature. Lin Wangxing stared intently, his anxiety mounting. Please don't let it be a rare species. As the trap was fully extracted, it revealed 2 sizable fish, each weighing over 10 pounds. What kind of fish is this? Such a small trap could accommodate them. Will eating this fish affect one's intelligence? Regardless of its identity. Lin Feng's luck seemed extraordinary. Lin Wangxing, unfamiliar with these fish, seized the opportunity to mock. Lin Feng, I can only say you're fortunate, but this fish is clearly worthless. Who would have thought you 2 brothers would make such a fuss? Lin Feng felt perplexed. Could it be that no one recognized these fish? Or perhaps there was an issue with the system. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from placing the 2 fish into Li Danan's live fish box. He had faith in the system's assessment. Ha ha ha, putting this fish in the live box? Have you lost your mind? Lin Shui glared at Lin Wangxing, gritting his teeth. You fool, be quiet. Woof. De Huang barked, baring his teeth at Lin Wangxing, as if ready to bite him. Lin Wangxing took a trembling step back. Having previously experienced the formidable strength of Lin Shui and the imposing presence of the graceful goose, Zhao Jiao, the dog before him seemed equally intimidating. Noticing a growing crowd, including some beachcombers drawn to the commotion, one exclaimed, Goodness, there's a yellowtail here. And it's so large. The largest wild yellowtail I have encountered weighed 13 kilograms, while the largest farmed specimen I saw reached 40 kilograms. However, I have never seen one as stunningly beautiful as this today. Yellowtail? The basics of coastal foraging book in Lin Feng's mind was passively triggered. Yellowtail, also known as the 5-line yellowtail, is globally recognized as a premium sashimi fish. Its flesh is exquisite, making it an exceptional choice for sashimi, and it possesses immense economic value. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. This fish must be quite expensive. Although Lin Wangxing had never seen a yellowtail, he had heard of its name. He suddenly felt uneasy but was at a loss for how to counter the situation. For someone clearly recognized its worth. Just as Lin Wangxing felt awkward, he noticed the crowd casting complex glances toward him, filled with mockery, derision, teasing, and disdain. Lin Feng fixed his gaze on Lin Wangxing. I must say, Boss Lin, you've been in the seafood business for years. Yet you can't even recognize this fine specimen? Haha. How could I not recognize it? I do know it. But that doesn't mean I have to share that knowledge with you, Lin Wangxing retorted, furrowing his brow. You know it? Then tell me. How much can this fish fetch per pound? This fish. I've sold it before. It can go for around 400 to 500 yuan per pound. Lin Wangxing wanted to showcase his credentials as a fishmonger, so he casually quoted a figure. He merely wished to convey that this fish was expensive and that he had dealt with it before. Little did he know, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to respond. 400 to 500 yuan per pound? Well then, since you're a fishmonger and I happen to want to sell fish, let us weigh it. Lin Wangxing suddenly jolted back to reality. Damn, are you trying to set a trap for me? Seeing Lin Wangxing fall silent, Li Danan chimed in. What's wrong? Boss Lin, didn't you say you've dealt with this fish before? Why the sudden silence? The crowd began to murmur. I think Lin Wangxing was just boasting. He has even seen this fish, let alone bought it. Some people just talk big, but when the moment comes, they back down. Come on, Lin Wangxing. Just buy it for 400 yuan per pound. You won't regret it. Facing the crowd's ridicule, Lin Wangxing felt utterly humiliated but dared not engage with their taunts. He could only huff and turn away, leaving behind a chorus of laughter. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the task. You have earned 30 points of exhilarating luck. Congratulations, host. On triggering a critical hit skill, you have earned 20 points of exhilarating luck. Lin Feng felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Lin Wangxing truly was his lucky star, granting him a total of 50 points of exhilarating luck. With the prospect of steady income ahead, the crowd gradually dispersed. Having seen no further entertainment, Lin Feng and Lin Shui assisted Li Danan in draining the last puddle. Ah Feng, look, a horseshoe crab. Wow, have we stumbled upon a horseshoe crab den? There must be 6 or 7 of them. These small stone crabs are too tiny. Let us leave them be. In the final puddle, Li Danan managed to catch 7 horseshoe crabs, 6 small eels, and 2 manna shrimp. In addition, there were some shells and small fish and shrimp. The harvest was quite satisfactory. Li Danan and Li Ernan placed all the bags of fertilizer from the tractor onto the tricycle and began their journey towards the village. Passing by the lychee pavilion, Lin Feng encountered the same treatment once again. Ah Feng, why is the tractor so empty? You didn't come back with nothing, did you? Laughter erupted. It's already commendable that Lin Feng can come out to fish. Let's not set our expectations too high. Goodness, Li Danan. You brothers must have struck it rich today. Lin Feng shot a glare and pointed at the few bags of fertilizer on the tractor, retorting, fools. Do you see those fertilizer bags? They're filled with giant abalone. All thanks to me and a Shui. He continued. Did you notice the 2 fish in the live fish tank? One weighs over 10 pounds, and each pound can fetch 400 yuan. We also caught hundreds of jumping fish. You know, the kind that leaps about. As he spoke, Lin Feng actually leaped up. A Shui, jump with me. Sure, big brother. The 2 brothers bounced around like a pair of lunatics, causing everyone to shake their heads in amusement, laughing until their stomachs hurt. Lin Feng and Li Danan returned to their respective homes, having agreed to sell the fish after breakfast. Chapter 061. Ah Feng, your grandmother can speak now. As Lin Feng returned home, he discovered Lin Qingshan washing clothes. Lin Hao had already risen, embracing the large white goose, Jiao Jiao, by the water basin. Her cheeks slightly flushed. It was evident that the little girl had wet her bed again. Big brother, second brother, you're here. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Hao dashed toward the door, intending to leap into Lin Shui's arms. However, Lin Shui interjected, little sister, you. What, the bed again? Second brother, you're so mean. Lin Hao immediately turned and leaped into Lin Feng's embrace, raising her tiny fist in a playful gesture toward Lin Shui. Lin Feng gently ruffled Lin Hao's hair, tactfully changing the subject. Little sister, today we caught some bouncy fish. Would you like to see them? Indeed. Lin Hao's mood shifted away from her earlier distress, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I want to see. I want to see. Carefully. Lin Feng opened the fertilizer bag and retrieved several jumping fish, placing them on the ground. As the fish were exposed to the fresh air, they regained their vigor and began to leap energetically. Wow, they really do jump. Just as this was exclaimed, Jiao Jiao, the large white goose, sprang forward in a swift motion and snapped one of the unfortunate fish into her beak. With an elegant turn, she leaped again, claiming another hapless fish. Woof woof. De Huang barked at Jiao Jiao, eagerly looking toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng understood De Huang's unspoken wish. Little sister, we caught hundreds of these jumping fish today. All thanks to De Huang's efforts, they are not easy to catch. Initially upset because Jiao Jiao had devoured 2 of the released fish, Lin Hao's mood brightened upon hearing there were still hundreds left. She affectionately patted De Huang's head, exclaiming, Wow, De Huang, you're amazing. Lin Shui grimaced. Those annoying reduplicated words. Lin Feng chuckled, delighted to hear Lin Hao speaking more naturally, devoid of her previous whiny tone. It appeared that her tendency for emotional outbursts could indeed be transformed. Little sister, your De Huang is truly remarkable. Shall we treat him to some bones tonight? Yes, yes. Big brother is the best, hee hee. Lin Shui, De Huang, little sister, these fish are quite delicious. How about we ask Grandpa to make you some soup? I've heard it can help with nighttime urination. Upon uttering this, Lin Feng quickly covered his mouth, realizing he had slipped up. Lin Hao glared at him, puffing her cheeks in indignation. Humph, big brother is so mean. Lin Shui chuckled inwardly, finding joy in their banter. Ha ha ha, big brother is just as mischievous as I am. Lin Qingshan approached and, upon seeing the bag full of jumping fish, was utterly astonished. Ah Feng, ah Shui, these fish are not easy to catch. Speak the truth. Did you go to the sea, or did you steal them from someone's fish farm? Lin Feng responded with a look of exasperation. Old man, I advise you to mind your own business. Besides, are there any fish farms near our village? Lin Qingshan recalled that a few years ago, someone had ventured into aquaculture. But after suffering heavy losses from several typhoons, no one pursued it further. Such fish are exceedingly rare. I shall keep 2 pounds for now. Later, I will prepare a soup for Xiao Hao to help improve his troublesome bedwetting habit. Just as Lin Hao approached, he instinctively distanced himself from Lin Qingshan. Grandfather, you're incorrigible. Lin Qingshan chuckled and continued, Offing, Ashui, what do you have in those bags? Lin Shui eagerly lifted a fertilizer bag and untied the cord on top. Grandfather, it's all big abalone. Abalone? Lin Qingshan leaned in closer, then playfully kicked Lin Shui, saying, Ashui, you've truly picked up bad habits from Offing. You're boasting now. Do you see this as abalone? Lin Shui glanced down and exclaimed, Oh no, I grabbed the wrong one. They're all starfish. He quickly picked up another fertilizer bag and exclaimed, Old man, take another look. Lin Qingshan's expression turned dark as he removed his slipper and playfully swatted Lin Shui's backside. Ashui, did you just call me old man? He had intended to give Lin Shui another playful kick, but suddenly stopped. Is this abalone? How can it be so large? He had seen abalone before, but the largest he had encountered was 5-headed abalone. 3-headed abalone were exceedingly rare. During his time as a chef, he had never used 3-headed abalone in his dishes. The town's consumer levels were simply not that high, even when outside tourists visited. The most expensive dish they ordered was only 4-headed abalone. A plate containing 8 abalones weighed 2 pounds, costing 660 yuan. Suddenly, Lin Qingshan seized the largest abalone and hurried into the house, feeling as jubilant as a child. Xiu Lian, look. This is the large abalone that our grandchildren Offing and Ashui brought back. Ha ha ha. Surely this is heaven's blessing upon them. Chun Xiulian became excited as well, tears welling in her eyes. Offing. Lin Qingshan, still laughing, suddenly paused. Xiulian, what did you just say? Offing. Lin Qingshan's tears began to flow freely. Xiulian, you can speak. You finally can speak. Offing, Ashui, Xiao Hao, come quickly. Lin Qingshan called out to the 3 in the yard. They thought something had happened and hurried inside. Grandfather, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Lin Feng asked, his playful demeanor replaced by concern. Offing, your grandmother can speak. What? Lin Feng crouched by the bed, gripping Chun Xiulian's hand tightly. Grandmother, do you see who I am? Offing. Lin Shui also knelt down, asking, Grandmother, what about me? Ashui. Lin Hao, with a quivering voice, asked, Grandmother, who am I? How? Lin Hao, unable to contain himself, shed tears. In her memories, grandmother had always lain in bed. Although her interaction with her grandmother was limited, she understood that her grandmother was a dear relative. Grandfather, I have left behind 2 pounds of abalone and 5 pounds of jumping fish for you to prepare a meal for grandmother and Xiao Hao as a form of celebration. All right? Lin Qingshan did not refuse this time and solemnly nodded. His spouse had toiled her entire life, never indulging in fine foods or luxuries. And now she was plagued by illness, having never tasted the delights of good cuisine. As these thoughts crossed his mind, tears streamed down Lin Qingshan's face. After breakfast, Lin Feng and Lin Shui had sorted the abalones by size. To whom should these exquisite goods be sold today? He was quite inclined to sell them to Wang Yuding. Yet he was uncertain of the price she would offer. If the price were too low, he would refuse. If it were too high, she would decline. The adult world operates on such simple principles, dictated solely by price. It seemed the system had perceived Lin Feng's contemplations. As a mechanical voice echoed, System has issued a temporary mission, discreetly ascertain Wang Yuding's quotation. Completion of the task will yield a reward of 30 points of exhilarating luck value. Discreetly? How might one achieve that? Just then, Li Danan and Li Ernan approached. Upon seeing these two individuals, Lin Feng suddenly conceived an idea. Chapter 062. System Task Release. Lin Feng mischievously glanced at Li Danan and said, Danon, didn't you note down Wang Yuding's phone number? Have you called her yet? Upon hearing Wang Yuding's name, Li Danon became visibly excited. He was eager to pursue her. I haven't called her yet. Then why not do so now? Lin Feng continued to encourage him, insisting that he should be bold and just make a casual call to chat. Finally, Li Danon successfully dialed Wang Yuding's number. However, once the call connected, he found himself at a loss for words, falling silent for several seconds while anxiously gazing at Lin Feng. Li Danon, did you call me for something? If not, I'll hang up. Wang Yuding's voice came through. Lin Feng whispered, Danon, don't be nervous. You need to learn how to initiate a conversation. How do I do that? For instance, you could ask her how much three-headed abalone costs per pound. She would surely be surprised that you have such exquisite seafood. Indeed, Li Danon's eyes lit up. It was a splendid conversation starter. Who wouldn't he enjoy flaunting a bit? He hastily asked, and Wang Yuding's astonished voice responded. Three-headed abalone? We haven't received any of that size in our shop. If you have it, it would be priced at 200 yuan per pound. From Wang Yuding's tone, it was clear she had never purchased three-headed abalone or had any customers request such a dish. Her response provided Lin Feng with insight. Thus, he decided not to sell it to her, perhaps offering her some 10-headed abalone instead. Although 10-headed abalone appears small, many people relish it, and it is reasonably priced. The last dish Li Danon had at Wang Yuding's restaurant was likely made with 10-headed abalone. After posing this question, Li Danon again found himself at a loss for words. Lin Feng cheekily suggested, why don't you ask her if they buy starfish, and at what price? Grateful for Lin Feng's guidance, Li Danon posed the question. Starfish? It's 10 yuan per pound. Subsequently, Lin Feng employed the same tactic to inquire about the price of jumping fish, to which Wang Yuding replied it was 25 yuan per pound. Lin Feng was not particularly satisfied with these prices. He resolved to send this batch of goods to the county and, through He Yuyan's connections, sell it at the Southern Lida Capital Hotel for a better price. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, earning 30 points of exhilarating luck value. Congratulations to the host for triggering a critical skill, earning 10 points of exhilarating luck value. Boss Yuding, I will be delivering a batch of goods to your shop shortly. After hanging up the phone, Li Danon wore a face filled with excitement and gratitude. Haha, I actually chatted with the stunning Wang Yuding for quite a while. A phone. I really must thank you. Lin Feng, equally exhilarated, replied, haha, no need to mention it. After all, 40 points of exhilarating luck value have been credited. Li Danon scratched his head, feeling that something was amiss. A phone. Shall we set off to find Wang Yuding? Sure, but I still need to use your tricycle to make a trip to the county. Due to the absence of substantial goods this time, Lin Feng and Lin Shui casually placed the bags of fertilizer onto the tricycle, taking their seats on either side as they set off towards the town. At the Shasho de Peidang, Wang Yuding radiated in exceptional beauty today, adorned in a sleek black dress paired with high-heeled shoes, a work badge hanging gracefully around her neck. Rising earlier than usual, she was eager to oversee the installation of the grand red crab that had just arrived, a design she had previously conceived. When the 5-meter diameter crab was affixed above the entrance, it captivated the attention of all present, surrounded by the uniform green decor of the eateries. This striking red crab stood out, an emblem of uniqueness and charm. Wang Yuding smiled with satisfaction, and beside her, Kai Wenya remarked, Sister Yuding, our phone truly is a talent. I feel the ambience has transformed significantly with these alterations. Indeed, the entrance's decor had changed, the aquarium inside the restaurant had been updated, and even the staff's attire had been standardized. The overall style and quality of the establishment had seen a considerable elevation. She sincerely hoped Lin Feng would witness these transformations, though she wondered if he would visit today. A rosy blush graced Wang Yuding's cheeks as she recalled the young man with the yellow hair. He appeared somewhat carefree, yet he was surprisingly dependable, hailing from a modest rural background. While she was unperturbed by such matters, her father certainly was. Pondering this, Wang Yuding suddenly slapped her cheek, exclaiming, What has come over me? Why am I even contemplating this? Just then, a tricycle came rushing into view. Li Danon was the first to leap from the vehicle, hastily approaching Wang Yuding with a cheerful greeting, Hello, Boss Wang. Hello, Manager Kai. What brings you both to the entrance? Li Danon had mentioned over the phone that he would be coming here, and Wang Yuding happened to be waiting at the door. This indicated something significant. She was evidently awaiting his arrival. Wang Yuding greeted him politely with a smile before swiftly making her way to the electric bike, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at Lin Feng. Suddenly, the system's voice announced, System has issued a temporary task. Allow Wang Yuding to witness your embarrassment. Completion of this task will reward you with 60 points of luck. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. What kind of task was this? Why must he allow Wang Yuding to see his embarrassment? Was it meant to elicit concern from others? No. The system seemed to be suggesting a distance between him and Wang Yuding. If she saw him in an embarrassing light, she would surely lose interest, wouldn't she? Despite the tempting reward of 60 luck points, this task felt exceedingly humiliating. Feng, come down and take a look at the decor of my shop. At that moment, Wang Yuding resembled an eager schoolgirl, yearning for her teacher's praise. Lin Feng, having maintained a single posture throughout the journey, felt his legs growing numb. Suddenly, an idea struck him. I'm afraid my legs have gone numb. Lin Shui, seated on the opposite side, promptly jumped down, rushing over to assist Lin Feng. Lin Shui was startled into retreat by a mere glance from Lin Feng. Well, do you want me to pull you, or not? How peculiar, Wang Yuding exclaimed, extending her hand to assist Lin Feng. Oh no. In an instant, Lin Feng tumbled from the vehicle. He thought to himself, isn't this embarrassing enough? A phone. Are you all right? Chapter 63. Follow me, I'll show you. Li Danan was taken aback. Lin Feng had fallen, yet did Wang Yuding not seem concerned? Brother, are you all right? Lin Shui inquired with genuine care. Wang Yuding felt a pang of guilt. Feng, it's all my fault. Allow me to assist you. Lin Feng was somewhat astonished. Why was this narrative deviating from the expected script? Surely, upon witnessing his clumsy tumble, they ought to be disdainful. Instead, they expressed concern. In the distance, the roar of a motorcycle echoed, jolting Lin Feng back to reality. Oh no, Wang Fuguwei has arrived, he thought, hastily using Wang Yuding's arm to rise. Congratulations, host pig, for completing the temporary task. Reward, 60 points of exhilarating luck. Lin Feng inwardly cursed the dogged system. Why had it only counted the task as completed now? Had it done so sooner, he would have been spared this embarrassment. Now, Wang Fuguwei had witnessed everything. What to do now? I advise host pig to refrain from using profane language. Lin Feng retorted, if you trigger a critical hit skill, I won't curse you anymore. The system remained unresponsive. Damn system. The task has triggered a critical hit skill. Reward, 5 points of exhilarating luck. 5 points? Lin Feng was bewildered. Yet, there was another person equally perplexed, Wang Fuguwei on his motorcycle. What was his daughter doing? Why was she supporting Lin Feng? Suddenly, there was a loud crash as Wang Fuguwei toppled from his bike. Dad, are you all right? Wang Yuding rushed over to help him up. And Lin Feng attempted to lend a hand, only to be brusquely shoved away by Wang Fuguwei. It seemed Wang Fuguwei had been riding at a particularly slow pace. Despite the fall, he was unscathed apart from a couple of tears in his trousers. Was this man really Wang Yuding's father? And did he appear to harbor a dislike for Lin Feng? A grin spread across Li Danan and Li Ernan's faces. An opportunity had presented itself. The two sycophants hurried over, each grasping one of Wang Fuguwei's pant legs to brush off the dust. Uncle Wang, are you all right? Look at the dirt on your leg. Let me blow it off for you, Li Danan exclaimed. Shoo, Li Ernan added. Wang Fuguwei was taken aback. Was that how one blows off dust? Li Ernan hastily produced a cigarette. Uncle Wang, have a smoke to ease your fatigue. Oh, let me help you with your bike. Wang Fuguwei politely nodded at the two, then turned a piercing gaze towards Wang Yuding. Daughter, what were you doing with this young man just now? It must be noted that Wang Fuguwei's character was commendable. He did not first blame Lin Feng, but instead directed his inquiry at Wang Yuding. This was, in essence, a veiled inquiry aimed at Lin Feng. Dad, we didn't do anything. Wang Yuding's cheeks flushed. I accidentally pulled Feng down, causing him to fall. Wang Fuguwei's gaze sharpened. Why are you two still holding hands? Lin Feng glanced at his arm, then at his hand. Old man, are your eyes failing you? Dad, I didn't. Wang Yuding shook off Wang Fuguwei's hand, stomped her foot, and bashfully dashed into the store. Lin Feng hurriedly fished out his lighter, offering to light a cigarette for Wang Fuguwei. Wang Fuguwei took a deep drag, casting a meaningful glance at Lin Feng. Could it be that my daughter has truly developed feelings for this insufferable brat? Li Danan cursed under his breath. Damn it. It was my cigarette, and yet you come to light it? This seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Noticing the unease on Wang Fuguwei's face, Lin Feng swiftly redirected the conversation. Uncle Wang, why not take a look at the bounty from our seaside excursion today? Li Danan perked up. It was time to boast. Uncle Wang, come see these 3 eels and a heap of shrimp I caught. Will you buy them? Wang Fuguwei's eyes gleamed. This was indeed a prized catch. He instructed Kai Wenya to fetch the scale and made an immediate purchase. Hearing about the good haul, Wang Yuding emerged once more, her cheeks still flushed. The 3 eels weighed a total of 9. 2 jin, priced at 35 yuan per jin, totaling 322 yuan. The shrimp amounted to 11. 8 jin, at 55 yuan per jin, costing 649 yuan. The grand total was 971 yuan. Wang Fuguwei began counting out red bills, totaling 10, before handing them to Li Danan and casually inquiring, "Young man, shall I round it up to a neat 1,000 yuan for you? Which village are you from?" "Uncle Wang, we couldn't possibly take advantage of you. We hail from the same village as Lin Feng, who has even saved my life." Wang Fuguwei froze momentarily, realizing they were from the same village. He promptly withdrew 1 bill from the 10. "You're quite the polite young man. I shall heed your words and not let you take advantage of me. Let it be 900 yuan then." "Li Danan? Li Ernan? What does that mean?" "Ah Feng, you wretched fellow. Following you is truly a stroke of bad luck." Lin Feng too sensed the underlying implications in Wang Fuguwei's words, merely managing a shaky smile. Wang Yuding, unable to bear it any longer, turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Ah Feng, what did you manage to catch today?" Kai Wenya beside her gazed on with eager anticipation, having spotted the 2 live fish boxes on the tricycle earlier. However, a tattered cloth obscured her view of their contents. Lin Shui had been closely observing Kai Wenya, noticing the glimmer of expectation in her eyes. He stepped forward, grasping her delicate hand, and declared, "Come with me. I'll show you." Kai Wenya found herself inexplicably drawn along by Lin Shui. Everyone was taken aback, especially the 2 hapless bachelors, Li Danan and Li Ernan. Well, don't be fooled by Lin Shui's quiet demeanor. He can be quite the charmer. Yet, the most astonished of all was Kai Wenya herself. However, when Lin Shui dramatically swept aside the tattered cloth, she found herself not immediately focused on the contents of the live fish boxes, but rather experiencing a fleeting impression. Just now, Lin Shui looked somewhat dashing, almost like Qiao Feng. "Xia, look!" Kai Wenyo exclaimed, her lips curling upward as she beheld the yellowtail in the live fish box. "Ah Feng, what kind of fish is this?" "It's a dead fish." "A dead fish?" When Wang Fuguwei turned his gaze, his eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily choking on a puff of smoke. "Is this, cough cough, a mackerel?" Chapter 064. He is quite adorable. Lin Shui paid no heed to Wang Fuguwei's astonishment. Rather, he relished in the surprise etched on Kai Wenya's face. He unveiled a half bag of starfish, yet the others remained nonchalant. It was Kai Wenya who exclaimed, "Wow, this starfish is enormous." Lin Shui, invigorated, continued to showcase his treasures, a half bag of bouncing fish. "Xiaoya, this fish, it jumps." Then came a half bag of sandworms. "Xiaoya, these are sandworms." Next, he presented 18 three-headed abalone. "Xiaoya, this is abalone." Indeed, Kai Wenya was further astonished, her cherry lips curving into an adorable pout. "Ah Shui, your speech. It seems to have improved significantly." Lin Feng, observing with a smile, appreciated his brother's transformation, confident and unyielding. The others, too, noted Lin Shui's metamorphosis. Could this be the power of love? But wait, Kai Wenyo had not bestowed upon him any affection. It dawned on Lin Shui that he had indeed changed. Perhaps I have improved a bit? He pondered. But why are you not paying attention to these seafood delicacies? To his surprise, Kai Wenya followed his train of thought and inquired, "Ah Shui, did you catch all of these from the sea?" "Absolutely," Lin Shui affirmed vigorously. And Kai Wenya's eyes sparkled with delight. The most astonished were Wang Fuguwei and Wang Yuding, especially Wang Fuguwei, whose eyes widened in disbelief. How could this kid be so fortunate? Just considering the value of these seafood items, they must be worth over 20,000. After a moment of excitement, a hint of regret crossed Wang Yuding's face. "Ah Feng, these seafood delicacies are rather exquisite. I fear our shop might not be able to accommodate them." Wang Fuguwei refrained from commenting. After all, their seafood shop could hardly handle such precious items unless they were resold. However, the bouncing fish and the smaller abalone were still manageable. Lin Feng, having anticipated this, pointed to the bouncing fish and 10 abalones. "Would you be able to accept these?" Wang Yuding's dimples appeared as she smiled. "We can." "Then let's discuss a price, shall we?" The bouncing fish are priced at 30 yuan per pound. The 10 abalones at 130 yuan per pound, and those starfish at 10 yuan per pound. How does that sound? Lin Feng nodded and began weighing the items. The bouncing fish totaled 25 pounds, amounting to 750 yuan. The 10 abalones weighed 7 pounds, totaling 910 yuan. The starfish weighed 10 pounds, costing 100 yuan. In total, that came to 1,760 yuan. Wang Yuding, ever generous, counted out 1,800 yuan to hand to Lin Feng, but was halted by Wang Fuguwei. He shot a disapproving glance at Wang Yuding and extracted a red bill from his wallet. Daughter, Ah Feng is a man. It is unbecoming for a woman to give preferential treatment to a man. You ought to show him some respect, don't you think, Ah Feng? Wang Yuding, slightly disgruntled, retorted, Dad, what are you doing? Uncle Wang is right. Let us settle on 1,700 yuan. I can't keep taking advantage of you. Lin Feng hurriedly accepted the 1,700 yuan and tucked it into his pocket. Wang Fuguwei shot another glare at Wang Yuding. A daughter should not be kept too close. Before anything could be settled, she was already leaning towards someone else. He resolved that he must find an opportunity to firmly admonish his daughter, steering her away from Lin Feng. She was his only daughter, endowed with both talent and beauty. What kind of man couldn't she attract? Just last month, he had helped Wang Yuding identify a handsome young man whose parents were successful business people in the county. The young man held a respectable position as the deputy director of the town's construction office. Not long ago, the young man and his parents had dined at the local eatery, and they had all taken an instant liking to Wang Yuding, particularly the young man, whose gaze had not strayed from her. Yet, Wang Yuding seemed unimpressed. To divert his daughter's attention from Lin Feng, Wang Fuguwei suddenly pointed to the large crab displayed above the door and changed the subject. My dear, I haven't been here in a couple of days. Why does your shop feel different? The mention of the crab piqued Wang Yuding's interest, and she turned her bright eyes towards Lin Feng. Ah Feng, what do you think? Would you like me to give you a tour? Wang Yuding eagerly introduced Lin Feng to the newly acquired fish tank and the staff uniforms. Li Dan and Li Er followed behind, feeling somewhat superfluous. Wang Fuguwei's discomfort grew. It was he who had initiated the conversation, yet they treated him like air. Lin Shui, however, was different. He walked shoulder to shoulder with Kai Wenya, his expression neutral, though his palms were slick with sweat. Kai Wenya seemed to show some interest. Glancing at Ah Shui, he was rather charming. Ah Feng, we completely revamped according to your last suggestion. What do you think? Lin Feng nodded. Recognizing Wang Yuding's potential as a businesswoman, her ability to embrace suggestions and her commendable execution. Quite impressive. The novelty and quality have certainly elevated. Wang Yuding beamed with joy. Akin to a child, even emitting a light-hearted giggle, Wang Fuguwei felt as though his daughter had lost her wits. Would this delightful young cabbage soon be devoured by a pig? However, Lin Feng was no mere pig, despite the system often referring to him as such. In truth, he was not particularly enamored with Wang Yuding, as he discerned the palpable disparity reflected in the eyes of both her and Wang Fuguwei. After lingering for a few more minutes, Lin Feng and Lin Shui set off on their tricycle. En route, Lin Feng contacted He Yuyan, only to learn that she was not in the county, but had traveled to the provincial city to collect her graduation certificate, as it was the season for graduations. He Yuyan promised Lin Feng that she would promptly connect him with Aunt Chin, her Aunt Chinli, who worked at the Southern Lida Capital Hotel. After hanging up, Lin Feng drove the tricycle straight to the Southern Lida Capital Hotel. Lin Feng initially intended to proceed directly with the transaction. However, at that moment, the system's voice resonated. The system has issued a temporary task. Increase the offered price by 20 based on the opponent's quoted price. Upon completion, a reward of 50 points of explosive fortune will be granted. Increase the price by 20? Could it be that the other party intends to negotiate? The last time he accompanied He Yuyan, he had only met Chinli once. The other party was a mature, astute, and pragmatic woman who required careful handling. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Lin Feng did not rush in. Instead, he parked his car beside the hotel, propped himself up, and peered intently at the entrance. Lin Shui, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Brother, why aren't we going inside? Lin Feng took a puff of his cigarette and replied nonchalantly, Ah Shui, remember, haste makes waste. Lin Shui nodded, feeling that his elder brother was exceedingly wise. Chapter 065. This is not a romance drama. It's a reality drama in the VIP business negotiation room of the Southern Lida Capital Hotel. A middle-aged man wearing glasses, a white shirt, and a tie displayed an expression of discontent. General Manager Chen, this delegation of 50 is visiting our county for inspection, and the higher-ups place great importance on this. Your hotel is the pride of our county, yet you now tell me that you have nothing of quality? Dressed in her blue and white high-slit cheongsam, Chinli fiddled with her hair, her face reflecting sincere regret. Director Li, I sincerely apologize. You initially scheduled for tomorrow, but it was unexpectedly changed to tonight, catching me off guard. Indeed, those in the catering business dread such last-minute changes from clients. especially when they advance their timelines. It is impractical for a hotel to maintain a large stock of high-end seafood, let alone every variety. Typically, procurement is conducted based on customer demand in advance. Li Jian, the director of the county's investment promotion center, responded, General Manager Chen. I may have no choice but to consider another hotel. Chun-Li, feeling anxious, understood the significance of the investment promotion center as a regular source of clientele, often entertaining influential guests, which brought substantial profits and straightforward transactions. Leaning slightly towards Li Jian, she spoke in a soft, persuasive tone, Please, Director Li, allow me to make a call to expedite the delivery. If it's not feasible, I will source from elsewhere in the county. She was determined not to lose such a lucrative opportunity, despite the less than appealing appearance of her interlocutor. I need a definitive update before 2 p.m., otherwise, we will have to look elsewhere. As Li Jian departed, Chun-Li anxiously picked up her phone, only to discover 3 missed calls from He Yuyan. However, she had no time to return the calls. Her priority was contacting suppliers. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the unfolding circumstances, observing attentively. He retrieved his phone and dialed the restaurant reservation line displayed beneath the hotel's sign. Hello, this is the front desk of the Southern Lida Capital Hotel. How may I assist you with your reservation? Feigning seriousness, Lin Feng replied, Greetings, I would like to reserve a private room. As for the dishes, I'd prefer a few specific items. 1 plate of 3-head abalone, 1 plate of copper oysters, about 10 pieces, and a plate of 2 pounds of sashimi, preferably made from yellowtail. The young woman's voice conveyed urgency. This customer was a substantial patron. Certainly, sir. When do you plan to arrive? Let us not rush into that just yet. I'd like to inquire about the approximate cost of these dishes first. I need to ensure I stay within budget. I understand. The preliminary estimate is around 3,000 yuan. Rest assured, our prices are clearly marked, and we provide invoices. Approximately 3,000 yuan. Lin Feng began to formulate a preliminary assessment, calculating that the standard markup would yield a favorable profit. What time will you be reserving for? She asked. For today at noon. I will be there shortly. Lin Feng intended to gauge whether they had stock available, but to his surprise, the young woman replied, All right, sir. I will make the arrangements immediately. This unexpected affirmation left Lin Feng momentarily at a loss. He hadn't anticipated that they would actually have the items in stock. Meanwhile, Lin Shui appeared anxious, interpreting his brother's intent that they would indeed dine here at noon. It was evident that the prices were quite steep. Brother, let us not dine here. Lin Feng activated the speakerphone and turned to Lin Shui, asking, Shui, what did you just say? I couldn't hear you. Brother, let us not dine here. Lin Feng nodded and addressed the phone again. I apologize, my younger brother has decided against dining here. Perhaps next time. Lin Shui nodded in satisfaction. My elder brother truly listens to me. He is indeed a wonderful brother. At that moment, Li Jian, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, emerged from within. As a sleek black Santana pulled up beside him, the vehicle bore the inscription Public Service Vehicle of the Investment Promotion Center. The Investment Promotion Center? It seems this is an official vehicle. Perhaps a leader is here to place an order? He doesn't appear to be in good spirits. Did he fail to secure a reservation? Shui, keep an eye on the tricycle. I shall enter to discuss business. Lin Feng adjusted his attire and stepped into the hotel. The front desk was attended by a young lady, seemingly in her 20s, dressed in a plain black suit. Oh, she could very well be a brotherly companion. She was likely the one who answered the phone earlier. Hello, sir. Who are you looking for? Hello. I'm looking for your General Manager Chen. Apologies, but General Manager Chen is currently on a call. Could you please wait a moment? Just as the young lady finished speaking, she sensed something amiss. That voice seemed somewhat familiar. Following her gaze, Lin Feng spotted Chun-Li, clad in a qipao, pacing in the lobby, engaged in a phone conversation. She appeared quite anxious. Chun-Li noticed Lin Feng, and he promptly waved politely, but she turned away, continuing her call, completely disregarding his presence. Lin Feng remained unperturbed, intentionally eavesdropping while narrowing his eyes in observation. It appeared she was placing an order. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, suggesting a sense of urgency. A full 20 minutes later, Chun-Li concluded her call and approached Lin Feng. Just as he was about to greet her, he awkwardly realized she had walked past him, oblivious to his presence. Lin Feng thought, Am I so inconspicuous that you failed to notice me? Or do you simply wish to ignore me? In truth, Chun-Li had recognized Lin Feng long before, but she had not seen He Yuyan. Upon recalling the 3 missed calls from He Yuyan, she understood the young man's purpose. He was here merely to peddle seafood. What could a country bumpkin like him possibly offer? Manager Chen, I apologize, but I am quite busy today. Lin Feng quickened his pace to match Chen Li's stride, whispering, He Yuyan sent me to find you. Chen Li halted, crossing her arms and regarding Lin Feng with keen interest. You are Ah Feng, correct? Since He Yuyan mentioned you, I shall purchase whatever goods you have, considering it a favor to her. How does that sound? Lin Feng comprehended her implication. He had not anticipated any favors in return when he once assisted He Yuyan. Certainly. Shall we proceed to examine the goods? Lin Feng pondered that surely some would criticize him for lacking resolve. Given the other party's demeanor, what business could possibly be discussed? Yet, who would willingly forfeit financial gain? This is not a melodrama by Qiong Yao. This is the realm of reality. Lead the way. Right at the entrance of your hotel. Chen Li seemed disinclined to squander time and swiftly proceeded ahead. Lin Feng mused. So you look down on others, do you? Just wait and see. Outside the hotel, a dark-skinned youth stood beside a tricycle. Upon noticing several fertilizer bags on the vehicle, Chen Li's eyes brimmed with disdain. Is this all? And they claim to possess quality goods? Who would store fine products in fertilizer bags? However, Lin Feng remained unfazed. Shui, showcase our seafood to Boschan. Chapter 66. She underestimated him. Lin Shui did not even glance at Chen Li. In his eyes, Kai Wenyao was the epitome of beauty, rendering everyone else inconsequential. Regardless of gender, he methodically untied each bag of fertilizer, casually remarking, The goods are all here. Take a look for yourself. Chen Li lazily lifted her gaze, as if merely fulfilling a task. So many sandworms, quite plump. Is this copper oyster? Rare to see them alive these days. Her tone was flat, reflecting her extensive experience. Until, so many abalones, even three-headed ones? Lin Feng chuckled softly, clearly unworldly. Lin Shui swept aside the tattered cloth covering the live fish box. Chen Li's expression transformed dramatically, her eyes fixated on the two yellowtail within, swallowing hard. Her mouth agape in astonishment. Is this yellowtail? Her gaze towards Lin Feng now burned with fervor, devoid of any disdain. Upon witnessing these seafood treasures, her mind was already calculating. Three-headed abalones must number around 20, with several four-headed and five-headed ones as well. Most notably, the two large yellowtails likely weighed a combined 20 pounds. Didn't Ti Li Jin mention a promotional team of 50? With a budget for 5 tables. These seafood would more than suffice. Ah Feng, where did you acquire these? We gathered them at the shore, all wild. If you're interested, let us discuss pricing. Sure. No problem. Sandworms at 100 yuan per pound. Copper oysters at 40 yuan each. Five-headed abalones at 200 yuan per pound. Four-headed at 300. Three-headed at 400. As for yellowtail, it's 300 per pound. Chen Li brimmed with confidence, convinced that Lin Feng would never refuse such an offer. For a rustic individual to procure these seafood was a stroke of luck. He hardly understood the market. She even instructed a waiter to bring over the scale. Lin Feng remained silent, observing her quietly. Ah Feng, I've calculated it. 17, 300 yuan. I'll give you 17, 500. Lin Feng considered the situation. The coastal trip had consumed 175 points of luck value, and with a 20 increase from the fishing tools, the income should be around 21,000 yuan. If calculated according to Chen Li's prices, plus the previous one, 700 yuan earned, it totaled merely 19,200 yuan. The price was clearly insufficient. Then I want to hold back. Lin Feng shook his head. I'm sorry, Miss Chen, but I'll speak frankly. I remember asking you last time. And you mentioned copper oysters at 50 yuan each, and three-headed abalones at 500 per pound. Your prices today differ from what you stated before. Chen Li feigned surprise. Oh, did I say that? Lin Feng stood his ground. Yes, you did. Chen Li, of course, remembered. She was merely playing coy. She playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled at Lin Feng, softly saying, Ah Feng, as you know, I was merely speaking off the cuff at that time. Who would have thought you would be so audacious as to pursue it? In truth, business is quite challenging nowadays. Lin Feng shook his head. He was not easily swayed by such words. Chen Li narrowed her eyes at Lin Feng. Ah Feng, tell me, how much of a price increase do you propose? As long as it's reasonable, I might consider it. A 50 increase. And I will sell the entire lot to you. Chen Li was momentarily taken aback, a hint of displeasure crossing her handsome face. Ah Feng, you truly dare to ask for that? A 50 increase? What profit would I make? I might as well starve. Lin Feng was unfazed and turned to Lin Shui, saying, Shui, pack up. We are leaving. Brother, understood. Lin Shui bent down, snatching the fertilizer bag from the server and hoisting it onto their tricycle. Chenli, feeling anxious, stamped her foot. "Ah, Feng, how about this? I'll increase it by 20, offering you 21,000 yuan." Lin Feng shook his head again. If she had proposed this price initially, he might have considered it, but now it was too late. In business, one must understand that rarity enhances value. One must also be astute and decisive. He was certain that Chun-Li desperately needed this batch of premium seafood, and he had her in a tight spot. "Let us meet halfway, a 40 increase. If that works, splendid. If not, we part ways." Ultimately, with tears in her eyes, Chun-Li acquiesced to Lin Feng's price, handing him 24,500 yuan. She had underestimated him. She never imagined Lin Feng would be so resolute, completely unlike a rustic villager. Lin Feng's price hike made Chun-Li regard him with newfound respect. Such is the flawed nature of humanity. Often, the more accommodating one is, the less respect one receives. The more difficult one is to please, the more others take notice. Congratulations, Su Zhu, on completing the task. You have earned 50 points of explosive luck. This task triggered a critical hit skill, rewarding you with 20 points of explosive luck. This task was nothing short of perfect. Today, they had amassed a total of 26,200 yuan, and Lin Feng and Lin Shui joyfully made their way home. However, just 5 miles from Shazhou town, their tricycle unexpectedly stalled on the road. Lin Feng suddenly slapped his forehead. In his eagerness to sell, he had forgotten to recharge the tricycle. The two brothers had no choice but to push the vehicle, passing by the Cuihua diner along the way. Lin Cuihua stood at the entrance, beckoning customers, casting a disdainful glance at Lin Feng and Lin Shui. Lu Gang and Wang Biao sat at a nearby table, munching on sunflower seeds, seemingly deep in discussion. Upon seeing Lin Feng, they turned envious. If it hadn't been for Lin Feng's unwelcome interference, Wang Tai might have secured the position of deputy town chief, dragging Sun Ergu into the mix. Yet, Lin Feng preferred to avoid trouble and chose to walk around them. He mused to himself, wondering how Wang Tai was faring and whether he had been discharged from the hospital. When the two returned to the diner, they were drenched in sweat. Inside, only Li Danan and Li Ernan were present. Kai Xiaoya, Wang Fuguei, and Wang Yuding were all absent. Through conversation, they learned that Wang Fuguei had taken Wang Yuding to meet her suitor. Li Danan and Li Ernan initially believed that Lin Feng would feel jealous or saddened. However, they were surprised to see him sitting there as if nothing was amiss. After sipping a glass of water, he announced his intention to head to town for some shopping and promptly departed, leaving behind Lin Shui, who was engrossed in conversation with Kai Wenya. Upon reaching the town center, Lin Feng visited a bank to open an account, depositing 25,000 yuan, while retaining 200 yuan in cash. He then entered a fishing tackle shop with the intent of purchasing 2 sea rods. His purchase of the rods was merely a FAOD, as he had already decided to acquire 2 rods from the system. To his astonishment, he discovered that even the modest sea rods held great value. Prices for ordinary rods varied from dozens to hundreds and even thousands of yuan. There were also heavy-duty boat fishing rods priced over 7,000 yuan, with a reel costing more than 10,000 yuan, totaling nearly 20,000 yuan for a complete set. Such rods could effortlessly reel in fish weighing over 1,000 pounds. Lin Feng was truly taken aback. After much deliberation, and under the astonished gaze of the shop owner, he tearfully spent 100 yuan to purchase 2 sets of sea rods. The accompanying spinning reels were embarrassingly made of plastic. As he walked away, the tackle shop owner gave him a thumbs up, thinking to himself that this young man must have a kind heart, undoubtedly buying the child-sized rods to enjoy some time with children. Just as Lin Feng arrived at the shop, his phone rang unexpectedly. It was a call from the village chief, Wang Dakawei. Chapter 67. The IOU and 10,000 yuan in Dongyu village, a black Santana drew the attention of the villagers. Was this vehicle from the town? Could it be headed to the village chief's residence? It seemed to have stopped outside Ah Feng's home. The villagers chattered amongst themselves, gathering around, and soon, village chief Wang Dakawei arrived. A young man emerged from the car, prompting Wang Dakawei to approach with a beaming smile. "Are you Chief Wang? Please, come in, come in." He pushed open the door to Lin Feng's house and called out, "Qishan, brother Qishan, we have guests." Woof, woof. De Huang and Jiao Jiao were the first to rush out to greet them. Lin Feng and Lin Shui had finally returned, and Lin Feng immediately spotted Wang Tai standing in the courtyard, seemingly keeping a watchful eye on the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Wang Tai hurried over. Extending his hands in greeting, Lin Feng, I apologize for intruding. I'm here specifically to express my gratitude. Lin Qingshan pointed to a pile of gifts on the ground. Ah Feng, look at all the things Chief Wang has brought. I told him it wasn't necessary. Chief Wang. It seemed Wang Tai had indeed been appointed as the deputy chief, which was a positive development. Grandfather, this is Chief Wang's kind gesture. Let us accept it. However, Lin Feng turned to Wang Tai and Wang Dakue. You must join us for a meal. Is that agreeable? Wang Tai and Wang Dakue nodded. That would be wonderful. There is no trouble at all. Friends must share burdens to forge true camaraderie. If you are polite, I shall be polite in return, but let us forget the formalities. Wang Tai's impression of Lin Feng grew increasingly favorable. He was straightforward, sincere, and possessed a commendable integrity. Lin Qingshan began preparing the meal, with Lin Feng assisting. The young widow, Wang Caixia, also arrived, bringing along a white-cut chicken. In no time, several dishes adorned the table: steamed abalone, dry-fried fish, white-cut chicken, 5 spice peanuts, and a nourishing soup. 8 dishes in total. Wang Caixia dutifully fed Qinshuoyan. Lin Feng fetched some beer from the well, distributing 1 bottle to each person. The refreshing combination of chilled beer and delectable dishes was utterly delightful. De Huang, too, relished the opportunity to gnaw on bones, boasting to Jiao Jiao as if to say, "This is all the fruit of my labor. What do you have?" Woof. Then, Jiao Jiao and De Huang began to tussle playfully. As the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, Wang Tai became more talkative. Ah Feng, you haven't inquired about Sun Ergu. I can fill you in. Lin Feng discreetly poured Wang Tai a glass of beer. That Sun Ergu has been apprehended. His previous underground gambling operations have also been exposed. And he's facing serious charges. He's been sentenced to 3 years. Lin Feng chuckled and clinked his glass with Wang Tai's. It appeared that Wang Tai was indeed quite capable. Just then, a familiar voice rang from outside. Is the village chief here? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. It was his overly dutiful uncle, Lin Liren. What could he possibly want? Wang Tai chuckled and said, Ah Feng, the side dishes have arrived. The village chief, Wang Dakue, stood up and called, I am here. Come on in. Lin Liren reluctantly stepped inside, holding a black bag in his hand. Lin Qingshan, Lin Feng, and Lin Shui remained seated, pretending he was invisible. Allowing him to cross the threshold into their home was already an enormous act of tolerance. Unexpectedly, Lin Liren approached Lin Qingshan, lowering his head as he spoke. I kindly ask the village chief to witness this. Here's the IOU along with 10,000 yuan, which I have brought to settle. Lin Qingshan could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before him. What could have prompted Lin Liren to willingly return the IOU and offer 10,000 yuan? He quickly glanced at Lin Feng, seeking his counsel. Lin Feng nodded slightly. However, Lin Qingshan refrained from accepting the IOU and the money, coldly stating, You should hand it over to Ah Feng. He is now the head of the family, and it is his decision. Lin Qingshan was unwilling to accept money from his unfilial son. As the elder, he felt there was little to discuss with someone of a lower generation. Now, it was Lin Liren's turn to feel awkward. He turned to Lin Feng, but Lin Feng continued to drink quietly, his head bowed. Lin Shui was similarly oblivious, focused on serving dishes to his younger sister, Lin Hao. Lin Liren placed the IOU and the black bag on the table beside Lin Feng, whispering, Please keep it safe. Lin Feng looked up, smiled, and said, Thank you, my dear uncle. Lin Liren then turned and left. At this moment, Wang Dakue remarked, Ah Feng, you must toast to Mayor Wang. We owe him our gratitude. It turned out that although Sun Ergo had stubbornly refused to implicate Lu Wei and Wang Biao, 2 of his subordinates had betrayed Lin Liren, claiming that the 2 had been instigated by him to harass Wang Caixia, though there was only testimonial evidence. Wang Tai had taken it upon himself to intimidate Lin Liren. Moreover, Lin Liren had already heard rumors circulating in the village that Lin Feng had seemingly hired a prominent lawyer from another province and had prepared a lawsuit. There was no escaping that predicament. Rather than face the inevitable, he chose to give Wang Tai face, a decision he made after consulting his son-in-law, Lu Gang. After much contemplation, Lin Liren decided to concede, willingly returning the IOU and the money, hoping to clear the slate. Lin Feng raised another glass, cupping his fist toward Wang Tai as he said, Thank you, Mayor Wang. I appreciate your concern regarding this matter. By the way, why didn't Ti Wu Xiaohai come today? He is on duty and could not make it. Oh, I have significant news to share with you. Lin Feng felt a surge of happiness, for Wang Tai's expression indicated that this was undoubtedly good news. What a splendid day it was. He had just received a notification about a meeting, in 3 days, he would attend the county's commendation ceremony for acts of bravery in the second quarter of the year. He was puzzled, as he was in charge of this aspect of work, yet he wondered why he was invited to participate. Wang Tai took a bite of food and smiled at the gathered crowd. Everyone immediately pointed at Lin Feng and Lin Shui, exclaiming, "It must be because of A Feng and A Shui." Indeed, it was because they had rescued Li Denan and Li Ernan last time. Wang Xixiao gazed at Lin Feng with admiration. "He is so brave." Lin Shui also paused with his chopsticks. "What about me?" Lin Feng affectionately ruffled Lin Shui's hair. "Of course, you too. We saved them together as brothers." The atmosphere at the dining table was lively, with Lin Qinshan unusually consuming 3 cups of strong liquor, while Wang Tai and Wang Dakuai also appeared to be somewhat inebriated. The only ones seemingly sober were Wang Xixiao, Lin Shui, and Lin Hao, as they were drinking soda. The meal, which had originally started late, continued until after 5 p.m., effectively merging lunch and dinner into one. Once the gathering dispersed, Lin Feng finally found a moment of tranquility to delve into the system. Previously, the system had issued a task for Lin Washing to return 10,000 yuan to them. Although it was Lin Liren who repaid it, should it not be considered completed? Yet, the system's voice remained conspicuously silent. Why was that? "Congratulations, host. After considerable effort, you have finally completed the task, earning 30 points of luck." "System, why did you not notify me of the task completion earlier?" "Because the host was indulging in alcohol. This system does not engage with the inebriated." Lin Feng? "System, the duration of this task was extensive, and its difficulty high. You mentioned it required tremendous effort to complete. Surely there must be some critical reward?" The task triggered a critical skill, rewarding the host with a comprehensive physical quality score of 100 points. A score of 100 points? Chapter 68. Discovery of a New World. Lin Feng was elated. His fist clenched tightly as he sensed a surge of strength coursing through him, far greater than before. He sprinted a few more steps, feeling as light as a feather. "This is exhilarating. A score of 100 must be the maximum, right? It's definitely higher than that of an average person." Hiki. System. What is the physical score of an average individual? The physical score of an average individual is 100 points. Lin Feng. Oh my. So I was a complete failure before. System. How can I enhance this score? Congratulations, host has triggered a hidden critical skill. Daily fixed tasks will yield updates. Running 10,000 steps earns 5 points of luck and 1 point of physical score. Wow, I've discovered a new continent. This was splendid news. If he maintained a daily running routine, he could amass 30 points of physical score in a month, doubling his physical prowess compared to others in 3 months. Could he possibly contend with 2 individuals at once? What about in a year? 4 or 5 at a time? This did not account for any subsequent system updates or task rewards. What if he could earn even more physical score in a day? Lin Feng hesitated to contemplate further, perhaps. In time, he could face 10 opponents single-handedly. In high spirits, Lin Feng swiftly examined the system panel. Host. Lin Feng. Luck. 225 points. Luck level. Level 1. 4001000. Gold coins. 10,000. Comprehensive physical score. 100 points. Skill. Beginner swimming. Unlocked tools. Multi-toothed rake. Basic sea fishing book. Iron clamps. 10-meter net. Lin Feng brimmed with confidence, certain his physical condition would only improve. He opened the system mall. Tool category. Multi-toothed rake. Price. 1,000 gold coins. Iron clamps. Price. 1,200 gold coins. Sea rod. Price. 5,000 gold coins. Lin Feng directly browsed the tool category, disregarding others. Though he longed to purchase a bottle of neural liquid, its usage was time-restricted, limited to 1 bottle per month. He clicked on the sea rod to view its description. Sea rod, a full length of 5.4 meters, made of graphite fiber, exhibiting high strength and great flexibility, remarkably lightweight, a splendid choice for sea fishing. Lin Feng had faith in the items sold in the system mall and promptly clicked to purchase. Instantly, his 10,000 gold coins were deducted, and 2 sea rods appeared beneath his bed. One was red, the other green, their vibrant colors strikingly eye-catching. Lin Feng couldn't help but admire the system's aesthetic sense. He picked up both rods, finding them indeed lightweight and easy to handle, unlike inferior products. However, their glossy finish was exquisite, reflecting his visage. These were remarkable items. Yet Lin Feng felt as though something was amiss. Oh no, wait. System, where are the reels and fishing lines? Please check the system mall yourself, host. Lin Feng hurriedly reopened the system mall. Tool category multi-toothed rake. Price 1,000 gold coins. Iron clamps. Price 1,200 gold coins. C-rod. Price 5,000 gold coins. On the second page, a 10-meter fishing net is priced at 1,000 gold coins. A stainless steel sand shovel costs 1,500 gold coins. A water pump is available for 5,000 gold coins. On the third page, a spinning wheel is priced at 1,000 gold coins. A heavy-duty fishing line is available in various lengths, 300 meters for 500 gold coins, 500 meters for 750 gold coins, and 1,000 meters. A large landing net is priced at 500 gold coins. After perusing these items, Lin Feng felt a surge of urgency. It was akin to finding oneself in the wilderness. Ravenous and desperate, only to discover that instant noodles were being sold at a reasonable price, yet hot water cost an additional 10 coins. Would you purchase it? Absolutely. System. Recharge 4,000 gold coins. Lin Feng, having ample funds, realized that the money he earned from fishing amounted to 26,200 coins, supplemented by 10,000 coins gifted by Lin Liren, bringing his total to approximately 36,000 coins. He was indeed the most dashing figure in the village. System. 4,000 gold coins credited. The 112 red bills on Lin Feng's person diminished by 40, leaving him with a meager 72. He clicked to purchase. 2 spinning wheels materialized beneath his bed. 1 red and 1 green. The system was quite considerate, as the 500-meter heavy-duty fishing line was already wound around the spinning wheel. The line's colors matching the wheels, 1 red and 1 green. Lin Feng observed that the fishing line was remarkably thin, with a diameter of approximately 0.5. He wondered how many pounds of fish such a delicate line could catch. The landing net, when unfurled, extended to about 5 meters, and while it was exceptionally lightweight, the nets had appeared large enough to handle hundreds of pounds of fish effortlessly. After acquiring the tools, Lin Feng pondered another issue. To reach that small island for fishing, a small boat was essential. While he could swim there, what about Lin Shui? Lin Feng summoned Lin Shui and, with a hand-drawn cart, made their way to the village chief Wang Dakuai's home. He recalled that the chief possessed a wooden boat measuring over 3 meters in length. Wang Dakuai had once been an avid fisherman, diligent and uncomplaining throughout his life. His 2 sons and daughter all worked in the county, and although they offered to take him to enjoy a more leisurely life, he declined. Fortunately, he no longer fished as frequently, and much of his energy was now devoted to managing various village affairs. Without hesitation, Wang Dakuai readily lent them the boat, cautioning them that it was quite old and had developed some rot, advising them to exercise caution while using it. The brothers placed the wooden boat onto the cart and returned home. As Lin Feng stepped inside, a loud crash echoed, as if something had shattered. He hurried into the inner room, only to find Lin Hao staring at the glass shards on the floor, lost in thought. Upon noticing Lin Feng, she instinctively recoiled, her deeply buried reflexive memories resurfacing, filling her with fear. With a trembling voice, she exclaimed, Brother, I didn't mean to. Whoa. Lin Feng's heart ached. It seemed his younger sister's condition of involuntary tears had not been fully resolved, and the root of the issue lay within himself. He gently clasped Lin Hao's small hand, and just as she intended to withdraw it, she heard Lin Feng's voice. Little sister, is your hand all right? Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, recalling the last time she had shattered a glass, when her elder brother had kicked her fiercely. Brother, you do not blame me? Her large eyes shimmered, streaked with tears. This time, however, Lin Shui did not intervene, for he understood that their elder brother had changed. Indeed, Lin Feng tenderly wiped away the tears from the corners of Lin Hao's eyes and gently patted her head. Little sister, it was merely a broken cup. As long as you're unharmed, that is what truly matters. Tomorrow, I shall buy you another cup, all right? Lin Hao, her tears subsiding, smiled brightly. Yes, I desire a pink cup. Buy it. She leaped into Lin Feng's embrace, as the starlight outside illuminated the faces of the siblings, warm and radiant. Lin Shui gazed at this scene, perhaps unaware that his lips had involuntarily curved upwards, though he had yet to smile. The night had deepened, and the small village had grown tranquil. Lin Feng resolved to visit the little island tomorrow to experience the joy of fishing. Chapter 69. Island Fishing in the Early Morning. The moon shone brightly amidst a sparse starry sky. A gentle breeze tousled the hair of 2 young boys. Among them, one boy with striking golden hair stood out against the night sky, inciting an irresistible urge to confront him. Lin Shui hurriedly followed Lin Feng, his breath slightly labored. "Brother, why are you running so fast today?" Lin Feng chuckled, offering no explanation. His physical metrics had finally reached the standards of an average person, and as he ran, he felt as if the very wind was sweet. He imagined that should a fight ensue, he would wear a smile throughout. Approximately an hour later, a notification chimed. "Congratulations. Host Zhu has completed the daily fixed task, earning 5 points of exhilarating luck and 1 point of comprehensive physical metrics." What a delight! Lin Feng felt invigorated, his body brimming with energy. Previously, he would need to divide 10,000 steps into 3 sessions, exhausting himself thoroughly. Yet today, he completed them in just 2, feeling capable of more afterward. Wang Wang, Zaza. Just as Lin Feng and Lin Shui prepared their cart, 2 playful companions obstructed their path. One squinted mischievously, while the other stretched its neck, both yearning to join the seaside adventure. De Huang believed that only by going to the sea could it truly showcase its worth. After all, just last night, when it brought a few dog bones to Hua, she had immediately capitulated. Jiao Jiao felt that her spirits lifted significantly while at the sea. As the village's strong man had begun to express interest in her, she fancied that it wouldn't be long before she laid eggs again. Lin Feng regarded the 2 mischief makers with a furrowed brow, stating, "One of you must stay behind to accompany Xiao Hao. I need to assemble my troops." Although De Huang and Jiao Jiao were oblivious to Lin Feng's intentions, they instinctively stood at attention as he pointed around. "Troop assembly," he gestured, landing on Jiao Jiao. Zaza. Jiao Jiao flapped her wings in excitement, while De Huang hung its head, sensing something amiss. Did this scoundrel forget to mention something? With Jiao Jiao strutting proudly ahead, Lin Feng and Lin Shui trailed behind, pulling their cart. Despite its wooden composition, the boat was somewhat heavy, weighing at least 200 to 300 pounds. A crowd had gathered by the seaside, and Lin Feng, having frequented the coast, recognized many faces. Lin Shui was particularly thrilled because their cart bore a wooden boat. Though weathered, it certainly had its charm. However, the crowd seemed indifferent. "A Feng, a Shui, you brought a boat too? Are you headed to that little island for fishing? I've seen so many people going there. If you arrive too late, there may not be any space left. Just look at that mass of people. I fear they might sink the island." Lin Feng and Lin Shui exchanged bewildered glances. All those people? The 2 brothers hastened their pace and finally approached the vicinity of the island. To their astonishment, they spotted around a dozen small boats anchored nearby, with 3 to 4 dozen individuals fishing on the island itself. Before each of them stood 2 or 3 fishing rods, their eyes fixed intently on the tips, while some others crouched on the ground, digging holes for sandworms. Lin Feng felt a sense of bewilderment. Is this place truly so popular? It is all due to my previous bountiful catch on this small island that has drawn everyone's attention. Lin Feng and Lin Shui carefully lowered the boat to the water's edge. They exchanged glances, each mirroring the other's confusion. Shui, can you not row the boat?" "Brother, I cannot. Can you?" "Jiao Jiao, Zaza, this is disastrous. What are we to do?" Observing Lin Feng's predicament, Lin Shui's lips curled into a smile. "Brother, I was merely jesting." Lin Feng felt a surge of happiness. In his memories, Lin Shui was a taciturn soul, rarely indulging in humor. Shui, you are now capable of joking?" "Brother, Kai Wenya told me, men must possess wit." "Oh my, these 2 are rather amusing." Lin Shui began to row the boat, while Lin Feng sat back, reveling in the scenic views. Jiao Jiao leisurely paddled, occasionally diving beneath the water's surface. One cannot help but appreciate the convenience of having a boat. Before long, they arrived beside the small island, and Lin Shui meticulously anchored the boat. Each of them grabbed a large water bucket and swiftly made their way onto the island. The arrival of Lin Feng caused everyone to pause their activities. Some even removed their helmets to glance over. Look at him. This young man caught over 1,000 sandworms and several hundred pounds of jumping fish on this island. Isn't this the Feng from Dongyu village? I heard he caught 10 yellowfin tuna, each weighing 30 pounds. What you say is inaccurate. I heard he caught dozens of golden foxfish and Neptune grouper, selling them for tens of thousands. Lin Feng couldn't help but think, am I not the protagonist here? How am I unaware of these happenings? While you may disregard my presence, at least show some respect for the fish. He chuckled, not out of annoyance at the rumors, but rather at the sight of everyone adorned with helmets of various colors, including some in green, creating a vibrant tableau. All fishermen understand that when wielding surf rods, helmets are a necessity. One can never predict whether a heavy lead sinker or an assortment of hooks might inadvertently strike another's face. In his past experiences with lure fishing and surf casting, Lin Feng had encountered several peculiar incidents. Once, a young man casting a lure accidentally caught the face of an elderly gentleman who was merely observing, resulting in a piece of flesh being torn away. Another instance involved a young man whose hook snagged a girl's blouse, leading to unfortunate circumstances. Regrettably, Lin Feng and Lin Shui had forgotten their helmets today. They would have to proceed with caution, maintaining distance from others. As Lin Feng and Lin Shui strolled forward, they were greeted by familiar faces, regardless of what others said. He merely smiled in acknowledgement, offering no explanations or objections, for such responses were futile and merely a waste of breath. The collective catch of the day was not particularly impressive. Only a select few managed to catch fish, such as black bream, sea bass, catfish, and tigerfish. The tigerfish, also known as the brown-spotted puffer or stone nine, is particularly noteworthy. The most expensive catch was a red-spotted fish weighing over a pound, which Lin Feng discovered was priced at over 200 yuan per pound in the market. The nearby fishing spots were all occupied, forcing them to venture further ahead to the central area of the small island. There, they encountered two young men sitting under a sunshade, bare-chested. One bore a tattoo of a tiger on his back, while the other sported a tattoo of a green dragon. They sat side by side, reminiscent of the left green dragon and the right white tiger. Lin Feng shook his head, considering such tattoos too daring to embrace lightly. The green dragon symbolizes great strength and dominance, qualities not easily wielded by the ordinary person. Conversely, the white tiger, with its fierce appearance, typically does not bring forth good fortune when tattooed on the body. Just as Lin Feng and Lin Shui placed their bucket beside them, the young man with the green dragon tattoo raised his head and cast a sidelong glance at Lin Feng. Hey, are you blind? Can't you see there are people here? Don't come so close, or you might just find a lead sinker hitting you on the head and making a hole in it. Chapter 070. Oh, this youngster. Lin Shui was exceedingly displeased, her countenance darkening as she prepared to advance, only to be restrained by Lin Feng. They had come here to enjoy the sea, not to engage in brawls. The reckless would eventually face the consequences of their actions. Jiao cast a disdainful glance at the azure dragon tattoo adorning Zhuqing Long. Goodness, what is that supposed to be? It resembles a mere caterpillar. I could swallow it whole. The crowd was substantial. Where should they fish? Young man, come over here. I have ample space, and besides, I am considering leaving. A middle-aged man in a gray straw hat stood not far off, with one fishing rod erected in front of him while he tinkered with another, reeling it in. Lin Feng and Lin Shui approached him, expressing their gratitude. Sir, thank you. Are you preparing to head home? The man nodded. I've been here for over an hour without a single catch. I merely came along with the wind and the others. Since we're already here, why not wait a bit longer? Suddenly, the rod in the man's hand trembled with vigor. He swiftly raised it, and the fishing line tightened instantly. Ha, young man, your words are prophetic. I was just about to reel in, and the moment you spoke, I hooked a fish. A radiant smile illuminated the man's face, the joy of catching a fish overshadowing the wrinkles etched by time. In this moment of fishing, he was untroubled by the world's vicissitudes, indifferent to its splendor, free from reminiscences of the past or yearnings for the future. He was wholly present, immersed in the now. Perhaps this encapsulates the joy of a fisherman, a sentiment not comprehended by many women. Lin Feng, not in a hurry to cast his line, swiftly grasped the landing net to assist in catching the fish. The 2-pound sea bass brought immense delight to the man, prompting him to decide against leaving just yet. Opting to fish a while longer, Lin Feng and Lin Shui began to extract their rods, preparing to fish. In his previous life, although he was a diligent worker, he had a fondness for fishing. The sea rod was among his favorites, as it merely required casting it out and listening for the bell, a pastime often dubbed lazy man's fishing. He also dabbled in lure fishing. Being one of the earliest practitioners in the country, fishermen knew that this method of fishing had only been introduced to the nation in 2007. Meaning the anglers on the island were likely unfamiliar with it. In the astonished gaze of the middle-aged man and Lin Shui, Lin Feng opened the spool of the spinning reel, pinched the fishing line with his index finger, lifted the rod over his shoulder, and focused intently ahead. Sir, Shui, pay attention. I'm about to cast. Ha. Today I possess a fortune of 225 points. The moment for showboating has arrived. Witnessing Lin Feng's fierce demeanor, the man and Lin Shui quickly stepped aside, wishing they had donned helmets. The fishing line sliced through the air with a whoosh as the 50-gram sinker soared towards the ocean surface, landing with a resounding plop and sending up a spray of droplets. Lin Feng's fluid movements were undeniably impressive, leaving Lin Shui in awe. Brother, teach me. I want to learn too. Gazing with delight at Lin Shui's admiring eyes, Lin Feng solemnly picked up the rod from the ground and handed it to Lin Shui. Brother, remember, when casting the fishing rod, your posture must be correct. First, we must grip the rod firmly and step back with your right foot to stabilize your stance. Brother, should it be the left foot or the right? Right foot, of course. Lin Shui then stepped back with his left foot. After positioning his right foot, he leaned forward, pushing his body ahead. Lin Shui complied, even further extending his small figure forward. The onlooking uncle was taken aback. Goodness, this young lad. Once we gripped the rod properly, we opened the spool of the reel, holding the fishing line with our thumbs. At the moment of casting, the thumb must be released. Lin Shui was prepared, ready to take off. Wait a moment. Lin Shui stumbled, nearly losing his balance. Lin Feng exchanged a knowing glance with the uncle beside him, and they both retreated 10 meters. Zaza. Jiao Jiao also flapped her wings vigorously, retreating to the center of the small island. Lin Shui looked exasperated. Am I really that untrustworthy? Just watch me. With determination, Lin Shui swung the fishing rod forward, and with a resounding bang, the lead weight unexpectedly struck the nearby shore, emitting a dull thud. Observing the scene, the brothers Qing Long and Baihu burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, did you miss the target? And what about that little push forward? What a joke. Oh dear, it's likely stuck in the earth now. That thin line is utterly useless. The other fishermen nearby also stifled their laughter, shielding their helmets. Lin Shui felt a tinge of embarrassment. His technique had been impeccable, so why hadn't he cast it far? Lin Feng reassured him. It's all right, Shui. Everyone has a first time. When I cast for the first time, it was only a mere 10 seconds. Just keep practicing. The uncle chimed in. When I cast for the first time, I was by a river, and I flung it 100 meters away. And just as it flew out, there was a great commotion. Guess what I caught? Curious, Lin Shui asked. What did you catch? A rabbit. Both Lin Feng and Lin Shui were taken aback, and the brothers Qing Long and Baihu wore incredulous expressions. The uncle continued. That was because I exerted too much force and sent the lead weight onto the grass across the river, where it snagged the rabbit's leg. Laughter erupted. Lin Shui felt grateful for the uncle's encouragement and adjusted his stance once more. Yet his second cast only reached about 10 meters. The sound of mockery resumed, but Lin Feng remarked, Shui, practice makes perfect. With persistence, things will surely improve. Lin Shui clenched his fist, disregarding the jeers and disdainful glances, and began casting again and again. After several attempts, a whoosh echoed, and the silver lead weight gleamed brilliantly in the air, shooting forth like a miniature rocket before splashing into the sea with a resounding thud. Ah Shui, that cast was impeccable, truly remarkable. Ah Shui rubbed the back of his head, a smile of satisfaction illuminating his face, as if he had mastered the technique. The two brothers finally sat side by side, their eyes fixed intently on the fishing rod. This scene left the nearby uncle at a loss, resting his chin on his hand, gazing at the pair, hesitating to speak due to a tinge of shyness. Excuse me, sir, do you wish to say something? Young man, have you perhaps forgotten something? Lin Feng and Lin Shui simultaneously lifted their earnest gazes toward the uncle. What is it? Are you not using bait for fishing? Lin Feng, Lin Shui, ha. These two think they can catch fish? I believe they are merely dreaming. They have been fishing for quite some time without any bait. Do you think you are like Jiang Taigong? Surely, no fish would be foolish enough to bite an empty hook. If that were the case, I would eat. The last words were uttered by the Qing Long brothers. Just before he could finish his thought, Lin Feng's fishing rod surprisingly began to move, bobbing up and down. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Could it be a catch? Surely not. Yet, the Qing Long brothers ceased their chatter. If indeed a fish had taken the bait in front of so many witnesses, would one dare to eat it upside down or not? Would it be fresh or leftover? Chapter 071. The fishing gamble. Lin Feng's heart surged with delight as a familiar sensation washed over him. He tightened his grip on the fishing rod and began to reel in the line. Yet, the force transmitted through the rod suggested that the fish was rather small. However, the hook he was using was a size 25 Iceni, a type capable of catching a 100-pound fish under normal circumstances. The system had assured him that even a 1,000-pound catch was within the realm of possibility. What sort of diminutive fish could manage to bite such a sizable hook? Could it even fit in its mouth? As Lin Feng swiftly reeled in the line, the fish finally broke the surface of the water. The older gentleman nearby chuckled. Not bad. It's a pike. The knowledge from his mental repository, the basics of coastal fishing, was passively triggered. The pike, known for its lively nature and leaping prowess, is colloquially referred to as the sea wolf. With sharp teeth adorning its upper and lower jaws and a large mouth, it is characterized by its fierce and aggressive temperament. Lin Feng hoisted the pike, weighing over a pound, into the air and cast a sidelong glance at the left Qinglong and right Baihu, indirectly chiding. I seem to recall someone mentioning that if I caught a fish, I would have to eat it upside down. Left Qinglong immediately became flustered. Brother, I only said eat upside down, but I never mentioned anything about that. Lin Feng squinted slightly. Oh, then what exactly will you be eating upside down? Left Qinglong found himself at a loss. In this day and age, everyone was familiar with the idiom about eating in such a manner. Jiao Jiao appeared to sense Left Qinglong's predicament and, without hesitation, flapped her wings before him, elegantly turning around and lifting her rear. With a forceful effort, a loud plop echoed as she released a mound of excrement. The droppings of this great white goose were indeed akin to a biochemical weapon. As previously mentioned, why did sea snakes fear it? Simply because of its droppings. Left Qinglong and right Baihu quickly covered their mouths and noses. Good heavens, that is overwhelmingly foul. The other fishermen were amused by Jiao Jiao's antics, chuckling at the antics of the great white goose. It must be delightful when stewed. Now, it was truly Left Qinglong's turn to be in a bind, but a spark of inspiration struck him. I will eat upside down fruit. He retrieved an apple from his bag. Truly, my wit knows no bounds. Who would have thought of that? He added, you wish to embarrass me publicly? Not a chance. That wretched great white goose will soon meet its end in a pot. All right, everyone, let us see you perform eating an apple upside down. Let us give some applause for encouragement. The crowd, undeterred by the escalating situation, erupted into applause. Left Qinglong was momentarily taken aback. Even eating an apple was no simple task when attempted upside down. Fishermen are never timid before anyone except their wives. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Left Qinglong placed the apple on the ground, adjusted his position, and lay down, while right Baihu lifted his legs. Damn it, this is heavy. This fatso. With Baihu's assistance, Left Qinglong struggled to take a bite of the apple. Lin Feng shouted with enthusiasm, good, and others joined in with their applause. The left azure dragon and right white tiger glared fiercely at Lin Feng, who, with a smile, said, brothers, may I speak freely? The left azure dragon waved his hand dismissively. Shut your mouth. Lin Feng shook his head and fell silent. The right white tiger took a drag from his cigarette. What do you wish to say? Speak up. Lin Feng cheerfully replied, brothers, your rods have vanished. The left azure dragon and right white tiger snapped back to reality and immediately turned to look behind them. To their dismay, both of their sea rods were nowhere to be found. Why didn't you say anything earlier? They exclaimed. Lin Feng shrugged. They were gone when I noticed. In truth, Lin Feng had seen their rods trembling long before, but why should he alert them? Such individuals, even if aided, would not remember your kindness. Irritated, the duo retrieved two brand new fishing rods from their bags and began to bicker with Lin Feng, each taking turns to taunt him. Don't be so arrogant. We'll teach you a lesson in humility. Are you brave enough to wager with us? We set a time limit of 2 hours, from 6:30 to 8:30. Whoever catches the most weight in fish within that time wins. The loser must call the winner grandfather and pay 2,000 yuan. So, do you two have the courage to challenge us? The other anglers perked up immediately. If that's the case, we're no longer tired. They had previously engaged in friendly competitions over who could catch more fish, with stakes often being a pack of cigarettes or a meal. However, the stakes proposed by the left azure dragon and right white tiger were considerably higher. The title of grandfather was trivial. After all, who wasn't he a grandson at some point? But the 2,000 yuan was a hefty sum. Who could easily part with that amount? Rumors had circulated that these two had procured a wealth of high-end seafood on this island, yet they appeared quite ordinary in their attire, not at all resembling the affluent. Even if they were wealthy, casually parting with 2,000 yuan would surely sting. Everyone eagerly looked towards Lin Feng, hoping he would accept the wager. After all, everyone relished a good spectacle. Only an older man nearby expressed concern. I heard them call you a Feng. A Feng. Don't gamble with them. They are seasoned anglers with good equipment. Lin Feng felt somewhat bewildered. Was it he who was arrogant, or they? Yet, he had no desire to gamble. Why not fish in peace, each pursuing their own catch? He nodded at the older man and waved dismissively at the left azure dragon and right white tiger. The anglers quickly lost interest, murmuring amongst themselves, this young man is just a coward. He won't even gamble over 2,000 yuan. Look at their equipment. Only 2 rods and 2 buckets, and they didn't even prepare bait. What a joke. Didn't you see? He caught a pike with an empty hook. Enough of this. It's not worth watching. The left azure dragon and right white tiger displayed their disdain. Giving Lin Feng the middle finger, their faces contorted with mockery. You're clearly too afraid to gamble. Ha. What do you think? With effortless ease. I have shattered your facade. Just as Lin Feng was about to relent, the system intervened with an unexpected proclamation. System issues a temporary task. Wager against the opponent and emerge victorious. Upon task completion, a reward of 10,000 gold coins shall be granted, alongside a chance to trigger a critical skill for a mysterious surprise. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Is this even possible? I possess a fortune value of 225. The outcome of this wager is glaringly obvious. Yet, such tempting conditions from the system surely conceal ulterior motives. Nevertheless, he dismissed these thoughts. 10,000 gold coins equate to a substantial sum, not to mention the allure of a hidden reward. There was no downside to this. Lin Feng swiftly withdrew his hand from midair and declared to the left azure dragon and right white tiger, "Is it merely fishing we wager upon? I shall engage to the very end." Instantly, countless anglers turned their gazes towards him. Excitement surged through the crowd, eclipsing even the thrill of a bountiful catch. As stars ignited in every eye, the left azure dragon and right white tiger, while adjusting their new fishing rods, proclaimed, "No problem. Let all present bear witness." The losing party must adhere to their promise. Everyone nodded in agreement. The spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 072. Overturns with Qing Long and Yu Bai, who opened the bait box and, with fervor, scooped out Antarctic shrimp to generously cast into the sea. They tossed at least a dozen scoops, seemingly without concern for expense. Subsequently, they retrieved 2 lively loach, skillfully threading them onto hooks before casting their sea rods. Lin Feng observed their actions. Loach serve as an excellent bait, not only vibrant in activity, but also captivating in their swimming patterns, drawing the attention of fish. Frankly speaking, he had once indulged in fishing with loach in his past life, a practice he found somewhat embarrassing at the time. Yet, the thrill of catching sizable fish like the big-mouthed bass and perch brought him immense joy. Eventually, with the maturation of lure fishing techniques, he abandoned the use of loach. However, it was now 2007, and in the realm of sea fishing, such considerations were trivial. Sea fishing prioritizes bait. Common choices like shrimp, loach, and octopus are all exceptional live bait. Afong, others have already begun. Why are you still dawdling? If you lack bait, feel free to use mine," the uncle exclaimed, opening a bait package that contained some sea worms and Antarctic shrimp. Although sea worms were somewhat inferior to loach, Lin Feng and Lin Shui had no bait of their own. They had no choice. The three swiftly cast their lines, entering a period of anticipation. Suddenly, Yu Bai burst into laughter. Ha. I've got a fish. The fishermen were taken aback. Had it only been a few minutes since they began? It appeared that fishing indeed required a financial investment. The numerous scoops of Antarctic shrimp they had just employed amounted to quite a sum. The duo was certainly bold in their expenditure. It's quite a strong one, Yu Bai declared, casting a proud glance toward Lin Feng. It's a 6-line fish. Lin Feng, hearing this term for the first time, was curious. The 6-line fish, colloquially known as the yellow stick, is indeed a legitimate yellow stick. It delights in smaller fish and shrimp, boasting tender flesh, rich nutrition, and high economic value. The 6-line fish they had caught measured about half a meter in length, a particularly large specimen. However, due to its slender shape, it did not weigh heavily. Despite its length, it would barely tip the scales at 2 pounds. As Yu Bai placed the fish into the keep net, Zui Qinglong announced, I've got one too. He bent over, vigorously reeling in the line. This fish was substantial, exhibiting considerable strength. Zui Qinglong battled for several minutes before finally bringing it ashore. Onlookers gathered, exclaiming, "Wow, it's a flounder. Goodness, this fish is quite sizable. It must weigh around 5 or 6 pounds. Such fish could fetch over $20 per pound, making this one worth $100. The flounder, also known as the turbot, is characterized by its flattened body, similar to that of the sole. It can grow up to 5 meters in length. With a body that is asymmetrical, possessing both eyes on either the left or right side of its head." Lin Feng chuckled. Wasn't this just like Peppa Pig? Flounder is celebrated for its delicious flesh, which replenishes energy, though it should not be consumed excessively, as overeating may lead to discomfort. The left azure dragon and the right white tiger had just caught 2 fish in succession, leaving them in a state of euphoria, their lips curling into a mocking smile. Others gazed at Lin Feng and Lin Shui with a sense of intrigue. In gambling, Nothing is more tedious than a one-sided affair, devoid of suspense. Lin Shui looked anxiously at the still sea rod before her. Brother, what should we do? Lin Feng finally deduced that the task issued by the system had nothing to do with luck. It demanded his genuine skill. Suddenly, Jiao Jiao produced two mini octopuses from seemingly nowhere, releasing them into the water. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. The octopuses were full of vitality. Their 8 tentacles gracefully dancing in the water like glamorous women adorned with ribbons, captivating the attention of potential predators. Lin Feng and Lin Shui quickly reeled in their fishing lines and replaced the bait with the octopuses, casting their lines back into the sea. The uncle encouraged them. Ah Feng, this time you surely have hope. Grateful for the uncle's encouragement, Lin Feng smiled and replied, Uncle, one's fishing skills reflect one's character. Your character is commendable. So I hope you catch a fish. To everyone's surprise, just as Lin Feng finished speaking, the uncle's sea rod began to nod. Ah Feng, do your words truly hold power? That's incredible. The uncle had hooked a sizable pike, weighing around 5 or 6 pounds. Lin Feng felt a sense of curiosity. Could it be that his words indeed held such influence? System, what is going on? This system is a luck system. The host's luck has risen to level 1, which significantly enhances the fortune of those recognized by the host. Lin Feng was enlightened. This was an unexpected benefit. Luck influences both earnings and fortune. System, what is the lucky value at level 1? Approximately 1 to 20. 1 to 20? Lin Feng's mind raced with possibilities. Previously, Li Denan and Li Ernan had also benefited from his endorsement, discovering many treasures during their previous seaside expedition. Now, as he particularly recognized this uncle, his luck began to shift as well. Did this mean that in the future, his chances of winning the lottery would improve? Would the girl he adored glance at him more than once? This luck was indeed exhilarating. Lin Feng began to understand why the system was called the luck system rather than just a fortune system. Luck is a concept that is both vast and subtle. Brother. Lin Shui's voice pierced through his reverie. Look out, something's biting. The moment Lin Feng grasped the rod, he felt the tremendous strength of the fish, suggesting it might be a substantial catch. Was this luck? Unrelated to luck value. The line on the spinning wheel was being relentlessly tugged, nearly causing it to smoke. The onlookers began to feel uneasy. Look at that young man's line. It's so thin. Can he handle it? I think it's quite precarious. If a big fish turns, the line will snap. What is the most painful experience in the world? It is hooking a big fish only to have the line severed. Lin Feng was also concerned, for the fishing line was indeed exceedingly thin. However, this fishing line spans 500 meters. Lin Feng understood that only a line of such slenderness could accommodate all the necessary length on the reel. The system had no alternative. Drawing upon the wealth of fishing experience accumulated in his previous life, Lin Feng cast out 10 meters and reeled in 5. After extending 50 meters, he altered his strategy to release another 10 meters, retrieving 8 in return. His adept technique steadily drained the strength of the large fish. Lin Shui had already risen, net in hand, poised to scoop up the catch at any moment. Finally, after approximately 10 minutes of battling with the formidable fish, it succumbed to exhaustion and was drawn back to the shore by Lin Feng. Lo and behold, a skipjack tuna. This fish weighed at least 8 pounds, if not 10, with each pound fetching 50 to 60 yuan. The young man was indeed fortunate. He had surpassed his competitors, as this single fish outweighed their combined 2 catches. Skipjack tuna? The basics of coastal fishing in Lin Feng's mind was passively triggered. Skipjack tuna, a significant member of the tuna family, thrives in clear, warm surface waters, exhibiting remarkable swimming speed and stamina. It primarily feeds at dawn and dusk and is an economically valuable species, suitable for producing bonito flakes and sashimi. Lin Feng's heart leaped with joy. This creature belongs to the tuna family. Lin Shui hurriedly raised the net to catch the fish, albeit with no prior experience using such a tool, only knowing that he needed to scoop up the fish. However, he commenced the netting from the tail of the fish. This left everyone astounded. The expressions of the left azure dragon and right white tiger were already grim, not only because their opponent's catch outweighed theirs, but also due to the greater monetary value. Yet, upon witnessing this, they exchanged knowing smirks. This fool dared to net the fish in such a manner? As anticipated, the skipjack tuna abruptly turned and thrashed in the water. Chapter 073. The marvelous fish net. Lin Shui's method of fishing left everyone astonished. The elder nearby expressed his concern. A Shui, catch the fish by its head, not its tail. Lin Shui was momentarily perplexed. Shouldn't one always net the fish by its tail? How does one even catch a fish by its head? The onlookers eagerly anticipated a spectacle. Yet, after a brief struggle, the fish surprisingly slipped and completely entered the net. This scene left everyone in utter disbelief. What compelled this fish to willingly enter its own demise? Lin Feng, intrigued, recalled that he had been too preoccupied with purchasing the net to examine its features. System. What capabilities does this net possess? This net can capture any fish upon contact with any part of its body. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. The system truly delivered a superior product. Lin Shui attempted to place the 8 to 9 pound fish into a large bucket, but the elder intervened. Shui, it's better to keep it in my fish bag. Your bucket is a tad small. Following his advice, as the fish was brought aboard, the brothers left Qin Long and Right Bai, who grew increasingly restless. They quickly retrieved 2 sea rods from their bags, swiftly assembled them, baited them with loaches, and cast them into the water. Now, the scene transformed into a contest of 4 sea rods against 2. The spectators could hardly contain their dismay. Isn't this a bit shameless? For against 2? Young man, I won't be catching any fish anyway. Take my rod to use. Yes, and mine too. I have loaches here. You can use those as well. Lin Feng felt a swell of gratitude. This was the generosity of true anglers. He recalled when he first learned to fish in his past life, setting off with just a rod and a float. He had borrowed bait, lead weights, and even received guidance on adjusting his float from others. However, left Qi Long and Right Bai, who were not having it, they stood up fiercely, wielding fish spears and glaring at the onlookers. When the rules were established, it was never specified how many rods one could use. Did we violate any rules? Moreover, the bait is ours. What business is it of yours? The crowd fell silent. While their argument was somewhat flawed, it held a semblance of truth. Lin Feng nodded in appreciation, confident that he could outfish them. However, with the octopus no longer available, he could only bait with sea worms. Brother, I have a bite. Lin Shui exclaimed, quickly reeling in a white bream, weighing about 3 pounds. Basic coastal fishing guide activated. The white bream, oval or rounded shape, is an important economic fish along the coast, classified as a high-quality edible fish. Lin Feng was overjoyed. This must be quite valuable. Shortly thereafter, Lin Feng also hooked a fish, albeit a pike, approximately 5 pounds in weight. Left Qin Long and Right Bai, who also caught fish, though theirs were smaller tiger fish, together weighing only 2 pounds. Half an hour had already passed. The current standings of both parties have been diligently compiled by enthusiastic anglers, with a score of 16 pounds to 10 pounds. Lin Feng and Lin Shui are significantly ahead, causing with Qin Long and Yu Baihu to grow increasingly anxious. Exchanging glances, they promptly retrieved a large live bait box from behind, containing 30 pounds of loach, originally intended for an afternoon of sea fishing. They resolved to utilize all of it for the sake of victory in this competition. One of them frantically scattered Antarctic shrimp using a baiting spoon, while the other vigorously tossed in the loach. Many might wonder, wouldn't the live loach swim away once released into the water? How could they still bait effectively? The answer is no. These loach have been soaked in white liquor, leaving them disoriented and confined to a limited area, nearly hovering up and down in the water column without swimming off. Loach serve as a fatal temptation for many large predatory fish, such as bass, pike, and redtails, significantly disrupting the aquatic ecosystem. The spectators became enthralled, marveling at the duo's extravagant approach to fishing. Just a few scoops of loach must have cost over $100. Indeed, this strategy proved effective. Within the next half hour, numerous carnivorous fish began to swarm. Qin Long and Yu Baihu cast their lines with precision, reeling in fish one after another. They caught species such as snapper, toothfish, black catfish, and sole, accumulating approximately 15 pounds in total. This meant their overall weight reached 25 pounds. In stark contrast, Lin Feng and Lin Shui's sea worms hung lifelessly, akin to sinking stones, completely still in the water. Truth be told, most onlookers fervently hoped for Lin Feng's victory, as the tactics and character of Qin Long and Yu Baihu were rather off-putting. However, they recognized that, based on the current progress, Lin Feng and Lin Shui appeared to have little chance of triumph. Their disadvantage stemmed from insufficient rods and inadequate bait. The outcome of this contest seemed all but predetermined. Nearby, an anxious uncle voiced his concern to Lin Shui. "Ah Feng, with less than an hour remaining, why do you seem so unfazed? Do you have a plan?" Lin Shui thought to himself that they simply could not afford to lose. 2,000 yuan was at stake, a sum that could procure many things. He recalled once accompanying his little sister to the neighboring village's kindergarten, where the semester fee was precisely 2,000 yuan. The memory of her gazing longingly at the playground, the verdant lawn, and the lively children lingered in his mind. Her wide eyes brimmed with boundless yearning, while her small, departing figure exuded an overwhelming sense of solitude. He had heard his brother mention that they would enroll her in kindergarten in the latter half of the year, making that 2,000 yuan all the more crucial. Lin Feng, however, remained unperturbed, having devised a winning strategy. He decided to transform his fishing technique from traditional sea rod fishing to lure fishing. In 2007, when the art of lure fishing was just introduced to the country, many techniques were unfamiliar to most, with some even having never witnessed them before. However, he seemed to have an innate familiarity with the methods of lure fishing, as if he had lived through it in a past life. Uncle, a shui, fret not. I have my own ways to deal with them. Lin Feng retracted his sea rod, severing the fishing line at the lead weight secured at its end, and extracted the weight. The lead weighed a substantial 50 grams, which was adequate as a stabilizing anchor, yet it proved to be overly heavy for lure fishing. He desired a lead weight of approximately 20 grams, but none of the anglers present possessed such a lightweight option. He excused himself under the pretext of needing to relieve himself and stepped aside to access the system mall. Indeed, there was a 20-gram lead available for purchase, reasonably priced at 10 gold coins each. Lin Feng acquired 2 of them, along with 2 size 15 Iceni hooks, as the size 25 hooks were somewhat large and unsuitable for lure fishing. Upon his return, Lin Feng meticulously reassembled his tackle, repositioning the lead weight about 30 centimeters closer to the hook, utilizing 2 sliding beads to create a slip sinker. He reattached the sea earthworm to the hook and cast it back into the ocean. His subsequent actions instantly captivated the attention of all present. The sea earthworm. Chapter 074. From sea rod to lure. Lin Feng remained standing, one hand gripping the rod while the other turned the handle of the spinning reel. The tip of the sea rod consistently pointed skyward as he began to rhythmically reel in the line. With every 3 or 4 meters retrieved, he raised the rod in a smooth motion, repeating the process. His technique left onlookers perplexed. What kind of fishing method is this? I have never seen anything like it. Is he simply giving up? Could it be that he is enticing the fish, making the sea worms dance in the water to capture their attention? Lin Feng flashed a smile at the friend who had spoken last and gave a thumbs up. He had no intention of concealing this fishing method, as it would soon gain traction on various fishing programs, effectively promoting the sale of lure rods. Fishing is inherently interconnected. Once learned, it is easily shared, devoid of any commercial secrecy. Thus, he spoke candidly. What this angler has said is indeed correct. I am enticing the fish, targeting the fierce carnivorous species. Consider this. When they observe the continuously moving sea worms, does it not increase the likelihood of them taking the bait? The crowd suddenly enlightened. Young man, I am truly astounded. I had no idea it could be done this way. If this proves effective, I will give you a thumbs up for sharing this method. While uncertainty lingered regarding the efficacy of this technique, the underlying principle seemed plausible. Conversations erupted, and despite skepticism about the method, admiration for Lin Feng's character flourished. Akin to someone discovering a prime fishing location and selflessly sharing the geographical coordinates. Lin Feng cast his line approximately 100 meters before reeling it back in, yielding no results. He cast again, entrusting the rod to Lin Shui, who had observed closely and was now mimicking the technique with competence. Yet, this attempt also returned empty-handed. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng completed the modifications on Lin Shui's sea rod, and the 2 brothers each wielded a rod, commencing their lure fishing endeavors. They repeatedly cast into the sea and reeled back, replacing the sea worms twice, yet to no avail. Just as disinterest began to set in, both brothers suddenly exerted force simultaneously. They had hooked fish. The elder man abandoned his own fishing to assist them in netting their catches. A Feng, a Shui, well done, exclaimed the elder as they pulled up a Spanish mackerel and a blue-spotted trevally. In Lin Feng's mind, the basics of coastal fishing was passively activated. The Spanish mackerel, a species thriving in warmer waters, is known for its diverse diet and strong swimming ability, capable of long-distance migrations. It is also beneficial for treating chronic gastrointestinal issues, neuroses, and pulmonary ailments. The blue-spotted trevally, belonging to the mackerel family, features a slender, spindle-shaped body, short pectoral fins, and tiny round scales, primarily inhabiting the upper layers of nearshore waters. Swift in movement and ferocious in temperament, its liver serves as an excellent source for extracting fish oil, while its flesh is delicious and nutritious, suitable for canning and salting. Lin Feng chuckled, remarking on the 2 fish he had caught, quite impressive indeed. He resolved to purchase a large refrigerator without delay. As the two fish were netted, the surrounding anglers were left in awe, as if caught in a dream. To think, such a fishing technique proved so effective, with only 7 or 8 casts resulting in a catch. Though a duration of 7 to 8 minutes may not satisfy women, it certainly pleased him. Ha ha ha. This method of fishing is particularly fascinating, engaging everyone involved, unlike the solitary nature of sea fishing where one sits idly before a rod. Appearing foolish, the others expressed keen interest in this technique, acknowledging its merit. They eagerly picked up their rods, attempting to replicate the method, although it was somewhat unfamiliar. Some struggled to master the skill, their movements resembling those of someone afflicted by a stroke. Yet, with so many participants, a few managed to grasp the technique. Before long, a fellow exclaimed in delight, "Ha ha ha, look, I've caught a fish." The exhilaration of landing a fish was immediate and palpable. This individual was genuinely elated, having discovered a new frontier. The encouragement further bolstered the confidence of the others. While Lin Feng and Lin Shui were busy reeling in their 2 fish, the brothers Zhuo Qinglong and Yu Baihu were not idle either, occasionally landing a catch. However, as time wore on and the loaches became more elusive, their activity noticeably dwindled, resulting in only 2 pike catches. Well then, let us continue to bait the area. They cast another 10 spoonfuls of loach into the sea, and soon the opposing team reeled in 2 more fish, totaling around 3 kilograms. Lin Feng and Lin Shui grew increasingly emboldened, managing to catch 5 fish in just half an hour, an impressive haul of about 20 kilograms. Although most of the fish were of little monetary value, it validated Lin Feng's hypothesis. In this era, fishing resources remained relatively abundant, and many fish had likely never encountered such a technique before. Many anglers began tallying their catches: 36 kilograms, 29 kilograms. Once again, Lin Feng and Lin Shui surged ahead. However, as the ferocity of the fish in this area diminished, coupled with the declining activity of the sea worms, their catch rate began to wane. Fortunately, their competitors had not made significant progress either. "Brother Qinglong, do you think we should try that lad's fishing method?" one inquired. "What nonsense! If we attempt that, we would be ridiculed." In truth, Zhuo Qinglong and Yu Baihu had long been intrigued by Lin Feng's innovative technique, yet they would never stoop to adopting it. This was a matter of pride. With only half an hour remaining, Zhuo Qinglong and Yu Baihu exchanged glances and, in silent agreement, retrieved 4 sea rods from their bags. When 8 rods were lined up and cast into the sea, everyone was left speechless. Goodness gracious, this is shamelessness at its peak. Then, they proceeded to empty an entire box of Antarctic shrimp and the remaining loaches into the water, creating a veritable shower of bait. It seemed the fish in this area had long since been satiated by their generous offering. They appeared to be dissatisfied, promptly picking up stones from the ground. Standing up, they chuckled and said, "It has been ages since I last skipped stones. Let me give it a try." The azure dragon and the white tiger gripped their stones tightly and hurled them towards the expanse of water where Lin Feng and Lin Shui were fishing. "Oh dear. My apologies. It seems I have indeed lost my touch after so many years. My throw was far too angled." They laughed. "Your throw wasn't far enough either. Watch me." After the Antarctic shrimp and mudfish splashed into the water, the response was indeed vigorous. They caught fish one after another, reeling in 7 or 8 at once, weighing approximately 20 pounds. The disparity between the two sides widened yet again, 36 pounds to 49 pounds. Lin Feng felt a surge of anger. "Is this how you wish to play? Very well, I shall engage you to the end." Zhao Jiao, who had been daydreaming nearby, perked up at Lin Feng's call and hurried over, flapping her wings. With her head held high, she fixed her gaze on Lin Feng, seemingly asking, "What are your commands, you scoundrel?" Chapter 075. The extraordinary Zhao Lin Feng gazed at the expanse of ocean before the left azure dragon and right white tiger. Zhao, are you feeling hungry? Do you have a fondness for loaches? Is your large wing itching?" Zhao, with an expression of innocent bewilderment, retorted. "Why do you have so many questions, like an old woman? Why don't you just go die?" Suddenly, Zhao seemed to grasp something profound. "Is the scoundrel master implying that?" Lin Feng met her gaze with unwavering resolve. "Very well." With that, Zhao took a determined step forward, lifted her head high, spread her magnificent wings, and with a splash, leapt into the sea. Initially, she swam in a straight line, but after approximately 10 meters, she abruptly veered towards the area where the left azure dragon and right white tiger were fishing. Joyfully flapping her enormous wings, she danced through the water like a deep-sea missile, diving and surfacing with vigor, her beak triumphantly clutching a loach, sending a great splash across the surface. The spectacle was nothing short of delightful. Everyone stood dumbfounded. This large white goose was indeed amusing. Even the left azure dragon and right white tiger were momentarily taken aback. Due to Jiao Jiao's raucous antics, their fishing area was thrown into disarray, scaring away any fish that dared to linger. Rising to their feet, they pointed at Lin Feng and shouted, "You can't catch fish, and now you resort to trickery? We've seen shamelessness, but never this level of audacity." Lin Feng and Lin Shui exchanged glances, speechless. "Is this what you call shameless?" Lin Feng retorted, refusing to indulge their absurdity. "I merely wish to inquire. When you established the rules, did you ever mention this clause? Moreover, can you blame me for Jiao Jiao's preference for swimming in your vicinity? You are free to merely skip stones in our fishing area, yet we must remain silent?" The other onlookers, seasoned anglers, found the scene most entertaining. They eagerly anticipated a confrontation. Ideally, they hoped it would escalate into a full-blown brawl, for that would truly enliven the atmosphere. Indeed, there is no such rule. You said it yourself. The left azure dragon and right white tiger, abandoning their fishing rods, picked up stones from the ground and hurled them towards Lin Feng and Lin Shui's fishing area. However, despite their utmost effort, they could scarcely throw them 20 to 30 meters. Jiao Jiao, on the other hand, was a living being capable of swimming 100 or 200 meters. While stones were lifeless, due to their excessive exertion, the left azure dragon stumbled comically, while the right white tiger nearly fell into the sea, straining his back. Their ludicrous antics elicited hearty laughter from the crowd. Yet, this did not perturb Lin Feng and Lin Shui in the slightest. They cast their lines further and further, reaching a distance of over 200 meters, a span beyond the reach of the left azure dragon and right white tiger's feeble stone throws. Changing tactics, the left azure dragon and right white tiger began throwing stones at Jiao Jiao, attempting to scare her off. But the more they shouted, the more exuberantly Jiao Jiao swam, performing a graceful dance before them. As they continued to yell and shout, Jiao Jiao dived beneath the surface, disappearing from sight. When she resurfaced, she was swimming directly towards Lin Feng and Lin Shui. Left azure dragon and right white tiger exhaled deeply, seemingly relieved that the large white goose had been sufficiently frightened and would no longer cause any disturbance. Jiao Jiao approached Lin Feng and Lin Shui, opening her mouth as two loaches tumbled out. Lin Feng affectionately patted Jiao Jiao's forehead, praising her. "You are truly remarkable." Jiao Jiao held her head high and dove back into the water, eager to catch more loaches. Lin Feng grasped a loach with a towel and deftly threaded a hook through its back. He had observed how left azure dragon and right white tiger inserted the hook through the loach's mouth, a method he deemed ineffective as it hindered the loach's breathing and vitality. Instead, threading through the back not only preserved the loach's liveliness but also granted it freedom of movement. When it swam gracefully in the water, it resembled a complete loach. Meanwhile, Lin Shui mirrored Lin Feng's actions, successfully hanging a loach on his line. The two brothers resumed casting their sea rods into the water, rhythmically reeling them back in. The loach proved far more potent than sea worms, and coupled with Lin Feng and Lin Shui's antics to attract fish. Both brothers quickly hooked a catch on their first cast. An elderly man nearby hurried to assist in netting the fish, only to discover they had caught two sizable lobsters, each weighing around 2 pounds. Left azure dragon and right white tiger protested. "This is a fishing competition. Lobsters do not count. Indeed, it is strictly limited to various fish. What significance do lobsters hold?" Ignoring the foolish complaints of left azure dragon and right white tiger, Lin Feng and Lin Shui recognized that time was of the essence. Rather than engage in petty arguments, they chose to seize every moment. An enthusiastic fellow angler called out, "Everyone, there are only 3 minutes remaining in the competition." 3 minutes? Left azure dragon glanced at his wristwatch, incredulous. "Look again. It's clearly 8:28, meaning only 2 minutes are left." Although Jiao Jiao's antics had cost them several precious minutes, there remained a difference of approximately 13 pounds. They doubted that in the final 2 minutes, Lin Feng and Lin Shui could secure any additional catches. Jiao Jiao, ever diligent, promptly delivered more loaches. The brothers swiftly replaced their bait and cast their lines back into the sea. Lin Shui's cast reached over 100 meters, yet upon reeling it in, he found no success and hastily cast again. Lin Feng, however, launched his line astonishingly far, perhaps 300 meters. Despite its unassuming appearance, the sea rod glided through the air effortlessly, encountering no resistance. As the final minute of the competition approached, left azure dragon and right white tiger abandoned their rods to act as timekeepers. 59 seconds, 58 seconds, 57 seconds. With the countdown underway, tension filled the air. It's hopeless, everyone disperse. If the gap were only a few pounds, there might be hope, but with a difference of over 10 pounds. The possibility seems bleak. Regardless, these two young men have done their utmost and caught a considerable number of fish. They are the unrecognized champions. Lin Feng continued to reel in his line at a leisurely pace, though his palms were slick with sweat. Every man possesses an intense desire for victory, regardless of the opponent. He is no exception. He cannot bear the thought of conceding defeat to these two scoundrels. 30 seconds, 29 seconds, 28 seconds. Lin Feng's line is nearly reeled in, with only the final few meters remaining. He lets out a sigh and hastens his retrieval. 20 seconds, 19 seconds, 18 seconds. Zhuo Qinglong has been keeping track of the time, already envisioning the moment when Lin Feng and Lin Shui kneel before them, addressing them as grandfathers. Lin Feng's fishing line has reached the shore. Suddenly, the tip of the rod plunges down, sending a tremendous splash of water into the air. Lin Feng bellows, "Shui, the net." Chapter 76, an additional fee required. All were rendered speechless. In the final 10 seconds, Lin Feng astonishingly hooked a fish. This fish had cautiously followed the loach, but at the last moment, it could no longer resist. Just the sight of the splashing water indicated that this was undoubtedly a substantial catch. However, with only 10 seconds remaining, would this fish make it to shore? If it did not reach the bank, it would not count. Left Azure Dragon and Right White Tiger grew anxious, loudly counting down. 10 seconds. 9 seconds. 8 seconds. At this critical juncture, Lin Shui gripped the landing net firmly, holding on to the conviction of victory. His gaze was resolute, his movements powerful. Suddenly, he thrust downwards, targeting the fish's head. With a vigorous pull upwards, the net swished through the air and water, bringing the large fish ashore. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Left Azure Dragon and Right White Tiger stood frozen, their hands poised in a scissor gesture, yet utterly speechless. They ceased their counting. But Lin Feng continued. 1 second, the competition is over. Everyone rushed over, their excitement surpassing even Lin Feng's. What a terrifying creature. This was a conger eel. A particularly fierce variety of eel. How on earth did he manage to catch such a rare fish? The conger eel? It was Lin Feng's first encounter with such a ferocious eel, and the knowledge from the basics of coastal fishing book activated in his mind. The conger eel, king of eels, is scaleless and naked, with a large head, gill slits, and a wide mouth filled with formidable teeth. This creature eats in a rather refined manner. Rarely swallowing its prey whole on the first attempt, it prefers to observe and savor its meals, fleeing at the slightest hint of danger. Naturally solitary, it shuns company, becoming exceedingly aggressive once hooked. As Lin Feng gazed at the fish, he couldn't help but chuckle. Such a fierce appearance, yet its dining habits seemed so refined. His mind conjured an indescribable image. Li Kuei and Zhang Fei seated together, both delicately raising their fingers, exchanging glances as they picked up a piece of beef. Gently nibbling at the corners, savoring each bite. Brother Kuei, this beef is delightful. Brother Fei, take your time and enjoy it, one small bite at a time. The scene was almost unbearable to witness. Although everyone was buzzing with excitement, no one dared declare a winner, as the weights had yet to be revealed. Many fishermen were present, some equipped with weighing scales. An uncle, seemingly unperturbed by Left Azure Dragon and Right White Tiger, stood up and proclaimed, "Let us begin weighing." The competitors should bring their fish over. Both parties placed their catches on opposite sides and commenced weighing. The previously anticipated weights matched the expectations of the fellow anglers. Left Azure Dragon and Right White Tiger's catch weighed in at 50 pounds, a figure that left many in awe. Yet, considering the cost they incurred, several pounds of Antarctic shrimp and dozens of loaches, this 50-pound catch suddenly seemed less impressive. Excluding the conger eel, Lin Feng and Lin Shui's total was 37 pounds. The difference was a notable 13 pounds. And the sole factor that would determine the outcome of the competition was the conger eel. In the next moment, the fish's mouth was firmly hooked. Left Azure Dragon and Right White Tiger became increasingly tense. Lin Feng and Lin Shui widened their eyes in astonishment. The other fishing enthusiasts were equally transfixed. 14 pounds and 5 ounces. A voice broke the silence, causing an uproar among the crowd. Lin Shui immediately embraced Lin Feng, his face alight with the thrill of victory. Although he still did not smile, the upward curve of his lips grew more pronounced. Lin Feng cast a grateful glance toward the elder, then turned back to gently pat Jiao Jiao's small head. The onlookers began to murmur, "Young man, Congratulations. You possess real skill. It seems you only used a few loaches, unlike others who employed dozens of pounds. Well, although I only caught one, I have learned how to entice the fish. I won't be idle anymore. Left Azure Dragon and Right White Tiger fixed their gaze on the weighing scale, feeling somewhat discontented, yet they had no choice in front of the crowd. One must honor their bets. It was not worth losing face over 2,000 yuan. However, they could not bring themselves to call out grandfather. Exchanging glances, they spoke. Well, how about this? We'll give you 3,000 yuan, and we'll call it even. That should suffice, right? 3,000 yuan was no small sum. One might not earn that much in 2 months of fishing. They were willing to pay, but they could not utter that grandfather. Calling someone grandfather felt hollow compared to the tangible value of 1,000 yuan. The others deemed the deal quite reasonable. Young man, I believe you should consider it. 1,000 yuan is quite valuable. One remarked, to be honest, if someone offered me 1,000 yuan to call them grandfather, I would do it every day. Another chimed in. Don't overthink it. Give me 500, and I will call you grandfather 10 times. Just as everyone presumed Lin Feng would acquiesce, he unexpectedly shook his head. No way. His refusal elevated the crowd's perception of him. This young man had integrity. He refused to bend for mere trifles. Left Azure Dragon and Right White Tiger grew anxious. You can't be unreasonable. What exactly do you want? With unwavering determination, Lin Feng stated emphatically, you need to increase the offer. The crowd responded with astonishment. Left Azure Dragon exclaimed, while Right White Tiger muttered. They had thought this lad possessed true grit, only to find it was not so. Yet, to avoid calling him grandfather, the two could only inquire, how much more? Add 2,000 more, making it 5,000. Left Azure Dragon and Right White Tiger were taken aback. You really dare to ask for that? The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. After all, this was 5,000 yuan. The elder, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle, addressed Left Azure Dragon and Right White Tiger. A bet is a bet. You must speak up. Reluctantly, they nodded in agreement. Fine. We'll pay. The elder extended his hand. How shall we settle this? Cash or bank transfer? We didn't bring that much cash. How about this? One of you stays here while the other retrieves the money. Lin Feng was moved to tears. The elder's consideration was indeed remarkable. Uncertain of the reason, he felt an inexplicable aura emanating from the elder. It was difficult to articulate precisely what it was, but there lingered a sense of authority amidst the ordinariness. Zhuo Qinglong shook his head and rode away from the small island. Upon reaching the shore, Zhuo Qinglong started up a pickup truck, and soon thereafter, he vanished from sight. Lin Feng, Lin Shui, and the towering trees also departed from the island, arriving at the shoreline to await Zhuo Qinglong. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng learned that the elder's full name was Shueli Xiang, aged 52, although he repeatedly insisted that he was merely a resident of the neighboring Nanyu village. Lin Feng found it implausible that it was so simple. After approximately 20 minutes, Zhuo Qinglong returned, holding a black bag that contained 5,000 yuan. When this money was handed to Lin Feng, the contest had undeniably concluded. Uncle Xiang, why do I sense that both Zhuo Qinglong and Yu Baihu seem a bit intimidated by you? Shueli Xiang smiled faintly, his words strikingly profound. Chapter 077. The fundamentals of turtle breath technique. The names Left Azure Dragon and Right White Tiger are quite fitting. Lin Feng scratched his head in embarrassment as Shueli Xiang continued. One is named Su Long, and the other Su Hu. I once ran a fishing tackle factory, and they worked there a few years ago. Having operated a fishing tackle factory, Lin Feng was not particularly surprised. A person's disposition can be revealed through their every gesture. The mention of the fishing tackle factory stirred something within Lin Feng. The technique of lure fishing had only recently been introduced to the country, and most people remained unaware of it. However, once it gained popularity, there would be no turning back. This indicated that the current market was essentially a blank slate. What if they produce lure rods? Uncle Xiang, is your factory still operating? The factory remains, though I no longer oversee it. Shueli Xiang seemed reluctant to dwell on the subject, and Lin Feng felt it inappropriate to press further. There would be ample opportunity in the future. Shueli Xiang had arrived on a tricycle, and Lin Feng lifted the entire catch aboard, leaving behind only a few pike that weighed over a pound, meant for Jiao Jiao. Ah Feng, what are you doing? Uncle Xiang, we can't take these fish with us. You should take them all. I don't want them. Besides, I can't eat this many fish. Shueli Xiang was fully aware that Lin Feng's gesture was intentional. They had clearly come by boat, so it was hardly inconvenient to transport the fish. It was merely a way to express gratitude. Haha, Uncle Xiang, if you return home with just one fish, It might be hard to explain to Annie, wouldn't it? If you take all these fish home, Annie will surely let you go fishing again next time. Shui Lixiang laughed heartily, recognizing the wisdom in Lin Feng's words. What angler wouldn't relish the idea of returning home with a bountiful catch to boast about before their spouse? Ultimately, the elder accepted all the fish, save for a 10-pound bonito. This brought a sigh of relief to Lin Feng. This was merely the beginning of their friendship. After Shui Lixiang left a phone number, he departed. Congratulations, Host Zhu, on completing the system's assigned task. Reward: 10,000 gold coins. This task triggered a critical hit skill, granting a mysterious surprise, entry-level turtle breath technique, allowing for diving up to 20 meters without the need for decompression. Turtle breath technique? Lin Feng was well aware of its significance, a concept rooted in ancient practices. The turtle breath technique is a form of biophysics breathing exercise. As noted in pulse observation, though the ox has ears, it breathes through its nose, and though the turtle has a nose, it breathes through its ears. Thus, when discussing turtle breath, one should speak through the ears. Furthermore, the record of Zhitian states, when sleeping, breath exits through the ears, known as turtle breath, which ensures longevity for the great turtle. It is said that a turtle can live for a millennium. What accounts for its longevity? It is attributed to its breathing. Prolonged breath leads to a prolonged life. A human's breath lasts only 5 seconds, thus their lifespan typically ranges from 60 to 100 years. Cats and dogs have even shorter breath durations of 3 seconds, resulting in an average lifespan of around 10 years. But for turtles, their breath can extend up to 45 seconds. Their lifespan generally ranges from 500 to 1,000 years, or even longer. How does one cultivate the art of turtle breathing? Through slow respiration. Inhale deeply and exhale shortly, or vice versa. Maintain equal lengths of breath. Training both exhalation and breath-holding duration. Lin Feng, in his previous life, enjoyed perusing the Guinness World Records. He recalled that the longest breath-holding time recorded was 24 minutes. He wondered how long he could hold his breath with the entry-level turtle breathing technique awarded by the system. May I inquire how long one can hold their breath at the entry level of turtle breathing? The entry-level turtle breathing technique allows for a breath-holding duration of 5 minutes. 5 minutes? This greatly exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. He felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim father to the system. As far as he knew, the average person could hold their breath for 30 to 60 seconds. Had he suddenly become 5 times more capable? Although 5 minutes does not rival the Guinness record, it left him quite satisfied. 5 minutes underwater could accomplish a multitude of tasks. Furthermore, diving to a depth of 20 meters without the need for decompression alleviated many of his concerns. As Lin Feng assessed, he now possessed several skills: entry-level swimming, entry-level turtle breathing, and general physical metrics. If there were to be another opportunity, would he be rewarded with entry-level underwater vision? If so, that would be absolutely delightful. He checked the system panel. Host: Lin Feng. Fortune value: 230 points. Fortune level: Level 1, 4051000. Coins: 10,000. Comprehensive physical metrics: 101 points. Skills: entry-level swimming, entry-level turtle breathing, unlocked tools, multi-toothed rake, basic coastal guide, iron clamps, 10-meter trap, sea rod. With 230 points of exhilarating fortune value still intact, Lin Feng felt immense satisfaction. It was time to embark on significant endeavors. Yet, upon reflection, he found himself in a state of confusion. He had already caught fish and completed competitions. Where could he redeem this 230 fortune value? Brother, shall we return home? Lin Feng, feeling a tinge of reluctance, decided to consult the system. Is there a time limitation on the accumulated fortune points? He certainly did not wish to squander the 230 fortune points if he did not utilize them today. Would they become void tomorrow? The current validity period for the exhilarating fortune points is 72 hours. They will automatically expire after 72 hours. 72 hours or 3 days. The acquisition of fortune points follows a sequential order, which Lin Feng found agreeable. It would be exhausting to pursue coastal activities every day. Accumulating fortune points to a certain extent before engaging in coastal expeditions seemed both prudent and efficient, albeit a bit tiring. However, considering he was to receive an award in the county tomorrow, he would have to dedicate a day to that. Thus, even if today yielded no results, he must venture out to the coast tomorrow. Alas, it seemed he couldn't escape a life of toil. The day was still early, and returning home felt tedious. Moreover, with the splendid weather and azure skies, why not practice swimming techniques and turtle breathing here instead? Shui, how about we explore other places? He had heard there were activities to enjoy, and Lin Shui was exhilarated, for he was still a child at heart. "Brother, where shall we go to play? Let us embark on a small boat to the sea, but we shall not venture too far." As Jiao Jiao savored her fish, she flapped her wings and scampered towards the boat. The little vessel of the two arrived at a point approximately 2 kilometers from the shore. It was rather distant, and Lin Feng hesitated to go further, aware that the boat was quite aged and in disrepair. Any mishap would be dire. He took out a fishing rod and lowered it vertically to gauge the water's depth, which appeared to be around 18 or 19 meters. Shui, how about we practice swimming today? Sure. Though Lin Shui was quite adept in the water, Lin Feng, prioritizing safety, tied a rope around each of their waists, connecting them to the wooden boat. Shui, you go ahead and swim. I will keep watch from the boat. With joy, Lin Shui and Jiao Jiao leapt into the water, frolicking happily, relishing the moment. Lin Shui made a remarkable discovery. The sunscreen applied in the morning had miraculously withstood the water. He wondered where his elder brother had procured such an extraordinary product. After swimming for a while, Lin Shui and Jiao Jiao returned to the boat, and it was Lin Feng's turn to enter the water. Chapter 078. Are there pearls in here? Shui, when I dive into the water, if I haven't surfaced in 5 minutes, pull the rope. But do not be anxious. I have recently mastered a breath-holding technique that allows me to remain submerged for an extended period. Lin Feng, concerned about Lin Shui's apprehensions, elucidated his intentions clearly. Brother, 5 minutes? Lin Shui expressed disbelief. He enjoyed holding his breath while swimming, but he could barely manage a minute. Their grandfather had previously cautioned them about the dangers of prolonged breath-holding underwater. It could lead to unintended consequences if one simply floated to the surface. Although not particularly astute, Lin Shui understood the gravity of 5 minutes. He could not help but cast a look of admiration towards Lin Feng. His elder brother was truly remarkable. With a splash, Lin Feng plunged into the water. After frolicking for a while, he dove deep, commencing his breath-holding. Lin Shui, one hand grasping his phone to monitor the time and the other clutching the rope to gauge its tension, remained vigilant. Underwater, a mother octopus was swimming joyfully. Suddenly, a human figure appeared behind it. In a panic, it instinctively released a cloud of ink, splattering Lin Shui's entire face. Lin Feng instinctively cursed, but the scent was overwhelmingly foul. The octopus's ink spray disoriented him, compelling a hasty return to the surface. Brother, what happened? Lin Shui glanced at his phone. Only half a minute had passed. What happened to the promised 5 minutes? It's nothing. I merely surfaced to check on you. Lin Feng awkwardly expelled water from his mouth. Brother, your face? Lin Feng quickly rinsed himself off, careful not to disclose to Lin Shui that it was the octopus's ink that had caused his predicament. Jiao Jiao was enjoying her time in the water, and her visibility was excellent. She too had noticed the ink-squirting octopus. She dove down, and the octopus ascended. Huh, look at you, trying to keep this a secret, huh? Do as you wish. Well then, I shall dive down once more. Lin Feng readjusted his breathing, inhaling deeply for a full minute before feeling satisfied. The sensation was truly exhilarating. He then plunged back into the depths. In the water, Lin Feng refrained from unnecessary movements to conserve energy and enhance his breath-holding capabilities. This time, he managed to hold his breath for a full 5 minutes before surfacing. Brother, you are incredible. He adjusted his breathing again and continued to dive. This time, he opted to swim while holding his breath, testing the limits of his endurance. The technique of turtle breathing emphasized stillness, yet remaining still offered little opportunity for activity. Lin Feng swam directly towards the ocean floor, his eyes partly squinted, allowing him to glimpse the underwater scenery. However, he dared not fully open his eyes, feeling a slight discomfort. If only the system could reward him with enhanced underwater vision. Upon diving deeper, he was astounded by the sheer abundance of treasures that lay beneath the waves. The vibrant and colorful hydra blooms, the sea anemones pure as snow lotus, and the clownfish swimming around the corals, alongside the pearlescent sea hares. Each sight is a feast for the eyes. However, these treasures hold little monetary value. The lilac hydra and the sea hare caught Lin Feng's attention as he noticed several large conchs not far beneath the surface. Their peculiar shape, reminiscent of cat's eyes, made them easily discernible. Without hesitation, he gathered 4 or 5 cat's eye conchs and tucked them into his trousers, making his way to the edge of the boat. Lin Shui and Jiao Jiao were momentarily taken aback. Lin Feng's trousers were indeed quite conspicuous. Nearby, a small fishing boat lay anchored, its surroundings adorned with several fishing rods. Yet no one was casting lines. In the upper deck of the vessel, a man and a woman engaged in a card game. Though it was brief, dealing for a minute, playing for a minute, shuffling for a minute. Just as the game concluded, the female player glanced through the glass, her breath quickening at the sight. "What are you staring at?" The male player grumbled. "Are you dissatisfied with my skills?" The woman fell silent, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng. "Brother, what's in your trousers?" Lin Feng produced several cat's eye conchs and tossed them onto the deck. "Shui, do you recognize this conch?" "Cat's eye conch," Lin Shui exclaimed, picking one up and squeezing it, causing a significant spray of seawater to burst forth. The male player on the fishing boat witnessed this and remarked to the female player, "Look at the water output from that cat's eye conch." The woman felt a sense of defeat. A pound of cat's eye conchs yields half a pound of water. Lin Feng's mind involuntarily recalled the basics of beachcombing book. The cat's eye conch belongs to the class Gastropoda and the family Strombidae. Its shell is thick and smooth, with a rounded aperture but a sharp outer lip. The aperture is yellow, and the shell boasts a rich array of colors and intricate patterns. As it crawls, it sports a lid resembling a cat's eye, which is particularly striking, hence its name. This conch, when fashioned into decorative items, is also exceedingly beautiful. Lin Feng quickly dove again, this time equipped with a net. He gathered hundreds of cat's eye conchs resting on the seabed and placed them all into the net. "Brother, there are so many cat's eye conchs!" Lin Shui exclaimed joyfully. These would make lovely necklaces for his younger sister. Jiao Zhao gazed at the plump white flesh of the conchs, her excitement palpable as she drooled. She was puzzled. Having always been a vegetarian, why was she now craving meat? Yet, she understood that these cat's eye conchs would likely be sold by her unscrupulous owner, and whether she would be granted one to eat remained uncertain. Lin Feng quickly checked his fortune value, only to find it had dropped to 200 points. Why is it so low? He wondered. The more than 100 cat's eye conchs weighed roughly 10 pounds. Could it be that these conchs were exorbitantly priced, for to 500 yuan per pound? A shui. How much is this per pound? Lin Feng's eyes brimmed with anticipation. "Brother, I've seen them sold for over 20 yuan per pound before." "Over 20 yuan per pound?" Lin Feng gazed at the cat's eye snails on the ground, somewhat bewildered. "This should only be worth over 200 yuan, yet it consumed 30 points of my luck. What on earth was going on?" Lin Feng unearthed 4 particularly exquisite cat's eye snails from the pile. "A shui, these 4 snails are quite large and appear beautiful. Could they fetch a higher price?" Lin Shui looked at Lin Feng as if he were a fool. Even if these snails were fox spirits, they'd still only sell for 20 yuan per pound. Lin Feng, puzzled, suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Could it be? Could there be pearls inside? Without hesitation, Lin Feng began searching for a suitable tool, but all that the rickety boat offered was wood upon wood. "What should we do?" "A shui, shall we play a game?" "What game?" "One-handed shell opening." Lin Feng poised his fist above a cat's eye snail. "Brother, your hand will hurt." Lin Feng chuckled. "What a joke. My physical abilities surpass those of an average person. How could it possibly hurt? Besides, this creature appears quite fragile." In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng's fist came crashing down. Chapter 79. The cat's eye snail. With a resounding thud, Lin Feng's fist struck the shell of the cat's eye snail. The shell shattered into pieces, and the flesh was flattened under the force. "Brother, does it hurt?" Lin Feng immediately tucked his fist behind him, a smile gracing his face. "What pain?" "It's nothing." "Brother, why are you smashing these cat's eye snails? For what purpose?" Lin Shui felt a pang of concern, though not for Lin Feng's hand, as he had claimed it was painless. His concern lay with the cat's eye snails. They could fetch a price of 100 or 200 yuan. "A shui, I believe there are pearls inside." "Pearls?" In Lin Shui's mind, his elder brother emanated a mysterious aura of luck. Whatever he claimed was taken as truth without a hint of doubt. It was a belief instinctively held. Convinced, Lin Shui arranged the cat's eye snails in a neat line, numbering more than a dozen. "Brother, go again." Lin Feng's lips twitched. "Come again?" "Not really. My dear sister is also my sister." He crouched down to carefully inspect the flesh of the snail, finding no pearls within. He tossed the piece of meat to Jiao Jiao. Suddenly blessed, Jiao Jiao flapped her wings joyfully, opening her mouth to devour the snail meat. Despite the cat's eye snail being roughly the size of a child's fist, the flesh was scant, leaving Jiao Jiao wanting more. "Brother, are there pearls?" Lin Feng shook his head and glanced at the row of cat's eye snails on the ground. If he continued smashing them, he might ruin his fist. He had just experienced a surge in strength, but it wasn't enough to open over 100 cat's eye snails. Yet, he had boasted. And now he pondered how to rectify that. "Brother, here." Lin Shui removed 2 paddles from their boat and handed one to Lin Feng. Lin Feng smacked his forehead. How foolish it was to have forgotten the paddles while focusing on the boat. The 2 brothers excitedly resumed their smashing, and Zhao Zhao eagerly consumed each piece. However, after breaking more than 50, they had yet to uncover anything. The brothers stared blankly at Zhao Zhao's bulging belly. Could it be that their hasty searching caused her to consume the pearls? Feeling the weight of their gazes, Zhao Zhao shivered involuntarily. What are you doing? Are you planning to stew me? With a sudden release, Zhao Zhao let out a loud fart. The stench filled the air, prompting Lin Feng and Lin Shui to cover their noses and abandon any thoughts of stewing the goose. If it stank this badly, it surely wouldn't taste good when cooked. The brothers resumed their task. Upon reaching the 81st snail, Lin Feng's eyes widened in surprise. Shui, look at this. He held up a small yellow sphere adorned with red markings, about the size of a marble. Lin Shui cautiously accepted it, examining it closely. Brother, shouldn't pearls be white? This is cat's excrement, isn't it? Lin Feng patted Lin Shui's head. Pearls can be of various colors. Who said they must be white? The pearl appeared rather unremarkable, yet Lin Feng was acutely aware of its true worth, having expended 30 points of luck value. Indeed, it was valuable. The two brothers proceeded to open the remaining cat's eye shells and discovered 2 more pearls. Both were yellowish, reminiscent of glass spheres that had fallen into a cesspool. Exhausted and breathless, the brothers took a moment to rest. Lin Feng lit a cigarette, savoring each draw. Not far off, a fishing boat approached them. Its bow occupied by a man and a woman. Hello, young brothers. Lin Feng looked up at the pair. The man wore a cap, but his receding hairline suggested he was around 40, while the woman, dressed in a light ensemble topped with a white dress, appeared to be in her 20s. Lin Feng gazed at them with a hint of envy. The vessel was a 3-deck fiberglass fishing boat, approximately 7 meters long and 3 meters wide. The first deck featured several fishing stations, with a live fish tank in the center, while the second and third decks served as relaxation areas. This type of boat was designed specifically for deep-sea fishing, either chartered by the couple or purchased outright. Out of courtesy, Lin Feng waved at them. Young brother, I noticed you were breaking open shells earlier. Were you searching for pearls? Lin Feng's spirits lifted. Had he stumbled upon experts in the field? Without concern for theft, he pulled 3 yellowish pearls from his pocket. Indeed, we have unearthed 3 pearls. The duo's eyes widened with excitement, and Wang Meiling, in particular, appeared eager. May we come closer to inspect them? Feel free to approach. As the 2 boats drew near, one towering over 4 meters and the other a mere meter in height, the contrast was stark. One vessel gleamed under the sun, its surface radiant, while the other was old and worn, appearing as if it might smoke in the sunlight. Young brother, these pearls are quite decent. What do you say to selling them to us? The Mediterranean man, named Li Dahai, was a jewelry dealer who recognized the value of the pearls at a glance. They were rare Melaleuca pearls, also known as dragon pearls or flame pearls. Their worth depended on the number of flame patterns on their surfaces. The pearl before him was adorned with numerous flame patterns, classifying it as a high-end piece. 3 could be strung together for a necklace, perhaps for Wang Meiling, who had recently joined Li's business as an employee. Lin Feng felt reassured by his luck value, believing it would serve as a safeguard against being cheated. How much will you offer? To be frank, young brother, I can offer 200 per piece. You can easily verify that this price is quite generous. Lin Feng glanced at the vast ocean. Verify it now? He mused. The words sounded more appealing than the reality. Li Dahai's demeanor suggested he was not entirely trustworthy. Initially, Lin Feng had intended to build a rapport with him, but he reconsidered. He simply gestured an okay. Li Dahai suppressed the joy gleaming in his eyes. And just as he was about to reach for his wallet, he noticed Lin Feng shaking his head. This does not signify okay. Rather, you need to add a 0 after your 200. Add a 0? Li Dahai's expression fell instantly, and he began to ponder the implications. The beads were indeed exquisite, and could easily be removed after some play. 3 beads strung together, one in the center and one on each side, exhibited remarkable quality. Collectively, these 3 beads likely weighed around 4 to 5 grams. Crafting a necklace from them would undoubtedly yield a value of 10 to 20,000 yuan. The two continued to haggle, but Lin Feng remained unmoved. Ultimately, they paid Lin Feng 6,000 yuan for the 3 exquisite mellow beads. As the two departed, it seemed they were heading back to have the beads processed. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. The 2 young men sat on a boat alongside a daft goose, clutching a thick stack of money, their faces radiating joy. Shui, you and Zhao Zhao stay on the boat. I shall descend once more to search for other treasures. Chapter 080. All luck points reduced to 0. After several training sessions, Lin Feng seemed to have mastered the technique of breath holding and movement, gliding through the water with ease. Within mere seconds, he found himself submerged at the ocean's depths. The water was only about 17 or 18 meters deep, and he felt no pressure whatsoever. Initially, a school of clownfish encircled Lin Feng, their curious little faces questioning how such an unattractive creature could exist in their world, with looks that hardly matched even a fraction of their own. The thought crossed Lin Feng's mind, could the system possibly reward him with a skill in linguistics? Perhaps he might understand what the clownfish were saying. The mere idea thrilled him. When a being can communicate with another, the barriers of species begin to fade, and a sense of belonging emerges. Lin Feng swam up and down several times, yet he found no precious marine treasures. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed something shimmering beneath the coral, catching his eye. It appeared to be quite radiant. Could it be a pearl exposed to the surface? Lin Feng quickly swam over, only to be stunned into silence. Had he not been underwater, his mouth would have dropped in astonishment. It was a golden bracelet. Lin Feng quickly checked his luck points. All 200 points had vanished. He was overjoyed to find such a treasure, while beachcombing was indeed remarkable fortune. This is the allure of beachcombing. You never know what you might encounter. With great care, Lin Feng extracted the golden bracelet and made his way back to the boat. "Shui, let us return." The two, along with a goose, hurried home. By the time they arrived, it was already 11 a.m. To Lin Feng's surprise, Lin Qingshan was absent. Instead, the widow Wang Caixia was there. She was washing Lin Hao's clothes and smiled shyly upon seeing Lin Feng, her cheeks flushing. "Ah Feng is back. Grandma is sleeping." Today, Wang Caixia wore a white ice silk t-shirt, slightly damp from splashes while washing. She paired it with cropped denim pants and white sneakers. Lin Hao played in the kitchen with the dog, while the yard was meticulously tidied up by Wang Caixia. "Caixia, aren't you working today?" Lin Feng inquired. Wang Caixia lowered her head and spoke softly. "I quit my job. The factory isn't doing well, and they can't pay." In truth, it was not her choice to resign, but rather a lack of work and income at the factory. "Having quit, what are your plans now?" Lin Feng asked. Wang Caixia shook her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Alone in the world, without parental love or support, she genuinely felt lost. Lin Feng struggled to find the right words to offer assistance. He wished to help arrange something for her but hesitated, fearing it might be presumptuous to interfere in another's life. At that moment, the system issued another task. "A temporary task has been issued by the system. Recruit Wang Caixia under your command, and upon completion, you will receive 50 points of exhilarating fortune value." Recruit under my command? What constitutes a successful recruitment? Lin Feng furrowed his brow as he heard footsteps approaching from outside. It was Lin Qingshan. He was carrying a burden, with several cardboard boxes and empty bottles on either side. "Ah Feng has returned. What treasures did you bring today?" Lin Feng and Lin Shui placed the discarded items on the ground, while Lin Qingshan sat down on a stool, beads of sweat dotting his brow. "Shui, bring that bonito over for the old man to see." Lin Shui set a large iron basin at Lin Qingshan's feet. "Is this a bonito? It's quite a sizable catch." A sudden urge stirred within him. This was prime material for sashimi. Lin Feng, of course, noticed the glimmer of anticipation in Lin Qingshan's eyes. But knowing the old man had grown accustomed to frugality, he doubted he would indulge. "Grandfather, it's almost lunchtime, and this bonito has suffered enough at our hands. Why not showcase your skills?" A fleeting smile graced Lin Qingshan's face, quickly replaced by concern. "Then you should hurry and sell it. It would be a shame to consume it ourselves." As Lin Feng stepped forward, his leg inadvertently caught on the iron basin, causing it to topple, spilling seawater and sending the bonito flopping onto the ground. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. My eyes were a bit unsteady just now." "Your eyes were unsteady? You little rascal, what a waste. Tomorrow, I shall go to the sea myself. If I find something good, I will sell it." Lin Feng relished this opportunity. He feigned a helpless expression. "Grandfather, I know you wish to accompany us to the sea, but we are short-handed, and what will happen to Grandma and Xiaohao?" When he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Wang Caixia. She kept her head lowered, oblivious to Lin Feng's gaze. Yet her voice rang out. "I am willing to take care of Grandma and my little sister." Lin Qingshan hastily waved his hands. "Child, that will not do. We already take up too much of your time, and you still have work." "Grandfather, I resigned from my job yesterday. I currently have no other commitments." Lin Feng stepped forward, adopting a serious tone. "How about this, Caixia? I agree to let you care for Grandma and my sister. But I have one condition that you must accept, all right?" Wang Caixia lifted her lovely face. "What condition?" "I will accept any condition. A monthly salary of 3,000 yuan." 3 000 yuan? Observing the astonishment in Wang Caixiao's eyes, Lin Feng misinterpreted her reaction. Is it perhaps a bit low? Ah, Feng, it's not that it's low, rather. It is far too generous. At the factory, I only earn about 1,000 yuan a month. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, finally recalling that it was 2007. According to relevant statistics, the average annual salary for urban employees in China that year was 24,000 yuan, translating to about 2,000 yuan per month. This was merely a figure on paper. Sister Caixiao, if you do not agree, I will have no choice but to hire someone else to care for them. Wang Caixiao pressed her lips together and nodded. Lin Qingshan was immensely pleased. He had always held Wang Caixiao in high regard and even welcomed her relationship with Lin Feng. It is important to note that this is a rural area, where the community tends to harbor certain misgivings towards widows. You young folks continue your conversation. I shall prepare a few of my signature dishes. Lin Qingshan enthusiastically dashed into the kitchen, shooing Lin Hao and De Huang out with his feet. Congratulations to Su Zhu for completing the system-assigned task, earning 50 points of exhilarating luck value. This task has triggered a critical skill. There are upgrade items available in the system store. Would you like to make a purchase? Chapter 081. The three siblings venture into town in this moment. He possessed several items ripe for enhancement. Among them were the basic guide to coastal foraging, beginner swimming techniques, and the fundamentals of tortoise breathing. Lin Feng perused the system marketplace and noticed items in the tools category shimmering enticingly. Upon clicking to investigate, he discovered that the basic guide to coastal foraging could be upgraded to the intermediate guide to coastal foraging. Intermediate guide to coastal foraging, capable of actively recognizing various marine organisms, with the functionality now unlocked, priced at 2,000 gold coins. Lin Feng exclaimed with delight. This was precisely the capability he had long desired, allowing him to trigger actions proactively rather than waiting for others to call out names. Without hesitation, he spent 2,000 gold coins to facilitate the upgrade. System, display my panel. Host, Lin Feng. Fortune value, 50 points. Fortune level, level 1, 455, 1000. Gold coins, 8,000. Comprehensive physical indicators, 101 points. Skills, beginner swimming. Beginner tortoise breathing, unlocked tools, multi-pronged rake, intermediate guide to coastal foraging, iron clamp, 10-meter fish trap, sea rod. Lin Feng was thoroughly exhilarated. After enjoying a hearty lunch, the two brothers, laden with a case of beer, made their way to the home of village chief Wang Dakuai. Despite Wang Dakuai's adamant refusal, Lin Feng insisted on leaving it behind. After all, having used someone else's boat, it was only fitting to express gratitude. At that moment, Lin Feng's phone rang. It was Deputy Town Chief Wang Tai. He conveyed that a commendation ceremony would take place the day after tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. promptly in the county government conference room. Given the tight schedule, Wang Tai decided to head to the county town the following day and stay overnight. He inquired if Lin Feng would like to accompany him, as he had a vehicle. With a smile, Lin Feng recognized that Wang Tai was looking out for him. The drive from the town to the county town took merely half an hour. Even if the meeting were at 7 o'clock a.m., he could easily make it. However, Lin Feng lacked transportation. Town Chief Wang, I would like to bring my sister along. Would that be feasible? Lin Feng had promised his younger sister that he would take her to explore the town and county when he had the chance. Of course, it's no trouble at all. We'll be in a business vehicle, easily accommodating 7 or 8 people. Thank you, Town Chief Wang. Where shall we meet tomorrow? At your favorite food stall. After hanging up, Lin Feng and Lin Shui returned home to pack their belongings. As soon as Lin Shui entered the house, he scooped up Lin Hao. Little sister, if you give me a kiss, I'll take you to the county town for some fun tomorrow. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with disbelief. Big brother. Is it true? At 5 years old, she had never ventured beyond the central village's kindergarten. Indeed, little sister, now give me that kiss. Just one? All right, moi. Lin Hao planted a hearty kiss on Lin Shui's cheek and then dashed over to Lin Feng. Big brother, bend down a little. Lin Feng promptly complied, leaning down to present his cheek. Lin Hao puckered her tiny lips and planted a fervent kiss upon him. Wang Caixiao watched with great delight, and by chance, her gaze met Lin Hao's. Lin Hao, with her short legs in motion, approached Wang Caixiao and eagerly grasped her hand, saying, Sister, don't you want to kiss brother too? Wang Caixiao responded, Come on, just a quick kiss won't hurt. After all, it doesn't cost anything, hee. Lin Feng interjected. Xiao Hao, don't tease. Sister needs to check if grandma has woken up. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Caixiao discreetly withdrew, although she genuinely wished to kiss him but was uncertain of Lin Feng's willingness. She felt that Lin Feng had indeed changed. She admired his newfound ambition and diligence, yet she also cherished his former, carefree demeanor. A night passed in silence. The next morning, Li Danan and Li Ernan arrived at the doorstep. As they boarded the tricycle, Lin Hao felt utterly bewildered. Elder brothers, this vehicle is so fast. Are we really heading to the county town? At that moment, Lin Hao resembled a delicate porcelain doll, her hair styled in exquisite braids. Dressed in a pristine white dress, this transformation was all thanks to Wang Caixia. She secretly wished to join the outing but realized there was no room left on the tricycle. Sometimes, individuals from different paths find themselves in the same vehicle, yet fail to reach their desired destination. As the tricycle began to move, Lin Hao's spirits soared like Lin Shui's on her first ride. Bathed in the gentle breeze and inhaling the fresh air of the fields, Lin Hao extended her little hand, embracing the beauty of the day ahead. At the Shazhou Impression food stall, Wang Yuding awoke early. Business had been thriving lately, largely due to the newly renovated style and the uniform attire of the staff, which indeed attracted a considerable clientele. With this success, her feelings for Lin Feng grew increasingly complex. However, Wang Fugui's incessant chatter irked her. Meanwhile, Kai Wenya busied herself inspecting the inventory list. Suddenly, the sound of the tricycle caught both women's attention, their faces lighting up with joy. They simultaneously abandoned their tasks, striding over with their long legs to the front of the tricycle. Li Danan and Li Ernan nearly lost their composure at the sight of such exquisite legs. An impulse surged within them, tempting them to gauge their allure. Lin Feng promptly disembarked and offered Wang Fugui a cigarette, lighting it for him personally. Yet, Wang Fugui merely smiled, seemingly preoccupied with his thoughts, and did not engage in conversation with Lin Feng. "Ah Feng, Ah Shui, you have arrived. Wow. Who is this adorable little treasure?" The two women immediately spotted Lin Hao sitting in the back of the tricycle, instantly filled with delight. Lin Hao stared blankly at the two women, lost in thought. "Little sister, call us sister." Yes, call us sister, and we'll buy you candy." Yet, Lin Hao remained dazed, softly exclaiming, "Sisters, you are also beautiful." Wang Yuding and Kai Wenya beamed with joy. "We are going to buy candy right now, a whole big bag." Lin Hao lifted her little face and continued, "Sisters, you both look like fairies, even more beautiful than fairies." Wang Yuding and Kai Wenya's smiles grew even brighter. "Haha, not only did you buy me candy, but you also bought me clothes." "Thank you, sister, but I cannot accept." Lin's adorably soft demeanor endeared her even more to the two girls. They swiftly lifted Lin and placed her on the electric scooter before taking her out. Approximately half an hour later, Lin returned, her hands laden with various snacks and wearing a brand new dress, beaming with joy. Lin Feng felt somewhat embarrassed. Thank you, but how could you buy so much? I will treat you to a meal. There's no need for such formality. By the way, Feng, it seems you didn't bring any seafood this time. Haven't you been out to the sea recently?" Lin Feng shook his head. Wang Yuding's chatter noticeably increased, which did not bode well for Wang Fugui, who stood nearby. "Feng, our seafood stall has been bustling these past few days. You left in such a hurry last time that you didn't get a chance to check it out. Let me show you." Wang Fugui seemed a bit anxious. "Daughter, stop looking at these things. Hurry and prepare yourself." Guodongliang said he would come by to chat with you shortly. A hint of displeasure crossed Wang Yuding's face. "Guodongliang? What does he want? Didn't we just see him yesterday? I'm busy with business and don't have time to chat with him." Wang Fugui rolled his eyes. "Are you sure you're not flirting, but rather conducting business?" Just then, the sound of footsteps and hearty laughter echoed from outside. "Ha ha, Uncle Wang, why have you come so early?" Chapter 82. Guodongliang confronts Lin Feng. A young man approached, his features fair and his height around 1.75 meters. Yet, before Lin Feng's towering stature of 1.83 meters, he appeared somewhat feeble. Furthermore, his boisterous laughter seemed feigned, lacking any genuine cheerfulness. "Is it my dear nephew who has arrived? Please, take a seat." Shouting, "Fetch a cup of water." Wang Yuding remained unfazed, replying, "Dad, I haven't finished showing a phone around yet. What do you need to show him?" The decor style is not his decision. Wang Yuding stamped her foot, asserting, "Dad, didn't you drink too much last time?" This was proposed by a phone. Wang Fugui's face darkened, as if realizing the truth of her words, though he had indeed been somewhat dazed from drink. Guodongliang did not take a seat, sensing a palpable threat emanating from the carefree blonde youth. This young man was distinctly irksome. Guodongliang approached Lin Feng with a forced smile, inquiring, "Good day, sir. I am Guodong, the deputy director of the urban construction office in town. You must be a fishmonger. May I ask your surname? He deliberately emphasized the term fishmonger. The onlookers rolled their eyes, particularly Li Danan and Li Ernan, who struggled to contain their indignation. What was so special about being merely a deputy director of the urban construction office? Did their family not consume fish? Did they not purchase fish? Wang Fuguei smiled broadly, seemingly eager for Lin Feng's response. The young man might find himself embarrassed. He intended to make his daughter see the truth. Lin Feng was merely a fishmonger, unworthy of her. Ironically, he had forgotten that he himself was also in the fish trade. Wang Yuding and Kai Wenya exchanged awkward glances. Guodong had indeed overstepped, his words dripping with condescension. Would Lin Feng retaliate? Lin Feng did contemplate striking him, but just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. System issues a temporary mission. Slap Guodong in the face and shatter his arrogance. Completion of the mission rewards 100 points of exhilarating fortune. 100 points of exhilarating fortune? Lin Feng's gaze towards Guodong softened considerably. This fellow was indeed a treasure. Lin Feng extended his hand, wearing a broad smile, almost resembling a sycophant. Ha! It is an honor to meet you, Director Gua. Guodong thought to himself. In his eyes, Lin Feng's demeanor was clearly a sign of submission and flattery. Wang Fuguei shared this sentiment. Wang Yuding found the situation perplexing. It shouldn't be like this. Why was he not angry? Reflecting on the time he had led a raucous disturbance at Ergo's barbecue stall made it clear. He was one to stand up against injustice, to act decisively when necessary. But what was happening today? Lin Feng's unexpected demeanor left Guodong bewildered. This was not how he had envisioned it. In truth, Guodong hoped fervently that Lin Feng would explode in anger, as that would provide him with an excuse to continue his assault. Such a reaction would further highlight his own mature and composed demeanor. Yet, he was caught off guard, as Lin Feng was not adhering to the anticipated script. Guodong's pride level is at 10, and the current task progress is at 10. Is the system equipped with such a feature? Lin Feng felt a surge of amusement, his playful spirit ignited. Guodong raised his wrist, deliberately showcasing his ostentatious gold watch, then retrieved a box from his pocket. He had spent over 2,000 yuan on this renowned brand, a truly exquisite watch. Of course, it was a high-quality imitation, but most people would not discern the difference. Yuding, I spotted a couple's watch at the boutique yesterday and couldn't resist purchasing it. The other piece is for you. Guodong opened the box, revealing a meticulously crafted watch that captivated the onlookers. Wang Fuguei wore a smile that grew with each passing moment. Increasingly satisfied with Guodong's lavish display of affection for his daughter, everything seemed worthwhile. Of course, had anyone else witnessed Wang Fuguei's materialistic demeanor, they might have scolded him for marrying off his daughter for money. Yet, from Lin Feng's perspective, one could hardly fault Wang Fuguei. Only through life's experiences can one truly appreciate the value of precious things. Were he to have a daughter, he too would wish for her to find a wealthy partner, sparing her from undue hardship. The beauty of love pales in comparison to the realities of daily life, and once the sweetness of romance fades, impoverished couples face countless woes. Wang Yuding remained unfazed, turning her gaze elsewhere. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, who had been snacking, could no longer contain her excitement. She joyfully approached, her eyes fixed on the glimmering watch. Wow, uncle, what is that shiny thing? Guodong felt a swell of pride. He did not wish to flaunt before Lin Hao, but he had to cultivate an image of a caring figure in front of the goddess. My dear little sister, this is something you really shouldn't see, mainly to avoid ruining it. However, uncle can buy you some candy. Lin Shui clenched his fists, intending to give this braggart a lesson. But Lin Feng was quicker. He casually pulled out a gleaming object from his pocket, bending down to place it in Lin Hao's hand. Little sister, we have shiny treasures too. Play with this. Lin Hao, who had been pouting, suddenly brightened, eagerly grasping the heavy gold bracelet. Wow, big brother, this is so heavy. Indeed. Although Lin Feng had not weighed it precisely, he could estimate its worth. In 2007, gold was approximately 150 yuan per gram, and this bracelet consumed a staggering 200 points of luck, likely valued at around 30 to 40,000 yuan. That would mean it weighed about half a kilogram. Can one imagine a bracelet of such weight? Li Danan and Li Ernan were somewhat astonished, eager to inquire about the bracelet's origin. Yet aware that now was not the moment, they refrained from asking, but Guodong was not so reserved. Phone, that bracelet must weigh half a kilogram. It can't possibly be made of brass, can it? Initially, Wang Fuguei's eyes widened in disbelief, uncertain about Lin Feng's background. Could this impoverished lad be a secretly affluent second-generation heir? Yet, he shook his head, deeming it improbable, especially after hearing Guodong words, which rekindled his skepticism. Lin Feng pondered the matter at hand, uncertain if the item in question was crafted from brass. Perhaps you should find someone to authenticate it? He suggested, employing a subtle provocation. Were it not for this remark, Guodong might have contemplated further, yet it only served to amplify his suspicion, leading him to conclude that Lin Feng's bracelet was undoubtedly a counterfeit. With a hearty laugh, Guodong clapped his thigh, feigning a friendly demeanor. What a coincidence! I happen to know the owner of a gold purchasing shop in town. I shall call him. Wang Yuding hastily waved her hand. Guodong, are you being ridiculous? Guodong pretended not to comprehend her words, feeling incensed that the girl he admired was siding with the yellow-haired fellow. He was determined to make Lin Feng regret it today. The atmosphere grew palpably awkward, as it was evident that Guodong and Lin Feng were at odds, with Lin Feng currently holding the upper hand. However, what transpired next remained uncertain. Let us discuss the relationship between beachcombing and daily life. Some readers express a desire to solely witness the act of beachcombing, dismissing any themes of familial bonds, disputes, or grievances. I wish to clarify this point. Imagine if the narrative were entirely focused on beachcombing. Would it not become monotonous over time, breeding weariness and aesthetic fatigue? When one strolls through a marketplace, do they not wish to explore shoes, clothing, snacks, and entertainment? When traveling, do they not seek to visit various attractions? And during a spa day, do they not wish to appreciate the beauty around them? Writing a book follows the same principle. I sincerely hope for your continued support. Although the income may be modest, I am committed to persevering. Chapter 83. Appraising the gold. Lin Shui fixed his gaze intently on Guodong, harboring a distinct dislike for the man. Suddenly, he felt a gentle touch on his arm. Glancing down, he found Kai Wenya's delicate, fair hand resting on him. Unbeknownst to her, she felt a twinge of concern that Lin Shui might resort to violence. Ah Shui, is that gold bracelet genuine? Lin Shui, embodying an air of righteousness, replied, Of course, Xiaya. Where did it come from? I found it, in the water. Kai Wenya responded with a momentary pause. Shortly thereafter, a flustered Xiangcheng arrived, sporting a black bowler hat and a gray shirt. Spotting Guodong, he immediately bowed and nodded. Director Gua. Is there something you require of me? Xiangcheng, the proprietor of the local gold jewelry store, had been informed by Guodong that the shop's location did not comply with regulations and needed to be relocated. After much negotiation, he managed to secure an agreement with Guodong by offering 2 small gold bars weighing approximately 50 grams each, thus sparing his shop from closure. Guodong raised his eyes without shifting his posture, addressing Lin Feng with a disdainful lift of his nostrils. Ah Feng, this gentleman is a seasoned expert in gold matters. Boss Xiong specializes in this trade. Kindly bring forth your copper bracelet. Copper bracelet? Lin Feng thought, somewhat impressed by the man's perceptiveness. However, this was not an era where truth could be so easily skewed. Sister, could you please hand me the copper bracelet? No, the gold bracelet. For a moment. Here you go. Big brother. Lin Hao obediently passed the bracelet to Lin Feng. Lin Feng, displaying utmost courtesy, presented it with both hands to Xiangcheng, politely inquiring, Sir, to be forthright, I have a favor to ask of Director Gui. Might you assist me in determining whether this is a copper bracelet or a gold one? Seeking a favor from Director Gui? Xiangcheng regarded Lin Feng with sympathy, recalling his own past request of Guodong. Could it be that this young man intended to present the gold bracelet to Guodong? Should it be authenticated as genuine gold, the young man would surely be elated, and Guodong would receive a gift with a clear conscience. Xiangcheng immediately assumed a serious demeanor. Guodong's lips twitched. Had Lin Feng just mentioned a favor? Was he unaware of it himself? Seeking my forgiveness? Equipping himself with reading glasses, Xiangcheng commenced the appraisal. In truth, Lin Feng was equally eager to ascertain the bracelet's authenticity, having retrieved it from the sea. He too harbored doubts about its genuineness. Wang Fugue, Li Danan, Li Ernan, Wang Yuding, and Kai Wenya gathered around, while only Lin Shui and Lin Hao remained aloof, confident in their elder brother. Aside from Wang Fugue's complex feelings, the others fervently hoped for the gold's authenticity, though they couldn't shake off their apprehensions about the potential fallout if it were a fake. There exist various methods for appraising gold. One is to examine its color. As the adage goes, 7 are green, 8 are yellow, and 9 are red. Yellow and white with gray make half gold. The hue of pure gold is a reddish yellow, appearing as such to the naked eye at over 95. Copper, over time, may tarnish to green, but gold retains its luster. Merely observing the hue, Xiongcheng had already formed a preliminary judgment. If it were a copper bracelet, it would have long since turned green. The second step involved listening to the sound. Xiongcheng produced a diminutive hammer and tapped the bracelet. Given that gold possesses no elasticity, the sound produced should be deep and resonant. After completing these two steps, Xiongcheng was halfway to a conclusion. He then took out a lighter and addressed Lin Feng. "Young man, I hope this does not offend you." "Not at all, sir. Please proceed." Lin Feng replied, retrieving a bowl filled with clear water from the dining table. He then ignited the lighter and held the bracelet over the flame. In a short while, one section began to glow red. Should he continue, the bracelet would melt and deform. He hastily submerged it into the clear water. As the saying goes, true gold does not fear the test of fire. If the heated gold bracelet changed color upon cooling in the water, it would indicate counterfeit gold. The onlookers seemed to grasp Xiongcheng's actions, their tension palpable. Although Guodongyang feigned calmness, he was inwardly perturbed. Could this be genuine gold? As the heated section of the bracelet was immersed in water, it swiftly returned to its golden hue, exhibiting no alterations. Xiongcheng exclaimed, "Director Gua, this bracelet can essentially be confirmed as gold, and of commendable quality." Upon uttering this, he met Guodongliang's complex gaze, feeling a jolt of anxiety. What did the other party mean? Indeed, Guodongliang pressed his lips together, his eyes radiating a lethal glare. "Xiongcheng, are you certain this is authentic?" Xiongcheng found himself at a loss. Is it genuine or counterfeit? The others remained silent. Guodongliang's lips twitched. "I am inquiring of you. Why are you questioning me?" In this era of commerce, individuals, particularly those of Xiongcheng's age, typically upheld integrity, seldom resorting to deceit. Now, he too was engulfed in uncertainty. The onlookers, Li Danan among them, burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. This must be genuine, Director Gua. Do you intend to threaten others into declaring it false?" Li Ernan chimed in. "Whether it is real or not, everyone has already made up their minds. Stop trying to signal otherwise." Guodongliang was unperturbed by these two fools, yet he distinctly perceived the disdain in Wang Yuding's eyes, a sight he could not tolerate. The authenticity remained inconclusive. One should not speak so definitively. Lin Feng, having witnessed shamelessness before, had never encountered such audacity. He rebutted, "Director Gua, there is no need to put the old gentleman in a difficult position. Moreover, he is not the sole expert in gold appraisal. If necessary, you could always invite more from the county." Gazing at the defiant Lin Feng, Guodongyang found himself momentarily at a loss for a retort. Guodongliang's pride decreased by 20, current task progress 30. Just moments ago, Lin Feng had glared fiercely at Guodongyang. Now, he smiled warmly at him. With no trace of mockery or hostility, only admiration. This left Guodongyang somewhat bewildered. Is this fellow insane? He instinctively tightened his grip. Good heavens. Could he possibly be interested in me? Very well, let us pretend this golden bracelet is genuine. However, you did mention you have a favor to ask of me, correct? What is it? Guodongyang cast a half-smile, half-smirk at Lin Feng. You, my friend, were rather ambiguous in your speech to achieve your aim. But once words are spoken, they cannot be taken back. Let us see how you handle this. Others turned their gazes towards Lin Feng, equally curious about what he might desire from Guodongliang. Considering the two had not been acquainted prior, Wang Fugui's gaze towards Gua seemed to lack a hint of fervor. He pondered a question. Could it be that his judgment was flawed? If Lin Feng possessed wealth and his daughter harbored an interest in him, it might warrant consideration. Lin Feng chuckled, a glimmer in his eyes. Indeed, I do have a request for Director Gua. I believe you have a penchant for gold. How about I sell you this bracelet at a discounted price? The current market rate for gold is 150 yuan per gram, but I can offer you a special deal at 130 yuan per gram. Guodongliang remained silent, his expression darkening. This golden bracelet must weigh at least half a pound, which amounts to over 30,000 yuan. Not only does he lack such liquid assets, even if he had them, he would not make such a purchase. Lin Keyan, ever observant, recognized a splendid opportunity for a counterattack had arrived. Chapter 084. The diminished arrogance of Guodongyang. Lin Feng fixated on the golden watch adorning Guodongyang's wrist, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Ha ha ha, Director Gua, could it be that you were unable to part with your money? Oh well, I was merely jesting. Guodongliang's arrogance level, 20, current task progress, 50. In an instant, Guodongliang's expression darkened considerably. Yet, Xiongcheng's mind began to race. The bracelet, priced 20 yuan lower per gram than the market rate, could yield him a profit exceeding 5,000 yuan. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. Young man, how about selling it to me? Apologies, but I intend to sell it exclusively to Director Gua Xiongqing, Guodong Yang. Wang Yuding and Kai Wenya stifled giggles, while Li Danan and Li Ernan regarded Guodong Liang with bemusement. Wang Fugui silently exhaled smoke rings. Setting aside whether Guodong Yang possessed more wealth than Lin Feng, he was undoubtedly outmatched in intellect. Lin Feng had effectively shattered half of Guodong Liang's 100 arrogance, prompting him to rise, intent on departing. Just then, Lin Feng's phone rang unexpectedly. It was Mayor Wang. Yes, I have already arrived at the food stall. All right. I shall await your arrival. Lin Feng emphasized the name Mayor Wang with particular intensity, deliberately ensuring Guodong Liang would overhear. Aren't you the deputy director of the urban construction office? Yet, the one calling me is the deputy mayor. The deputy director of the urban construction office held no real rank, merely akin to a deputy section chief at best. In the civil servant hierarchy, the section chief level was virtually non-existent. Guodong Yang momentarily froze. This fellow actually knew the leaders of the town? But suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, compelling him to remain. Ah Feng, it seems we do not have a Mayor Wang in our town, do we? Lin Feng's face contorted into an exaggerated expression of disbelief. What? Director Gua? Do you mean to say you are unfamiliar with the town's leaders? Or has your internet connection been severed, leaving you disconnected from the outside world? Severed connection? Not only did Guodong Liang fail to comprehend, but the others were also bewildered. What does severed connection even mean? A wire? But there were no computers in sight. Realizing that he had inadvertently employed a term from his past life, Lin Feng quickly adjusted, though it served perfectly to vex Guodong Liang. Oh, my esteemed Director Gua. You seem quite out of touch. Have you not been to the town office for quite some time? Well, not really. Guodong Liang vehemently denied it, though deep down, he recognized the truth. He had indeed been absent from work for an extended period. What time did he have? Constantly engaged in projects, planning the future of the entire town, attending banquets and serenading lovely ladies. Guodong Liang's arrogance level, 10. Current task progress, 60. Guodong Liang ground his teeth in frustration. Now resolute in his decision to stay and ascertain whether Lin Feng was merely putting on airs or if he genuinely possessed substance. Wang Fugui's eyes lit up. While he could question Lin Feng's background, he held no doubts regarding this matter. The unfortunate fellow who had consumed the copper oysters soaked in molten copper had likely been promoted to deputy mayor. Given that Lin Feng had previously intervened to halt his misfortune, they had presumably forged a friendship. This prompted Wang Fugui to regard Lin Feng with newfound respect. The young man was already quite likable. His prior concerns had been about Lin Feng's financial resources and familial background. Before long, the sound of a car engine echoed from outside the shop. Wang Tai had arrived. Lin Feng and Lin Shui hurried out to greet him, for he was there to escort them, and it would be remiss not to show proper courtesy. Wang Fugui, Wang Yuding, and the others also stepped outside. Guodong Liang remained motionless, but craned his neck to peer outside. A Wooling sunshine van. Guodong Liang shook his head. It was not even a government vehicle from the town. He stepped out and saw Lin Feng engaging in friendly conversation with the driver. Ah, it's Officer Wang. Guodong Liang initially wondered who it could be. After all, this was just Wang Tai, the organization officer from the town. Although Wang Tai held a regular grade position, while he himself was a deputy, could the organization officer be compared to the deputy director of the urban construction office? Thus, in Wang Tai's presence, Guodong Liang felt no inferiority. On the contrary, he was filled with a sense of superiority. With a cigarette dangling from his mouth, Guodong Liang extended his hand, only to be met with Wang Tai's frosty glare. He had never cared for this brash character. Instead of shaking hands, Wang Tai quietly remarked, "Oh, it's you, Xiaogua? What brings you here? It seems like it's working hours." Xiaogua. Guodong Liang's expression fluctuated between anger and disbelief, ready to explode. Mayor. A young man emerged from the driver's seat of the van. It was Xiao Chun, the town's dedicated driver. Mayor, I'm going to pick up Officer Wu now. Wang Tai nodded. Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Mayor, is Wu Xiaohai attending the meeting as well? Unlike his demeanor towards Guodong Liang, Wang Tai responded with a warm smile. Yes, the Coast Guard is holding an awards ceremony, and our town's police station has arranged for Wu Xiaohai to participate. Guodong Liang's heart sank. He recognized Xiao Chun and knew he would not casually refer to someone's title. The haughty Guodong Liang immediately altered his expression, forcing a stiff smile. Mayor Wang, congratulations on your promotion. I've been too busy lately to visit the office. Wang Tai, who had undoubtedly earned his position as deputy mayor through merit, sensed immediately that Lin Feng and Guodong Yang were at odds. Coincidentally, he too was not fond of Guodong Yang. Director Guo, it seems you are busier than the mayor or the secretary. You should attend to your important tasks. Guodong Yang, attend to my important tasks? The onlookers exchanged glances filled with mixed sentiments, and Wang Fugui found it inappropriate to interject. Well then, Mayor Wang, I shall excuse myself. Guodong Yang's arrogance level, 20, current task progress, 80. Huh? This fellow is rather resilient. But what to do about the remaining 20? Just as Guodong Yang was about to leave in disgrace, he was called back by Wang Yuding. Wait a moment. Guodong Yang turned to face the goddess of his heart, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Could it be that she wished to keep him? Wang Yuding extended a box towards him. You forgot to take this. It was indeed the genuine Jinli watch. Wang Yuding's hand lingered in the air. Guodong Yang's face suddenly elongated, as he was reluctant to accept the task. Lin Feng, initially concerned about the possibility of failing to complete the assignment, found that an opportunity had indeed arisen. Despite Guodong Yang's hesitance to take the box, Lin Feng did not remain idle. He took the box from Wang Yuding's hands and opened it, revealing the exquisite Jinli watch before everyone. Under the sun's rays, the watch shimmered brilliantly, yet Lin Feng's subsequent words rendered Guodong Yang's face ashen. Mayor Wang, I hear you have studied abroad. Have you ever encountered such a watch? Mayor Wang scrutinized the timepiece attentively, responding, I have seen it, yet I have not. This piqued the curiosity of the onlookers. I encountered the Jinli watch while abroad. It belongs to the Swiss luxury watch series, but it is certainly not of this variety. All were in English. Mayor Wang flipped the watch over. But Mayor, this watch bears 2 Chinese characters, Jinli. Everyone was left speechless. Guodong Yang remarked, the young man is quite handsome, yet he certainly knows how to speak. Guodong Yang's pride diminished by 20, current task completion at 100. Haha, Guodong Yang's arrogance has vanished. Chapter 085, Arm Wrestling. Lin Feng closed the box once more. Regardless of whether Guodong Yang reached out to accept it, he placed the box firmly in Guodong Yang's embrace and waved his hand dismissively. Director Guo, have you considered that your prolonged absence from work might result in a salary deduction? Guodong Yang shot Lin Feng a fierce glare before leaving in a huff. Xiang Cheng had left Lin Feng a phone number and swiftly departed. The gathered crowd was a mixture of emotions. Wang Yuding was exceedingly pleased, as Wang Fugui was quite the opposite. Moreover, she had misjudged Lin Feng. He remained that righteous youth, albeit with a more mature and rational approach. Lin Feng was equally elated, for the system's voice was utterly delightful. Congratulations, Host Pig, on completing the task. Reward, 100 points of exhilarating luck value. This task triggered a critical strike skill, rewarding 10 points to physical metrics. Had there not been so many people present, Lin Feng would have laughed unabashedly. The system was proving to be increasingly beneficial. To be candid, what he currently lacked the most was indeed physical metrics. He checked his system panel. Host, Lin Feng. Luck value, 155 points. Luck level, level 1, 5601000. Coins, 8,000. Comprehensive physical metrics, 112 points. Skills, beginner swimming. Beginner turtle breathing technique. Unlocked tools, multi-toothed rake. Intermediate coastal guide, iron clamps, 10-meter traps, sea rod. This morning, Lin Feng had completed a 10,000-step run, earning 5 points of exhilarating luck value and 1 point of physical metrics. He silently assessed his physical condition. Indeed, he felt considerably stronger than before. Splendid. Eager to test the extent of his newfound strength, he pondered whom he could approach for a challenge. Shui, come here. Brother, what's up? Lin Feng noticed a table set for patrons awaiting their meals at the entrance of the food stall and strode over. The onlookers were puzzled by Lin Feng's intentions but followed him nonetheless. Since there was time to spare, why not engage in a little arm wrestling? Sounds good. Shui had always relished this game since childhood, and in his memories, his elder brother had never been his match. However, over time, his brother had lost interest in the game, claiming it was no longer enjoyable and gravitating toward other pastimes. Now, it seemed as if he had rediscovered that initial thrill. As he contemplated the audience, he wondered if he should let his brother win for the sake of his pride. The two sat down, their right hands intertwined. Shui, I will count to 3, and then we begin. Shui nodded, his focus entirely on their clasped hands, prepared to exert his strength at any moment. 1, 2, go? Without even finishing the count, Lin Feng unleashed his power. In less than 3 seconds, Lin Feng emerged victorious. Shui? The onlookers, at some point, Wang Yuding had positioned herself behind Lin Feng, with Kai Wanya standing behind Shui. Though Lin Hao was young, she discerned Lin Feng's antics and pouted her little lips in discontent, exclaiming, "You are so naughty, big brother. You're being dishonest." However, Lin Shui seemed unfazed, gazing at Lin Feng with a silly expression. Deep down, he felt a surge of joy. Ha ha ha. Feng, I know you're not satisfied. Let us have another round. This time, you shall call out 1, 2, 3. The two intertwined their right hands once more. Kai Wenyang leaned down to whisper something in Lin Shui's ear. Steadying his resolve, Lin Shui declared, 1. Begin. Without even uttering 2, he launched his effort. Lin Feng? He had not anticipated this at all, for in his mind, how could his earnest brother resort to such underhanded tactics? If it were anyone else, he would have been furious, but if it were Lin Shui, oh, that was a different matter entirely. This world cannot accommodate a 100 honest person. As Lin Feng's right hand seemed on the verge of being pinned down, a triumphant glint flashed in Lin Shui's eyes. This ignited a wave of concern in Wang Yuding, while a smile blossomed on Kai Wenyang's face. Yet in the next moment, Lin Feng shot Lin Shui a sly grin. An overwhelming force surged from his wrist, momentarily catching Lin Shui off guard. This power was so immense, it was nearly insurmountable. Wang Yuding swallowed hard, the first to cheer, "Go, Feng." Kai Wenyang echoed her sentiments, "Hold steady, Shui." Lin Shui clenched his teeth, bracing himself to exert every ounce of strength, his left hand even reaching to grasp the edge of the table firmly. Yet despite his efforts, he found himself unable to resist the force emanating from Lin Feng's wrist. Moments later, Lin Shui could no longer hold on. I concede. Though defeated, Lin Shui's lips curled into a smile. That familiar feeling had returned once more. His elder brother had taken a liking to this game again. It brought him immense joy. Lin Feng also gained a clearer understanding of his strength, acknowledging that Lin Shui had always been quite formidable. "Hello, Mayor Wang. Hello, everyone. Feng, are you arm wrestling?" Wu Xiaohai arrived. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, leading Wu Xiaohai to believe he was somewhat peculiar. "Officer Xiaohai, how strong are you?" "Not too bad. We train every day." Wu Xiaohai replied, furrowing his brow. "You wouldn't be thinking of challenging me to an arm wrestling match, would you?" He, precisely the intention, though Wu Xiaohai feigned reluctance. He had already settled down. "Shui, you call out 1, 2, 3. Their right hands intertwined tightly, and as Lin Shui's countdown echoed, both contestants exerted their strength. Lin Feng was startled, overwhelmed by the force from his opponent. This strength was extraordinary. 2 or 3 miscreants would likely be no match for Wu Xiaohai. Wu Xiaohai was equally intrigued. Lin Feng appeared tall and slender, yet possessed considerable strength. Nevertheless, this level of power did not impress him. Without a doubt, the outcome was clear. In 3 consecutive rounds, Wu Xiaohai emerged victorious. Lin Feng's earlier exuberance gradually dwindled. It seems that although the physical metrics of 112 points exceed those of the average person by 10, for Wu Xiaohai it is still wholly inadequate. He must cultivate his strength discreetly and diligently. Feng, you possess considerable strength if you persist in your training daily. I believe you will soon surpass me. Wang Tai encouraged. Feng, you excel in many aspects. You are a paragon of youth. Lin Feng clasped his fists in acknowledgement. This scene did not escape Wang Fugui's notice. Should he reevaluate Lin Feng's worth? After all, his daughter is not young anymore. It may be time for her to find a partner. Perhaps it would be prudent to observe further. However, Lin Feng remained oblivious to Wang Fugui's gaze and thoughts, for he had never contemplated Wang Yuting. One's inherent value and standing in the eyes of others are judgments he had long since formed. Why allow others to set a price on him when he is inherently a potential asset? After conversing for a while longer, the group boarded the van and set off for the county town. Chapter 086. Grandmother Lin enters the Grand View Garden. Xiao Chun was at the wheel, while Wu Xiaohai occupied the passenger seat. Lin Shui and Lin Hao were seated in the middle row, while Wang Tai and Lin Feng occupied the back row. According to convention, Wang Tai should have taken the central position, yet he comprehended Lin Hao's intentions. Sitting in the middle allowed for a more splendid view of the scenery along the way. Indeed, Lin Hao was overjoyed. It was her first time riding in a tricycle, her first experience in a car, her inaugural visit to the town, and her first journey to the county. All of this commenced with her elder brother's transformation that day. She glanced back at Lin Feng. "What are you doing, little sister?" "Nothing, he." The journey was filled with picturesque landscapes, accompanied by laughter and mirth. Before long, they arrived in the county. By a stroke of fortune, The accommodations arranged by the organizers were at the Southern Lida Capital Hotel, which happened to be owned by the flamboyant Aunt Shinli of Hiyuyan. Through the car window, Lin Feng spotted a familiar figure. It was indeed Hiyuyan. What brought her here, and why did she appear slightly displeased? She was clad in a white round-neck long-sleeve shirt, blue flared jeans, and white high-top sneakers, her hair styled in an upward ponytail. She ambled along, her fair face displaying hints of discontent. When her phone rang, she glanced at it and promptly hung up, reluctantly quickening her pace. Just as Lin Feng intended to chase after her, she vanished from sight. Wu Xiaohai, with keen eyes, observed this scene and remarked with a smirk, "Ah Feng, do you know her?" Acquainted, but not closely. At this moment, free from work obligations, Wu Xiaohai regarded Lin Feng as a friend. "Take my advice. Focus on earning money right now." Lin Feng nodded. Indeed, it was time to prioritize financial gain. Though he already possessed 43,000 yuan in his pocket, along with a gold bracelet worth 30 to 40,000, totaling a substantial sum of 70 to 80,000, he was still far from his aspirations. Wang Tai had approached the front desk and turned to Lin Feng, saying, "Ah Feng, let us check in first. After completing the paperwork, I have a meeting to attend. You all can explore freely, and we shall dine together at noon. Director Wang, do you know where I can register for a boating license?" Wang Tai, while presenting various documents to the front desk, chuckled, "Ah Feng, are you looking to purchase a boat? Operating a boat indeed requires a license. Before obtaining it, you must secure a sailor's certificate. I will provide you with the address of a training course shortly. Just enroll." Lin Feng nodded in gratitude. The ban on fishing would soon conclude, allowing various boats to venture into the sea for fishing. To achieve rapid wealth, one must navigate the vast ocean. Hence, he needed to acquire the necessary certification and purchase a boat as soon as possible. In no time, the check-in process was concluded, and Lin Feng led Lin Shui and Lin Hao into their room. Upon entering, Lin Shui and Lin Hao were utterly astonished. "Wow, brother, what beautiful lights. What is this? Is it the place for bathing? Hey, why is this television so flat? I remember it being a bulky one." Lin Hao, much like an elder entering the Grand View Garden, was overwhelmed by curiosity and wonder. Meanwhile, Lin Shui's gaze fell upon a box resting on the table. "Brother, what is this?" he inquired, opening it with inquisitiveness. Lin Feng, with a mischievous smile and a lowered voice, replied, "Ah Shui, let's discuss this later." "Why later?" "You'll understand when you grow up." Although Lin Shui was somewhat bewildered, he sensed the allure of the object. As the three siblings indulged in television within their room, He Yuyan had already arrived at the private room 888, her expression clouded with gloom. Inside the room sat four individuals: He Yuyan, her father He Daqiao, her mother Chenmei, and her aunt Chenli. Chenmei, adorned in a light beige qipao and a subtle makeup, expressed her displeasure. "Yuyan, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but now that you have your university diploma, shouldn't you start working at your father's company?" Chenli, dressed in her customary blue and white high-slit qipao, softly urged, "Yuyan, heed your mother's words. What are you doing selling tricycles all day?" He Yuyan shook her head. "Mom, Aunt, I don't wish to work at my father's company just yet. I want to venture out and gain some experience." Her eyes sparkled with countless aspirations and dreams as she spoke. Hidachiao, sipping tea, suddenly nodded in support. "I back you, my daughter. Young people should explore the world." Both Chun Mei and Chun Li gasped in unison. "Husband, be quiet. Brother-in-law, silence yourself." Hidachiao chuckled softly, casting a sympathetic glance at He Yuyan. Dingling. The phone rang. Upon seeing the name displayed on the screen, a radiant smile illuminated He Yuyan's face, her earlier gloom vanishing. The three in the room instantly tensed. Who could be calling this young lady, bringing forth such a bright smile? "It's me, Ah Feng. I apologize for the intrusion." He Yuyan replied with a gentle smile. "No need to apologize. Do you need something?" Hidachiao and Chun Mei exchanged anxious glances, both wondering if this indicated a budding romance. "Nothing much. I noticed you seemed a bit off. Is everything all right?" Lin Feng felt that, as friends, it was only natural to check in on her. He Yuyan's lips curled into a smile. "You noticed? Are you at the hotel as well?" "Oh, splendid. I'll come find you shortly." After hanging up, she noticed the three gazes fixed upon her. "Sweetheart, who called?" Hidachiao inquired. "Just a friend," she replied. Hidachiao's face lit up with joy. Well aware of his daughter's reserved nature, she had never been one to socialize with boys. Meanwhile, Chenmei bore a look of concern, fearing her little girl might be. Chunli, however, appeared unfazed, believing that young girls should embrace opportunities to meet men while they are still youthful, to enhance their experiences. Heated Xiao took another sip of tea, tapping the table with one hand. My dear, if I understand you correctly, your friend is currently at the hotel? No, he isn't. I just heard. Ask him to come up for some tea. He Yuyan instinctively felt a sense of resistance, as if it bore the flavor of a parental meeting. However, a sudden idea struck her. Your attention is solely focused on whether to go to work or not. Why not invite Lin Feng up here? Divert the attention. Sounds good. He Yuyan redialed Lin Feng's number, providing him with the private room number, yet omitting the fact that her parents were also present.